urban setting, brainstorming, metaphysics, supernatural abilities, decisive and ruthless. Not a saintly mother. Xiao Buyi unexpectedly transmigrates, this time bound to an entertainment tycoon system. He can exchange popularity for prizes, and his works can be automatically registered for copyright. He thought he could become a dazzling entertainment star in this life. But little did he know that things were far more complicated than he imagined. Chapter 1. Revenge. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, within the confines of a villa on Fragrant Mountain, the air was thick with the acrid scent of alcohol. Xiao Buyi, seemingly lost in thought with a vacant expression in his soulful eyes, realized he had unwittingly traversed into another realm. Beep. Binding of the Supreme Entertainment System is in progress. A mechanical voice resonated within his mind. The Supreme Entertainment System? It appeared that fate intended for him to ascend to the heights of stardom, sparking a flicker of intrigue in Xiao Buyi's gaze. Beep. Binding of the Supreme Entertainment System successful. Almost instantly, a panel materialized before him, tailored exclusively for his use. Host Xiao Buyi. Age *25, popularity value *58, skills *none, warehouse *empty. Congratulations, host. You can now exchange or draw prizes by enhancing your popularity. The system proclaimed, this system encompasses all forms of entertainment across the universe and will strive to assist you in becoming the ultimate entertainment mogul. You may exchange your popularity value for skills or rewards. How can one acquire popularity value? The host may publish various works online, including but not limited to music, videos, trending topics, or even explosive revelations. Any content that garners clicks, attention, or comments will yield popularity value, calculated uniformly by the system. Note, rewards and skills are classified into 4 tiers. Low, medium, high, and divine, corresponding to popularity values of 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, and 100 million, respectively. Upon successful exchange, the corresponding popularity value will be deducted. Nodding thoughtfully, Xiao Buyi, a seasoned bibliophile, found the premise quite comprehensible. It seemed straightforward. The more engaging the work, the higher the popularity value accrued. For instance, the more listeners his release song attracted, the greater his popularity value would be. The system has completed binding and presents the host with a novice gift package. Would you like to claim it? Hesitation was a sign of disrespect towards oneself. Thus, Xiao Buyi decisively chose to accept. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme hacker skill. Elation surged within him. In this age dominated by the internet, possessing such a skill felt akin to wielding supernatural powers. At that moment, the screen of the phone on the coffee table flickered to life, accompanied by the notification chime of WeChat. Upon opening the app, Xiao Buyi discovered a message containing a photograph, an image of a man and woman in a close embrace. The woman, with an extraordinarily captivating visage and piercingly clear eyes, was none other than his predecessor's wife, Li Qinghan. The Li family was one of the 3 prominent clans in Magic City, their conglomerate spanning medical devices, port transportation, real estate, and entertainment. The other figure in the photograph was Ji Boda, a childhood friend of Li Qinghan, now an artist under the auspices of Li Entertainment, in stark contrast to the illustrious lineage of Li Qinghan, the family of the original owner, while also a commercial dynasty, paled in comparison. Despite being born into such privilege, his family had always favored his younger brother, neglecting him. The original owner had graduated from the Magic City Music Academy, aspiring to enter the music industry. However, Li Qinghan, citing the abundance of temptresses in the entertainment world, had confined him to their home. The original owner, misinterpreting her concern as affection, willingly accepted the role of a house husband. Though their marriage was clandestine, it was largely harmonious, and Xiao Buyi was content. He had believed their blissful existence would continue indefinitely, yet everything shifted with Ji Boda's return. The day after Ji Boda's arrival, he signed with Li Entertainment, and from that moment, Li Qinghan began returning home later and later. When the original owner first sensed something amiss, he sought to communicate his concerns to Li Qinghan, who dismissed his worries, insisting they were merely friends. It was then that the fissures in their relationship began to widen. As Ji Boda's appearances multiplied, so did the tensions between them, escalating from futile conversations to fierce arguments. By the 3rd month of Ji Boda's return, he brazenly confronted the original owner, openly declaring himself Li Qinghan's white moonlight, a term denoting an unachievable ideal, asserting that his absence abroad had allowed the original owner to seize an opportunity, and that he had returned to rekindle his pursuit of Li Qinghan. The original owner relayed this information to Li Qinghan, only to be met with disbelief and accusations of jealousy and malice. The betrayal from his dearest wife, combined with Boda's provocations, drove the original owner into a rage, resulting in him striking Boda in the face. In his fury, he failed to notice the triumphant smirk that crept onto Boda's lips as the original owner prepared to lash out again. Li Qinghan unexpectedly slapped him across the face, uttering, "You've gone too far," before escorting Boda to the hospital. Today marked the 3rd anniversary of their marriage, a day that had previously been reserved for intimate celebrations. Yet this time he had prepared a feast, waiting for his wife, only to find that, past midnight, Li Qinghan had still not returned. In a fit of anger, he consumed the hidden stash of alcohol within the villa, leading to his demise. And thus, Xiao Buyi's journey began. The photograph was sent by Boda, intended as a provocation and a demonstration of dominance. Xiao Buyi promptly took a screenshot and saved it, aware that Boda would soon retract it. Just as anticipated, the moment the screenshot was captured, the photo was removed. A smirk graced Xiao Buyi's lips. He found Boda's petty attempts at sowing discord utterly laughable. That it was worth noting that Xiao Buyi himself had engaged in similar antics in the past, yet Boda's caliber of deceit was laughably inferior in comparison. In previous narratives, the protagonist would have succumbed to despair, allowing the mistress to encroach upon his doorstep, even possessing evidence, yet choosing to endure in silence, indulging in self-pity. Such men deserve their fates, bringing shame upon their kind, pathetic cowards. Apologies, but Xiao Buyi would not tolerate such indignities. Prepare yourselves, you wretched couple, for the hunt begins now. Fingers danced swiftly across his phone screen, a cold glint illuminating his gaze as the data recovery program activated. The retracted photo, along with the chat records and deleted voice messages, materialized on the screen like awakened phantoms, reassembling. Before him, "Did I ask this how you wish to play?" A chilling smile crept upon his lips as he secured the evidence in an encrypted package. Hovering over the intrusion button, the neon lights outside reflected a dangerous crimson in his eyes. As the code cascaded like a waterfall, Xiao Buyi silently implanted a location tracking and listening system within Boda's phone. At 3 in the morning, in a study, Xiao Buyi sat before his computer, flanked by 6 synchronously operating tablets. He accessed the most active gossip forum in the entertainment sphere, registering under the moniker the Iron Fist Strikes. The cursor blinked in the text box as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Concrete evidence. Rising star Boda is the third party, intruding upon the marriage of Li Qinghan, CEO of Li Corporation. Accompanying the post were screenshots of the chat records and high-definition intimate photographs he had restored through technical means, even capturing the wedding ring on Li Qinghan's finger with crystal clarity. The moment he clicked send, it felt as if the forum's server ignited, the post being shared at an astounding rate of over 10,000 times per minute, while the comment section erupted into a cacophony of responses. The past indiscretions of Boda prior to his debut have been unearthed, while the recent fluctuations in equity within the Li Group have been scrutinized, causing public sentiment to surge uncontrollably like a tsunami. Xiao Buyi observed the rapidly ascending trending topics, with popular singer Boda's scandal and Li Group president's infidelity consecutively topping the charts, a smirk of delight increasingly evident upon his lips. Xiao Buyi took meticulous care to erase all traces of his online presence, rendering it impossible for the world's technological prowess to uncover any hints of his involvement. Having accomplished this, he promptly powered down his device to rest, unaware that a tempest poised to astonish both the business and music industries had quietly begun to brew. Chapter 2. Crisis Public Relations. Overnight, the entire online world was set ablaze. As dawn broke, countless individuals opened their eyes and unlocked their phones, only to be bombarded by an avalanche of incriminating evidence. The popular singer Boda was embroiled in a scandal, allegedly interfering in the marriage of Li Qinghan, the president of the Li Group. The news spread like wildfire. Major media outlets rushed to report the story, with entertainment headlines boldly proclaiming, "Stunning scandal. Li Qinghan, president of the Li Group, caught cheating. Popular singer Boda involved." Accompanying this headline were intimate photos of Boda from the previous night along with past images, providing undeniable proof that instantly captivated readers. Li Qinghan, the president of the Li Group and vice president of the Shanghai Business Association, was not only a prominent figure in the business world but also a striking beauty, earning her the title of the Queen of the business realm. Consequently, business media took notice of the event, with Business Observer reporting, the Li Group stock prices may suffer a significant blow due to the president's personal scandals. A storm in the business world is imminent. On social platforms, discussions among netizens surged like a tidal wave, with various trending topics maintaining their heat. On Weibo, under the topic of Xiao Buyi's scandal, users were quick to voice their sharp opinions. One user commented with palpable indignation, "Xiao Buyi has no shame. How could she interfere in someone else's marriage and openly provoke? Such a person deserves to be banned." Another added, "As a powerful woman in business, Li Qinghan's actions are deeply disappointing. I will now have a shadow cast over all Li Group products." Initially, Xiao Buyi's fervent fans attempted to defend their idol. A prominent fan account, Ida, posted, "This must be a malicious rumor. Our dada has always been kind and would never do such a thing. Don't believe the rumors." However, faced with the overwhelming evidence of chat logs and photos, their defenses appeared feeble. Soon, the comments section was inundated with other users' denunciations. "Stop the denial. The evidence is right here. Your idol clearly has issues." Many expressed their disillusionment, stating they could no longer support someone with such moral depravity. Under the barrage of criticism from netizens, the voices of Xiao Buyi's fervent supporters were swiftly drowned out. In the business world, the stock price of the Li Group plummeted after the market opened, while Xiao Buyi found herself amidst a storm of controversy in the entertainment industry. At this moment, Li Qinghan was convening an emergency meeting in her office. Known as the Iceberg CEO, she rarely displayed anger, even when confronting the most challenging issues. Despite the unfolding scandal, her expression remained inscrutable, though her eyes appeared deeper than usual. As for Xiao Buyi, her social media accounts and trending topics had been overwhelmed. This blow was colossal for her, and she had been mercilessly criticized by netizens. In the past, she would have pleaded with Li Qinghan for support. But now she sat on the couch, too anxious to even breathe, her only signs of distress being her frantic gaze and trembling shoulders. What others did not know was that she was acutely aware that the leak had undoubtedly come from Xiao Buyi. The images and chat logs were ones she had previously shared with him, although she had retracted them promptly. She had not anticipated that Xiao Buyi would preserve them and dare to release them. How dare he? Xiao Buyi knew how fiercely Xiao Buyi admired Li Qinghan, to the extent that he would sacrifice everything for her. Initially, she had merely provoked Xiao Buyi with ambiguous remarks. But when she observed that he hadn't informed Li Qinghan about the situation, she grew increasingly reckless. She even orchestrated a few occasions where her assistant captured photos of her and Li Qinghan in intimate poses to send to Xiao Buyi, who remained silent. In her eyes, Xiao Buyi was a pushover, easily manipulated, which emboldened her to continue her provocations. However, this time she had miscalculated. When Xiao Buyi finally acted, his retribution was swift and beyond her control. What if Qinghan found out that I had sent the photos? Damn Xiao Buyi, I will never forgive you. Xiao Buyi thought darkly. Meanwhile, Li Qinghan was perusing the original article that had broken the news. And one particular image instantly captured her attention. The photo of her and Xiao Buyi dining together the previous night. A gathering that had been discreet due to their respective statuses. The angle and proximity of the shot indicated that it could not have been taken by a mere paparazzo. "This photo, you took it, didn't you?" Li Qinghan suddenly addressed Xiao Buyi. Xiao Buyi felt a chill run down her spine, as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. However, she quickly regained her composure, recognizing that Li Qinghan was inquiring whether she had taken the photo, not whether she had leaked it. Li Qinghan was no fool. She commanded the Li Group with astute intelligence. Denying her involvement would only tarnish her image in Li Qinghan's eyes. "Yes, I took the photo, but I didn't leak the article. Qinghan, you must believe me," Xiao Buyi implored. Li Qinghan regarded her coldly, as if searching for a crack in her facade. Xiao Buyi feigned calm and continued, "Qinghan, you must trust me. I know that once this information is out, it benefits neither of us. I would never do something so foolish." Hearing this, Li Qinghan's expression softened slightly. For Xiao Buyi was correct. Being embroiled in such scandal was detrimental to her reputation. She felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier suspicions, and her voice became gentler. "I believe you. But did you send the photo to anyone else?" At this, Xiao Buyi concocted a plan. If Xiao Buyi were indeed the culprit, then her own act of provocation would inevitably be exposed. Rather than hiding, she would shift the blame entirely onto Xiao Buyi, claiming that he was seeking revenge out of jealousy. With this thought, the shadow of damage to her reputation dissipated, and she envisioned that this scandal might lead to a complete rift between the two, perhaps even a divorce, allowing her to ascend in status. Marrying Li Qinghan would grant her a lifetime of wealth and privilege. Even if her celebrity status faded, it would not matter. "It was Ego. I sent the photo to Ego," she stated. Seeing Li Qinghan's brow furrow, Xiao Buyi hastily added, "Qinghan, don't misunderstand. It was late last night, and I was worried about Ege's concern for your safety, so I sent him the photo to reassure him." Li Qinghan's expression relaxed, seemingly convinced by Ji Bodazi's explanation. Qinghan, this article couldn't have been leaked by Yi Ge, could it? Noticing Li Qinghan's hesitation, Ji Bodazi seized the opportunity to cast suspicion on Xiao Buyi. As expected, Li Qinghan's demeanor visibly cooled, and she swiftly grabbed her phone to call Xiao Buyi. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently turned off. Yi Ge must be avoiding you because he fears trouble. How could he do this? Doesn't he realize the trouble he is causing you? Ji Bodazi feigned concern. At this moment, Li Qinghan felt a surge of frustration, dismissing Ji Bodazi's provocations. Xiao Buyi, is it really you? Chapter 3. Young Aben. At that moment, Ji Bodazi's assistant rushed into the conference room, whispering urgent updates in her ear. Li Qinghan tightened her grip on the pen in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Taking a deep breath, she decisively declared, immediately activate the crisis public relations plan. First, contact major media outlets and demand they retract related reports. If necessary, we shall resort to legal measures. Second, prepare a statement emphasizing that these are malicious rumors, and we will hold the perpetrators legally accountable. Third, arrange for a legal team to handle disputes with partners and advertisers. After issuing his orders, Li Qinghan turned to Ji Boda and said, you should refrain from coming to the headquarters for the time being and focus on your work. Ji Boda understood that the recent events had significantly impacted both Li Qinghan and the Li Corporation, and thus he dared not voice any objections, merely nodding in agreement. The moment he stepped out of Li Qinghan's office, a venomous glint flickered in Ji Boda's eyes, akin to that of a serpent. Once outside the Li building, he retrieved his phone. Biao Gu, I will give you 1 million. Help me break someone's leg. After hanging up, Ji Boda promptly transferred 500,000 as a down payment and sent a photo of Xiao Buyi. Meanwhile, under Li Qinghan's assertive direction, the Li Corporation sprang into action. Leveraging the conglomerate's vast financial resources and influence, they embarked on a frenzied campaign of online public relations. On one front, they sought to eliminate incriminating online content through various channels, issuing legal letters to media outlets that refused to retract their articles. On another front, they hired a multitude of internet trolls to disseminate counter-narratives on social media, attempting to steer public opinion. Concurrently, Li Qinghan personally engaged with key partners and investors, assuring them that the matter would be resolved appropriately to maintain the corporation's normal operations. After an entire day of relentless effort, the Li Corporation's formidable offensive began to yield some degree of control over the public relations crisis. The online fervor surrounding the incident gradually subsided, and the company's stock price halted its steep decline, starting to recover slowly. At 8 in the evening, Li Qinghan finally finished processing her documents. The thought that this incident might have been instigated by Xiao Buyi caused her a headache. With that in mind, she felt compelled to return and inquire about the matter at once. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing the name Su Yin flashing on the screen, she massaged her throbbing temples before answering. Before she could speak, Su Yan's voice burst forth like a rapid fire of questions. Qinghan, how's the situation with today's online fiasco? That dreadful news raised my blood pressure to 180. Li Qinghan's fingers, which held the pen, stiffened slightly. Outside her office's floor-to-ceiling windows, the neon lights of the city reflected in a mosaic of colors on the glass. Suppressing her irritation, she maintained her icy tone. It has been temporarily contained, but further actions are required. Enough. Let us not talk about work. Su Yan's voice suddenly escalated, causing Li Qinghan's eardrums to ache. I know you're feeling down. I just booked a private room for 2 a.m. Come join me and the girls for some fun. 2 a.m. referred not only to the name of a music bar, but also to a sanctuary for their sisterhood. Li Qinghan instinctively wanted to decline, her fingertips skimming the unsigned collaboration agreement on the desk. Due to the recent upheaval, the Li Corporation had already missed 2 significant projects, and she truly lacked the heart for leisure. I really can't get away. I have. Stop right there. Su Yin interrupted, her tone suddenly softening. Qinghan, when was the last time we gathered? Hurry over. I'll save you a charming young man. The night breeze outside whipped against the glass, and Li Qinghan glanced at her phone screen, which displayed the date, 2017. Suddenly, she recalled that yesterday marked the 3rd anniversary of her marriage with Xiao Buyi, a detail she had astonishingly forgotten. Oh well, I'll just buy a gift to make it up to him later. She pinched the bridge of her nose and ultimately relented. Just for an hour. I must be back by 10. Got it. Su Yin cheered. As per usual. I'll send a car to pick you up. After hanging up, Li Qinghan stood before the full-length mirror, adjusting her suit collar. The reflection revealed a woman with impeccable makeup, though the fine lines at the corners of her eyes appeared deeper than before. As she picked up her handbag, she caught sight of her phone's wallpaper, a a photo taken in the Maldives with Xiao Buyi. In that moment, he had wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Both of them smiling brightly, the sunlight casting a golden hue upon the sea. On the other side, Xiao Buyi had just satisfied his hunger when he received a call from his college friend Zhang Bin. Although Zhang Bin had mediocre high school grades and attended a regular university, he was fortunate enough to encounter an attractive landlady while renting. A year later, they married and lived a blissful life. Old Xiao, you finally turned on your phone. I've called you 800 times. I was about to report you missing. Zhang Bin's jovial voice came through the line as soon as the call connected. The two had been college classmates and had shared a close bond, often sitting in dorms with their feet against each other, heads together. Although Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan were discreetly married, Zhang Bin was among the few who knew that Li Qinghan was Xiao Buyi's spouse. He had seen the news online and, out of concern for his friend, had promptly attempted to reach Xiao Buyi, only to find his phone switched off. However, due to the strict security at the Xiangshan Villa complex where Xiao Buyi resided, he could not enter. Otherwise, he would have visited him long ago. When Xiao Buyi finally woke up, he noticed over 80 missed calls on his phone, more than 60 of which were from Zhang Bin. In contrast, his wife, Li Qinghan, had only called once, making Xiao Buyi feel a sense of injustice for his previous self. Old Xiao, if you're free, come to the usual place. I'll treat you to drinks. Yichuan and Lao Liao are here too. Sure, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Xiao Buyi accepted Zhang Bin's invitation, perhaps influenced by the lingering will of his former self, valuing this friendship with Zhang Bin. 30 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the 2 a.m. bar. Soon, Xiao Buyi stepped out, striding towards the venue with long legs. The moment he entered, he drew the attention of those around him, eliciting gasps from several women. Standing at 6 feet tall, with an upright posture and a sun-kissed complexion, his charisma and appearance surpassed many male celebrities in the entertainment industry. Remarkably, Xiao Buyi possessed a pair of eyes that seemed to hold the essence of both sunshine and shadow, creating a flawless harmony without any dissonance. Ignoring the astonished gazes and whispers, Xiao Buyi walked straight into the bar, quickly spotting his close friend Zhang Bin. Alongside him were 3 men and 1 woman, all familiar faces from their university days, now part of the bar's resident band. This band had initially formed at Xiao Buyi's suggestion, and they had performed at this bar as their first gig. However, after Xiao Buyi's marriage, he had withdrawn from the band, leading to a gradual decline in their interactions. Brother E, long time no see, greeted Li Chuan, who was carrying a guitar. The other members included bassist Liao Fan, drummer Yu Hao, and keyboardist Xianzi. Before Xiao Buyi's departure, he had been the lead vocalist, but now that role was shared between Li Chuan and Xianzi. After exchanging pleasantries, they raised their glasses and began to drink heartily. Chapter 4. The reunion of spouses despite the lengthy intermission since their last gathering. The familiar sense of ease returned after a few rounds of drinks. They were all aware of Xiao Buyi's marriage and the online scandal that had erupted, but as they hesitated to offer words of comfort, they found themselves at a loss. Nevertheless, their concerns proved unnecessary, as Xiao Buyi seemed unfazed by the incident. It was Zhang Bin who broke the silence, asking, "Do you know who was behind the online allegations?" "Of course, it was me." "What?" "Li Chuan, Zhang Bin." And the others exclaimed in unison, their surprise palpable. "Why the shock? If they dare to act, they should be prepared for the consequences," Xiao Buyi replied nonchalantly. He then recounted the provocations he had faced from Ji Boda the previous night. In truth, Zhang Bin and the others were already familiar with the issues surrounding Li Qinghan and Ji Boda, having expressed their discontent with Li Qinghan on multiple occasions. However, out of respect for Xiao Buyi's genuine affection for her, they refrained from further comments, feeling a sense of pity for their friend instead. After a considerable pause, Zhang Bin remarked, "While this might provide some satisfaction, given Li Qinghan's methods, it is highly probable that he will trace this back to you. What will you do then?" "Divorce, of course. What's there to consider? Are you truly willing to part ways?" Zhang Bin countered. In truth, even with his hacking skills, Li Qinghan would struggle to find any trace online. However, if Li Qinghan were not a fool, he would likely suspect himself. Once doubt arises, whether or not one is guilty becomes inconsequential. Xiao Buyi chuckled, raising his glass, and said, "Come, let us toast." The others believed Xiao Buyi was merely putting on a brave face and would thus indulge in drink to drown his sorrows, so they eagerly raised their glasses in unison. Suddenly, Xianzi, who had been silent, spoke up. "Ego, perhaps divorce wouldn't be so bad. A person as wonderful as you deserves better. And if she cannot cherish you, that is her loss." Xiao Buyi smiled. "We shall discuss the future when the time comes. The most important thing is not to compromise oneself. Now let us drink." "Indeed, let us drink." Unbeknownst to Xiao Buyi, at that moment, Li Qinghan was laughing and chatting with her friends in a booth. Li Chuan exclaimed eagerly, "Igu, we are performing on stage tonight, and you will be our lead singer, reliving the feelings of our younger days." Xiao Buyi felt a spark of interest. He needed to build his popularity, and this was a perfect opportunity to validate his assumptions. So he nodded and said, "All right then." The others were elated at his agreement. Since Xiao Buyi's marriage, they had not heard him sing, and they were thrilled to have him perform tonight. Setting down his glass, Xiao Buyi confidently followed Li Chuan and the others to the stage. His tall stature and handsome features immediately drew the attention of many. Several women in the bar began to whisper among themselves, "How handsome! Is he the resident singer tonight? With looks like that, he rivals many stars. If only we could get a taste of that. Patience, we shall ask for his WeChat later. Perhaps we can enjoy some quality time with him." At this moment, Li Chuan and the others found their places, adjusting their instruments. Xiao Buyi stood at the microphone, contemplating which song to sing. Suddenly, a song he had cherished in his past life came to mind, Xiao Chou. Just then, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The song Xiao Chou has been registered for copyright, and the electronic score has been generated and transmitted to the host's mobile document. Xiao Buyi was delighted. He quickly pulled out his phone and opened the document, confirming that he had the complete score for Xiao Chou. At that moment, Li Chuan approached him and asked, "Igo, which song are you planning to sing first tonight? Have you composed anything new recently?" "What a coincidence, I just happened to create a new song," Xiao Buyi replied, tapping a few times on his phone to send the score for Xiao Chou to their group chat. Li Chuan, Lin Yixian, and the others received the notification almost simultaneously. Lin Yixian opened the document, his eyes lighting up as he hurried forward. "Igo, is this song your original work?" Xiao Buyi nodded. "Tonight we will perform this one. Familiarize yourselves with it. We will sing it tonight." All of them were graduates of music academies, and although it was their first time seeing the score for Xiao Chou, they quickly became acquainted with it. 3 minutes later, Lin Yixian and the others were ready and signaled to Xiao Buyi with a no gesture. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chuan stepped onto the stage, announcing, "Next, please enjoy the first song of the night, Xiao Chou." The spotlight on stage shifted to an amber hue, reminiscent of honey spilling in midair. Lin Yixian's guitar prelude resonated, akin to the first gust of wind sweeping across a desolate plain, imbued with a melancholic metallic quality. The bass throbbed like the earth's heartbeat, intertwining with the drumbeat in a heavy breath. When you enter this joyful place, carrying all your dreams and thoughts, with various faces adorned with various makeups, nobody remembers your appearance, as Xiao Buyi's voice emerged. The audience was instantly captivated, feeling a jolt within. His voice was like satin polished with sandpaper, each note trailing remnants of unshed tears, echoing through the air. In a booth, a lady dressed in a Chanel outfit trembled as she clutched her champagne glass, the bubbles within bursting in a frenzy. After 3 rounds of drinks, you sit in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song, listening as it gets drowned in the clamor. You raise your glass and say to yourself, "A toast to the sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the cold window. Thus, I can soar against the wind without looking back, unfazed by the rain in my heart and frost in my eyes." In that moment, the bustling bar transformed into a sanctuary of tranquility, with only Xiao Buyi's poignant voice resonating within. His song reached the 2nd floor, catching the attention of the bar's owner, Liang Wuyun, who rushed out of her office, witnessing Xiao Buyi's performance on stage. Liang Wuyun's eyes lit up. She recognized the power of music in Xiao Buyi. Almost immediately, a gleam of monetary opportunity sparked in her eyes. She had a premonition that Xiao Buyi would undoubtedly become the bar star attraction. Downstairs, Xiao Buyi continued his performance. "A toast to my hometown, a toast to the distant land, holding on to my kindness, urging me to grow. Thus, the roads of north and south are no longer long. My soul no longer has a place to rest. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past, supporting my body, weighing down my shoulders. Though I never believed in the notion of enduring hardships, life is short. Why cling to the past? A toast to freedom, a toast to death, forgiving my ordinariness, dispelling my confusion. Well, after dawn, I'll always leave in haste. The sober are the most foolish." Finally, as the song concluded, the entire bar fell silent, not a sound to be heard. The stillness lingered for 3 seconds, akin to the calm before a storm. Now, that is what I call a song. After 3 years of listening to resident performances, for the first time, I feel the drink burning down my throat. Meanwhile, at the VIP booth entrance, Li Qinghan gripped the doorknob tightly. When Xiao Buyi sang the line about toasting to the past, she could hear her heart pounding like a drum. The sunlight in her phone's screen from the Maldives suddenly became blinding, and the image of Xiao Buyi holding her hand contrasted sharply with the hand grasping the microphone on stage, appearing as if from two different worlds. Has he truly moved on from me? In that instant, she felt as though an invisible hand was squeezing her heart, as if the most important thing in her life was slipping away. Chapter 5. Conflict. Xiao Buyi? Suyin was taken aback, following Li Qinghan's gaze to see Xiao Buyi on stage. He stood there in a well-fitted casual outfit, radiating charisma. She had never seen Xiao Buyi so spirited and vibrant, momentarily stunned. Was this really the same man they referred to as the soft rice man? At that moment, Xiao Buyi was unable to resist the audience's cheers as he neared the end of his second song. I still marvel at the vastness of the world, and immerse myself in childhood's sweet nothings, no longer distinguishing between truth and falsehood. No struggles or jokes. I ultimately return my youth to her, along with the summer that blossomed at my fingertips, where my heart stirs. It drifts away with the wind. In the name of love, do you still wish to? Upon hearing this, Suyin elbowed Li Qinghan, teasing, this soft rice man truly loves you. Isn't the last line asking if you still wish to be with him? Hearing this, Li Qinghan smiled, an involuntary curve forming at her lips. Of course I would. The gloom that had settled over her due to Xiao Buyi's lyrics about hastily leaving at dawn dissipated. As for Suyin's remark about the soft rice man, she simply brushed it aside. She knew without a doubt that Xiao Buyi could never stop loving her. Li Qinghan raised her head, regaining her former pride, and quietly listened to Xiao Buyi's singing. She was aware that Xiao Buyi graduated from the Shanghai Music Academy, yet she had never realized how profoundly captivating his voice could be. The emotional resonance he conveyed while singing was something she had never experienced even with many professional singers. The girls in the bar's hall took out their phones to capture and record this beautiful moment, eager to share it with their close friends. Observing the admiration in the eyes of the younger girls, Li Qinghan felt a flicker of vanity stir within her, a rare sense of satisfaction washing over her. You can only watch. He belongs solely to me, she thought to herself, and then stepped forward toward Xiao Buyi. However, a graceful figure had already rushed to the stage before her, standing directly in front of him. The alluring woman, clad in a red high-slit dress, paired with sexy black stockings and towering heels, exuded a fiery passion. Liang Wuyun, the owner of this bar. It's a pleasure to meet you. As she spoke, Liang Wuyun pressed a gilded business card against Xiao Buyi's chiseled chest. I would like to hire you as our bar's resident singer. You can set the price. Before her words could fully dissipate, Li Qinghan had already leapt onto the stage. Remove your hands from my husband, she coldly declared, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. Seeing Li Qinghan, Xiao Buyi was momentarily taken aback. How could she be here? And why did she refer to him as her husband? They were supposed to be in a secret marriage, and in the memories of the original owner. Li Qinghan had never acknowledged her husband's identity in front of outsiders. Liang Wuyun reluctantly retracted her delicate hand from Xiao Buyi's chest, but not before throwing him a flirtatious glance. Xiao Buyi, I forbid you to sing in such a vulgar place, and I certainly won't allow you to accept her business card. Facing Li Qinghan's commanding tone, Xiao Buyi regarded this original owner's wife with intrigue. It was no wonder the original owner was so infatuated. She was indeed a rare beauty. Li Qinghan's words ignited fury among Li Chuan and the other regular singers at the bar, a blatant insult to their craft. What do you mean? How noble are you? Really? Lin Yixian retorted angrily. The previously smiling Liang Wuyun's expression soured, and she replied sternly, you can stop me from flirting with younger men, but you cannot demean my establishment. Liang Wuyun was the epitome of allure. Even in anger, she radiated charm. Are you just going to keep staring? Li Qinghan challenged Xiao Buyi. Why should I not? Do you expect me to remain silent when you speak so arrogantly? Do you think this is still your Li family corporation, where everyone must cater to your whims? The world doesn't revolve around you. Are you the son? Li Qinghan stared at Xiao Buyi in disbelief. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? After 5 years of marriage, it was the first time Xiao Buyi had dared to address her with such assertiveness. What was even harder for her to accept was the look in Xiao Buyi's eyes, void of past affection, now laced with mockery, as if she were a mere clown. Could it be that he truly no longer cared for her? The mere thought sent chills down Li Qinghan's spine, and she dared not ponder further. Yet, even if she had erred, he had no right to speak to her in such a way. Clearly, she had been too lenient with him, this time. She vowed not to forgive him easily. Li Family Corporation? Oh, I remember now. You are Li Qinghan, the president of the Li Family Corporation. I have a photo right here. During the day, news of Li Qinghan's affair with the young actor Ji Boda had spread like wildfire online, and many had indeed laid eyes on Li Qinghan. My goodness, she is really the president of the Li Family Corporation. Wow, that handsome guy is actually Li Qinghan's husband. How could she cheat on such a striking partner? What is she thinking? I don't believe this female president is just a love-struck fool. Jiboda looks like a pretty boy compared to this young man. Perhaps that pretty boy possesses some remarkable qualities. His name alone suggests he is a bit of a joke. Heh, how lewd. I like it. The incessant whispers of the patrons brought a mixture of anger and guilt to Li Qinghan's face, making her reluctant to meet Xiao Buyi's gaze. At that moment, Su Yin approached with her arms crossed, her eyes filled with indignation. Xiao Buyi, are you not a man? Can you just stand there while Qinghan is being bullied? Am I not a man? Would you like to test that? Su Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Qinghan frowned slightly and said sternly, Husband, how can you speak such words to Yin Yin? Su Yin, still reeling from Xiao Buyi's unexpected retort, had not yet regained her composure. Who needs your guidance on how to speak? Xiao Buyi shot back. Seeing Xiao Buyi's nonchalant demeanor, Li Qinghan became furious. Xiao Buyi, how long do you intend to make a scene? Can't we discuss this at home? Presently, let us get something clear. She provoked me first. Su Yin retorted angrily, pointing at Liang Wuyun. Xiao Buyi, how can you, behind Qinghan's back, associate with this bar's disgraceful woman, and as her best friend, how dare I say something? Su Yin, you who change men faster than clothes, what right do you have to criticize others? Furthermore, as a fellow woman, how is it appropriate to maliciously insult Liang, who is also a woman? Upon hearing this, Liang Wuyun's spirits lifted, and her gaze towards Xiao Buyi sparkled with admiration. Her fondness for Xiao Buyi grew, appreciating both his looks and demeanor. If only he weren't already married. Chapter 6. The lottery. Su Yin felt humiliated by Xiao Buyi's words, her face burning with shame. How have I slandered anyone? What decent woman could possibly be found in this place? At this remark, Li Qinghan's brows knitted together. Not to mention they were in a bar, her words insulted everyone present, including themselves. Indeed, Xiao Buyi's belated yet sharp retort landed. Then what are you doing here? It seems Miss Su is also not a respectable woman. We are different from you. All right. You are all so noble. You are unique. Now hurry up and leave. We wouldn't want to tarnish your lofty souls. No, Li Qinghan barked. Xiao Buyi, as my husband, I absolutely forbid you to sing here. You are tarnishing the Li family's reputation. Where are we supposed to save face? Tarnishing the reputation? Your infidelity within marriage isn't tarnishing? On our wedding anniversary, dining by candlelight with another man. Did you not think that might bring shame to the Li family corporation? You are nothing but a complete disgrace. What right do you have to criticize me? Li Qinghan's face turned ashen, her body swaying as she nearly fell, but Su Yin swiftly caught her. At that moment, the color drained from Li Qinghan's face as she struggled to comprehend how Xiao Buyi could dare to refer to her as disgraceful. Husband, it's not like that. I can explain. You must believe that I have never wronged you, nor have I been unfaithful. Xiao Buyi scoffed, observing Li Qinghan's pained expression without an ounce of sympathy, feeling an unexplainable satisfaction. Explanation? The person you need to explain to has already passed away last night. Xiao Buyi delivered a final blow. What do you mean by that? Li Qinghan's face was filled with confusion. The Xiao Buyi who loved you died last night, and he certainly had no need for explanations. By now, many around them had begun to capture the scene on their phones, recording the unfolding drama between Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan. Being the president of the Li Family Corporation, Li Qinghan quickly regained her composure and spoke in a low voice. Husband, let us discuss this at home. I will provide you with an explanation. Xiao Buyi pondered for a moment, but chose not to refute her. After all, he needed to expedite the divorce. Although he held no affection for Li Qinghan, she was still his nominal wife, and he had no desire to wear that green hat. At the entrance of the villa, after exiting the car, Li Qinghan attempted to take Xiao Buyi's arm, only to have him deftly evade her touch. Xiao Buyi strode casually towards the villa, nonchalantly retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and pouring himself a glass. He then made his way to the sofa, sitting down and gently swirling the wine in his glass. You may speak, a detached voice emerged from Xiao Buyi's lips. His indifferent demeanor instilled a sense of helplessness in Li Qinghan, yet she mustered the courage to explain, what happened last night was a misunderstanding. Jiboda has just won the title of Rising Star and I merely celebrated with him over dinner. It was late, and since I had a meeting the next day, I stayed at the company for the night. I truly did not do anything to betray you. As she spoke, she scrutinized Xiao Buyi, who remained as calm as a still pond, not even sparing her a glance. His demeanor caused her heart to ache slightly. In the past, he would inquire about her late returns or express dissatisfaction upon learning she was with Jiboda. At that moment, she longed for him to show some anger, but he remained chillingly composed throughout. Finally, Xiao Buyi looked up. Are you finished? Li Qinghan instinctively nodded. Yes. Then let us divorce. Li Qinghan was struck as if by lightning, her face paling instantly. You still want to divorce me? At that moment, she felt panic. a disarray she had never experienced even in the most challenging business negotiations. "No, I have already explained everything. Why do you still want a divorce?" Li Qinghan almost shouted. "And what of it? Explaining is your right, forgiving is mine." In stark contrast to Li Qinghan's emotional turmoil, Xiao Buyi remained exceedingly calm. "Even if, as you say, you and Ji Boda did not share a bed, the fact remains that an emotional betrayal has occurred. Hence, I am resolute in ending this marriage." "Husband, how can you utter such callous words after 5 years of our relationship?" Li Qinghan pleaded. "You are aware of the entanglement when you were entwined with others. Did you consider our 3 years together? On my birthday, you were with Ji Boda. Did you think of our 3 years then? When I was ill, you were still with Ji Boda. Even on our wedding anniversary, you chose to be with him. Therefore, this marriage must end. Let me tell you, Li Qinghan, you are nothing but a thoroughly muddled woman. Do not presume yourself to be noble." Draining his glass, Xiao Buyi stood and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he abruptly halted, not turning back as he instructed, signed the divorce agreement on the table. "We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 tomorrow morning." Only then did Li Qinghan notice 2 copies of the divorce agreement laid out on the dining table. She walked over and gently picked one up. The last page prominently displayed Xiao Buyi's name. "He truly intends to divorce me." Once back in his room, Xiao Buyi immediately opened the panel. His 2 songs from the previous night had garnered considerable acclaim. He wondered if his popularity had increased. Host: Xiao Buyi. Age: 25. Popularity: 8,723. Skill 1. Elite hacking skills. Warehouse: none. Wow, how has it increased so much in an instant? Xiao Buyi exclaimed in astonishment. As he spoke, his popularity value in the panel changed to 8,808. In the blink of an eye, his popularity had surged by over 80 points. A speed he found impressive. According to the system, as long as his works appeared online, clicks, views, comments, and shares could yield 0, 1 0, 2 0, 3, and 0 for popularity points respectively, meaning a single individual could contribute a maximum of 1 point. Unbeknownst to Xiao Buyi, his singing video had been uploaded online by netizens from the bar, rapidly attracting attention, thus explaining the swift increase in his popularity. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed. "Popularity has reached the minimum threshold for a lottery draw. Would you like to draw immediately?" Xiao Buyi glanced at his popularity value, now at 10,020 points. After hesitating for only a second, he decisively opted to draw. He could not resist this opportunity. Unlike other protagonists who might refrain from exploring their newfound abilities. "Draw for me." With Xiao Buyi's command, a grand lottery wheel appeared on the panel, swiftly spinning. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly awaiting the result. Chapter 7. Divorce. "Thank you for your patronage." As the pointer on the wheel came to a halt, the mechanical voice of the system followed suit. "What the hell are you playing me?" Xiao Buyi felt a surge of anger. His anticipation for a first lottery draw had culminated in this. Not every draw guarantees a win. Think of it as buying a lottery ticket. Xiao Buyi fell silent, begrudgingly acknowledging the logic in the response. Touché. Upon the conclusion of the draw, his popularity points were immediately deducted by 10,000, causing him great distress. With matters as they were, Xiao Buyi closed the panel, feeling disheartened, and chose to take a shower. He was unaware that the video of him singing was rapidly gaining traction online. The following morning, Xiao Buyi arose, washed, and descended the stairs. After all, he was to finalize his divorce today and could not afford to be late, lest Li Qinghan think him cowardly. In the living room, the servants moved about, and upon seeing Xiao Buyi, a woman promptly served him breakfast. "Wang Ma, has Li Qinghan left?" he casually inquired. Wang Ma replied, "Miss left before dawn and asked me to inform you that she is on a business trip and will not be returning anytime soon." Xiao Buyi paused momentarily, then realized she was attempting to play the delay game. "Since you refuse to divorce, then I shall play along." After finishing his meal, Xiao Buyi drove directly to the Li Corporation building, knowing Li Qinghan was in her office at that moment. Last night, when he implanted a program into Ji Boda's phone, he had not neglected Li Qinghan either. Now, whether it was Li Qinghan or Ji Boda, they held no secrets from him. Manipulating them was exceedingly simple. "I wish to see Li Qinghan." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist, with a meticulously crafted visage, asked with a formulaic smile. Xiao Buyi, hands in pockets, casually glanced at the floor directory. "No, I'm sorry, sir. Without an appointment, you cannot enter." The receptionist typed rapidly on the keyboard, not raising her gaze. "Does my wife need an appointment to see her husband? Call her now. If I am still standing here in 5 minutes, let her bear the consequences." The air around them seemed to drop in temperature, drawing curious glances from clients conducting business. The receptionist's fingers froze mid-air, and as she raised her head, her smile had begun to falter. "Sir, this is not a joke. Will you call, or shall I?" The receptionist's face turned pale as she bit her lip, trembling as she picked up the internal phone. When she nervously relayed the situation to the secretary's office, she felt as though she might sink into her chair. On the other end, an initial silence was followed by the secretary's urgent voice. "Please have Mr. Xiao come up via the VIP entrance." In that instant, the receptionist felt drenched in cold sweat. She forced herself to stand, her voice quivering. "Mr. Xiao, please follow me. The VIP elevator is on your left." Soon, Xiao Buyi arrived at the floor where Li Qinghan was located, and at the elevator entrance stood a woman with an exquisite face, Li Qian, Li Qinghan's personal assistant. "Mr. Xiao, CEO Li is currently in a meeting. Please wait in the office." 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour passed, yet Li Qinghan had yet to appear. Xiao Buyi swiftly pulled out his phone, tapping the screen with remarkable speed before reclining back, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. 2 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed at the door. The next moment, Li Qinghan, dressed in professional attire, entered the office, a trace of panic etched on his face. "Have you completely disregarded our feelings for the sake of divorce?" Li Qinghan's voice trembled, laced with anguish. "If I were to disregard our marital bond, this report would have already landed on the desk of the chief of public security, or perhaps it would have surfaced online," Xiao Buyi replied calmly. Li Qinghan appeared drained, devoid of his usual vitality. Observing Li Qinghan's disheartened demeanor, Xiao Buyi felt no remorse. Rather, he experienced a sense of vindictive satisfaction. One could say that even the readers, witnessing such a boundaryless woman, would yearn to deliver a couple of slaps to her. After a prolonged silence, Li Qinghan finally spoke. "Very well. I can agree to the divorce, but you must concede to one condition. If you refuse, I will not be leaving this marriage." Li Qinghan's tone was resolute, his eyes reflecting a determination akin to facing death. Xiao Buyi furrowed his brow. Despite Li Qinghan's emotional naivety, he understood his character well enough. Indeed, he was the type who, once resolved, would not easily waver. Xiao Buyi's objective was to secure the divorce, and he had no desire to engage in a futile struggle. "Go ahead and speak," he prompted. "I agree to the divorce, but it must remain confidential for now. I need to uphold my responsibilities to the Li family." Just yesterday, news had circulated online about the Li Group's president's infidelity with a young star. If divorce rumors emerged today, it would solidify the allegations of infidelity. Consequently, all the public relations efforts she had exerted would become a mockery, leading to a significant drop in Li's stock, leaving her unable to justify it to the board and incapable of withstanding familial pressure. "Fine, I accept." To expedite the divorce, Xiao Buyi was unwilling to quibble over trivial matters. Half an hour later, Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, following a month-long cooling-off period. They would sever all ties. "Husband, I genuinely did not foresee us reaching this juncture," Li Qinghan murmured, lost in thought. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently," Xiao Buyi remarked, preparing to depart. Li Qinghan hastily interjected, "Husband, although we are divorced, I would like to treat you to a farewell dinner. Go have dinner with your white Moonlight. I am sure he would be delighted to accompany you. And do refrain from calling me husband. It's distasteful." This time, Xiao Buyi left without looking back. Even as he drove away, Li Qinghan stood on the steps, lost in contemplation, taking a long time to walk away. On the city streets, Xiao Buyi felt an extraordinary sense of joy, experiencing a liberating sensation akin to a fish leaping through vast seas and a bird soaring through the expansive sky. "Brothers, I have divorced. Meet me at the bar tonight. It's on me." Zhang Bin, Li Chuan, and others were astonished yet elated upon hearing of Xiao Buyi's divorce. After all, what kind of man would remain in a marriage after his wife's infidelity? Xiao Buyi arrived at his villa in Changshan, quickly packing his belongings and calling a moving company to take away his personal items. He intended to leave thoroughly. He despised dragging things out, as it felt unmanly. Meanwhile, he had arranged for Zhang Bin to rent a room for him, a fully furnished place ready for immediate occupancy. After all, Zhang Bin's wife was an actual landlord, making the task of finding a place a mere formality. Once the moving company departed, Xiao Buyi did not leave immediately. Although he had resolved to divorce, he had promised to take revenge on the treacherous couple, and that endeavor was only just beginning. Soon, he found himself in the study, booting up his computer to log into his account and reporting G. Boda as academic fraud. Claiming to be a doctoral student at Berkeley, G. Boda had gained fame as a musical prodigy, unaware that he had been expelled for gambling debts that had disrupted the school environment. This information had been an unexpected find when Xiao Buyi had hacked into G. Boda's phone the previous night. It was enough to ruin his reputation. This time, Xiao Buyi did not conceal his IP address, for he harbored no fear of Ji Boda or Li Qinghan discovering his identity. After completing this task, Xiao Buyi closed his laptop with satisfaction and departed the villa. At 6 o'clock, Xiao Buyi reappeared at the bar, which was still relatively empty at this early hour. Zhang Yang and others had yet to arrive, so he settled into a corner booth and ordered a complimentary glass of water. Just 2 minutes after sitting down, a tall, graceful woman approached him. "May I buy you a drink?" Xiao Buyi looked up at her and nodded. "I grant you this opportunity." The beauty's lips twitched. He was indeed quite unique. Without further ado, she ordered 2 signature cocktails. Xiao Buyi lifted his glass, taking a sip before setting it down, quietly observing her. The woman remained composed, unaffected by his gaze, fully aware that he was waiting for her to initiate conversation. "Hello, I am Zhuo Jia, the music director of Shenhuang Entertainment. Here is my business card." Xiao Buyi accepted the card with casual ease, glancing at it briefly before placing it gently on the table. Shenhuang Entertainment, one of the 5 major music companies in the Dragon Country, wielded considerable influence. "Regarding the 2 songs you performed last night, Xiao Chou and Qi Feng Lu, I was thoroughly impressed. I wonder if there is a possibility for collaboration." Xiao Buyi nodded. Indeed, he needed a formidable platform to elevate his popularity swiftly. "What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? A contract?" Zhuo Jia smiled. "Since Mr. Xiao is so forthright, I shall not beat about the bush. I do indeed have such intentions. However, I must admit that this is merely my personal opinion. I chanced upon clips of your singing online last night, and I truly enjoyed your music, which is why I decided to come see you today. Clearly, I was fortunate to encounter you." Xiao Buyi replied, "I appreciate your discernment. It is commendable." Zhuo Jia's lips twitched again. He seemed unaware of the concept of humility. What should have been a compliment sounded rather irksome. Keeping her own dissatisfaction in check, she continued, "At Shenhuang Entertainment, we are quite discerning when it comes to signing artists. We do not rashly sign individuals we do not know well. Such actions could potentially lead to hidden risks for our company." Upon hearing this, Xiao Buyi felt no anger. Rather, he regarded Zhuo Jia with newfound respect, for such conscientious management was a rarity in his previous world. Many unscrupulous companies would hastily sign dozens or even hundreds of naive newcomers, binding them for a decade, knowing that if even one succeeded, the investment for hundreds would be recouped. Conversely, those who did not succeed were often denied any resources, forcing them to terminate their contracts and thereby yielding exorbitant penalties. "If you are not here to sign me, what kind of collaboration do you envision?" Xiao Buyi inquired. "Before we discuss such matters, can you confirm that you possess complete independent rights to these 2 songs?" "Of course," he replied. "May I see them?" Zhuo Jia asked earnestly. Xiao Buyi promptly retrieved his phone, opened the Huaxia copyright app, and located the copyright information for both songs. After reviewing them, Zhuo Jia finally felt reassured. "Mr. Xiao, I would like to purchase the copyrights for Xiao Chou and Qi Feng Lu." Xiao Buyi shook his head and said, "As a music creator, the most crucial aspect is copyright. Therefore, I will never sell my copyright under any circumstances." He is well aware of the distinction between a one-time profit and a continuous stream of income. Zhuang Jia, undeterred, insisted, "Mr. Xiao, I hope you can seriously consider this. I assure you a satisfactory price. How much do you intend to offer?" 1 million. Please do not misunderstand. It's 1 million for a single song, and for 2 songs, we can provide you with 2 million. This is already the price for a top-tier producer. In the realm of music, creators are categorized by levels, directly relating to the costs incurred in producing a song. Indeed, 1 million is the benchmark for a market-leading creator and can be considered a show of great sincerity. Yet, Xiao Buyi still opted to decline. "Miss Zhuang, I recognize your sincerity, but I have my own considerations. We both understand the potential of these 2 songs." Zhuang Jia, with a hint of disappointment, responded, "So, Mr. Xiao intends to refuse this collaboration?" As Xiao Buyi stated, the potential of the song is immense, once purchased, if re-recorded, and coupled with Shenhuang Entertainment's mature distribution channels. It is bound to achieve great success. The profits earned by the company would far exceed 2 million, potentially reaching 10 or even 100 times that amount. However, as the music director, the highest amount she could offer would only match that of a top composer. And any higher figure would require company approval, a request that might very well be denied. "I won't sell the copyright, but I am willing to grant you an authorization." Zhuang Jia felt a sense of panic, as if her thoughts were laid bare. This was precisely her fallback plan. "All right, I am inclined towards that," Xiao Buyi replied. "Please provide your quotation." Zhuang Jia stated, "Our company has 2 plans for authorized works. The first is a buyout, valid for 5 years. Meaning we would pay a lump sum of 300,000, and any subsequent earnings within that period would not concern you. The second option is a guaranteed minimum plus a revenue share, also for 5 years, with a minimum fee of 100,000, plus 50% of all subsequent earnings from this song. Second option. Just as Zhuang Jie finished speaking, Xiao Buyi made his choice. Zhuang Jie, momentarily unable to keep pace with him, paused for 2 seconds before preparing to speak, but Xiao Buyi preemptively interjected, I choose the second option. But the terms need to be revised. The authorization period remains unchanged, but the minimum amount should be 1 million, and I require 70% of the subsequent revenue. Miss Zhuang, please do not rush to anger. I have the confidence to assure you that you will not incur losses. After all, I can produce another 100 songs of this caliber. What? Are you serious? Zhuang Jie exclaimed, rising from her seat in excitement. Her sharp voice immediately drew the attention of other patrons in the bar. It was no wonder Zhuang Jie was so thrilled. What Xiao Buyi had just stated seemed almost too astonishing to believe. The value of those 2 songs he mentioned was so high that any single one could contend for a prestigious award. The reason she rushed to this bar after seeing the video last night was precisely because she recognized this potential. According to Xiao Buyi, if he indeed possessed 100 songs of such quality, it was utterly shocking. For someone in the music industry, this was even more unbelievable than the assassination of the President of the United States the following day. Surrounded by the murmurs and whispers of other patrons, Zhuang Jie quickly realized her indiscretion and promptly returned to her seat. Is what you say true? How can you prove it? Although Xiao Buyi spoke with unwavering certainty, she found it difficult to believe. Igu, we are here. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance. It was Lin Yixian, accompanied by Li Chuan, Liao Fan, and Yu Hao. Over here, Xiao Buyi waved to the 3. Turning back to Zhuang Jie, he added, facts speak louder than words. Tonight, I will present you with another original piece. After listening, you may reconsider the collaboration. As Li Chuan and the others quickly approached the booth, their curious gazes fell upon Zhuang Jie. Xiao Buyi smiled and introduced, this is Zhuang Jie, the music director of Shanhuang Entertainment. Miss Zhuang, these are my friends and members of my band. Li Chuan, guitarist and vocalist. Lin Yixian, bassist. Liao Fan, drummer. And Yu Hao, keyboardist. Zhuang Jie stood up and politely nodded with a smile. Hello. Li Chuan and the others responded courteously in kind. Liao Fan teased, Igu, you are quite impressive. So quickly becoming acquainted with the music director of a major company. It seems we might benefit from this. Everyone laughed at his comment. Xiao Buyi patted Liao Fan on the shoulder and said, enough with the jokes. Tonight, I have a new song I'd like your help performing. If you do well, perhaps Director Zhuang will consider signing you. Zhuang Jie frowned slightly, but refrained from explaining. The performance level of Li Chuan and the others was indeed commendable, and if conditions permitted, signing them would not be out of the question. What? Another new song? Lin Yixian exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Igu, your songwriting speed is astonishing. Those 2 from yesterday were already breathtaking, and there's more today? Liao Fan rubbed his hands in excitement. That is fantastic. Our video from yesterday has gone viral, thanks to Igu's 2 songs. Yu Hao nodded vigorously. With EGE's production, it is bound to be a masterpiece. We must perform well tonight. As time passed, the bar became increasingly crowded. Patrons who had been moved by Xiao Buyi's 2 songs from the previous night hastily brought their friends and family to experience the exhilaration. Word spread quickly, and soon, everyone had heard about the handsome newcomer with a captivating voice, all eager to take their chances. By 8 o'clock, the bar was already packed to capacity. People continued to pour in, and the bartenders were busily crafting various cocktails. At the booths and tables, guests eagerly awaited, occasionally whispering to each other, primarily discussing Xiao Buyi. Some girls who had seen Xiao Buyi the previous night were animatedly describing his striking appearance, while others praised the emotional depth of his songs. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi had already prepared the score for his new song and distributed it to Li Chuan and the others. Amidst the chatter, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, plunging the venue into silence as all eyes focused on the stage. The moment Xiao Buyi and the band members stepped onto the stage, the bar erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Wow, it's him. He is so handsome. We finally waited for this. Let us get started. Darling, I love you. Female fans screamed, their voices rising and falling in excitement. The cacophony of shrieks, shouts, and applause mingled together, creating a deafening atmosphere. The fervor reached a peak, as if the entire bar might lift off the ground. Liang Wuyun, the bar's owner, had already received news of Xiao Buyi's performance of a new song that night. She promptly set aside her tasks and rushed down from upstairs. Navigating through the bustling crowd, she squeezed into a spot closest to the stage, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Standing at the center of the stage, Xiao Buyi bowed deeply to the audience below. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, cheers, and chants, a testament to Xiao Buyi's burgeoning popularity. Glancing at the audience, Xiao Buyi was surprised to find that even before the performance commenced, the excitement was already surging. Thank you all for coming tonight. I hope this new song, Glorious Years, brings you a unique experience. Just as his words faded, Lin Yixian's bass reverberated with a deep and rhythmic introduction. Immediately following Liao Fan's powerful drumming, Yu Hao's melodious keyboard notes began to flow gracefully. Li Chuan's guitar melodies soon joined, establishing the tone for the entire song. The clamor of the bar gradually faded away, and everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting Xiao Buyi's voice. The stage lights shifted abruptly, red and blue beams intertwining like a web, casting a metallic sheen over Xiao Buyi's silhouette. At the moment he parted his lips, his bass-like voice erupted with a gritty texture, shaking the very air of the bar, distorting it. A woman in the front row, dressed in a revealing outfit, clutched her chest, her cocktail splashing violently, leaving serpentine stains upon the table. The notes were deliberately elongated, the tremolo reminiscent of rusted gears grinding over nerves. In a private booth on the second floor, several investors in suits simultaneously set down their cigars, ash cascading onto their polished leather shoes, oblivious to the mess. A middle-aged man seated alone in the corner suddenly removed his gold-rimmed glasses, gripping the lenses with such force it seemed he might shatter them. The entire bar fell into an eerie silence, with only the reverberating song echoing between the beams, each note striking like a hammer upon the heart. Xiao Buyi skillfully pulled his voice into delicate threads, only to suddenly unleash a powerful sound that tore through the silence like silk being ripped apart. Yu Hao's keyboard came to an abrupt halt. Liao Fan's drumming ceased. Lin Yixian's bass reverberated with a lingering note, and Li Chuan's trembling fingers traced the final quivering sound on the strings. The stillness persisted for a full 5 seconds. Suddenly, a drunken man in the front row overturned a table, the shattering of glass mingling with screams. Guests in the back stood up collectively, their fervent stomping causing the chandelier to sway violently. In an instant, the atmosphere of the bar reached a fever pitch, filled with raucous cheers. However, amidst the uproar, an incongruous voice broke through. All eyes turned to the entrance where several intimidating men strode in, led by a man clad in a loose denim vest that revealed tattooed arms, a scorpion piercing adorning his nostril. As the group approached, other patrons hastily cleared a path. They walked directly toward Xiao Buyi, who smiled, recognizing that this group had come specifically for him. Chapter 10. The recording exposed Xiao Buyi caressed the microphone stand, the chill of the metal seeping into his palm, as the man in the denim vest stomped heavily at the edge of the stage, causing the floor to tremble slightly. Xiao had already mentally marked 3 of his potential vulnerabilities: the Adam's apple, the temple, and the hollow behind the knee. A few men had come for a song, yet they had brought muscle along. A smirk played at the corners of Xiao Buyi's mouth as he detached the microphone from its stand, casually tossing the cord. He noticed the henchmen behind the tattooed man instinctively gripping the concealed clubs beneath their clothing, a subtle movement that sparked a glint of coldness in his eyes. However, judging by their demeanor, they seemed more intent on causing trouble. The atmosphere in the bar instantly solidified. The once cheering crowd now fell silent, hiding behind their booths and sneaking glances at the unfolding scene. Fights were common in bars, but most patrons preferred to watch without getting involved, not wishing to attract trouble. The tattooed man tilted his head, his nose ring glinting coldly with the movement. "You seem quite perceptive, kid." He deliberately elongated his words, the sound of his polished shoes grinding against the shards of glass eliciting a cringe. "Someone offered a high price for us to teach you a lesson." Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Buyi by the collar, the stench of alcohol mingled with tobacco hitting Xiao's face. "Since you're handsome, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and knock your head 3 times, call me grandfather, and I'll only break one of your legs." Xiao Buyi allowed himself to be pulled closer, his gaze fixed on the man's neck, where a prominent scar bore the characteristics he had heard about in Xiao Buyi's phone call recording. "You must be Biao Gu," he said suddenly, a light chuckle escaping him, loud enough for the entire bar to hear. "Xiao Buyi offered you $1 million to break my leg, didn't he?" At this, Biao Gu's pupils constricted sharply, the grip of his henchman tightening involuntarily. "How do you know?" Xiao Buyi merely smiled, producing his phone and playing a recording aloud. "Biao Gu, here, $1 million. Help me break a person's leg." The content was precisely what Xiao Buyi had said during their phone conversation. Biao Ji's face began to twitch uncontrollably, never having anticipated that this seemingly refined singer possessed such leverage. Although he was accustomed to the underworld, the law had become pervasive. Fighting might be manageable, but if this recording fell into the hands of law enforcement, it would constitute hiring a hitman, a serious offense indeed. Buyi offered you 1 million simply to incapacitate me. But have you considered that if I become disabled, he might buy your life to silence you? Xiao continued, moreover. I have a habit of sharing important information with the police. His words stirred restlessness among Buyi's henchmen, whispers of anxiety and curses filling the air. Xiao noted the flicker of uncertainty in their exchanged glances, recognizing that his words had struck a chord. Furthermore, he said, pointing to the bar's corner where a surveillance camera was installed, this place is under constant surveillance. If you choose to act, it would be deemed intentional harm, compounded with evidence of hiring a hitman. That would land you in prison for a decade or more. Buyi's color shifted from red to pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In his years as a thug, he had encountered countless tough characters, but none like Xiao Buyi, who could wield leverage and force someone to the brink with mere words. What do you want? Buyi gritted through clenched teeth. Xiao Buyi picked up the microphone, lightly blowing into it to test the sound, which resonated sharply in the still bar. It's simple. Take your men and leave. And by the way, send a message to Buyi asking if he's ready for his downfall. He paused, casting a glance at Buyi's henchmen. Oh, and if I lose a single hair tomorrow, this recording and video will be promptly delivered to the police. Buyi swallowed hard, finally shoving aside the henchman obstructing his path, a sinister smile suddenly spreading across his face. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, I will deliver your message. Tonight was all a misunderstanding. I will host a banquet to apologize. As he turned to leave, he heard Xiao Buyi's voice call out behind him. Oh, and next time you accept a job, remember to check the employer's background. Don't end up being used as a pawn while counting someone else's money. Liang Wuyun rushed onto the stage, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Buyi, you were incredible. You scared them away with just a few words. Lin Yixian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Buyi is utterly despicable for treating you this way. We can't let this slide. Ego. We should report him. Xiao Buyi smiled, waving his hand dismissively, though his gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the bar. No rush. Before sending him in, I have a special gift for him. Just wait for the show. Lin Yixian, curious as ever, inquired, what news? Is it explosive? Indeed, it's quite shocking, Xiao Buyi replied with a smile, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. Buyi would not relent easily. Yet, he held many more unsavory secrets about Buyi, and the true drama was yet to unfold. Brother Biao exited the bar, his face clouded with displeasure, followed by a few despondent subordinates. The night breeze carried the smoky scent from street-side barbecues, and as he pulled out his phone to gaze at Buyi's number in his call log, his temples throbbed painfully. Damn it, how dare he play games with me? He kicked a nearby soda can, the metallic clang echoing sharply in the vacant alley. As he pressed the dial button, Buyi's voice, laced with amusement, soon resonated from the other end. Brother Biao, how did it go? To hell with you. Brother Biao shouted into the phone, spitting on the screen in his fury. Do you even realize who you're messing with? He has a recording of our conversation. If it weren't for my quick thinking, I'd be in jail right now. A heavy silence fell on the line as Buyi's hand trembled around the phone. What did you say? A recording? Impossible. I never talk that much on calls. Brother Biao's roar caused the phone receiver to buzz. I'm not giving back the 500,000 deposit. Consider this a lesson for you, fool. If I see you again, I'll make sure to teach you another one. Without waiting for a response, he hung up, angrily shoving his phone into his pocket. He turned to his subordinates, spitting. Enough of this. This matter ends here. Anyone who dares to speak of it will feel my wrath. Meanwhile, Buyi sat frozen on his sofa, the cold glow of his phone illuminating his pale face. He could not fathom how Xiao Buyi had acquired the recording of his conversation with Brother Biao. Soon, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. His phone might have been compromised. The kind of scenario that only existed in fiction was now his reality, and a cold sweat trickled down his back, soaking his shirt. He abruptly stood up and began pacing the living room. I need to have someone check my phone. Chapter 11. Thunderous revelation. Buyi sought out a mobile phone inspection service, eager to ascertain whether his device had indeed been tapped. Unbeknownst to him, the online world was in an uproar. Xiao Buyi's expose on Buyi's academic fraud was spreading like wildfire, swiftly climbing to trending status. Initially, Buyi's fans flooded the comments section, vehemently defending him. Slander. Our dada is a distinguished Berkeley graduate. Someone must be envious and is deliberately tarnishing his reputation. However, it wasn't long before an internet user unearthed the alumni list from the Berkeley School of Music, which bore no mention of Buyi's name. As more incriminating evidence surfaced, the trending topics exploded. Buyi's academic fraud confirmed, Buyi's gambling past, the disgraced musical fraudster. Major media outlets began to report extensively, delving into G Boda's dark history. On a certain forum, an anonymous user posted photographs of G Boda from his time abroad, embroiled in gambling debts, being held down with bruises marring his face. My heavens! Is this the same glamorous star? How can such a person be a singer? Disgusting. The entertainment industry is indeed a cesspool where anyone, regardless of their character, can become a star. At that moment, G Boda sat in the inspection center, watching as technicians conducted a thorough examination of his phone. After the assessment, the technicians found no listening devices. Exiting the inspection center, G Boda was left with even more questions. If there were no eavesdropping devices, how had Xiao Buyi acquired the recording of his conversation with Brother Biao? Inside Li Qinghan's office, the atmosphere felt suffocatingly tense. She was intensely focused on a document, striving to immerse herself in work and temporarily escape the pain of her impending divorce. Suddenly, her phone rang, the shrill tone shattering the silence. She glanced at the caller ID. It was G Boda's agent. An ominous premonition surged within her. She inhaled deeply before answering. Her voice, though cool, bore an undercurrent of tension. What is it? On the other end, the agent's voice was laced with evident panic and anxiety. Presently, this is grave. G Boda's situation has escalated dramatically. The internet is flooded with reports of his academic fraud and gambling history. Major media outlets are relentlessly covering the story, and we can't contain it. Our phone lines are about to burst, and our partners are demanding to terminate contracts. What are we to do? Li Qinghan's expression darkened, her grip on the phone tightening, her knuckles whitening. She suppressed her rising fury, her tone frigid as ice. How did it come to this? You need to find a way to suppress these negative reports immediately. The agent let out a resigned sigh. Presently, we've done everything we can, but the evidence is too damning. The public won't buy our defense, and the situation is escalating. I suspect someone is deliberately targeting G Boda, trying to ruin him completely. The agent added, his voice trembling. Li Qinghan's pupils constricted, her mind involuntarily conjuring Xiao Buyi's image. Could it be him? Yet, she quickly shook off the thought. Attempting to dispel this notion, she gritted her teeth, her tone growing ever more severe. You must bring G Boda to see me immediately. I want to hear his explanation in person. With that, she hung up abruptly, slamming her phone onto the desk. Li Qian, her assistant, Li Qian, rushed into the office upon hearing the commotion, her heart racing at the sight of Li Qinghan's stormy expression. Li Qinghan fixed her piercing gaze on her, her voice resolute. You must investigate who is behind this expose. Employ any means necessary to unearth this individual. Furthermore, contact all our connections. Spare no effort to suppress the negative news about G Boda online. Li Qian nodded vigorously, hurrying out of the office to execute Li Qinghan's orders. As the office door closed, silence enveloped the space once more. Li Qinghan slumped into her chair, a wave of exhaustion crashing over her, nearly overwhelming her. In the short span of 2 days, she felt as though she had endured a protracted, epic struggle, leaving her physically and emotionally drained. She rubbed her throbbing temples, closing her eyes in an attempt to regain her composure. Yet, as she did so, Xiao Buyi's figure uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Memories of their once sweet moments together flickered like frames of a film, each one a piercing reminder of the joy she had lost. These beautiful recollections now felt like sharp blades, mercilessly stabbing at her heart. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, the moisture swirling within them. She finally recognized how precious the happiness she had once held was, and how carelessly she had cast it into the abyss. Regret washed over her, regret for not cherishing her relationship with Xiao Buyi, for the overly close ties she had formed with G Boda, for neglecting Xiao Buyi's feelings. Why had it come to this? How had their 3 years of love led to such a tragic outcome? Li Qinghan's voice trembled with pain and remorse. She recalled Xiao Buyi's indifferent gaze in the bar, the once loving looks now replaced by distance and disdain. It felt as though an invisible hand was squeezing her heart, inflicting unbearable agony. I cannot lose you, my love, she silently encouraged herself, a spark of defiance igniting within her gaze. A renewed determination flickered in Li Qinghan's eyes. In her conviction, she believed that Xiao Buyi was merely caught in a moment of anger. With effort, she could win back their love. This month of reflection was her final opportunity. She would show Xiao Buyi her transformation, assuring him that her love for him remained steadfast, and that she was unwilling to let him go. On the other side, G Boda had already received a call from his agent. Feeling a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. Half an hour later, the office door burst open, and G Boda stumbled in. His meticulously styled curls now hung disheveled over his forehead, tears still glistening on his eyelashes, and his pale lips trembled slightly, resembling a drenched stray cat. His agent followed closely behind, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Qinghan, Ji Boda's voice, tinged with tears, erupted as he rushed to Li Qinghan's desk, his long fingers gripping the edge tightly. You must save me. All those accusations are slander. Xiao Buyi is deliberately harming me. As he spoke, large tears rolled down his cheeks, splattering onto his expensive suit. In the past, Li Qinghan would have immediately stood up, offered a tissue, and comforted him with gentle words. However, at this moment, witnessing Ji Boda's tear-streaked face, a wave of indescribable annoyance surged within her. His weeping demeanor no longer appeared pitiable. Instead, it seemed overly exaggerated and affected. Li Qinghan pressed her lips together, suppressing her impatience, and coldly stated, "What kind of man cries like this? Are the rumors online true?" Her gaze swept over Ji Boda's disheveled appearance, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Ji Boda, still sobbing, was about to speak when the office door swung open once more. Assistant Li Qian entered, her expression complex. She glanced at Li Qinghan, then at Ji Boda, opening her mouth but hesitating to speak. Li Qinghan furrowed her brow, a sense of alarm rising within her. "What have you found out? Speak plainly." Chapter 12. The beating of Ji Boda. Li Qian took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. "President Li, the IP address from which the leak originated has been traced back to your Xiangshan villa." After saying this, Li Qian fell silent, discreetly observing Li Qinghan's expression. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Qinghan's face underwent several changes. Li Qian would never deceive herself. Thus, this outcome could only indicate one possibility. The information was disseminated by Xiao Buyi. Yes, it must be Xiao Buyi. Ji Boda shouted loudly, transforming his despair into hope. He believed that with Li Qinghan's favoritism towards him, once it was confirmed that Xiao Buyi was responsible, she would undoubtedly provide him with an explanation. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi was engaged in a collaboration discussion with Zhuang Jie. She was thoroughly impressed with Xiao Buyi's performance that evening, noting that even before his debut, he had already produced 3 songs vying for the Golden Melody Awards. Zhuang Jie's gains for the night extended beyond this. After listening to performances by Li Chuan and others, their skills rivaled those of professional bands. And the videos circulating online were even more astonishing. She broke the silence first. "Mr. Xiao, that song Glorious Years was incredibly uplifting. If we were to distribute it, it would surely become a hit. It appears my performance has garnered Director Zhuang's approval." Xiao Buyi replied with a smile, signaling the bartender for more water. Lin Yixian and the others exchanged glances, while Liao Fan couldn't help but tease softly. "Brother Yi is speaking with increasing charisma these days." Li Chuan observed Zhuang Jie's reaction closely, knowing the significance of this opportunity better than anyone as the band leader. Zhuang Jie, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Buyi's directness, quickly regained her professional smile. "All right, since Mr. Xiao is so forthright, I will be direct as well. The conditions for the authorized collaboration I mentioned, including a guaranteed minimum of 1 million and a 70% revenue share, exceed my authority." At this point, Zhuang Jie deliberately paused, glancing at Li Chuan and the others. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "Your performance level is indeed commendable. If you are willing to sign, Shenhuang Entertainment can offer a B-level contract. The B-level contract spans 3 years, providing basic training, performance opportunities, and single production, with a guaranteed annual income of 100,000. And the company taking 50% of album and performance revenues, with the artists receiving the other 50. This arrangement is standard in the industry, and it piqued the interest of Li Chuan and the others. However, they simultaneously looked to Xiao Buyi for guidance, having grown accustomed to seeking his opinion on significant matters. Xiao Buyi contemplated for a moment, nodding to them. "I think it's a good idea. This will indeed benefit your future development. Shenhuang Entertainment has a solid reputation in the industry, with few scandals regarding artist exploitation. Li Chuan and the others possess talent. What they lack is a platform to showcase it, and at this stage, Shenhuang Entertainment presents a valuable opportunity." Zhuang Jie explained, "This is the standard treatment for newcomers. The advantage of a B-level contract is that the company will invest resources in developing artists. If successful, contracts can be upgraded. If you are willing, we can sign as early as tomorrow." Li Chuan looked at Liao Fan, Lin Yixian, and Yu Hao, and at this moment, they all turned their gazes toward him. Ultimately, Li Yixian and the others solemnly nodded in agreement. Seeing the consensus among the others, Li Chuan turned to Zhuang Jie and said, "We are willing." Just then, Xiao Buyi's phone rang. It was Li Qinghan calling. Xiao Buyi nodded at Zhuang Jie and stepped outside to answer. "Do you have time to meet?" Li Qinghan's voice came through the line. "Time and place." Xiao Buyi returned to the booth to inform Lin Yixian and the others, leaving Zhuang Jie as contact information before exiting the bar. Half an hour later, Xiao Buyi arrived at the Li Corporation building. It was already 10:30, and the workers had clocked out. However, Li Qinghan's office remained brightly lit. Soon, he entered the office to find not only Li Qinghan, but also assistant Li Qian, Ji Boda, and his agent Zhang He present. Xiao Buyi pushed the door open with a broad smile. It seems you all are already aware of the situation? He then walked over to the sofa and sat down. Ji Boda, or rather, the fact that Li Qinghan would seek him out was anticipated on his part. He was eager to witness the duo in distress, as it would allow him to savor the pleasure of revenge. Did you really fabricate your academic credentials? Li Qinghan inquired. It was indeed me, Xiao Buyi responded. At this declaration, Ji Boda immediately erupted. Qinghan, did you hear that? He admitted it. He is responsible for everything. As an artist of Li Corporation, how can you disregard Qinghan's feelings like this? Aren't you afraid of hurting her? I know you're angry with me. But Qinghan and I are innocent. You mustn't misunderstand her. Ji Boda continued, putting on a heart-wrenching display. Xiao Buyi leisurely stood from the sofa, crossing his legs. Oh, Ji Boda, those tears of yours. If I didn't know any better, I'd think I had removed your kidney. He deliberately leaned closer to Ji Boda, seizing his meticulously styled curls at the moment. Ji Boda recoiled in fear. Do you know how much I detest tea? You're nothing more than expired green tea. Ji Boda shrieked as he stumbled, his mascara mixing with tears, resembling a peacock whose tail had been stepped on. Let go of me. Qinghan, save me. He squirmed and struggled, but Xiao Buyi pressed him against the desk. The force of the action caused everyone present to gasp. With Li Qian covering her mouth in fright, and Agent Zhang, he retreating to the corner. What's the rush? Don't you always claim to do it for Qinghan's sake? If I end up in jail for hitting you, how heartbroken would Qinghan be? As her dearest childhood friend, you can endure this little grievance, can't you? Immediately after, a flurry of punches rained down on Ji Boda's back, each blow deliberately avoiding vital areas, yet causing him to weep uncontrollably. Li Qinghan stood frozen, her fingers gripping the edge of the desk tightly. She had witnessed the treachery of the business world, but had never encountered such an intense scene of carnage. Agent Zhang, he wore a mask of despair, watching helplessly as his artist was battered like a rag doll, calculating in his mind the amount of the breach of contract penalty he would have to pay. Stop, stop. Ji Boda finally seized a moment to scream, his face bruised and battered, resembling a victim of a swarm of hornets. Qinghan, save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. Thud. Xiao Buyi delivered a kick to Ji Boda's knee, finally smiling as he dusted off his hands. Qinghan, you wouldn't just stand by and watch your husband get taken away, would you? Xiao Buyi remarked with a grin. Initially, Li Qinghan was taken aback by Xiao Buyi's actions, and it wasn't until he called her name that she snapped back to reality. The sight of Xiao Buyi, usually so gentle and refined, behaving so viciously was shocking. Li Qinghan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, as Xiao Buyi had stated, they were still married, and she could not bear to watch him be taken away. Should this incident reach her family, her parents would never tolerate their daughter's rumored love rival sending their son-in-law to jail. The Li family could not afford such disgrace. However, even without Li Qinghan's intervention, Xiao Buyi was entirely unconcerned that Ji Boda would dare to report him. He leisurely pulled out his phone, shaking it slightly, revealing a recording of Ji Boda hiring a thug. If you call the police, this recording will be played, he said, deliberately elongating the last syllable. No. I want to call the police. I swear I want to. Ji Boda's face turned ashen. He had already deduced what Xiao Buyi held. What recording? Li Qinghan asked, frowning. Chapter 13. Ji Boda's heart shattered. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Xiao Buyi's mouth as he unhesitatingly pressed the play button. Ji Boda's sycophantic voice echoed clearly from the phone. Brother Biao, I'll give you $1 million to help me break someone's legs. Each word from the recording struck like a heavy hammer, resonating in the office and weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Li Qinghan's face turned pale, her body trembling violently as she looked at Ji Boda in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock and fury. In an instant, she rushed forward, gathering all her strength to slap Ji Boda across the face. The crisp sound rang harshly in the silent office, causing Ji Boda to stagger. How dare you? How dare you treat my husband this way? Li Qinghan's voice quivered, her eyes blazing with anger. Who gave you the audacity to do this? Ji Boda, clutching his face, knelt on the ground, panic-stricken, tears and snot smeared across his face. Qinghan, it wasn't me. The recording is fake. It was fabricated by Xiao Buyi to frame me. He's jealous of our relationship and resorted to such despicable means. Seeing Ji Boda's disheveled and desperate defense only deepened Li Qinghan's disappointment and anger. So you mean my husband intentionally framed you? Ji Boda, after all these years, I truly misjudged you. Realizing he had misspoken, Ji Boda hurriedly grasped Li Qinghan's legs. "Qinghan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I was just too scared to lose you. I admit. I was momentarily blinded by jealousy over Xiao Buyi being by your side, but I never intended to harm him. I only wanted to teach him a lesson. To make him back off." Listening to Ji Boda's words, Li Qinghan's anger gradually subsided, replaced by a swirl of complex emotions. Remembering how Ji Boda had once saved her, her gaze softened with hesitation. She could not bear to watch his career come to ruin. She turned to Xiao Buyi, her eyes pleading. "Husband, for my sake, can we let this go? Don't pursue it further. After all, he once saved my life. I cannot stand by and watch him lose everything due to a moment of impulse." Xiao Buyi, hearing Li Qinghan's words, wore a bitter smile of self-mockery. He felt sorry for his predecessor, the woman he had loved for so many years, now contemplating shielding someone who had harmed her. The once self-centered Li Qinghan seemed to have vanished. He took a deep breath, his tone calm, yet laced with unmistakable disappointment. "Li Qinghan, you truly have a clear sense of priorities. He harms me, and you want me to let it slide. When I revealed the rumors of your infidelity, you thought I was tarnishing the Li family's name. Do you truly care for me, for our relationship?" Li Qinghan found herself at a loss for words. Her mouth opening, but no reply emerging. She suddenly realized that this man before her seemed a stranger, no longer the husband who would unconditionally accept and love her. It was only now that she recognized, without realizing it, she had driven their precious relationship towards an abyss. The atmosphere in the office thickened. Ji Boda slumped on the floor, his makeup smeared like cheap paint washed away by rain, still sobbing intermittently in his defense. Li Qinghan bit her lip, her nails nearly digging into her palm. She had never imagined things would escalate to this point. "Xiao Buyi, what will it take for you to let him go?" Li Qinghan raised her head, her voice tinged with fatigue and restraint. She understood that if this matter was not resolved, Ji Boda's career would be utterly destroyed. Xiao Buyi, hands in his pockets, wore a playful expression. "Reconciliation? That's not out of the question." He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over Ji Boda's contorted face, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "However, I am a man who distinguishes between public and private matters." Li Qinghan's heart stirred, and she instinctively took a step forward. "What do you want me to do?" Ji Boda suddenly lunged, grasping at Li Qinghan's skirt. "Qinghan, don't listen to him. He just wants to harm me." "Shut up." Li Qinghan shook off his hand, her exquisite makeup failing to mask her irritation. "As long as you don't release the recording and don't ruin Ji Boda, I can consider any conditions you propose." Xiao Buyi let out a low laugh, suddenly stepping forward, wrapping his long arms around Li Qinghan's slender waist. Li Qinghan was caught off guard, colliding into his embrace, the familiar scent overwhelming her senses, causing her heartbeat to falter. "What conditions are there to discuss between spouses?" Xiao Buyi leaned down, his warm breath grazing her flushed ear. "Whatever you say, I will comply." His words sent a jolt through Li Qinghan, leaving her frozen, her cheeks burning. Glancing at Ji Boda's pale face and the jealousy radiating from his wide eyes, she felt an inexplicable sense of secret satisfaction. "Please, stop it," Li Qinghan chided, though her body did not dare resist. She could feel the warmth of Xiao Buyi's hand through his suit. Such intimate contact had been rare between them in recent months. Xiao Buyi turned to Ji Boda, his eyes filled with provocation. "What's wrong? Is the great star Ji planning to stay and enjoy the display of marital affection?" He then gestured to the stunned Li Qian and Zhang He. "You both can leave. This does not concern you." Li Qian and Zhang He exchanged glances, hastily retreating. Yet Ji Boda remained frozen, his gaze fixed on the embracing couple, a suppressed sob escaping his throat. "Qinghan, aren't you leaving?" Xiao Buyi raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. "Still, the great star Ji has a penchant for peeping at others' marital bliss." Ji Boda's nails dug deeply into his palms, and with one last furious glare at Xiao Buyi, he stumbled to his feet and staggered out. At that moment, Ji Boda's heart lay shattered, filled with murderous intent. He had returned for half a year, and although Li Qinghan had been protective of him, responding to his every request, he had yet to even hold her hand. Yet Xiao Buyi dared to act so brazenly before him. The more he thought about it, the more his heart bled at the thought of Xiao Buyi having already won her heart, while he was still struggling to pursue her. "Xiao Buyi, I shall not let you off. Li Qinghan, you wretched woman, I will surely have you." Ji Boda seethed with resentment. The office door slammed shut, and only then did Li Qinghan awaken from her stupor, attempting to push Xiao Buyi away. "You, let go of me. So eager to push me away?" Xiao Buyi not only refused to relent, but pulled her closer, his warm breath cascading over her neck. "Didn't we say we would discuss reconciliation? Why not take our time inside?" As he spoke, He unceremoniously dragged Li Qinghan toward the office suite. Her heart raced. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. In the past, she would have deemed it utterly absurd to be so intimate with her husband in the office. What decorum was this? Yet at this moment, she inexplicably allowed Xiao Buyi to lead her. The phrase cooling-off period spiraled through her mind. She did not wish for a divorce. Nor did she wish to lose Xiao Buyi. His earlier domineering and ambiguous actions reignited the flickering flame within her. Perhaps he still cared for her? If this opportunity could mend their relationship, what harm could there be in a little impropriety? Upon entering the suite, Xiao Buyi locked the door behind him. Li Qinghan gazed at the familiar resting bed, suddenly feeling a surge of anxiety. What exactly do you want? Xiao Buyi turned, pinning her against the door. His hands braced on either side of her, his gaze intense. Naturally, I wish to communicate deeply with my beloved wife. He deliberately emphasized the phrase communicate deeply, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Li Qinghan's heart raced like a drum. Her cheeks flushed, yet she felt an undercurrent of anticipation. She lowered her eyelashes, unable to meet Xiao Buyi's icy gaze. Chapter 14. Call from Zhuang Jie. The following morning, Xiao Buyi emerged from Li Qinghan's office, invigorated. It wasn't he that he desired to indulge in lascivious behavior. Rather, it was the interplay of a man's vindictive and conflicted nature at work. Ji Boda's relentless pursuit of Li Qinghan was clearly aimed at provoking him, and it was evident that he had succeeded. As for the conflicting emotions, it was simpler. Even divorced, a man does not wish for his woman to be touched by another. Yet, even with this knowledge, it did not imply that Xiao Buyi regretted the divorce. In his eyes, infidelity was infidelity, regardless of its shade. A villain? Xiao Buyi did not consider himself a villain. Yet he would never embody the remorseful male lead who believes in parting amicably. Favor must be repaid, and enmity must be avenged. That is the logic of a rational person. Xiao Buyi, stop right there. Just as he exited the Li Corporation building, Ji Boda's furious roar echoed behind him. Xiao Buyi halted, turning to regard the newcomer. Oh, the illustrious Ji rises early. I trust you didn't lose sleep last night? Last night exhausted me. Li Qinghan was simply too clingy, Xiao Buyi lamented, feigning pain as he supported his waist. Ji Boda's fury was palpable, his facial muscles twitching in agitation. Xiao Buyi, Li Qinghan only slept with you because of me. What is there for you to be smug about? Ji Boda exclaimed angrily. Oh, is that so? Well, that is splendid. I couldn't care less, Xiao Buyi replied with calm indifference. Ji Boda's fury peaked. He had intended to provoke Xiao Buyi with his words. But Xiao Buyi's nonchalant demeanor left him feeling as if he had struck cotton. He was well aware of how much Xiao Buyi had cared for Li Qinghan in the past. Each taunt had driven him to the brink of fury, achieving his aim of making Li Qinghan dislike him more. Yet now, he saw no trace of jealousy or concern in Xiao Buyi's eyes, as if he had transformed into a different person entirely. Rather than waste time conversing with me, perhaps you should contemplate how to resolve the issue of your fraudulent credentials, Xiao Buyi suggested, patting Ji Boda on the shoulder before striding away. Ji Boda watched Xiao Buyi's retreating figure, his fists clenched, nails piercing his palms until they bled. He then turned and re-entered the Li Corporation. Although Li Qinghan had already instructed the PR team to manage the online scandal, the situation had escalated too far. Without a timely reversal of his image, his career would be over. Upstairs, Li Qinghan was washing up, a hint of fatigue lingering on her face. Upon observing the dark circles under her eyes in the mirror, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips as she recalled the wild night spent with Xiao Buyi. Men. They speak of divorce, yet they cannot bear to part, she murmured to her reflection. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the sound of high heels. Only her personal assistant, Li Qian, had direct access to Li Qinghan's office. Presently, Mr. Ji has arrived. I've asked him to wait for you in the lounge. Upon hearing Ji Boda's name, Li Qinghan's expression darkened. She had never found him so bothersome before. After a moment, she emerged from the lounge. Her demeanor transformed into that of an ice-cold CEO. There are still numerous negative reports online. Mr. Ji may find it challenging to rehabilitate his image, Li Qian observed. She intended to persuade Li Qinghan to abandon Ji Boda, but the nature of their relationship stifled her words. Li Qinghan, understanding yet silent, acknowledged that Ji Boda's behavior over the past 6 months had indeed been exasperating. In that case, instruct the agency to issue a statement claiming that Ji Boda is preparing to participate in the new season of tomorrow's song King to divert public attention. And be sure to emphasize that capability is the sole criterion for truth. Li Qian nodded in agreement. Shall you meet with Mr. Ji? Tell him I have a meeting. He should prepare well for the competition. This is his last chance. Once Li Qian exited the office, Li Qinghan rubbed her temples. acutely aware that the issue of Xiao Buyi's fraudulent credentials was insurmountable. Rather than become ensnared in a whirlpool of self-justification, it was better to let his talent speak for itself. As long as Xiao Buyi secured the championship in tomorrow's Song King, the public would no longer fixate on his academic discrepancies. While this would not entirely erase the negative perception surrounding his fraudulent credentials, it was the best solution Li Qinghan could devise. Before long, the agency under the Li Corporation issued a statement regarding Xiao Buyi's credential scandal. The statement vaguely referenced the online uproar, filled with evasive language, which would typically be difficult for the public to accept. However, the final note highlighted Xiao Buyi's impending participation in tomorrow's Song King, successfully capturing the attention of netizens. The statement concluded with a special emphasis on capability as the sole criterion for truth, urging everyone to anticipate Xiao Buyi's performance on the tomorrow's Song King stage and witness the blossoming of his talent. Once released, the statement ignited a firestorm online. Xiao Buyi's fans, like drowning swimmers grasping for a lifeline, flooded the comment section with support for their idol. A prominent fan account excitedly proclaimed, "I knew my dada was wronged," eagerly awaiting his triumphant return on tomorrow's Song King to slap those slanderers with his talent. Other fans echoed the sentiment, promoting the hashtag Believe in Dada, talent is paramount, attempting to redirect the narrative. As discussions surged, the controversy surrounding Xiao Buyi's participation in tomorrow's Song King quickly ascended to the trending topics. The volume of views and discussions skyrocketed, intertwining various speculations, mockeries, and supportive voices, propelling the uproar to new heights. Amidst the fervent discussions about Xiao Buyi online, a phone rang, displaying Zhuang Jie's name. "Mr. Xiao." "Hello. This is Zhuang Jie." "Hello, Director Zhuang." "Zhuang Jie, I have thoroughly reported your situation to the company leadership, and they are highly intrigued by your talent. They hope to invite you to the headquarters of Shanhuang Entertainment for a detailed discussion regarding a potential collaboration. When would be convenient for you?" "I am quite flexible in the coming days. It all depends on your schedule." Zhuang Jie eagerly responded. "That is wonderful. If it is possible, how about tomorrow at 10 in the morning?" "No problem. I will arrive punctually at 10 tomorrow," Xiao Buyi readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Buyi felt elated. This signified his imminent entry into the genuine entertainment industry. The following morning, a luxurious business vehicle arrived promptly at the building where Xiao Buyi was residing. Before long, he reached the headquarters of Shanhuang Entertainment, where Zhuang Jie personally came downstairs to greet him, and they proceeded directly to the reception room. In the reception room, Zhuang Jie and Xiao Buyi sat facing each other, each with a cup of coffee before them. They exchanged polite sips of coffee before delving into the core of the matter. Zhuang Jie opened the tablet she had prepared, casually swiping a few times before presenting it to Xiao Buyi. The screen displayed clips from his bar performances, one of which had garnered over 1 million views and received more than 10,000 comments. It is noteworthy that Xiao Buyi was still an absolute newcomer, and such viewership was a testament to his capabilities. Moreover, this achievement came without any established fame. Should he officially debut in the future with dedicated management, it is unimaginable how successful he could become. In the reception room, the crystal chandelier refracted a myriad of lights, casting reflections upon the meticulously prepared draft contract before Zhuang Jie. She pushed the document towards Xiao Buyi, her professional smile radiating the perfect blend of enthusiasm. "Mr. Xiao, the company has great confidence in your potential and has decided to offer you an A-level contract with a 3-year term, ensuring a minimum annual income of 2 million. The company will take a 40% cut from album sales, performances, and endorsements, leaving you with 60%. Xiao Buyi traced the edge of the contract with his fingertips, raising an eyebrow at Zhuang Jie. "Director Zhuang, as I understand, Shenhuang Entertainment offers contracts beyond this level?" A glimmer of admiration flickered in Zhuang Jie's eyes. Indeed, a person capable of composing 3 hit songs was not merely musically inclined. She stood and walked to the electronic screen, displaying a chart illuminated by a gentle blue light on her face. "Indeed, our artist contracts are categorized into 6 levels. Level D is for new talent incubation with a 3-year term and a minimum guarantee of 50,000, with an 80% cut for the company. Level C is for those with certain potential, lasting 4 years with a minimum guarantee of 100,000 and a 70% cut. You are already familiar with Level B, while Level A is aimed at artists with hit works, offering significant enhancements in resource allocation and profit sharing, with a distribution of 55% to the artist." She paused, gently tapping the screen, illuminating the S-level designation. The S-level is for key talent nurtured by the company, with a 5-year contract, starting at a minimum guarantee of 1 million and an astonishing 70-30 split. The company will tailor albums, film resources, and even assign dedicated teams to the artist. However, artists at this level must consistently produce phenomenal works or possess absolute dominance in traffic and commercial value. Finally, she displayed the S-level page, her tone becoming instinctively serious. The S-level is akin to a partnership status within Shenhuang Entertainment. Artists not only enjoy the 70-30 split and access to all company resources, but also possess substantial creative freedom and influence. However, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Buyi, noting that currently, there was only one S-level artist in the entire company who had topped the hit charts twice and won the Golden Melody Award on 2 occasions. Xiao Buyi reclined against the back of his chair, his black shirt accentuating his well-defined shoulders. Therefore, what I desire is an S-level contract. Zhuang Jia's pen paused in midair, and after a brief silence, she reseated herself. Mr. Xiao, your talent is indisputable. Yet the threshold for an S-level contract is exceedingly high. You currently possess only 3 works. While they are of exceptional quality, they still require time to validate their commercial value and market sustainability, making approval for S-level within the company quite challenging. Zhuang Jia's expression turned somewhat grave. Although she valued Xiao Buyi's talent, she felt he was somewhat overreaching this time. Yet, Xiao Buyi remained composed, having traversed through time with a system. He believed a touch of arrogance was warranted for his persona. Hence, despite appearing overly presumptuous to others, he felt entirely justified in his stance. Firstly, I can assure you that I will consistently produce at least 10 songs of comparable quality to these 3 each year. Secondly, my creative style and content can fill the current void in the Mandarin music scene. Most importantly, Xiao Buyi's gaze was fervent. I require the freedom and resources of an S-level to realize my musical vision. Should I only receive an A-level contract, I could easily take my works to other companies for collaboration. Zhuang Jia pondered for a moment. Xiao Buyi's assertion of producing 10 songs capable of contending for the Golden Melody Award each year stirred something within her. Regardless of whether he was boasting, the mere confidence and poise with which he expressed it was not something an ordinary individual could achieve. After a considerable pause, Zhuang Jia finally spoke. Please hold on. I need to report this to my superior. 10 minutes later, she set down her phone, her expression complex. I am sorry, but we cannot meet your request. I truly apologize. However, our boss has proposed that the new season of Tomorrow's Song King is about to commence, and we are currently recruiting singers. Xiao Buyi nodded. He was familiar with this program, which had already aired 7 seasons, and each previous season had been a compelling musical competition. More importantly, the competition was difficult to manipulate internally, as the rankings of the singers were determined solely by online voting from viewers. Furthermore, there were requirements for voting. Viewers had to watch the live broadcast for over half an hour to qualify, significantly reducing the likelihood of ballot stuffing. Of course, there were mentors on the show, but they did not possess voting rights, only the authority to comment and revive contestants. Zhuang Jia continued. This variety show is currently the most popular music competition program. If you can secure the championship, proving your strength and market appeal, the company may consider offering you an S-level contract. Xiao Buyi stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. I accept this proposal. He then added, however, I require that the songs I create during the competition be promoted by Shenhuang Entertainment, with profits calculated on the basis of the S-level 70-30 split. Zhuang Jia's pupils constricted. This condition was undeniably stringent. Yet considering the talent Xiao Buyi had displayed, she gritted her teeth and nodded. We can handle the distribution of the songs, but until a contract is signed, our company will not be responsible for your promotion or investments. No problem. Xiao Buyi rose and extended his hand. I look forward to our collaboration. After their discussions, Shenhuang Entertainment proceeded to handle Xiao Buyi's application for the competition, as many were keenly watching this variety show. A newcomer like Xiao Buyi might not garner the attention of the program's producers if he applied on his own, but with Shenhuang Entertainment's backing, they would certainly take notice. Just as he stepped out of Zhuang Jia's office, he encountered Lin Yixian and others, who had also arrived just in time for lunch, and they headed out to dine together. During the meal, Xiao Buyi learned that Lin Yixian and the others had just signed their management contracts as well. Upon hearing that Xiao Buyi was set to compete in Tomorrow's Song King, they were first astonished and then elated for him. After all, for a newcomer like Xiao Buyi to participate in such a prestigious show was indeed a remarkable feat. The ever-curious Yu Hao suddenly interjected. Brother E, you may not know, but Ji Boda is also preparing to participate in Tomorrow's Song King, and he has already released a statement. Chapter 16. The competition venue. Host, Xiao Buyi. Age, 25. Popularity value, 175, 698. Skill 1. God level hacker. Warehouse, none. Observing the accumulation of popularity points over recent days, Xiao Buyi felt a surge of excitement, for he was once again able to participate in a lottery. 1 million views could amass 100,000 popularity points, and Xiao Buyi found this progress somewhat sluggish. However, he was not in a hurry. The recording of tomorrow's Song King was imminent, and he believed that leveraging those golden hits from Earth would make it easy for him to break through. But that was a matter for later. At present, his foremost desire was to engage in the lottery. With 170,000 popularity points, he could draw 1 mid-tier prize and 7 low-tier prizes. Xiao Buyi contemplated how best to optimize the expenditure of his popularity points. Soon, the lottery wheel reappeared on the interface. Xiao Buyi clicked to start it, and the wheel began to spin with a clatter. He closed his eyes and shouted stop, as the wheel gradually slowed down. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level combat skill. Xiao Buyi was overjoyed. What man would not yearn for extraordinary prowess, ready to shout, I can take on 10. In the face of provocation? Upon acquiring the skill, his popularity value was promptly deducted by 10,000 points. However, Xiao Buyi felt no remorse, according to the system's rules. Such a godly skill would typically require at least 100 million popularity points for redemption. Yet, through the lottery, one might just land a godly skill, what gamblers refer to as a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Perhaps buoyed by the fact that he had drawn a god-level skill on his second attempt, Xiao Buyi's confidence soared, even leading him to shamelessly perceive himself as a child of fortune. He then resolved to attempt the 16 consecutive draws. The wheel spun rapidly, and he exclaimed, Thank you for your patronage. Keep it up. Thank you for your patronage. Keep it up. Keep it up. Your sister. I'm all in. I refuse to believe my luck is so poor. Let us go again. The wheel spun once more, and without hesitation, Xiao Buyi shouted stop. When the wheel came to a halt, he was astonished to see that the red arrow was no longer pointing to thank you for your patronage, but rather at a purplish-red fruit resembling a cherry tomato. Strengthening fruit has been stored in the warehouse. Items in the warehouse can be retrieved at any time. Low-tier puppet talisman has been stored in the warehouse. A box of stinky tofu has been added to the warehouse. The lottery concluded, and Xiao Buyi had garnered a strengthening fruit, a box of stinky tofu, a low-tier puppet talisman, and a tickling pill. The strengthening fruit. Holding the prize in his hand, Xiao Buyi couldn't help but critique the system's current naming conventions, which were as straightforward as the present author, lacking any embellishments. In previous systems, such fruits would have been bestowed with grandiose names like cleansing marrow fruit, blood bodhi, or purple chi pill. Nonetheless, this simplicity had its merits. The name strengthening fruit clearly indicated its benefits, sparing him the need for speculation. Upon placing the fruit in his mouth, it transformed into a warm flow that coursed through his body. In the next moment, he felt a wave of heat rising in his abdomen, followed by a profuse sweating. Xiao Buyi did not panic. Rather, he was exhilarated by the sensation, which brought a refreshing clarity to his body. The state of heavy perspiration lasted a full 5 minutes, leaving him invigorated. Since learning that Ji Boda would also be competing in tomorrow's Song King, Xiao Buyi's anticipation had only grown. For defeating him in his area of expertise would be the ultimate revenge. With this thought, he refrained from hastily exposing Ji Boda's scandals. He wanted Ji Boda to gradually experience the depths of despair. Before long, the day of the tomorrow's Song King recording arrived. The lineup of mentors for this season was nothing short of spectacular, reflecting the production team's evident investment in this season. Among them was the diva-level singer Shenlong, whose talent and status were widely recognized. Another was Yi Qingfeng, known as the Prince of Love Songs, who had once been the dreamboat of many young women. The third was Du Yu, a perennial stalwart in the music industry. Lastly, there was the rock star Fei Wenqing, an esteemed veteran whose prowess and reputation matched that of Shenlong. The recording venue was already bustling with spectators, and apart from the staff, there were 24 competing contestants in the back. The competition was fierce, employing a 2-out-of-1 elimination system, meaning only half of the contestants could advance. Most of these singers had some renown in the music scene, and many were quite familiar faces. While Xiao Buyi recognized some of them, he remained an enigma to the others. As he observed other singers congregating in small groups, engaged in conversation, Xiao Buyi sought a quiet corner to play on his phone. Meanwhile, several singers were fawning over one particularly handsome contestant, Chu Feng. You are likely to be the closing act this time, a young male singer complimented. Chu Feng, with his striking features and chiseled visage, resembled a model. Among this group, he was relatively well known, having debuted 2 years prior and amassed over 10 million fans online. Naturally, this gave him an edge, especially since the show utilized online voting, making his substantial fan base a significant advantage. However, This is a grand production, and it ultimately depends on how the directors arrange things, Chu Feng gracefully responded. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted. At least you have some self-awareness. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, revealing Ji Boda entering in a striking red leisure suit, accompanied not only by his manager, Zhang He, but also 3 assistants and 2 bodyguards. This spectacle instantly drew the attention of the onlookers. The scandal surrounding Ji Boda's academic fraud had been a hot topic online, and almost everyone present was aware of it. Logically, he should have kept a low profile, yet his dazzling red attire and entourage betrayed any semblance of humility. Chu Feng watched as Ji Boda approached, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes, though he remained silent. While he could disregard Ji Boda himself, he dared not offend the powerful Li group behind him. Rumors had long circulated that Ji Boda was the lover of Li Qinghan, the president of the Li group. Initially, many held skepticism, but Ji Boda's presence here had solidified those suspicions. After all, had it been anyone else embroiled in such a scandal, they would have been swiftly blacklisted from the industry. Yet Ji Boda's appearance here could only be attributed to the protection afforded by Li Qinghan. As Ji Boda basked in the attention of those around him, he felt a wave of delight. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention. Suddenly, he froze, a look of terror crossing his face. What is he doing here? Chapter 17. The order of appearance. Ji Boda stood frozen, fury igniting within him, his nails digging deep into his palms. Xiao Buyi remained in the corner, engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to Ji Boda's arrival. The sight of this infuriated Ji Boda even more. In their previous encounters, he had always held the upper hand over Xiao Buyi, but this time the tables had turned, and he was at a significant disadvantage. He felt an impulse to confront and physically confront Xiao Buyi. The memory of Xiao Buyi's fierce demeanor in the office flashing through his mind. The recording, the clenched fist, and the complex yet affectionate gaze that Li Qinghan cast upon Xiao Buyi pierced his heart like a multitude of thorns. He repeatedly admonished himself not to act impulsively. This was not the time. Yet, the surging flames of fury and jealousy within his chest proved difficult to quell. Xiao Buyi, just you wait. I will ensure you do not have it easy. This program is my opportunity, and I will demonstrate to everyone that I am superior to you. I will make Li Qinghan regret choosing you. He silently vowed, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. After a brief lapse of composure, Ji Boda endeavored to don a proud smile, lifting his chin as he approached the crowd. His arrival instantly disrupted the atmosphere, drawing the attention of several keen-eyed singers. Teacher Ji, what an honor it is to encounter you here, exclaimed a male singer with yellow curls, beaming as he extended his hand for a handshake. Ji Boda restrained himself, offering a light grip while raising his chin slightly. I merely seek to prove myself. Strength is the ultimate truth. Of course, we are all well aware of Teacher Ji's prowess. This championship must undoubtedly belong to you. A heavily made-up female singer chimed in eagerly. Those rumors online were nothing but slander. We stand firmly behind you. Listening to their flattery, Ji Boda's pride gradually overshadowed his resentment towards Xiao Buyi. He tossed his hair dramatically, feigning nonchalance. Fame brings its share of troubles, but it matters not. I shall not be swayed by such trivialities. My goal is to become a singing king. Indeed, Teacher Ji's mindset is commendable. You truly are a senior. Another short, stout male singer smiled obsequiously. We hope to receive your guidance in the future. Learning from you would be our great fortune. As Ji Boda reveled in the adulation, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Xiao Buyi, who remained unmoved, igniting a renewed sense of discontent within him. He intentionally raised his voice. Everyone must strive harder. However, for some, no matter how hard they try, lack of talent renders their efforts futile. Upon hearing this, several surrounding singers exchanged knowing smiles, their glances pointedly directed at Xiao Buyi. Indeed, the moment Xiao Buyi entered, they had noticed him. It was hard not to when someone with such striking looks, height, and presence appeared in such a setting. Yet, the entertainment industry is a realm of fame and fortune, where mere appearances mean little without renown. Meanwhile, Chu Feng stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression darkening. He gritted his teeth and finally mustered a smile as he approached. Teacher Ji, I have long heard of your great name, and hope to learn much from you this time. Ji Boda looked at Chu Feng with a sense of secret satisfaction. He knew that while Chu Feng had a certain popularity in the industry, he still had to bow to him in this moment. He patted Chu Feng's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a mentor. It is good for young people to be ambitious. If you put in the effort, you still have a chance of making it to the top 3. I believe in you. As more singers flocked around, Ji Boda found himself surrounded like a star in a galaxy. He began to expound on his musical philosophy, occasionally weaving in subtle disparagement of other singers. Many current artists focus solely on their appearance, neglecting the essence of music itself. Music is an art that requires soul. It cannot simply be defined by singing a few lines. As he spoke, he scanned the reactions of those around him. The aspiring singers nodded in agreement, treating G. Boda's words as gospel. Teacher G speaks so rightly. We lack such profound understanding from you. We must seek your guidance more in the future. Indeed, indeed. Teacher G's insights are unparalleled. Listening to you is akin to reading 10 years' worth of books. G. Boda basked in this atmosphere of adoration, completely forgetting the fear and anger he had felt upon encountering Xiao Buyi. He even began to fantasize about winning the championship and standing triumphantly over Xiao Buyi, making Li Qinghan regret his earlier choice. In a corner, Xiao Buyi remained oblivious to their antics, never once glancing their way. At that moment, the director entered, holding the list of the performance order. Esteemed teachers, the show is about to begin. I will now announce the order of appearance. First up, Li Rongjuan. As the director called out Li Rongjuan's name, the 20-something man stood up, taking a deep breath that revealed his nervousness. Such anxiety was understandable, as being first to perform would undoubtedly affect his performance. Next, Jiang Yuyu. With each name announced, an assistant delivered numbered tags for the contestants to affix to their waists. Chu Feng glanced over at G. Boda, believing himself to be equally skilled, yet G. Boda's background made him feel powerless. In internal discussions among the singers, Chu Feng had been seen as a strong contender for the championship, but with G. Boda in the mix, uncertainty crept in. 22nd, Chu Feng. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression darkened. He was neither the opening act nor the closing act. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Xiao Buyi and G. Boda, as they were the only two without numbered tags. Meanwhile, G. Boda's face was already alight with victorious joy. Who else could be the closing act but himself? 23rd, G. Boda. Finally, Xiao Buyi. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Such an outcome was utterly unexpected, and all eyes turned to Xiao Buyi. In the entertainment industry, it is an unwritten rule that the last performer often holds the highest status and garners the most attention. The mere fact of being the last to perform could even propel one onto trending searches, making the industry's claims of indifference towards performance order seem disingenuous. Everyone had anticipated either G. Boda or Chu Feng to close the show, but no one expected an unknown to take that spot. Did he possess some hidden connections? Surely. Wasn't he the scion of some wealthy tycoon? Many gazes directed at Xiao Buyi shifted, with some already regretting not having approached him earlier. Xiao Buyi himself was somewhat bewildered by the arrangement. He had no prior knowledge of it. Logically, given his status and identity, he should not have been placed last, leading him to speculate that it must be due to Zhuang Jie's influence behind the scenes. With this thought in mind, he resolved to seek her out after the competition for clarification. All right, esteemed teachers, the program will officially commence in 15 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, the director announced. Chapter 18. The program begins. The production team had actually prepared resting rooms for each guest, providing a private space for contestants to unwind before their performances. After the order of appearances was announced, the contestants returned to their respective resting rooms. Upon returning to his room, G. Boda, seizing the moment before the filming crew arrived, unleashed the fury that had been building inside him. What does the production team mean by this? Why is Xiao Buyi performing after me? G. Boda hurled a figurine from the sofa against the wall. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this have been arranged by Qinghan? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility. An unknown like Xiao Buyi would never receive such attention from the production team without a compelling reason. The only explanation could be Li Qinghan. If the president of the Li Group were to support Xiao Buyi, the production team would certainly not dare disregard him. The realization caused G. Boda's heart to ache as if it were bleeding. This was a privilege that should have rightfully belonged to him, now unjustly bestowed upon Xiao Buyi. He felt as though something that was rightfully his had been stolen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And he pulled out his phone to call Li Qinghan, demanding to know what was happening. On the other side, Li Qinghan was diligently managing documents in her office when an incoming call caught her attention, causing her to frown instinctively. She pondered that G. Boda should already be at the recording venue by this time. So why was he calling her? After a brief moment of hesitation, she answered the call. What is it? Li Qinghan's voice was as cold as ice. G. Boda winced at the frosty tone, but stifled his displeasure and replied, Sister Qinghan, I wanted to ask if it was you who arranged for Yi Gu to participate in tomorrow's King of Songs? What? Could you repeat that? Li Qinghan responded, taken aback. G. Boda then recounted the encounter with Xiao Buyi at the backstage of tomorrow's King of Songs. Li Qinghan was equally bewildered to learn that Xiao Buyi was participating in the show, as she had been completely unaware. Since that chaotic night in the office, Xiao Buyi had not sought her out, and with her own workload being overwhelming, They had lost touch. She was astonished and felt a twinge of guilt. She knew her husband was a talented student from the music academy and had an affinity for music. Over the years, Xiao Buyi had selflessly managed their household without complaint, and she had overlooked his interests and passions. Yet, the thought that he would embark on such a significant venture without consulting her, and that she would learn of it from Xiao Buyi, ignited a spark of anger within her. If word got out that the husband of the illustrious president of the Li Group was mingling in the entertainment industry, it would surely turn the Li family into a laughingstock in the metropolis. Feeling somewhat irked, Li Qinghan found Xiao Buyi increasingly elusive. Even if she were to call him now to request his withdrawal from the competition, it might be too late. Is there anything else on the agenda? She inquired. Glancing at Li Qian promptly responded. There is a video conference scheduled in an hour regarding the strategic collaboration with Aisha in the United States. I will postpone the materials to tomorrow at 10. Before she could finish, Li Qinghan interrupted. All right, General Manager Li. If there is nothing else, you may leave for the day. Once Li Qian departed, Li Qinghan opened her computer and entered the official livestream of tomorrow's King of Songs. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi felt a surge of relief upon realizing that Xiao Buyi was not a candidate arranged by Li Qinghan. His mood brightened considerably. In his eyes, it indicated that Li Qinghan still cared for him. Otherwise, she would not be oblivious to Xiao Buyi's participation. What began as disappointment transformed into excitement and anticipation for Xiao Buyi. He aimed to outperform Xiao Buyi in a fair competition, demonstrating who truly possessed the greater talent. At that moment, a group chat involving Chu Feng and others was buzzing with fervent discussions. Who exactly is Xiao Buyi, that he gets to make such a grand entrance? Exactly. This person is practically a nobody on the internet. Not a nobody. Take a look at this. Suddenly, singer Xiao Heng spoke up, sharing a video clip of Xiao Buyi performing The Wind Rises. 2 minutes later, dissatisfaction in the group only intensified. What? He is just a bar singer? What is the production team thinking, allowing someone of his caliber to compete with us? No wonder the show has been declining. It's utterly ridiculous. Before long, the production team dispatched staff for interviews, each entering various lounges. These interviews could either be featured in the main broadcast or used as behind-the-scenes content on the official accounts. As the interviewers arrived, the group chat quieted down, and the live stream began showcasing scenes from different rooms. Some contestants were conversing with their managers, while others were taking deep breaths or nervously rehearsing their songs. Particularly, the first singer, Li Qingjun, had little time to prepare before stepping onto the stage. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when it came to Xiao Buyi. The visuals depicted him lounging on a sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs and engrossed in a mobile game, clearly in the midst of an intense battle. When he noticed the interview staff arriving, he merely glanced up before continuing his game. Make yourselves comfortable, don't be shy. Treat it like your own home, Xiao Buyi remarked, leaving the staff momentarily speechless. It was as if he were the host of the show. Li Qinghan, watching this scene unfold, couldn't help but chuckle softly, unaware of this endearing side of her husband. Stealing a glance toward the office door, she stifled her laughter, not wishing to compromise her icy presidential persona. Soon, the main camera switched to the stage, where Li Rongyuan stepped into the spotlight amid the opening music. Perhaps due to nerves, Li Rongyuan stumbled on his timing and had no choice but to start over. Although the production team had not explicitly stated that retakes were prohibited, such a misstep at the outset was clearly a detriment. The 4 judges on stage frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Li Rongyuan's performance. Live broadcasts differed from recorded ones, as the latter allowed for sound correction, whereas the former tested a singer's true abilities without room for deception. Meanwhile, interviews with other contestants were also underway. Mr. Xiao, as an amateur singer participating in this program, what are your expectations for your performance? The host posed a routine question to Xiao Buyi. The bluntness of Xiao Buyi's response left everyone momentarily stunned, unsure if he was simply fearless or deliberately seeking attention. Only Xiao Buyi himself knew the answer. Yet the interview had to proceed. The host pressed on, Mr. Xiao, you seem quite confident. Given this is your first appearance on a show, are you not concerned that it may provoke a negative reaction from the audience, labeling you as arrogant? Those with a modicum of intelligence recognized that the host was attempting to trap Xiao Buyi, eager to see how he would respond. It proved true that one should never underestimate the tenacity and ambition of a journalist seeking a sensational story. They understood what the audience desired. I am here to sing, not to pander to the audience. Xiao Buyi's response left the host momentarily flabbergasted, as he struggled to comprehend how someone who appeared astute could utter such a seemingly foolish statement. In today's entertainment industry, where popularity reigns supreme and fans equated to influence, how could one afford to disregard audience approval? Xiao Buyi had not yet performed, and already he was acting aloof. One could only imagine how he would behave once he achieved fame. His singular focus lay on garnering attention, indifferent to whether it came from positive or negative feedback. In the lounge, the host felt increasingly awkward. He had expected Xiao Buyi, as an amateur, to be easy to interview, but found himself in a predicament. Mr. Xiao, you must mean that you pursue the essence of music and are unwavering in your convictions despite external pressures, right? The host attempted to salvage the situation. Xiao Buyi understood the intent behind the host's words, but remained unyielding, replying with a smile. No, I simply do not wish to please the audience. With that statement, the host resigned himself to the situation, having done his best. Any consequences arising from the interviews would be of no concern to him. Meanwhile, the show had reached its halfway point. The expressions on the faces of the four mentors were far from pleasant. While some contestants displayed notable talent, they still fell short when compared to participants from previous seasons. Over the past 2 decades, the Chinese music scene has shown signs of stagnation, entering a phase of transition where the new generation seems lacking. The 4 veteran mentors were acutely aware of this reality. Consequently, in recent years, a plethora of music-related variety shows has emerged, driven both by the pursuit of profit and the genuine desire to discover new talent. Indeed, a few promising individuals have surfaced, yet they remain exceedingly rare, unable to alter the current landscape of the Chinese music industry. With no standout singers in sight, the mentors were left to adhere to their pre-prepared scripts. During the intermission, the 4 mentors gathered together. In the lounge, Shenlan removed her in-ear monitor and rubbed her temples, the rhinestone earrings glinting coldly under the lights. The current newcomers not only lack stability, but also demonstrate a fundamental deficiency in stage presence. She cast a glance at the playback of the contestants' performances from the control room, her finely arched brows knitting together in dismay. The first contestant to falter in rhythm was, surprisingly, a graduate from the vocal department. Duyu leaned against the leather sofa, chuckling. This state of stagnation has persisted for quite some time. In previous years, we could unearth a few hidden gems, but this year, all we have are mass-produced talents who rely on post-production tuning. What can we expect? Yi Chengfeng twirled his thermos, the goji berries bobbing in the hot water. I've heard there is a lad named Chu Feng who shows promise. I've listened to his songs, and he possesses considerable potential. He then pulled out his phone to find a video, showcasing a mixed-race youth practicing breath control with his eyes closed, his Adam's apple rising and falling rhythmically. His technique was solid, and his emotional delivery was nuanced. Given time, he might just carry the mantle of love songs. Xiao Heng also had potential. His original rock piece, though the arrangement was somewhat immature, had a compelling energy and could be polished into something remarkable. Shenlan's fingers paused on her tablet as the search term Ji Boda flashed across the screen. Raising an eyebrow, she addressed the group. What do you think of this controversial contestant? With such a scandal surrounding his academic background, how can the production team still engage him? We can't meddle in matters of capital. Diyu flicked off the ash from his cigarette. His gaze fixed on the monitor displaying Ji Boda adjusting his bow tie in front of a mirror, an assistant trailing behind him with a fill light. Yet, judging solely by his vocal skills, his rendition of Whispers Under the Moonlight does reveal some proficiency. Fei Wenqing, feeling restless, loosened his tie, expressing his hopes. I just hope he doesn't disappoint me. If the Chinese music scene continues down this path, it will surely face demise. Over the years, countless talent shows have yielded nothing but superficiality. The audience's taste has declined, and capital only values popularity, leaving genuine talent overlooked. Yi Chengfeng patted his old friend's shoulder, a flicker of concern in his eyes. That's why we must exercise caution this time. If Chu Feng, Xiao Heng, and Ji Boda can be refined through this show, they might become the backbone of the industry. He gazed out at the studio, where stage lights filtered through frosted glass, casting dappled shadows on the floor. We old-timers should leave behind a spark for the music world. Soon, the second half of the program commenced. The moment Chu Feng appeared on stage, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and smiles graced the faces of the mentors. As the host introduced him, Chu Feng ascended the stage with a confident smile. When the music began, he opened his mouth to sing. Chu Feng was brimming with self-assurance, convinced he could win the favor of all 4 mentors. Initially, the mentors faced away from the singer. 1 turning around indicated passing, 2 signified good, 3 represented excellence, and all 4 turning around signified perfection. He was confident he could garner unanimous approval, having honed his vocal skills over the years. Indeed, after just a few lines, Shenlan turned to face him, followed by the rock superstar Fei Wenqing. However, the love song Prince Yi Chengfeng and the evergreen Diyu remained unmoved. This was somewhat disheartening for Chu Feng, leaving him with a sense of regret. According to the competition rules, a mentor's turn signifies their willingness to include the contestant in their team. If more than one mentor turns, the contestant must choose which team to join. Chu Feng aspired to join Yi Qingfeng's team, as his market positioning was that of an idol singer, with Yi Qingfeng being a master of love songs, which girls tend to favor. Joining his team would undoubtedly enhance his career, but alas, Yi Qingfeng did not turn. After the performance, Shenlan was the first to speak. Now, please share your musical dreams. Chu Feng articulated his aspirations and ideals with clarity, leading into the typical segment for mentors to claim contestants. Ultimately, adhering to the gentlemanly principle of not competing with women, Shenlan successfully brought Chu Feng into her team. Next up was Ji Boda, who had already gained some recognition domestically. 3 years prior, he had gone abroad to further his musical studies in pursuit of greater artistry. Having returned 6 months ago, he participated in several notable variety shows, demonstrating decent skills, though not exceptional. However, after Ji Boda confidently finished his performance, many were left disappointed. Yet, compared to other contestants, his overall ability was commendable, and he was ultimately taken under Fei Wenqing's wing. As the program neared its conclusion, only Xiao Buyi remained to perform. In the Li Corporation building, Li Qinghan was already struggling to keep her eyes open. She had canceled a meeting to ensure she wouldn't miss Xiao Buyi's appearance, only to find that he was the last to take the stage. Had she known, she would have finished her transcontinental meeting sooner. However, upon hearing the host announce Xiao Buyi's name, Li Qinghan instantly perked up. Meanwhile, the audience collectively wondered, who is Xiao Buyi? Chapter 20. A lifetime of love. The 4 mentors were visibly taken aback upon seeing Xiao Buyi, having no recollection of him whatsoever. At that moment, their enthusiasm waned, eager to wrap up the recording and return to their hotels for a hot bath. Thus, even though Xiao Buyi was a wild card, the audience's excitement had nearly dissipated. If not for his striking appearance, there would have been little to capture their interest. As Xiao Buyi stepped onto the stage amid skeptical gazes, the audience offered only a sparse and lackluster applause. However, backstage, Ji Boda, Chu Feng, and Xiao Heng perked up, curious to see what distinguished qualities the contestant, who had been assigned the final performance slot, might possess. As the lights dimmed, the music began to play. At the moment the prelude sounded, Du Yu's brow twitched, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The prelude seemed promising. He silently noted this evaluation, yet simultaneously questioned why he had never heard this song before. Could it be an original? As the music gradually unfolded, Xiao Buyi took the microphone and began to sing. Once upon a time. The present has passed and will not return. Cantonese? As Xiao Buyi sang the first line, the audience's fatigue and impatience vanished in an instant. Ding! Du Yu abruptly pressed the turn button, startling everyone in attendance. It was truly astonishing that the usually stern Du Yu would turn around after just one line from Xiao Buyi. The red leaves fall, buried deep in the dust. The beginning and the end have always remained unchanged. You, drifting beyond the horizon, floating outside the clouds. The turbulent sea stirs love and hate. In this world, one cannot escape fate. How can we come close in a blind date? Perhaps I should believe it is destiny. Xiao Buyi's voice did not abruptly rise to a crescendo. Instead, it unfolded naturally, progressing at a steady pace. However, it is precisely this gradual escalation that subtly stirs the emotions within the audience, elevating their sentiments to a crescendo. Goodness, what an extraordinary voice. Who can tell me if this truly is a newcomer? Their singing prowess is simply remarkable. At this moment, it seems that every audience member's emotions are entirely in the hands of Xiao Buyi, with every rise and fall in his tone evoking a shift in their feelings. Xiao Buyi's rendition of A Lifetime of Love, originally by Lu Guantang, has garnered an astounding 190,000 comments on a certain platform. In this parallel world, where pop music is not yet fully developed, the emergence of this song is akin to a dimensional assault. Ding, ding, ding. At this point, Shenlan, Yi Qingfeng, and Fei Wenqing pressed their turn buttons almost simultaneously. The venue erupted in excitement, and the realm of live streaming was ablaze. The first perfect contestant of this season's Tomorrow's Singing King had emerged. In previous seasons, such a scenario would have left contestants overwhelmed with emotion. Yet Xiao Buyi appeared oblivious to the actions of the 4 mentors, remaining fully engrossed in his performance. After parting, lovers never return, silently sitting alone, gazing beyond the world. Flowers will inevitably wither, yet they shall bloom again. A lifetime of love, faintly, beyond the white clouds, amid the mentor's seats, Shenlan exclaimed. Is this truly his first time on stage? His poise is remarkably steady. Du Yu gestured for her to be silent, and only then did Shenlan realize her oversight. The sea of bitterness rises with love and hate. In this world, one cannot escape destiny. Even in blind dates, one cannot approach. Perhaps I should believe it is fate. The audience was completely moved by Xiao Buyi's singing, especially the intense emotions that had been pent up within them, now finding an outlet and flooding forth. His voice flowed like a stream from a mountain, gently cleansing the hearts of the listeners. At this moment, Li Qinghan's gaze was fixated on the screen, captivated by Xiao Buyi's face. In this moment, Xiao Buyi possessed a unique charm she had never witnessed before, and his voice ignited a fervor within her. How had she never truly listened to her husband sing before? Now, Li Qinghan felt a twinge of regret for having overlooked Xiao Buyi. Otherwise, how could she have harbored such a rigid impression of him? Backstage, Ji Boda, Chu Feng, and others were utterly bewildered. Even though they had anticipated watching Xiao Buyi falter, deep down, they could not deny the infectious quality of his voice. Coupled with his solid vocal skills, which required no tuning, an ability that many professional singers could not attain. As Xiao Buyi finished his final note, the livestream comments exploded, with hundreds of messages flooding in every second. So Cantonese songs are this beautiful. I declare this is the best song I've heard this year. Who is Xiao Buyi? Is he about to ascend to the throne of the singing king? The production team has hidden this gem until the end. I, a passerby, am instantly captivated. His voice tells a story that sends shivers down my spine. The entire internet is on a mission to uncover Xiao Buyi's background. I'm waiting online. Once Xiao Buyi completed his song, it was time for the interaction between contestants and mentors, followed by the contest to win him over. Duyu was the first to seize the microphone, his serious demeanor replaced with the glee of a child discovering treasure. Xiao Buyi, would you be interested in joining my team? I have high hopes for you. Xiao Buyi, choose me. I see the potential of a singing king in you, and I can lend you my support, Shun Lan interjected, gracefully taking the floor in her 10-centimeter heels. Yi Chengfeng flicked his long hair and suddenly produced a tablet. The data does not lie. Look at the album sales and streaming numbers for the singers I've trained over the last 3 years. They are #1 across all platforms. Moreover, joining my team would undoubtedly be the most beneficial for your future development. Among the 4 mentors, only Fei Wenqing appeared less enthusiastic, as he was involved in rock music. And Xiao Buyi's striking looks and melancholic eyes did not quite align with the rock genre. Nevertheless, he said, Xiao Buyi, if you have an interest in rock, I can impart my knowledge. The mentors were truly engaged in a fierce contest to win him over, with no signs of retreat. The director was thrilled. The show had reached its 8th season, and the competition among mentors was always a highlight. However, no one expected such fervor to ignite so early in the season. Now, there was no concern about the first episode lacking excitement, and he instructed all cameras to focus on the mentors, ensuring no detail was missed. Duyu had genuine confidence in Xiao Buyi because he recognized that the song was indeed original, proving that Xiao Buyi was a creative artist. A talent capable of songwriting and composing at such a young age certainly held promise for the future, with proper guidance. He could become a rising star in the music industry. Both Shenlan and Yi Chengfeng also discerned Xiao Buyi's potential. His stage presence and vocal skills were undoubtedly rare in the music world, with the potential to become the next music king. Meanwhile, backstage, the contestants were utterly confounded. It turned out that Xiao Buyi was indeed playing the role of a humble novice while being an exceptional talent. They were left grappling with why such an impressive figure had never been heard of before. The competition for Xiao Buyi intensified, culminating in the director having to intervene to prevent a physical altercation between the mentors. Xiao, come to my side. I'll take care of you, Shenlan urged. Join me instead. Our energies and styles clearly align better, Duyu suggested. Yi Chengfeng, now desperate, chimed in, choose me, and I will teach you how to write love songs and navigate romance. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in cheers. Yi Chengfeng was genuinely anxious. Resorting to such reasoning to attract Xiao Buyi, was this not a free show? The audience began to murmur, and those in the live stream were equally restless. In any case, while the teasing was lighthearted, Yi Chengfeng's charm with women in the industry was well known, as he maintained close relationships with many popular female singers. In the office, Li Qinghan's cheeks were puffed in indignation. How could there be several Yi Chengfengs who dared to suggest her husband engage in romance? She swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed a contact named Rong Jiao. After 2 rings, the call connected. Qinghan, what made you think to call me? Came a playful voice from the other end. Jiao, keep a close watch on your Yi Chengfeng. If I find out he dares to lead my husband astray, I won't hesitate to retaliate, Li Qinghan warned. Understood. When Chengfeng returns, just wait and see how I deal with him, Rong Jiao replied eagerly. Rong Jiao and Li Qinghan were university classmates, with Rong Jiao hailing from the prestigious Rong family in the capital, returning home shortly after graduation. Li Qinghan was one of the few who knew about Rong Jiao's secret marriage and had met Xiao Buyi on a couple of occasions. However, at that time, Rong Jiao was not yet with Yi Chengfeng, so he did not know Xiao Buyi, nor was he aware that Xiao Buyi was Li Qinghan's husband. Yet, the moment Xiao Buyi appeared, Rong Jiao recognized his identity. When Yi Chengfeng suggested teaching Xiao Buyi about romance, she sensed impending trouble. Although Li Qinghan often seemed indifferent toward Xiao Buyi, she was acutely aware of her strong possessiveness, unwilling to let anyone encroach upon her belongings or loved ones. Indeed, as soon as Yi Chengfeng made his remark on the program, Li Qinghan's call came through, indicating that she was undoubtedly watching the live stream. It was clear that a corporate president would be engrossed in such a variety show late at night only if there was someone on stage who mattered deeply to her. Upon this thought, Rong Jiao suddenly inquired, "Qinghan, as the esteemed CEO you are, why would you take the time to watch variety shows instead of focusing on making money? Or perhaps there is someone you care about on the program, your husband, or Jiboda. It must be Jiboda, right?" A pang of unease gripped Li Qinghan's heart. Could it be that she had truly erred, leading even her closest friend to misconstrue her relationship with Jiboda? This realization struck her, making her aware of her previous actions that had indeed been somewhat inappropriate, resulting in such misunderstandings. Thus, she hastily retorted, "I am certainly watching my husband. Do not speak nonsense. My relationship with Jiboda is not what you think." "Qinghan, why are you so agitated? Could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for Xiao Buyi?" Rong Jiao asked, astonished. In previous gatherings with their friends, they had often jested about Jiboda and Li Qinghan, yet she had never refuted their comments until now. There was certainly something amiss this time. Intent on pursuing her inquiry, Li Qinghan preempted her, stating, "I am still busy here. I must hang up." Before Rong Jiao could respond, Li Qinghan had already disconnected the call. At the program's venue, Xiao Buyi ultimately chose Yu's team, as their images and temperaments harmonized well. As for Yi Chengfeng, his amiable personality and candid nature, coupled with a sense of humor, made him an excellent friend. Following Xiao Buyi's decision to join Yu's team, the lighting on stage shifted to a soft, warm hue, as the host stepped onto the stage with a lively rhythm. Thank you to our 4 mentors for the recruitment segment. We shall now proceed to the most exhilarating moment of the evening, the voting segment. The colossal electronic screens on either side of the stage flickered to life, the words "voting channel open" boldly displayed against a black background. The host raised a hand to signal the audience for silence, raising her voice an octave. Each audience member was entitled to 1 vote, which they could cast immediately via the voting device next to their seats. Viewers in the live broadcast who watched for over 30 minutes would qualify to vote by clicking the voting button in the lower right corner of the screen, supporting their chosen king of tomorrow. The 12 contestants with the highest votes would advance. Behind the scenes, the contestants tensed nervously. As Chu Feng and Jiboda paced back and forth, the air stirred around them. Xiao Buyi leaned against the wall, casually glancing at the fluctuating real-time vote counts on the screen, yet internally calculating the rise in popularity. The beeping from the voting devices resonated in a rhythmic pattern, akin to a delicate drumbeat. The comments in the live stream suddenly surged like a waterfall, with countless messages urging vote for Xiao Buyi. Go Chu Feng. Jiboda is forever, flooding the screen alongside the voting link. The technical staff monitored the rapidly escalating traffic, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. In just 3 minutes, the voting servers had surpassed the peak traffic of the previous season's finals. Currently, leading the count was contestant Chu Feng. The host's voice resonated with just the right amount of excitement, as the vote count for Chu Feng reached over 100,000. However, the gap between Jiboda and Xiao Buyi was minimal, less than 100 votes. The audience erupted in gasps, fans in the front row brandishing light boards and fervently shouting their idols' names. In the live broadcast, a wave of new viewers, captivated by Xiao Buyi's singing, flooded in, furiously screenshotting and sharing, rallying their friends and family to vote. Why is Xiao Buyi in 3rd place? He received a turn from all 4 mentors. Comments like "Is it too late to vote?" garnered numerous likes and were pinned to the top, with many netizens asserting that based solely on tonight's performance, Xiao Buyi deserved to be in 1st place. As time ticked away, the voting entered its countdown phase. Suddenly, Xiao Buyi's vote count began to soar, climbing by thousands each minute. Only 10 seconds remaining, the host exclaimed, and at that moment, Xiao Buyi held the 1st position with 187,652 votes. Chu Feng trailed with 177,599 votes, and Jiboda closely behind with 169,580 votes. An air of suffocating silence enveloped the auditorium. the only sound being the frantically changing numbers on the electronic screen. As the countdown's red numbers hit 0, the lights dimmed abruptly, before reigniting 3 seconds later. A blinding beam focusing on the large screen. Congratulations to the following 12 contestants for successfully advancing. The host took a deep breath, announcing the name of the 12th place winner. After the program concluded, Xiao Buyi's name rapidly gained traction online, and related clips went viral on short video platforms. The song A Lifetime of Love soared to the top of the daily charts by midnight. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi, elated by the surging popularity, reveled in the prospect of winning a prize draw. Just then, an untimely phone call interrupted his excitement. Sister Xiao Qingling? Xiao Buyi furrowed his brow. Chapter 22. A shameless family in the Xiao family villa. Xiao Buyi faced his sister, Xiao Qingling, who scolded him vehemently. Why did you steal Tianxi's song? You are utterly shameless. Xiao Buyi narrowed his eyes at the woman before him, who was hurling accusations, a glint of coldness flickering across his face. She was his biological sister, Xiao Qingling. You claim I stole his song? Xiao Buyi retorted. Yes, Tianxi said that the song A Lifetime of Love is his composition. How could you shamelessly use his work for the competition? It's truly disgraceful. Xiao Qingling's face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling erratically. Xiao Buyi turned to the visibly aggrieved Xiao Tianxi beside him, asking, Did you say A Lifetime of Love is your composition? Not long ago, Xiao Tianxi had seen Xiao Buyi performing A Lifetime of Love on the program King of Tomorrow, particularly when he witnessed the song topping the daily charts. A surge of jealousy compelled him to take action. Thus, he claimed A Lifetime of Love as his own, while Xiao Buyi was portrayed as a thief of another's work. Brother, if you really love this song, you could have just told me. We are brothers. I would have gladly given it to you. But you should not have secretly taken my song to enter the competition. Xiao Tianxi lamented, his face filled with sorrow. You assert that this song is yours. What evidence do you have? Have you registered the copyright? Do you think that merely by saying so, it becomes yours? Xiao Buyi countered. Xiao Tianxi, emboldened, replied, Brother, what do you mean? You clearly went to my study half a month ago. No one else has entered my study besides you. Who else could it be if not you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Buyi recalled that indeed, half a month prior, the original owner had returned to the Xiao family. This was due to the rumors surrounding Li Qinghan and Ji Boda reaching their father, Xiao Yunqing, who had summoned him to clarify matters. Xiao Yunqing was not concerned for Xiao Buyi, but was apprehensive that the Xiao family's investment discussions with the Li family would be jeopardized by Li Qinghan's potential rejection of cooperation. However, from the original owner's memories, he had only spent less than half an hour in the living room that day and had never entered Xiao Tianxi's study. Gazing at the loathsome face before him, fragments of the original owner's memories began to resurface. Xiao Tianxi, the adopted son of the Xiao family, was the son of the family's driver. Originally named Lin Tianxi, his father died in a car accident while saving Xiao Yunqing when he was 10 years old. Out of guilt and gratitude, Xiao Yunqing adopted Lin Tianxi and renamed him Xiao Tianxi. From that moment on, Lin Tianxi transformed into the youngest son of the illustrious Xiao family in Modu, and the original owner's misfortunes began with Lin Tianxi's adoption. Xiao Buyi was continually framed and sabotaged by Xiao Tianxi, causing the original owner's relationships with his family to deteriorate rapidly. Moreover, he instigated discord between the original owner and his classmates, overtly and covertly encouraging bullying and ostracism against him. In summary, ever since Xiao Tianxi arrived in the household, the original owner had faced relentless misfortune, as if all ill-fated events were drawn to him. Every time he attempted to explain himself, his family would not believe him. The consequences were often harsh, ranging from being denied meals to physical punishment. Xiao Buyi endured this environment for a full decade. Initially, he resisted, but eventually, he lost all hope, only managing to escape the confines of his family upon entering university. During his 4 years in college, he rarely returned home, only receiving calls from the Xiao family during holidays, urging him to visit. Particularly in the 5 years since his marriage, his visits home were exceedingly rare, merely maintaining a superficial relationship. Seeing Xiao Tianxi's brazen demeanor, Xiao Buyi found himself incredulously amused. Such clumsy lies were riddled with flaws upon even the slightest contemplation. However, after assimilating the memories of his past self, he recognized that the entire Xiao family, aside from this farce, was filled with fools. This scenario had likely unfolded countless times within the Xiao household, where the family would unconditionally trust the adopted son while perpetually punishing their biological offspring. Xiao Buyi glanced around at the loathsome figures he was related to and felt a deep sense of injustice for his former self. Beast, he thought. This is how I raised you. Don't think that just because you're married, I want to discipline you. Today, You must apologize to Tianxi and publicly admit that you stole that song from him. As Xiao Buyi remained silent, a faint smile on his lips, Xiao Yunqing could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Approaching Xiao Buyi, he raised his hand to slap him. Xiao Buyi's eyes sharpened. He swiftly grasped Xiao Yunqing's hand, rendering him immobile. Xiao Yunqing felt as though his wrist was trapped in a vice, struggling in vain to free himself. He was entirely unaware that after undergoing rigorous training, Xiao Buyi's physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary person. Do you dare to resist? Xiao Yunqing fumed. Why shouldn't I? Xiao Buyi retorted, forcefully tossing Xiao Yunqing off balance. Unfilial wretch, how dare you strike? Before Xiao Yunqing could finish his sentence, he met Xiao Buyi's icy and piercing gaze, causing him to swallow his words. Meanwhile, his mother, Wang Guifang, was oblivious to Xiao Buyi's expression and exclaimed angrily, how could I give birth to such a rebellious son? You dare to lay a hand on your father? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Standing nearby, Xiao Qingling echoed her anger. You've bullied Tianxi since childhood, and now you continue to torment him as an adult. Do you possess any humanity? How could someone so malicious belong to our family? Xiao Buyi surveyed the faces of the Xiao family members. Perhaps the original had harbored some semblance of familial affection, but the current Xiao Buyi felt no inclination to indulge such fools. The head of the illustrious Xiao group, overseeing thousands, was nothing more than a brainless simpleton. No wonder his grandfather deemed him unworthy, claiming he was a stubborn piece of clay. Indeed, the once prestigious Xiao group had deteriorated into a second-rate enterprise in just over a decade, a testament to his incompetence. What did you say? Xiao Yunqing trembled with rage. The others in the Xiao family were stunned, unable to fathom that such words had escaped Xiao Buyi's lips. I said you are a complete, incompetent fool devoid of virtue. Oh no, you don't even deserve the term fool. Idiot suits you better. Wang Guifang stepped forward, her hand raised to strike Xiao Buyi. The sound of the slap echoed throughout the hall, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Xiao Yunqing, Xiao Tianxi, and Xiao Qingling were all incredulous. Xiao Buyi had just struck Wang Guifang. With that slap, the atmosphere in the Xiao villa seemed to freeze. Wang Guifang stood there, hand on her face, stunned and silent, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Yunqing growled like a beast, seizing a nearby crystal ashtray and hurling it at Xiao Buyi. You dare strike your mother? You've crossed the line. Today, I will make you pay. The crystal ashtray whizzed past Xiao Buyi's ear, shattering against the wall. Xiao Buyi smirked coldly, kicking over the ornate wooden tea table that stood in his way. As porcelain shattered, he advanced toward Xiao Yunqing, exuding an aura so chilling that those present instinctively recoiled. Enough! Xiao Tianxi suddenly threw himself in front of Wang Guifang, his frail body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Brother, you cannot strike Mom. No matter how angry you are. He reached out to touch Wang Guifang's swollen cheek, but withdrew at the last moment, his fingers trembling in the air. Mom, does it hurt? It's all my fault. If I hadn't written that song, you wouldn't. Xiao Buyi has lost his mind. He dares to strike his own mother. Xiao Qingling screamed. Is he even human? How could he harm his own mother? Her voice was sharp, nearly breaking, her eyes blazing with fury. Tianxi, don't defend him. A heartless wretch like him deserves to be imprisoned. Xiao Yunqing's neck was taut with rage, nearly bursting from his shirt collar as he hoarsely shouted. Today, I will cleanse the Xiao family of this disgrace. Xiao Buyi sidestepped Xiao Yunqing's attack, swiftly grabbing his father's wrist. Great heavenly dragon, supreme spells. Xiao Buyi shouted, delivering a powerful slap to Xiao Yunqing's face. The force of the blow sent Xiao Yunqing spinning 360 degrees before he landed elegantly on the ground. Wow, when did I become so powerful? Xiao Buyi marveled at his hand, astonished by the unexpected strength he had unleashed. Beep, congratulations to the host. Your popularity has exceeded 1 million. Would you like to draw a prize? The system's voice brought Xiao Buyi immense joy. Before arriving, he had checked his stats, and his popularity was still under 100,000. He never expected it to soar to 1 million so swiftly. He recalled that at 1 million, he could draw high-tier rewards, and without hesitation, he chose to proceed with the draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained martial arts technique, unscathed 18 palms. Features, always hits the mark, strikes without fail. Effect, striking the enemy causes intense pain but leaves no marks. The system's voice was particularly endearing, and a fierce determination sparkled in Xiao Buyi's eyes. Indeed, he was eager to test this technique. Dad, Xiao Tianxi cried out, rushing forward, but faltered and knelt on the ground, pale fingers gripping the carpet tightly. Brother, if you must hit someone, strike me instead. Don't hurt Dad. He looked up, tears glistening like dew on his eyelashes. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have written that song. Meanwhile, Wang Guifang had also begun to process the reality of what had just occurred. She erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. Oh heavens! How did I raise such a monster? I should have drowned him in the toilet when he was born. You are not my son. You are a devil, a harbinger of doom. As the private bodyguards of the Xiao family rushed in, they were met with a scene that left them utterly dumbfounded. 6 black-clad bodyguards beheld the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yunqing, slumped on the floor, his collar askew, and his cheeks swollen like a steamed bun. Wang Guifang, disheveled, pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Buyi. What is happening here? The youngest bodyguard, Xiao Zhang, gulped, his heart racing as he listened to the chaotic sounds around him. In his 3 years of service, he had never witnessed the Xiao family in such disarray. It's my fault. I stole Mom and Dad's love. Just hit me. Kill me. Xiao Tianxi, emboldened by the arrival of the bodyguards, shouted. Before he could finish his pitiful act, Xiao Buyi seized his face with his left hand, squeezing it until his delicate features were contorted. Still acting? The Oscars owe you a golden trophy. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, the sound startling the bodyguards into a collective shudder. Xiao Tianxi's head was knocked to one side, blood instantly seeping from the corner of his mouth. Before he could let out a cry of despair, another slap landed precisely on the other side. Let us see you pretend to be weak. The third slap struck the crown of his head. When you frame and slander, don't feign innocence. The onlooking bodyguards were left dumbfounded. They had witnessed the old master of the Xiao family furious and smashing antiques, and had seen the young lady throwing tantrums and destroying jewelry. But they had never seen anyone strike with such rhythmic precision. Was it you who stuffed a dead mouse into Xiao Qingling's backpack? Xiao Buyi tugged at Xiao Tianxi's hair, yanking it back sharply. Accusing me of stealing money, why don't you show some backbone? Xiao Tianxi's screams pierced the villa's dome. His meticulously styled curls now a chaotic mess. He kicked desperately, trying to break free, but Xiao Buyi held him firmly with one hand, leaving him to emit incoherent whimpers. Brother, I was wrong? Now you realize your mistake? Xiao Buyi suddenly released him, and just as everyone thought he would relent, he seized his opponent's collar and lifted him high. Xiao Tianxi flailed, his feet dangling like a fish caught on a line. Watch me unleash a thunderous barrage of slaps. The sound of slapping echoed as Xiao Buyi alternated his strikes, making Xiao Tianxi's head bob back and forth like a rattle. Pretending, are we? What kind of plastic bag can hold so much? Did the Oscar judges fail to see through your act? He berated while continuing to strike. Finally, Wang Guifang snapped out of her shock and screamed as she rushed over. Stop. You'll kill him. But she tripped over a tea table that Xiao Buyi had kicked. Sprawling on the floor, Xiao Yunqing, his face flushed with anger, scrambled up and grabbed a vase to smash. This is outrageous. Bodyguards, subdue this ungrateful wretch. The 6 bodyguards exchanged glances. According to protocol, they should immediately restrain the troublemaker. Yet, the scene before them clearly reflected a family feud within the Xiao clan. However, with Xiao Yunqing giving the order, they had no choice but to comply. The head of the bodyguard team approached Xiao Buyi and said, Young master, please cease this. Don't make it difficult for us. Xiao Buyi flashed a grin. If you intend to intervene, then do so. Today, I wish to see who can save this green tea. Young master, I apologize for the inconvenience, the head bodyguard replied helplessly. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from outside. I want to see who dares to lay a finger on my husband today. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a figure clad in fiery red, radiating an icy aura, burst in. Her black stiletto heels clicked across the chaotic floor as she halted in front of Xiao Buyi. Li Qinghan removed her sunglasses with a single hand, revealing a face of unmatched beauty. Her voice was as cold as ice, seemingly dropping the temperature in the hall by several degrees. What brings you here? Xiao Buyi asked, surprised to see Li Qinghan. Chapter 24. A commanding defense of her husband. The chill emanating from Li Qinghan froze the 6 bodyguards in their tracks as she strode confidently to Xiao Buyi's side, her heels clicking assertively against the floor. Her phoenix eyes scanned the disarray before settling on the flushed face of Xiao Yunqing. Father, what grave offense has I committed to provoke such a violent response from you? Xiao Yunqing's throat constricted. He hadn't anticipated Li Qinghan's sudden appearance. In past business dealings, her decisive methods had instilled a sense of caution within him, and now, faced with her imposing inquiry, he felt somewhat intimidated. Qinghan, you don't understand. Xiao Buyi has gone mad. He even dares to strike his own mother. Xiao Yunqing stammered, forcing himself to maintain his composure. Li Qinghan's eyes flashed with surprise as she cast a quick glance at Wang Guifang. Did you truly strike her? She asked. No, it was not I who struck her. Her face collided with my palm. Xiao Buyi replied with utmost seriousness. You beast. You're speaking nonsense. Wang Guifang protested, clutching her face and crying out. Li Qinghan's expression turned icy, betraying nothing of her inner turmoil, but her heart was already in turmoil. Xiao Buyi had undeniably changed. Not only had his attitude towards her shifted, but his demeanor towards his family had transformed as well. She was acutely aware of how much Xiao Buyi valued his family, even to the extent of relinquishing the 30% stake in the Xiao Corporation that the old master had bestowed upon him, valued now at no less than 3 billion. When they wed, Li Qinghan knew that Xiao Buyi held these shares, yet he had never received a single dividend from the Xiao Corporation. As the president of the Li Corporation, Li Qinghan certainly did not covet such a minor stake. Since Xiao Buyi himself seemed indifferent, she had chosen not to intervene. After all, she had believed Xiao Buyi wished to avoid straining family relations, but it now appeared that he no longer valued such familial bonds. Li Qinghan understood Xiao Buyi's temperament. He would never strike his mother unless he had suffered a profound blow. The thought made her face appear as if cloaked in frost, exuding an aura of chilling severity. It must be that you all conspired to bully Ai. The fault lies with you. In that moment, Li Qinghan's gaze towards Xiao Buyi softened with pity, while Xiao Buyi looked at her in bewilderment. Why was Li Qinghan defending him today? Xiao Buyi could scarcely believe his ears and had never anticipated witnessing Li Qinghan stand up for him. The rest of the Xiao family was equally astonished. Rumors circulated that Li Qinghan was romantically involved with a young star from the entertainment industry and had little regard for Xiao Buyi, even dismissing him as insignificant. Yet it seemed that was not the case. Li Qinghan evidently cared for Xiao Buyi deeply. Xiao Tianxi was engulfed by a tumult of complex emotions. He had always envied Xiao Buyi, resenting his privileged upbringing and the fact that he could marry a woman like Li Qinghan. Watching Li Qinghan protect Xiao Buyi intensified his feelings of distortion. Yet, he quickly adopted a pitiable demeanor, tears brimming in his eyes. Sister Qinghan, it's all my fault. It was my song that my brother liked, and I should have given it to him directly. Otherwise, this wouldn't have escalated. Li Qinghan frowned. What does that have to do with your song? Suddenly, Xiao Qingling rushed from the crowd, her finger trembling with rage as she pointed at Xiao Buyi. Li Qinghan, don't be deceived. Half a month ago, Xiao Buyi returned to the Xiao family and snuck into Tianxi's study to steal the song he painstakingly created, A Lifetime of Love. Now, he's using your connections to gain fame at the expense of Tianxi's hard work. Her eyes brimmed with intense hatred, her disheveled hair framing her face like a fierce beast protecting its young. Wang Guifeng, seeing this, wept profusely as she cried, Qinghan, you must stand up for Tianxi. This wretch has harbored malice since childhood, and now he even steals his younger brother's work. He is worse than a pig or a dog. Her bloodshot eyes fixated on Xiao Buyi, filled with venomous resentment as if she wished to skin him alive. Xiao Yinqing gasped for breath, his trembling finger pointing at Xiao Buyi. We should never have shown him mercy by allowing him to stay in the family. Now he has grown wings, stealing and robbing, and even striking people. He must apologize to Tianxi today and restore his reputation. His chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly consumed by rage. Xiao Tianxi sagely lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, his voice choked. Let it go. We are all family. If my brother likes this song, he can have it. I will write another. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Qingling. No, this despicable person must have his true colors revealed to everyone. What he has stolen is not just a song, but Tianxi's blood, sweat, and the dignity of the Xiao family. Xiao Buyi stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing the farce. Li Qinghan's lips curled into a scornful smile, her gaze sharp as a poisoned dagger, sweeping over the distorted faces of the Xiao family. Witnessing the true nature of this family, she could not help but feel a chill for Xiao Buyi. This is hardly reminiscent of family. It is evident that they regard him as an adversary. The mere thought that Xiao Buyi has been raised in such an environment rends her heart with a profound ache. Once Xiao Qingling had finished her tirade, she leisurely interjected, Is that all? Crafting tales can be rather amusing, can't it? Xiao Qingling, incensed by her dismissive demeanor, retorted sharply. What tales? The truth is that Xiao Buyi stole Tianxi's song. If you protect him, you are opposing the Xiao family. Li Qinghan suddenly erupted in laughter, her mirth crisp, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Opposing the Xiao family? Do you truly believe you are worthy? She stepped closer to Xiao Qingling, the sound of her high heels striking the ground resonating ominously. You accuse Ai of theft, yet where is your evidence? Surveillance footage? Manuscripts? Or recordings? If you cannot produce any, then this is mere slander. Xiao Qingling's face flushed with fury as she bellowed, Li Qinghan, don't think that just because you are the president of Li Corp, you can meddle in our Xiao family's affairs. Tianxi said he stole it. So it must be true. This is none of your business. None of my business? Li Qinghan raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. I am Xiao Buyi's wife, legally a member of the Xiao family. And you? On what basis do you assert that Tianxi's words are the truth? Simply because he feigns vulnerability? She turned her gaze upon Xiao Tianxi, her eyes filled with frigid disdain. Xiao Tianxi felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutinizing gaze, instinctively retreating a step as he stammered. I just didn't have time to register the inspiration. It came from a dream. A dream? Li Qinghan scoffed. How romantic. But let me ask you, how does a native of Shanghai, who has never spoken Cantonese, master its pronunciation with such precision? Xiao Qingling's expression shifted as she hastily interjected. Even if he doesn't know Cantonese, he can always find someone to teach him. Find someone to teach him? Li Qinghan retrieved her phone and played a video. Interestingly, just a few days ago, I heard IE perform Xiao Chuan Chi Feng Le Live. Two original songs with distinctly different styles, both exceptional in lyrics and composition. With such creative talent, why would he need to steal from your so-called genius? In the video, Xiao Buyi stood on stage, illuminated by the spotlight, radiating brilliance. His focused demeanor while singing mirrored the man standing in the Xiao family's living room, whose gaze was now as cold as ice. The Xiao family members stared at the video, their faces shifting between hues of green and pale. Xiao Qingling, refusing to concede, screeched, "This could very well be stolen too." Stolen? Li Qinghan tucked her phone away and advanced on Xiao Qingling, exuding an almost tangible aura of pressure. "I can sue you for defamation over baseless accusations. At that point, the Xiao family's reputation will be irreparably tarnished." She turned to Xiao Yuncheng. "Mr. Xiao, you have navigated the business world for decades. Surely you possess at least this much discernment? Or do you prefer to believe a foster son over your own flesh and blood?" In that moment, Li Qinghan was genuinely enraged, even foregoing the term dad to address him as Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuncheng opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, suddenly questioning if he had truly erred. After all, he had arrived to find Xiao Qingling accusing Xiao Buyi, without seeking the full context, having naively believed her and Xiao Tianxi's claims. Now, faced with Li Qinghan's demand for evidence, how could he possibly produce any? The thought of suffering such humiliation before Li Qinghan ignited a deep rage within him, leading him to glare vehemently at Xiao Qingling. Xiao Buyi leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing Li Qinghan assert her dominance. The wife who once disregarded him now resembled a lioness fiercely protecting her cub, standing resolutely behind him. Xiao Buyi felt no gratitude. Rather, he found her actions amusing. Had you shown this much care for your husband sooner, he might not have been driven to the brink of despair. Li Qinghan, noting the Xiao family's stunned silence, coldly declared, "This matter ends here. Should there be a next time, do not expect me to be lenient." She turned to grasp Xiao Buyi's hand, but he effortlessly evaded her touch. "You may leave. I still have accounts to settle with them." Chapter 25. Severing ties. The Xiao family members were suddenly stricken with fear. Was this not yet over? Li Qinghan's delicate brows knit together, not out of concern for Xiao Buyi's potential aggression, but for the damage such a public display of violence against his biological parents could inflict on his reputation. Intending to intervene, Xiao Buyi spoke first. "Xiao Yuncheng, Wang Guifeng, listen closely. I shall sever all ties with you, and we will no longer be related." This proclamation struck Xiao Yuncheng and Wang Guifeng like a bolt from the blue, leaving their minds blank with disbelief. "You wish to sever ties with us?" Wang Guifeng's voice quivered as she spoke. "Indeed, parents like you, who cannot discern right from wrong, are not worth keeping," Xiao Buyi stated decisively. It was almost comical. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered parents who favored a foster child over their own. Such absurdity could only be witnessed in tales of severed familial bonds. Why maintain ties with a family so foolish? Determined not to engage in endless strife with this family, Xiao Buyi was resolute. He would not abandon what was rightfully his. As his words fell, the air within the Xiao villa seemed to be sucked away, plunging everyone into a suffocating silence. Wang Guifeng was the first to react, leaping forward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You ungrateful child. The Xiao family provided for you, educated you, and now that you've grown wings, you wish to sever ties? Do you not honor your ancestors?" Xiao Yuncheng's face turned ashen, his hands gripping the armrests of the sofa until his knuckles turned white. Internally, turmoil raged within him, but he maintained a facade of calm. A titan in the business world, his mind was now consumed with calculating the implications. Should Xiao Buyi sever ties with the Xiao family, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the business circles of Shanghai, shattering the century-old prestige of the Xiao family. More critically, Xiao Buyi was now Li Qinghan's husband. This relationship provided the Xiao family with a layer of security in business dealings. Many partners were inclined to associate with the Xiao family purely for the sake of Li Corporation. If ties were severed, it would be tantamount to cutting off their connection to Li Corp, a loss he could not afford. Ungrateful wretch. Xiao Yunqing suddenly stood, causing the teacups on the coffee table to rattle. Do not forget your surname is Xiao. The Xiao family bestowed upon you your identity and status. And you think you can just dismiss that? Do you wish to make a laughingstock of the Xiao family before all of Shanghai? Xiao Buyi curled his lips into a sardonic smile, his gaze icy as frost. When have you ever regarded me as your son? Throughout my life. How many times has Xiao Tianci framed me? Each time, you punished me without discernment. Now you wish to save face? Where was this concern before? Wang Guifeng clung to Xiao Yuncheng, lamenting, my husband, how could we have raised such a heartless creature? Xiao Qingling chimed in, fanning the flames, Xiao Buyi, do not overstep. The Xiao family has treated you with utmost kindness. Have you no conscience? Xiao Buyi surveyed the room, his gaze settling on Xiao Yuncheng. Do not attempt to morally bind me with familial ties or filial piety. I am well aware of your calculations. You fear the loss of face for the Xiao family, and dread the severance of my link to Li Corporation. Xiao Yuncheng was struck where it hurt, his face flushing crimson. You speak nonsense. The Xiao family's affairs are not for you, the ungrateful son, to judge. I tell you, if you wish to sever ties, the door is closed. Xiao Buyi suddenly laughed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. He leisurely produced his phone, waving it slightly. Xiao Yuncheng, Wang Guifeng, you would do well to contemplate this carefully. Should you refuse to sever ties, I guarantee that tomorrow, all of Shanghai's networks will erupt with scandal. The Xiao family's mistreatment of their own, along with the sordid affair between Xiao Tianci and Xiao Qingling, will be laid bare. You lie? Xiao Qingling and Xiao Tianci shrieked in unison, as if their tails had been stepped on. Brother, I know you dislike me, even hate me. You may slander me as you wish. But how dare you defame fifth sister? How will she face the world after this? Xiao Tianci said with a pained expression. Xiao Qingling's face turned pale with rage as she exclaimed, Xiao Buyi, you are shameless to accuse me. I will not let you off easily. Xiao Buyi, with eyes sharp as an eagle, dismissed the hysterics of Xiao Tianci and Xiao Qingling, turning his gaze directly to Xiao Yunqing. The Xiao family appears prosperous on the surface, yet it is a chaotic mess beneath, abusing one's own son and entangling adopted children with biological ones, if these matters are exposed. Do you think the Xiao family can maintain its footing in the business world of Magic City? Wang Guifeng looked at Xiao Buyi in terror, as if she no longer recognized her own son. How could you know of such things? You are talking nonsense. How could Qingling and Tianci have that kind of relationship? What evidence do you have? Xiao Buyi scoffed. Evidence? How can you, a wealthy matriarch, not know that for years, scandals in elite circles seldom require proof? Moreover, if I were to disclose this personally, do you believe evidence would be necessary? My identity as the heir of the Xiao family alone would suffice to have scholars defend my claims. Xiao Yunqing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He never expected his usually obedient son to be so ruthless. As Xiao Buyi mentioned, scandals within affluent families are the media's favorite, and any minor disturbance is magnified exponentially. If the scandal of blurring the lines between an adopted son and a biological daughter were to break, it would be a fatal blow to the Xiao family, preventing them from ever holding their heads high in elite circles again. More critically, if this information were to emerge from Xiao Buyi's lips, no proof would be required. His status alone would serve as undeniable evidence. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his heart waged a fierce battle. Agreeing to sever ties would bring disgrace to the Xiao family and cost them the support of the Li Group. Conversely, if he refused and Xiao Buyi went on a rampage online, the family would face irreversible ruin, becoming the laughingstock of high society. Xiao Buyi seemed like a completely different person. He was inscrutable, and Yunqing could not dare to gamble with someone who would ruthlessly harm their own parents. What is it that you truly want? Xiao Yunqing managed to ask, his voice betraying a slight tremor. Xiao Buyi crossed his arms, his tone calm yet authoritative. It is simple. Sign a severance agreement and return to me every penny of the dividends owed to me by the Xiao Group over the years. Xiao Qingling screamed, you are dreaming. Xiao Buyi, I will not yield to you. If you have the ability, present your evidence, or do not blame me for calling the police. Evidence. Now you seek evidence from me? When Xiao Tianci accused me, why did you not demand evidence from him? Xiao Buyi laughed coldly, his eyes filled with derision. Xiao Yunqing, do not dawdle. Either accede to my demands, or I will release the Xiao family scandals online this very moment. Wang Guifeng's legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, murmuring, it's over, all over. Xiao Yunqing staggered back a few steps, bracing himself against the wall to remain upright. He gazed at this unfamiliar son before him, feeling profound fear for the first time. In the living room, The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. The members of the Xiao family confronted Xiao Buyi, each expression a tapestry of complex emotions. With tears streaming down his face like crocodile tears, Xiao Tianxi sobbed, "Brother, please don't do this. The Xiao family cannot be without you. I've been thoughtless over the years and have caused you anger. I can change. We are family." He reached out tremblingly, as if fearing Xiao Buyi would vanish at any moment, trying to grasp at his brother's clothing to keep him within the Xiao family. Xiao Buyi regarded his brother's theatrics with cold disdain, internally mocking his feigned innocence. Before Xiao Tianxi could touch him, he shot a cold glance and delivered a swift slap. "You want to play the victim? You brought this upon yourself." The sharp sound echoed in the silent living room, jarring and piercing. Taken by surprise, Xiao Tianxi fell to the ground, his face swelling instantly. A flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes at being publicly humiliated, quickly masked by tears of grievance. He covered his face, weeping more earnestly, murmuring, "Brother, I know I was wrong. Please don't be so heartless." To the unknowing observer, he appeared to be a victim of great injustice. Xiao Yunqing's face darkened, mirroring the sky before a storm. Witnessing his beloved son in such a pitiful state ignited a surge of fury within him, prompting thoughts of reprimanding Xiao Buyi. Yet, the memory of Xiao Buyi's earlier threats echoed in his mind, and the words regarding the family's scandals rang clearly. The anger he had nearly voiced was swallowed back down. His fists clenched in an effort to suppress the tumult of rage and fear. Wang Guifeng, stripped of her usual arrogance, sat on the ground, her expression vacant, still reeling from the shock of being struck by her own son. Xiao Qingling's face was a mask of rage and stubbornness, her eyes wide as saucers. Glaring at Xiao Buyi as if she wished to devour him whole, her resentment swelling like a tide. Enough of this pretense. Xiao Buyi's voice was as cold as frost, devoid of warmth. "Bring forth the severance agreement." His words were concise and resolute, brimming with undeniable authority. Xiao Yunqing ground his teeth, struggling to avert his gaze from Xiao Buyi, turning instead to the butler. Understanding the gravity of the moment, the butler wasted no time in preparing the severance agreement. As the document was placed on the table, it glimmered under the light, painfully glaring. Xiao Yunqing stared at the stark black and white, feeling a sharp sting in his eyes, as if countless needles were piercing through. He could not fathom how a once harmonious family had reached such a state. Trembling, he picked up the pen, his hand shaking uncontrollably, unable to write. Each second of hesitation tore at his insides. Had he truly erred all these years? No, he could never be wrong, not now or ever. All blame lay squarely on Xiao Buyi, the ungrateful son. Had he merely obeyed, this would not have come to pass. As this thought settled in, Xiao Yunqing's guilt evaporated, replaced by boundless anger. "What? Do you wish to retract your words?" Xiao Buyi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery, his eyes betraying his disdain for Xiao Yunqing. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of strength, Xiao Yunqing ultimately signed the agreement. His handwriting was shaky, lacking the elegance with which he usually penned his business dealings. "Now it is your turn," Xiao Buyi called out to Wang Guifeng. Seeing this, Wang Guifeng's fury erupted. Her own flesh and blood now refused to even acknowledge her as mother. In a frenzy, she lunged forward, snatching the pen and hurriedly scrawling her name on the agreement. "Ungrateful wretch, I shall act as if I never bore you," she declared venomously. Xiao Qingling, standing by, hesitated, her face a mask of reluctance, but after a prolonged moment of internal struggle, she begrudgingly signed her name, each stroke an outlet for her pent-up frustration. When it came time for Xiao Tianxi, he maintained his pitiful demeanor, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "Brother, I truly do not wish to sever ties. Without you, the Xiao family would feel incomplete." His performance was theatrical, yet to Xiao Buyi, it was merely the antics of a jester. "Begone. There is no need for your signature. I have no ties to you," Xiao Buyi interrupted impatiently, his voice sharp and cold. Xiao Tianxi was taken aback, a flicker of resentment igniting in his eyes. Xiao Buyi was clearly insulting him, highlighting that he was no true member of the Xiao family. In a fleeting moment, his expression unveiled the true thoughts concealed within his heart, yet he swiftly brainwashed himself. Deep down, he had long anticipated Xiao Buyi's departure from the Xiao family. This way, all that belonged to the Xiao family in the future would be his, with no one left to contest his inheritance. After signing the severance agreement, Xiao Buyi carefully stored it away, lifted his gaze, and resolutely declared, "Now, we must discuss the matter of dividends." "Dividends? What dividends?" Xiao Yunqing clearly recalled something. Xiao Buyi sneered, "The 30 shares my grandfather left me. I demand every penny of the dividends accrued over the years. For the sake of familial affection, I have refrained from claiming them until now." But you have treated me this way. From now on, I shall no longer show leniency. His words carried not only disappointment for the past, but also determination for the future. Xiao Yuncheng's face paled instantly, as if confronted by a ghost. He hastily replied, "I.e., you know that the Xiao Group is currently struggling, facing fierce market competition and immense pressure. Could we perhaps delay the dividend discussion?" As he spoke, he scrutinized Xiao Buyi's expression, anxious to seek his understanding and compromise. Before Xiao Buyi could respond, Li Qinghan let out a cold laugh, laced with sarcasm and disdain. Unhurriedly, she remarked, "Mr. Xiao, your words are rather unamusing. The detailed financial reports of the Xiao Group over recent years clearly outline every income and expenditure. While it may not shine as it once did, with a 30 stake, one could still expect at least 100 million annually. Do you think I, Li Qinghan, am easily deceived, or that my husband is oblivious to business affairs?" Her words struck at the very heart of Xiao Yuncheng's vulnerabilities. He had intended to take advantage of Xiao Buyi's ignorance of the business world, forgetting the formidable presence of Li Qinghan beside him. Xiao Yuncheng stammered, "Qinghan, you know there are numerous difficulties in the company's operations. Many funds remain uncollectible, and various costs continue to escalate." "Enough," Xiao Buyi interjected again, his tone frigid and resolute. "I shall not waste words with you. Either you compensate me for the dividends owed, in full and without reduction, or you buy my shares. If you refuse to purchase them, I will offer my shares for sale to others online. I, Xiao Buyi, am a man of my word. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Xiao family, and I will no longer be shackled by so-called familial bonds." "Absolutely not," Xiao Yuncheng nearly shouted, his voice rife with fear and panic. "The shares of the Xiao Group must never fall into the hands of outsiders." He bellowed in anger. Chapter 27. Your husband is already dead. Xiao Yuncheng felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing his balance. Despite the Xiao Group's valuation exceeding 10 billion, the 30 million in cash was an astronomical figure for the current Xiao family. In that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of producing such an amount. Yet, if he did not buy the shares, they would inevitably fall into the hands of outsiders, leading the Xiao family to ruin. He was frantic and desperate, yet powerless. "I. Can we perhaps negotiate an extension on the timeline, or lower the price a bit?" Xiao Yuncheng pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation. "There is nothing to negotiate." Xiao Buyi's stance remained unyielding as he turned to leave. "Prepare yourself well over the next month. If you fail to meet my demands by then, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he cast a glance at Li Qinghan and strode towards the door. Once Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan departed, the Xiao family's living room fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Tianxi sat on the floor, watching their retreating figures, a smug smile creeping onto his lips as he envisioned himself becoming the master of the Xiao family, commanding influence in the business world. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuncheng slumped onto the sofa, wearied and despondent, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. He found it hard to accept the actions of his once disdained son today. Xiao Buyi's audacious behavior forced him to acknowledge the seriousness of Xiao Buyi's threats. He understood that Xiao Buyi was not merely speaking empty words, but genuinely sought to extricate himself from this family. On the other hand, as Xiao Buyi exited the villa, he headed towards his car. Just as he opened the door, Li Qinghan simultaneously opened the passenger door and settled inside. Xiao Buyi frowned slightly. "Ms. Li, do you not have a car of your own?" Li Qinghan replied matter-of-factly, "You are my husband. It is only natural for me to ride in your car." Xiao Buyi gazed at Li Qinghan in silence, then chuckled. "What, Ms. Li, are you not afraid of hurting your beloved while accompanying me?" Li Qinghan's expression darkened instantly. "Husband, I have explained this before. My relationship with Ji Bodai is not of that nature, and I have never done anything to betray you. Whether or not you have is known only to you, but can you deny that being alone together constitutes infidelity? Do you need me to remind you how many times you were alone with him?" A flicker of pain crossed Li Qinghan's face. She wished to explain but felt that every word now seemed pitifully inadequate. After all, Xiao Buyi spoke the truth. Misunderstandings could be clarified, but facts were either accepted or rejected. Clearly, Xiao Buyi was unwilling to accept what she had done in the past. "Husband, I realize that I have made mistakes. I promise I will change. Can we not divorce? I cannot bear to lose you." "Ah, you know how to steer clear of obstacles when crashing into walls. You know to buy stocks when they rise. When you make mistakes, you know to repent. Yet, when a runny nose drips into your mouth, you forget to wipe it away." Xiao Buyi remarked with mockery. Li Qinghan's heart bled. Every word from Xiao Buyi pierced her heart like a knife. "Li Qinghan, you are the president of the Li Group. Surely you do not naively believe that a simple apology can absolve the mistakes of adulthood? You are aware that your relationship with Ji Bodai has crossed the boundaries of normalcy, and you know this better than anyone. Your actions indicate that you did so intentionally. So what is there to explain? Why feign deep emotions? Li Qinghan's complexion turned ashen, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Once, she had believed that Xiao Buyi would always tolerate her capriciousness and neglect. But she never anticipated that those moments she dismissed would accumulate into an insurmountable chasm in his heart. I truly know I was wrong. Li Qinghan's voice was hoarse, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I was too arrogant, thinking you would always wait for me. I neglected your feelings, but I swear, there is nothing between Xiao Buyi and me. Those instances of being alone together were merely work-related. I failed to draw the line, and that was my fault. She reached out, attempting to grasp Xiao Buyi's sleeve, only for him to sidestep, a gesture that struck her heart like a heavy hammer. After so many years of marriage, is there truly no affection left? Her tone was filled with humility and pleading, a demeanor Li Qinghan had never exhibited before. The once commanding president, fierce in the business realm, now resembled a child terrified of losing a beloved possession, flustered and helpless. Xiao Buyi looked at the tear-streaked face of Li Qinghan, yet not a single ripple stirred within him. His gaze was cold and detached, as if he were observing a stranger. Li Qinghan, the Xiao Buyi who once loved you has long since perished. The person before you now is entirely new. He paused, as if fearing she would not comprehend, and continued. What stands before you is merely a vessel that has been usurped. Perhaps thinking of it this way would bring you some solace. Li Qinghan's mind felt as though it had short-circuited, a moment of blankness enveloping her. From Xiao Buyi's eyes, she discerned the sincerity in his tone and demeanor. Usurped? Li Qinghan found it hard to believe that such fantastical events could transpire in real life. No, my dear husband, if you truly do not love me, then why? On that day in the office, did you? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks flushed with a blend of shyness and excitement. Xiao Buyi, upon hearing her words, curled his lips into a sardonic smile. Do you think that was out of love? Do not be so naive. After all, you are the renowned ice queen of the business world, and you remain quite captivating to me. This statement struck her like a bolt from the blue, causing Li Qinghan to sway slightly, nearly losing her balance. She could hardly fathom that such hurtful words could escape the lips of Xiao Buyi. Her once gentle and considerate husband, now transformed into a figure of cold indifference. At that moment of stalemate, Li Qinghan's phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, she retrieved her phone, her heart skipping a beat at the sight of the name displayed on the screen, Xiao Buyi. Her finger hovered hesitantly above the answer button. Stealing a glance at Xiao Buyi, she was met only with his frosty profile, seemingly indifferent to the call. Aren't you going to answer? Xiao Buyi remarked, laced with mockery. Your white moonlight is calling you. What? Afraid I might misinterpret. Biting her lip, Li Qinghan ultimately pressed the hang-up button. Yet, as if mocking her resolve, the phone rang again almost immediately. Frustrated, she ended the call once more, an inexplicable unease swelling within her. Perhaps there truly was an urgent matter at hand. Xiao Buyi observed the phone ringing for the third time, his tone languid. You might as well answer. Wouldn't you want to miss something important? After a moment's hesitation, just as the call was about to disconnect, she gently tapped the answer button. Before she could utter a word, her manager Zhang He's anxious voice burst through the line. Li Zong, Boda has been in an accident. Chapter 28. Xiao Buyi's deception. Li Qinghan glanced at Xiao Buyi with evident concern, explaining, Boda has been in an accident. Xiao Buyi scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision. Then why are you still sitting here? Biting her lip, she hesitated for a heartbeat but eventually opened the car door and stepped out. Standing by the roadside, she anxiously inquired about the situation, her voice tinged with palpable anxiety. While she was engrossed in her conversation, Xiao Buyi, without hesitation, started the car. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped off like an arrow, leaving only the fading glow of its taillights behind. Hearing the engine roar to life, Li Qinghan turned to witness the car disappearing into the distance, her anger and urgency igniting. Her face flushed with rage as she stomped her foot. Xiao Buyi. Yet, the only response was the gradually diminishing silhouette of the vehicle in the night. Her heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she feared for Xiao Buyi's safety, while on the other, she seethed with indignation and hurt at Xiao Buyi's demeanor. Rooted in place, her gaze reflected turmoil and anguish. After much contemplation, Li Qinghan inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions, and instructed the bodyguard nearby to the hospital. The bodyguards nodded in unison, swiftly bringing the vehicle around. Li Qinghan climbed in, and they rushed toward the hospital. Inside the hospital, Xiao Buyi lay on the hospital bed, his leg encased in a thick plaster cast. He had bribed the doctor to create a false cast, as his injuries were not as severe as they appeared, merely some superficial abrasions. At that moment, he lay in bed, scrolling through videos on his phone, keenly monitoring the online feedback following the premiere of tomorrow's Song King. Upon seeing the flood of comments, his expression darkened instantly. Xiao Buyi's performance of The Love of a Lifetime was nothing short of phenomenal. The vocal prowess and emotional delivery were divine. How had he not recognized such a talented singer before? Xiao Buyi was indeed a treasure in the music industry, while Chu Feng was commendable. He paled in comparison to Xiao Buyi. Boda's previous expectations of himself were dashed. He once believed he could easily stand out in the competition, only to be overshadowed by Xiao Buyi. This opportunity was the last chance given to him by Li Qinghan, and if he failed to claim the championship, she would undoubtedly be gravely disappointed. A sense of dread enveloped him as he realized he lacked confidence in overcoming Chu Feng and Xiao Buyi. Suddenly, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he turned to his manager, Zhang He. Brother He immediately released news of my accident online, claiming I was practicing tirelessly for the show, which led to my physical exhaustion and the accident. Zhang He hesitated. Boda, wouldn't this be a bit too much? What if we get found out? What are you afraid of? Boda retorted angrily. Do you know how they are talking about me online? It's all insults. I must turn the tide and attract some sympathetic fans. Hurry up and handle it. I'll take responsibility for any fallout. Zhang He sighed resignedly. All right, I'll take care of it. After Zhang He left, Boda lay on the bed, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. Recently, he had discerned a significant shift in Li Qinghan's attitude towards him, all following Xiao Buyi's proposal for divorce. Could it be that Li Qinghan had genuinely fallen for that scoundrel? The mere thought of this possibility ignited a wave of panic and unease within Boda. Li Qinghan was his greatest assurance. He could not afford to lose her trust and support, thus Xiao Buyi must be eradicated. The pungent scent of disinfectant filled the hospital corridor as Li Qinghan hurriedly strode in her high heels. Upon pushing open the door to the ward, she found Boda curled up at the head of the bed, a pale face adorned with a weak smile, looking genuinely pitiful. Qinghan, his voice was hoarse, trembling as he reached out. I thought you wouldn't come. Li Qinghan paused, her fingers tightening and then relaxing around the doorknob. She stood a meter away from the bedside. Zhang He informed me you were in an accident. How could you be so careless? A glimmer of triumph flickered in Boda's eyes, and he immediately reddened at the edges. Lowering his head, his eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes. I've been so exhausted preparing for the show that I didn't pay attention while crossing the street. His voice dwindled to a quiver. I know my performance disappointed you. I truly tried my best. Li Qinghan's gaze lingered on the corners of his reddened eyes, suddenly recalling Xiao Buyi's earnest performance of The Love of a Lifetime, which flowed from the depths of his soul. Now, witnessing Boda's tendency to tear up at the slightest provocation filled her with a sense of nausea. She averted her eyes, striving to soften her tone. You must take care of yourself. Don't let this linger. Boda shot his head up, tears brimming in his eyes. But the next recording is less than a week away. I cannot afford to miss it. Qinghan, you know I cannot let the audience down, nor can I disappoint you. He struggled to rise, but the cast made him clumsy. Even if I must use a wheelchair, I will get on that stage. Li Qinghan instinctively reached out to assist him, but withdrew mid-motion. Gazing at Boda's earnest expression, a twinge of guilt washed over her. Perhaps Boda was still quite ambitious. Perhaps she ought not to treat him so harshly. Her demeanor softened as she gently replied, Focus on your recovery. We can coordinate. But your health is paramount. Boda's spirits lifted, realizing that Li Qinghan still cared for him. Sister Qinghan, I've always known you have my best interests at heart. Rest assured, I will not let you down. As she gracefully adjusted her skirt, Li Qinghan's movements exuded elegance yet hinted at a certain detachment. There are pressing matters at the company, so focus on your recovery. I shall visit you when time permits. Don't go. Boda exclaimed in a flurry, reaching for her wrist. I'm so scared being alone in the hospital. Will you stay with me, just for a while? His voice quivered with suppressed sobs. Li Qinghan recoiled abruptly, evading his outstretched hand. The action rendered Boda's face ashen, resembling a forsaken cub retreating into itself. I apologize, but the company has been exceptionally busy. Allow your life assistant to care for you. I will return when I can, she stated, turning her face away to avoid witnessing his wounded expression. The moment the ward door closed, Boda's sobs ceased abruptly. He stared at the shut door, his feelings of grievance and fragility receding like the tide, replaced by a chilling glint of malice. Li Qinghan, you wretched woman, you are mine, and you shall never escape my grasp. He seized the water cup by his pillow and hurled it against the wall. In the corridor, Li Qinghan leaned against the wall, inhaling deeply. The frustration she had suppressed surged within her. She pulled out her phone and, almost instinctively, opened the chat interface with Xiao Buyi. The last message timestamp had frozen 3 days prior, a stark contrast to the daily messages she had received from him, sharing delightful moments and amusing anecdotes. Often, after several messages from him, she would respond with a nonchalant got it, don't worry about it. At that time, she found his incessant chatter bothersome, feeling that a grown man should not be so preoccupied with trivialities. However, now, a sense of nostalgia began to creep in. As the elevator descended, her weary visage reflected in the mirrored surface. Suddenly, Li Qinghan recalled Xiao Buyi's icy, distant eyes when he spoke of being usurped within the Xiao family. At that moment, she had dismissed it as mere anger, but now she pondered whether the old Xiao Buyi had indeed perished, lost in countless neglected days and nights, leaving behind a version that would no longer wait for her to turn back. Her phone vibrated, revealing a message from Ji Boda. Qinghan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so willful. Once my injury heals, I will prove myself with a championship. Li Qinghan stared at the screen, her thumb hovering over the chat box for an extended moment before ultimately pressing the lock screen button. As the neon lights outside the car window blurred past, she gazed at her reflection, realizing for the first time that this long-standing masquerade perhaps ought to come to an end. Meanwhile, news of his car accident began to spread rapidly online, drawing the attention of numerous media outlets. Chapter 29. Sensationalism. The speed of information dissemination on the internet surpassed all expectations. The news of Ji Boda's accident spread like wildfire. Major news platforms and social media feeds were inundated with related content. Some media outlets, demonstrating remarkable resourcefulness, managed to obtain video footage of interviews conducted in the hospital ward, which, upon release, sparked intense discussions. Lying in the hospital bed, Ji Boda's leg encased in a conspicuous heavy cast, he faced a barrage of reporters with his weakened frame. Yet his gaze radiated determination. One journalist boldly inquired, Mr. Ji, given your recent accident and the severity of your injuries, what are your plans for the upcoming recording of tomorrow's Singing King? Ji Boda gently shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with strength. I appreciate the concern for my health from everyone, and I am truly grateful for my fan support. As an artist, I bear a responsibility. I must be accountable to the fans and audience who have continuously supported me. Tomorrow's Singing King is a platform that showcases musical dreams, and so many viewers are eagerly anticipating my performance. I cannot let them down. I will participate in the next episode, regardless of the circumstances. Even if I must perform from a wheelchair, I shall stand on that stage and deliver my voice. This is not only a respect for the art, but also a tribute to those who support me. I cannot betray their faith. Another journalist promptly followed up. But participating while injured, could it not hinder your performance? Furthermore, the intensity of the show might adversely affect your recovery. Have you considered such factors? A glimmer of resolve flashed in Ji Boda's eyes. Of course, I have considered it, but I do not wish to live with regrets. Music is my life. Singing on stage brings me immense joy. I will strive with all my might to adjust my condition. As for my performance and health, I believe that with faith, any obstacle can be surmounted. I aim to demonstrate through my actions that my love for music will not be diminished by injury. This interview video quickly gained traction online, with the comments section flooded with fans' messages. Many, moved by his dedication, fervently praised him. Brother, your professionalism is unparalleled. This is the true essence of an artist, persevering for dreams and fans, even while injured. I adore you, Ji Boda, forever. Such devotion to music and accountability to fans. Who else in the entertainment industry could rival this? I was brought to tears by his spirit. He must recover well. As we eagerly await his radiant return to the stage, the video's rapid dissemination was largely due to Ji Boda's team having initiated promotional efforts early on, with numerous online bots inflating his praise and stature. The entire internet applauds Ji Boda for his commitment to tomorrow's Singing King. He is a true model of respect for art and audience. He has moved the entire internet. Ji Boda exemplifies devotion, deserving of every round of applause and bouquet. With the combined efforts of online bots and fans, Ji Boda's popularity surged, with related topics swiftly climbing the trending charts, igniting a sensation across the web. For a moment, discussions of his previous lackluster performances were entirely overshadowed. Meanwhile, at the Xiao household, following Xiao Buyi's explosive outburst, the atmosphere within the home grew oppressive and bizarre. Xiao Yunqing spent his days in the study, furrowing his brow over the financial reports and share issues of the Xiao Group. The thought of Xiao Buyi selling his shares loomed like a heavy stone upon his heart, depriving him of peace and aggravating his irritability. The mere remembrance of Xiao Buyi's threats and resolute stance filled him with both anger and resentment. leaving him trapped in a predicament he had never anticipated would arise from a son he had always deemed worthless. Simultaneously, he truly comprehended the weight of the saying a cornered dog will jump over the wall, for Xiao Buyi had become that cornered dog, driven to madness. Wang Guifeng, consumed by rage and resentment, spent her days wailing and lamenting, proclaiming to anyone within earshot the betrayal of her ungrateful son. That unfilial child dared to strike me. Is this how he repays my kindness? He is simply inhuman. Her piercing cries filled the house, driving the servants to retreat in fear of inciting her wrath. Xiao Buyi's actions had delivered a dual blow to her, both physically and psychologically. How many mothers throughout history had been struck by their own sons? Wang Guifeng, who had always held herself in high regard, had never endured such humiliation, and now she harbored an intense desire for retribution against Xiao Buyi. The entire Xiao household was shrouded in a cloud of despair, save for Xiao Tianxi, who found himself unscathed and even somewhat pleased. Following these events, he realized that Xiao Buyi would never return to the Xiao family, effectively leaving the family under his sole dominion. Dad, Mom, please do not be too angry. Brother may have acted out of impulse. He is not inherently bad. Perhaps in time, once his anger subsides, he will return to apologize, Xiao Tianxi consoled them. Yet, his tone shifted as he continued. However, with this incident escalating so dramatically and his threats of exposure, what if he truly tarnishes the Xiao family's reputation? What then? I am genuinely concerned about the Xiao family, and I worry that my brother may commit an act he would later regret. Though he appears to speak on behalf of Xiao Buyi, he is, in truth, sowing discord, deepening the animosity that Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng harbor towards him. As soon as Xiao Tianxi's words fell, Wang Guifeng grasped his hand, tears streaming down her face. Tianxi, you truly understand, thinking of the Xiao family. Xiao Yunqing's countenance darkened ominously as he slammed his hand onto the table. Humph, a wretched child, a wretched child. Father, please calm down. It would be dreadful if your anger affects your health, Xiao Tianxi quickly interjected, gently massaging Xiao Yunqing's shoulders, a flicker of concealed smugness dancing in his eyes. I am merely worried that my brother, in a moment of confusion, might do something that would bring regret to us all. After all, we are family. Family? Wang Guifeng shrieked. Does he even regard this family? He strikes me, threatens to sever ties, and now seeks to ruin the Xiao family. How could I have given birth to such a wretched child? Xiao Yunqing gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Tianxi, rest assured. Your father will not allow him to succeed. The Xiao family's legacy belongs solely to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianxi's heart surged with elation, though he feigned a look of trepidation. Father, I do not care for these assets. I only hope my brother can return to the right path, so our family can live harmoniously. Chapter 30. Rising popularity and new skills. Observing Xiao Tianxi's facade of benevolence, both Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng's resentment towards Xiao Buyi intensified. After soothing his parents, Xiao Tianxi proceeded to Xiao Qingling's room. At that moment, Xiao Qingling lay on her bed, weeping bitterly. Sister, please do not be so upset, Xiao Tianxi said, gently taking her hand. My brother has gone too far. Accusing me is one thing, but how could he do this to you? Does he not understand the importance of reputation for a girl? Xiao Qingling lifted her head, her eyes filled with resentment. He simply cannot bear to see me well. Now he seeks to ruin my reputation. Sister, do not be too angry. It is not worth compromising your health, Xiao Tianxi sighed. However, many people online have been deceived by my brother's voice. This is troubling. If it eventually comes to light that his songs are not his own, it will surely bring disgrace to our family. Xiao Tianxi's face was etched with worry. What shall we do? Xiao Qingling asked anxiously. A malicious glint flickered in Xiao Tianxi's eyes, though he feigned helplessness. I do not know what to do, but paper cannot contain fire forever. This matter will eventually be exposed. We must prevent my brother from continuing down this erroneous path. A spark of determination ignited in Xiao Qingling's eyes as she declared fiercely, rather than allowing others to discover it, let us reveal it ourselves, exposing the truth about him to the public. That way, it will not tarnish the Xiao family's name. Sister, that might not be wise. What if father finds out and blames us? Xiao Tianxi hastily replied. Humph, if he dares to act, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Even if father learns of it, he will side with me, Xiao Qingling retorted bitterly. Xiao Yunqing had always held the family's reputation in the highest regard. If he were to learn of Xiao Tianxi's revelations, it would undoubtedly tarnish his image within the household. If Xiao Qingling were to expose the truth, it would spare him any repercussions. A smirk of cunning satisfaction crossed Xiao Tianxi's lips. Such foolishness on Xiao Qingling's part made her the perfect scapegoat. As Xiao Qingling cast a glance at Xiao Tianxi, she vowed, Xiao Buyi, You have pushed me to this point. I will make you wish you were never born. Watching her hurried departure, a triumphant smile graced Xiao Tianxi's face. This scheme of utilizing another's weapon had already succeeded halfway. That very night, Xiao Qingling contacted a team of online manipulators, instructing them to tarnish Xiao Buyi's reputation across various platforms. Soon, a deluge of negative information regarding Xiao Buyi flooded the internet. Accusations of rising through underhanded means, rampant plagiarism, and use of lip-syncing devices during competition surfaced. These rumors washed over the online community like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in dialogue with the system as he studied his newly acquired skill, the innocuous 18 palms. A technique that inflicted pain without causing harm. A true anomaly, effortlessly wielded. Previously, he had obtained a body-enhancing fruit classified as an item. This time, the innocuous 18 palms was a skill, and a high-level one at that. System, dear system, do you possess any other treasures? Host, I have everything you can imagine and more. You shall see for yourself. The following morning, as Xiao Buyi typically did, he opened his phone to check his popularity rating. Upon seeing the numbers on the screen, he was taken aback. His popularity had once again surged past the 1 million mark, reaching 117,000. What is happening? Xiao Buyi wondered, perplexed. Could it be that I have released another successful work? With this question, he opened the trending topics. His eyes were immediately met with a barrage of negative news about himself. Xiao Buyi rises through underhanded means, Xiao Buyi caught plagiarizing, Xiao Buyi exposed for lip-syncing, and so forth. Upon encountering these rumors, Xiao Buyi quickly deduced that someone was orchestrating a smear campaign against him, with the likely culprits being either Ji Boda or members of the Xiao family. Instead of the rage he expected, a gleeful smile spread across Xiao Buyi's face. He had come to realize that the increase in popularity did not discriminate between good or bad. As long as someone was paying attention, his popularity would rise. Huh. This is perfect. Xiao Buyi laughed heartily. These detractors are simply my popularity boosters. Without delay, he accessed the system panel and opted for a lottery draw. As the wheel spun, his heart raced. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Heavenly Eye skill, low-level version. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Buyi was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Heavenly Eye? He exclaimed as he immediately opened his attributes panel. Host, Xiao Buyi. Age, 25 years. Popularity, 178. 596. Skill 1, Super Hacker. Skill 2, Innocuous 18 Palms. Skill 3, Heavenly Eye, low-level version, upgradable. Storage, none. Xiao Buyi rubbed his hands together in anticipation. System, what exactly does the Heavenly Eye do? Can it see through things? The system's emotionless electronic voice responded. Host, the low-level Heavenly Eye possesses both X-ray and remote viewing capabilities. Xiao Buyi's eyes sparkled. According to the system's description, the Heavenly Eye not only had the ability to see through objects, but also had a basic function of long-distance viewing. Moreover, it was not limited by distance and could penetrate walls and other solid materials to reveal inner workings, such as clearly displaying internal organs and skeletal structures. However, what astonished Xiao Buyi most was that the Heavenly Eye could detect ethereal entities or life forms from other dimensions that ordinary people could not perceive. So, if I wish to see inside that milk tea shop 2 streets over, I can just look inside? And as for seeing through people, that wouldn't be illegal, would it? He felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of certain images. The system replied, in theory, as long as the host concentrates and visualizes the target scene or person in their mind, the Heavenly Eye will function. However, the host must use this skill for reasonable exploration and problem solving. If it is used for unlawful or unethical purposes, the system reserves the right to retract the skill. I understand. Xiao Buyi nodded vigorously, thinking to himself that if the low-level version of the Heavenly Eye was this powerful, how much more extraordinary would it be when upgraded? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, how does one upgrade the Heavenly Eye? I see that there is significant room for enhancement. The system explained, the Heavenly Eye has 4 forms, low-level, mid-level, high-level, and the ultimate form, the Dao Eye. The mid-level form encompasses 4 functionalities, multi-eye, discerning eye, pursuing eye, and foreseeing eye. The multi-eye allows for a 3-dimensional view of objects from various angles. The discerning eye analyzes observed entities, revealing their names and meanings. The eye of pursuit allows one to trace the past, revealing the state and development of events, while the eye of foreknowledge enables one to foresee and predict future changes. Xiao Buyi found himself unable to contain his excitement upon realizing that upgrading his Heavenly Eye to the intermediate level required a staggering 10 million popularity points. A sense of melancholy washed over him as he recognized the long and arduous journey ahead, given his current level of notoriety. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He was currently embroiled in a wave of online backlash, so why not fan the flames and leverage this situation to amplify his visibility? A man of action, Xiao Buyi promptly opened Douyin, eager to initiate a live broadcast and swiftly elevate his popularity. Chapter 31. For the sake of popularity, I have no dignity online. The smear campaign against Xiao Buyi intensified, with an array of outlandish accusations emerging. Xiao Qingling spared no effort in her quest to tarnish his reputation, spending a substantial sum of 1 million to circulate disparaging material. Some claimed with utmost certainty that his performance of A Lifetime of Love on Tomorrow's Song King was a blatant plagiarism of an unknown foreign artist's work, even presenting dubious similarity charts. While discerning individuals recognized the absurdity of these claims, they nonetheless sparked considerable skepticism. To make matters worse, rumors circulated that he was financially supported by wealthy sponsors, insinuating that his rise to fame was solely due to influential connections. In an instant, labels such as Sugar Baby threatened to engulf him. Public opinion fractured into two opposing factions. One group, consisting of fans who appreciated Xiao Buyi's genuine talent and character, fervently defended him in the comments section. His singing skills and stage presence are indisputable. How could he possibly plagiarize? These allegations are nothing but baseless slander. His sincerity on the show is palpable, and the notion of him being a kept man is utterly malicious. Conversely, a larger crowd adopted a more cynical perspective, reveling in the chaos of the entertainment industry and speculating that perhaps there was some truth to the accusations. Several marketing accounts seized the opportunity to stoke the flames, continuously disseminating articles and videos regarding Xiao Buyi's alleged misdeeds, escalating the controversy. At the peak of this tumultuous discourse, Xiao Buyi suddenly launched a live broadcast on Douyin. Eager to harvest popularity, he chose a captivating theme. Shocking. The Blacklisted Me Confesses Live Tonight. This provocative title instantly piqued the curiosity of countless viewers, who began speculating about his intentions. Fully aware of the significance of traffic, Xiao Buyi unreservedly invested 2 million to attract attention. The platform promptly promoted him, inundating users' screens with notifications, and the audience in the live room surged rapidly. As the broadcast commenced, hundreds of thousands of viewers had already filled the room. How dare a plagiarist go live? A kept man should just exit the industry. With such poor character, how does he expect to survive in entertainment? The barrage of comments was relentless, filled with accusations and inquiries. Faced with this wave of vitriol, Xiao Buyi not only remained unperturbed, but also wore a sly grin. Oh, how concerned you all are for me. Accusing me of plagiarism? So what? If you're so confident, go ahead and sue me. My song is a hit. Even if you win, the popularity won't wane. One viewer, in a fit of rage, commented, I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. To which Xiao Buyi responded with a chuckle, well, today you have. How was he able to deliver such a line with a straight face? This self-deprecating remark left many initially hostile viewers momentarily speechless, with some even unable to suppress laughter. At that moment, a detractor flooded the comments with accusations. You only rose to fame because of women. Stop pretending. Xiao Buyi quirked an eyebrow, feigning mystery. Ah, you figured it out. Impressive. While rumors circulated about him being supported by a wealthy woman, no one dared to name her, evidently wary of the formidable figure behind the scenes. This realization only solidified Xiao Buyi's belief that the rumors originated from either Jiboda or the Xiao family, neither of whom would dare to provoke such a powerful entity. Such a candid and slightly boastful response rendered the online community momentarily speechless. Some casual viewers, captivated by Xiao Buyi's entertaining demeanor, began to express interest, commenting, this guy has an intriguing personality. Despite the slew of accusations, I admire his self-deprecating humor. As the live session progressed, Xiao Buyi took it further by inviting several of his fiercest critics to join him in a dialogue. One particularly vocal detractor, upon connecting, aggressively berated him. Xiao Buyi, you plagiarized someone else's work and are here laughing about it. Do you possess any sense of shame? With a smile, Xiao Buyi replied, bro, you say I plagiarized. Why don't you tell me whose work I supposedly copied? If you can name it, I'll apologize live and send you a generous reward. But if you can't, then you'll have to shout Xiao Buyi is the most handsome 3 times. What do you say? The critic stammered, unable to articulate a coherent argument. Resorting only to stubbornly insisting, a fly doesn't land on a seamless egg. If only you are accused of plagiarism, it suggests there is something wrong with you. Xiao Buyi laughed. What do you mean by that? A fly will land on anything, even a smooth table. Does that mean the table is at fault? The fact that flies are drawn to things is their problem, not the eggs. The critic was momentarily stumped by Xiao Buyi's convoluted reasoning and ultimately retreated from the conversation. Another critic swiftly jumped in, accusing him. You're a person of poor character. I heard you stole things in college. Surely that can't be untrue. Xiao Buyi retorted. Who the hell spread that rumor? I curse you to have a son with no rear end. Is this something that can be said online? Viewers were left speechless. Xiao Buyi, still on the rise, dared to say anything during a live broadcast. Having one foot in the entertainment industry, he was nonetheless determined not to retreat. With an investment of $2 million, he needed to fully capitalize on this wave of traffic to avoid any risk of being banned. Xiao Buyi, you lack decorum. You hurl insults. People like you possess no morals. A critic seized the moment to lash out. How dare you accuse me while denying me the right to retort? Whoever questions must provide evidence. You claim I stole something, so I must have stolen it? I could just as easily claim to have seen your 6 illegitimate children last night. The critic fumed. You're spouting nonsense. Do you have proof? Huh. Now you want proof? Did you provide any when you accused me? Xiao Buyi's irreverent and somewhat shameless demeanor transformed the previously tense atmosphere into one of levity. An increasing number of onlookers were drawn to his entertaining style, rallying support for him in the live chat. Many even declared their newfound admiration, commenting, I'm turning into a fan. I love this personality. As the live broadcast continued to gain traction, Xiao Buyi's popularity soared. Watching the numbers on his system panel climb, he felt a sense of glee. Fame was secondary to the importance of popularity. Meanwhile, in her office, Li Qinghan was engrossed in work when her assistant, Li Qian, approached. President Li, something's gone awry. Without looking up, Li Qinghan replied, What now? Mr. Xiao has started a live broadcast, and he's in a heated exchange with his critics. What? Li Qinghan's head snapped up. Li Qian noted a distinct change in her president's demeanor, as it seemed that only matters concerning Mr. Xiao could elicit such a reaction. What exactly is happening? Li Qinghan inquired. Li Qian had long grasped the intricacies of the situation, and thus articulated her organized thoughts with clarity. Li Qinghan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows slightly and replied in a cold tone. The sudden surge of negative information online clearly indicates a deliberate attack. Li Qian, you must investigate immediately to uncover who is targeting my husband. Understood, Mr. Li. I will get on it right away. After Li Qian departed, Li Qinghan's expression darkened instantly. He shifted his gaze and opened Douyin on his phone. Soon, he typed in the name Xiao Buyi, and a live stream notification promptly appeared. Inside the stream, Xiao Buyi was engaging in a verbal duel with detractors. Chapter 32, The Counterattack in the Live Stream. A smirk played on Xiao Buyi's lips as he fixated on the barrage of comments. Suddenly, a conspicuous red comment caught his eye. Xiao Buyi, you are nothing but a parasite in the entertainment industry, relying on hype for attention. His eyes lit up, and he straightened in his seat. Raising his phone to the camera, everyone, take a look. This brother is practically a prophet. Indeed, I am stirring up drama just to highlight your sour comment. He leaned closer to the camera, squinting as he read aloud. Parasite? What a sophisticated term. Others aspire to it, but cannot achieve it. I hereby declare that from today onwards, my new stage name shall be Parasite of the Entertainment Industry Xiao. Thank you for the name, my dear friend. The comments section erupted with laughter, many teasing him for his brilliant countermove. While there were numerous trolls online, the number of casual fans far outweighed them. And very few truly cared about the so-called scandals surrounding Xiao Buyi. Not to mention, their disdain was limited to a brief excursion online after work for some amusement. Although many found Xiao Buyi's streaming style distasteful, it had a dual effect, managing to convert a number of viewers into supporters, leading to an increase in positive comments. However, the trolls were evidently not prepared to concede defeat, as yet another voice emerged. You're just pretending to be foolish. If you have any guts, don't hide behind the screen. In reality, you're a coward. At that moment, an angry female troll squeezed into the call request. Xiao Buyi, you have no respect for women. How dare you use vulgar language in a live stream? In the office, Li Qinghan stared intently at the screen of his phone, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the device. Watching Xiao Buyi engage in verbal skirmishes with the trolls, the tension in her lips momentarily twitched before erupting into laughter. Initially, she had worried that Xiao Buyi would be overwhelmed by the online attacks, but it appeared her concerns were entirely unwarranted. Was this truly the same Xiao Buyi she knew? The husband who had always been cautious and spoke softly now revealed such an absurd side. Her fingers hovered over the WeChat dialog box, tempted to type a reminder for him to maintain his image, yet she slowly withdrew, for reasons unknown. Witnessing his unabashed demeanor brought her a peculiar sense of exhilaration. She suddenly realized how much she had missed in the past 5 years. Her previously overlooked husband harbored such a vibrant and intriguing soul. The glow from her phone screen illuminated her face, and the smile at the corners of her mouth could not be suppressed, even making the numbers in her work emails appear endearing. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi intermittently checked the panel, noting that his popularity had accumulated to over 200,000. Initially, the growth had been rapid, but it had since slowed. Wait a minute. 2 million in promotions yielded less than 300,000 in popularity? This is disheartening, Xiao Buyi mused, feeling a sense of frustration. Just then, a line of small text appeared on the panel. This system adheres to principles of fairness and justice, prohibiting any monetary influence on popularity. Wow, that is quite unfair. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xiao Buyi lamented, feeling as though he had squandered 2 million unnecessarily, his heart bleeding at the thought. Teaching someone 100 times is futile. Teaching once through experience leaves a lasting impression. Cherish every moment. I think I'll just call you the troll deflection system. Your tongue is quite sharp, he quipped, dismissing the system's commentary and instead glancing at the video's timestamp. He had unknowingly streamed for 2 hours. Thus, he closed the invitation for call-ins and addressed the camera. Today's critique session concludes here. For those who are dissatisfied, we shall meet again next time. With that, he whimsically ended the live stream. After shutting down the broadcast, Xiao Buyi did not idle. While he relished the attention garnered from the negative rumors, it did not mean he would let the sources of those rumors escape unscathed. If he was to become the target of public ire, he must be prepared for retaliation. Xiao Buyi had already identified a suspect, the first being Xiao Buyi. He once again infiltrated Xiao Buyi's phone. Previously, Xiao Buyi had sought a professional service to examine his device, which found nothing amiss. However, out of caution, he promptly replaced his phone, believing it would provide greater security. Yet to a master hacker, such precautions were futile. As long as he had any software or app linked to his real name registration or had transferred previous data, he could not evade Xiao Buyi's tracking. Consequently, Xiao Buyi learned of Xiao Buyi's new phone within a day and once again monitored it. Soon, he discovered that the recent negative information did not originate from Xiao Buyi, but was likely disseminated by someone from the Xiao family. Resolute, Xiao Buyi proceeded to implant monitoring software in the phones of Xiao Yunqing and others, ultimately zeroing in on Xiao Qingling. While accessing Xiao Tianzi's phone, he made an unexpected discovery. Xiao Tianzi had a peculiar habit of secretly filming others and collecting personal items. Originally intending to set aside grievances with the Xiao family, Xiao Buyi decided that since the first strike had been launched against him, his retaliation would commence immediately. Xiao Tianzi and Xiao Qingling were both students at Gongji University in the metropolis, one in their 3rd undergraduate year and the other in their 3rd year of graduate studies. Xiao Buyi directly infiltrated the university's campus forum, and after 10 minutes, he shut his laptop with satisfaction and stepped into the bathroom. The following day, the campus forum of Gongji University was rocked by 2 shocking posts that shattered perceptions. The first post, shocking. The 3rd-year heartthrob is a panty fetishist. Showcased 9 chat screenshots that grotesquely depicted a conversation between an account named Alice and a customer service representative from an online shop. The second post, beastly heart. Bullying record of the graduate school sister, contained a blurred video of Xiao Qingling forcefully pinning a petite girl against a locker by her uniform collar. How could this be? Xiao, the senior who had just donated 100,000 to a mountainous area last week. Xiao Qingling was the student council president, fighting for impoverished students' positions every year. Initially, both posts circulated within the campus, but it wasn't long before they were spread online by students eager for drama. At that moment, in the Xiao family villa, morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on Xiao Qingling's silk nightgown, blissfully unaware of the online chaos. She was applying lipstick in front of a mirror when her phone began to vibrate violently. Upon answering, her friend Lu Ranran's anxious voice came through. Qingling, you need to check the school forum. Someone is accusing you of bullying a classmate, and they've even released a video. The lipstick fell from her hand, leaving a crooked mark on the vanity. What did you say? Xiao Qingling's fingers trembled as she opened the forum, her pupils dilating in horror. Lu Ranran continued. The whole school is talking about it, and the counselor is already looking for you. At that very moment, Xiao Tianzi was having breakfast when his phone pinged with a message from his follower, Li Guangbiao. He casually unlocked his phone, but upon reading the title, he accidentally knocked over his milk cup. The scalding liquid splashed onto the expensive Persian carpet, yet he remained oblivious, fixated on the screen displaying those scandalous chat logs. Xiao, the forum has exploded. Someone leaked your panty purchase, and even the school reporters are inquiring. The voice of his follower trembled with fear, while Xiao Tianzi felt the world around him darken. Those clandestine transactions, conducted with anonymous accounts and carefully chosen suburban collection points for delivery, seemed to raise questions. Chapter 33. The second episode time, fleeting as a galloping steed, swiftly ushered in the day of the second competition of tomorrow's King of Songs. Recently, the name Xiao Buyi has swept across various platforms like a tempest. A well-known adage in the entertainment industry asserts that even infamy can be a form of fame. And Xiao Buyi has once again validated the worth of this maxim, with the weight of scandal behind him. His rendition of A Lifetime of Love has seen its popularity soar, firmly occupying the top spots on major music charts, with streaming, download, and collection numbers continually shattering records. Strangely, the deluge of negative press has catalyzed an exponential increase in his popularity. This extraordinary attention has not only catapulted Xiao Buyi into the limelight, but has also delighted the production team of tomorrow's King of Songs. During a meeting, the director could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "It's exploded. Truly exploded. This level of heat is beyond imagination." He took a hearty sip from his thermos, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Following the premiere of the first episode, the show's online buzz has only intensified, setting a new record. The assistant director, beaming with joy, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Indeed, while our show has always enjoyed a degree of popularity, it pales in comparison to the current fervor. Who would have thought that a mere amateur could elevate our program to such heights? It's a delightful surprise. I'm starting to develop a fondness for this kid." The director slapped the table, laughing heartily. "Exactly. As long as the contestant doesn't commit any unforgivable transgressions, whether the news is positive or negative. Any attention is good attention. We won't intervene. We'll let this momentum build. Who knows? It might propel the show to new heights." The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a hearty laugh. Backstage at tomorrow's King of Songs, the 12 advancing contestants began to arrive. Chu Feng, clad in a meticulously tailored white suit, stood before the mirror adjusting his bow tie, his eyes betraying a glimmer of joy. Initially, he had felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation towards Xiao Buyi, but now, amidst the scandals, he saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Consequently, his mood was particularly buoyant. His manager whispered beside him, "Chu Feng, this time you must showcase your true abilities and perform splendidly on stage." Chu Feng pursed his lips and nodded slightly. "Rest assured, this time I won't let him surpass me." The memory of losing to an amateur in the first episode flickered in his mind, igniting a spark of discontent. Other contestants gathered in small clusters, murmuring amongst themselves. Outside the recording venue, a black van came to a slow stop. As the door swung open, Buyi, with assistance from his aide, maneuvered himself from the vehicle to a wheelchair, making his appearance known to the crowd. In an instant, the waiting media surged forward like a tide, flashbulbs popping and shutters clicking in rapid succession. "Mr. G, despite your severe injuries, what compelled you to participate in the competition? What are your goals for this contest? Will your injury affect your performance?" Questions rained down upon Buyi like a deluge. With a warm smile, he fixed his determined gaze on the camera, his voice slightly weak yet imbued with strength. "Thank you for your concern. I have always approached music with seriousness, so I will not shy away from this competition due to my injury. Thank you. Mr. G, your dedication is commendable. This embodies the true spirit of an artist. Go. G, we will always support you." Amidst the chorus of praise, Buyi nodded graciously, a smile of gratitude illuminating his face, resembling a warrior undeterred by pain, earning the admiration of all present. At that moment, a taxi pulled up nearby, and Xiao Buyi emerged from the vehicle, dressed in casual attire. His appearance starkly contrasted with Buyi's meticulously polished look. The media, previously encircled around Buyi, swiftly redirected their focus to Xiao Buyi, cameras and microphones thrusting towards him. "Xiao Buyi, are those negative reports online true? How do you explain the accusations of plagiarism and other scandals?" Faced with a barrage of sharp and provocative inquiries, Xiao Buyi smirked, nonchalantly replying, "Oh, you all truly take those baseless allegations seriously? I've long forgotten them." A persistent reporter pressed on, "What about your vulgar exchanges with online detractors during a live stream? Is this the image a public figure should portray?" Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Buyi laughed heartily. "What is wrong with being a public figure? Can't I have my own temperament?" Another reporter probed, "Do you have confidence in your performance on the show? With so much negative sentiment, will it affect your mindset?" Xiao Buyi shrugged. "Confidence? I've always had it. Negative sentiment? To me, it's just noise. I'm here to sing, and as long as my voice can captivate the audience, nothing else matters. As for my mindset, I'm doing just fine. Perhaps these scandals will even boost my popularity and bring more listeners to my song." His candid and unapologetic responses left the reporters both amused and incredulous. Just as they were about to continue, Xiao Buyi waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough questions for now. I need to prepare for the competition. If we linger any longer, you might miss my performance. With that, he parted the crowd and strode confidently towards the competition venue, leaving the reporters exchanging bewildered glances. Upon entering the waiting area, Xiao Buyi headed straight for his dressing room, seemingly unfazed by the earlier commotion or the curious and disdainful gazes of the other contestants. Meanwhile, Boda was wheeled into the waiting area by his assistant. Upon spotting Xiao Buyi, a flicker of triumph and provocation crossed his eyes, as if to say, "Let us see how you contend with me this time." Xiao Buyi appeared to be in quite a predicament, burdened by numerous scandals that might prove difficult to overcome. Yet, his demeanor remained unperturbed. Boda, despite his injury, had shown remarkable resilience. Perhaps this time, he might achieve a stunning comeback. Amidst whispers among the crowd, Xiao Buyi had already entered his dressing room and closed the door. As the competition time drew near, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After a selection process, 12 contestants advanced, divided into 4 teams of 3. The forthcoming appearances would consist of 3 rounds, with each team presenting 1 member per round, followed by immediate voting. The contestant with the lowest votes in each round would be eliminated, resulting in 4 contestants being ousted. However, each mentor possessed a single revival card to resurrect 1 contestant from their respective team. Soon, after the host elucidated the rules for this episode, the second installment of tomorrow's King of Songs commenced. Chapter 34, the public challenge 10 minutes before the broadcast. Xiao Buyi requested the makeup artist from the production team to give him a quick touch-up. After all, with his striking looks, even without makeup, he would still be the most radiant presence in the room. The chief director paid no heed to Xiao Buyi, as the young man hardly appeared to be a fool in any respect. Thus, his audacious actions seemed to stem from an unshakable confidence. For other artists, entangled in allegations of plagiarism, exploitation, and public spats with netizens, such scandals would likely result in a swift cancellation of their careers. Yet, Xiao Buyi not only remained unscathed but experienced a surge in popularity, prompting the director to ponder the deeper implications behind this phenomenon. Before long, the first round of competition commenced. Within the musical arena, rock music generally held an advantage due to its inherent rhythm, which easily stirred the audience's emotions. After the teams were divided, the order of the contestants' appearances was entirely determined by their respective mentors. This involved strategic considerations, as no one wished for their own performers to be eliminated. In Du Yu's team, aside from Xiao Buyi, there were 2 other singers, Feng Yang and Lu Bin. From the outset, Du Yu chose to send Lu Bin onto the stage, who then delivered a poignant and sorrowful ballad. Conversely, on Fei Wenqing's team, the first round commenced with a rock performance, personally arranged and directed by Fei Wenqing himself. As the first round concluded, Fei Wenqing's team claimed the top spot, leaving Lu Bin at the bottom and facing elimination. Everyone aspired to remain on such a stage until the very end, even if they couldn't ascend to the championship. They did not wish for their musical journey to conclude so prematurely. Yet, the competition was ruthless, and soon the second round began. While it was anticipated that Chu Feng would be slated for the third round, no one expected him to take the stage in the second round. Upon his appearance, Chu Feng did not immediately sing his own song, but instead made an unexpected move. He earnestly addressed the camera. "Xiao Buyi, do you dare to challenge me in this round?" The audience was taken aback. There was no provision in the program for contestants to choose a rival. Clearly, this was Chu Feng's own initiative, reflecting his underlying intentions. After the first round, Xiao Buyi's victory had already irked him, and he had been eager to confront him directly. Furthermore, following the first episode, both Xiao Buyi and Boda had attracted attention for negative reasons, diverting the spotlight from him. Thus, despite placing second, he felt overshadowed by their notoriety, which left him feeling frustrated. Now, he willingly challenged Xiao Buyi, knowing that regardless of the outcome, he would inevitably dominate the next day's trending topics. Moreover, in their previous round, the vote difference between him and Xiao Buyi had not been substantial. With Xiao Buyi currently mired in controversy, he felt confident about overcoming him. He had even preemptively prepared for the trending topic following his victory over Xiao Buyi, intending to capitalize on that momentum to elevate his own popularity. Although this move would put the other 2 singers in a difficult position, Chu Feng was indifferent to their plight. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the camera swiftly shifted to Xiao Buyi's waiting room. "Mr. Xiao, you have the option to decline or to accept," the voice of the chief director echoed in his earpiece. Xiao Buyi saw on the big screen that the main camera was focused on him. To refuse would signify cowardice. Chu Feng had publicly challenged him, leaving little room for rejection. "If you lose, don't cry," Xiao Buyi remarked coolly to the camera. Upon hearing this, A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Feng's face, while the live audience erupted in astonishment, deeming Xiao Buyi's demeanor excessively arrogant. Chu Feng managed his expression well, smiling as he replied, "Friendship comes first, competition second. I look forward to you defeating me." Compared to Xiao Buyi, Chu Feng's response was evidently more gentlemanly, neither servile nor arrogant, earning him resounding applause. In the live broadcast, many viewers began to criticize Xiao Buyi for his arrogance, some even resorting to harsh words against him. Xiao Buyi's smile gradually widened. As expected, his popularity was rapidly rising, nearing the 400,000 mark. Next, the host announced, "Let's welcome Chu Feng to perform Maple Leaves in Winter." This song was one of Chu Feng's signature pieces, having once shattered records with 1 million downloads within 24 hours. As the host's words faded, Chu Feng's fans erupted in excitement. The chat room was ablaze with fervent comments. "Maple leaves never wither. Go, brother Chu Feng. This is his debut song. It's a sure win. We must show that arrogant Xiao Buyi who the real king of songs is." Fans unified their avatars and nicknames, creating a synchronized barrage of comments. "Brother Chu Feng's voice can heal everything. I cried listening to this song. It's so powerful. As soon as the prelude started, my DNA reacted. This is true vocal prowess. What can Xiao Buyi compare? This round is a guaranteed win for Chu Feng. I can't wait to see Xiao Buyi's face soon." As Chu Feng concluded his performance, he was met with thunderous applause from the audience, clearly outshining his previous performance. The host, beaming with anticipation, declared, "Next, let's welcome Xiao Buyi to the stage." The lights dimmed, and a figure emerged from the backstage, dressed in a fitted suit that accentuated his tall frame. Xiao Buyi exuded an effortless charisma. His fair skin glowed under the stage lights, and his striking features, sharp brows, high nose, and slightly upturned mouth, conveyed a blend of nonchalance and confidence. Most captivating were his eyes, dark and deep, with long lashes casting shadows in the light. Those eyes seemed to conceal countless secrets, possessing an enchanting allure that could ensnare anyone with a mere glance. The Xiao Buyi on stage was a stark contrast to the one engaged in heated exchanges with detractors online. Despite the swirling negativity surrounding him, many in the audience were drawn in by his striking appearance. "Today, Xiao Buyi will perform The Secret of Winter," the host announced, prompting a stir among the audience. Was this mere coincidence? Everyone was puzzled. Following Chu Feng's Maple Leaves in Winter, Xiao Buyi was set to sing The Secret of Winter. Had they conspired together? It was no wonder the audience speculated, as the similarity in song titles was too striking to ignore. Is this intentional? This is bound to be a showdown. Who will prevail with their winter-themed song? Audience members whispered excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. The live chat erupted with discussions. Is The Secret of Winter a response to Maple Leaves in Winter? Xiao Buyi is stirring the pot. I'm betting on Chu Feng to win. But who knows? Xiao Buyi might surprise us. The title sounds mysterious. In the backstage, Chu Feng was equally perplexed, beginning to suspect that Xiao Buyi had spies among his ranks, aware of his performance choice for today. Thus, Chu Feng promptly took out his phone to search for the song Secrets of Winter, only to be left astonished by the fact that it was nowhere to be found online. Could it be yet another unheard, original composition? Chu Feng pondered. Not only did he notice this anomaly, but even the audience present and the viewers in the live stream also discovered that the song Xiao Buyi was about to perform seemed to be a brand new release, never before unveiled. Within the confines of Shenhuang Entertainment, Zhuan Jia was also watching Xiao Buyi with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. Considering the several songs Xiao Buyi had entrusted them with for promotion, coupled with Secrets of Winter, this marked the 5th original song from him. Each of the previous 4 had been nothing short of a masterpiece. And while Zhuan Jia had previously dismissed the notion that Xiao Buyi could produce an additional 100 songs of such caliber, she was beginning to reconsider. At this moment, not only Zhuan Jia was captivated by the performance, but also Li Qinghan. Ever since the two had signed their divorce agreement, Li Qinghan found herself inexplicably consumed by curiosity about Xiao Buyi's activities. In the past, this would have been utterly unfathomable for her. She could only attribute her newfound interest to a compensatory response for having neglected her husband in the past. Meanwhile, Li Qian had just emerged from her office, her expression one of utter bewilderment, her inner turmoil akin to experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 8. This was the second time she had witnessed her CEO secretly enjoying a variety show during work hours. Who would believe it? At that moment, the prelude to Secrets of Winter began to play. The stage lights transformed into a hazy silver blue, enveloping Xiao Buyi like a veil of winter mist. As the prelude flowed forth like melting snow, the audience instinctively held their breath. The ethereal, yet subtly melancholic melody acted as a gentle key, unlocking the hidden memories of winter within the hearts of those present. With his first note, Xiao Buyi's voice, tinged with sorrow and a hint of choking emotion, fell like a single droplet into the lake of their hearts, sending ripples through the air. Unlike ordinary singers who sought to reach soaring heights or elaborate flourishes, his voice conveyed a narrative quality, each word seemingly drawn from the depths of his soul. You are too kind. You are too beautiful. I despise this version of myself that thinks of you. The current me is too sentimental, living next to vulnerability. Without a soul, my body turns to ice. The awkward me, forever cradling this secret alone. But friends say I am too melancholic. My love for you, I cannot express, watching you embrace joyfully. Laughing easily while enduring the pain of overdue sorrow. Xiao Buyi leaned slightly forward, the languor in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an unshakable depth of emotion. His brow furrowed, and the shadows cast by his eyelashes danced under the lights, while his lips moved in a delicate cadence, capturing the complexities of love unfulfilled yet silently cherished. His control over breath was masterful. During long phrases, his breath flowed steadily like a babbling brook, while the intensity of short bursts was perfectly timed. His enunciation was clear and bore a slight huskiness, reminiscent of the bitterness that lingers after deep reflection. During the interlude, Xiao Buyi slowly closed his eyes, tilting his head back slightly, his Adam's apple moving as if he were gathering strength. When the strings suddenly surged with passion, he opened his eyes wide, ignited with fervor, and his voice soared. If I were to confess my love for you, who would mend the frayed threads of friendship? If I were to suppress this secret, winter would remain eternally distant. In this high note, there was no hoarse shouting, but rather an explosive release of pent-up emotion, powerfully showcasing the conflict between love and restraint. The resonance from his chest, combined with the clarity from his nasal passages, lent his voice both strength and delicacy, causing goosebumps to ripple through many in the audience. On stage, Xiao Buyi was wholly absorbed in the atmosphere created by the song. He swayed gently to the melody, occasionally lifting his hand to caress his chest as if it were being pierced by memories. As he sang with fervor, he took slow steps forward, as if striving to bridge the chasm of time and reach for an elusive figure. His gaze alternated between the distance and the ground, each shift in expression perfectly synchronized with the lyrics, drawing the audience into the poignant narrative of winter's secrets. The melody of the song was rich in layers, transitioning from the cold solitude of the prelude to the tender storytelling of the verses, the emotional crescendo of the chorus, and finally descending into a serene calm at the conclusion, reminiscent of a complete winter romance. The lyrics were imbued with poetic sentiment and philosophical depth, using secrets as a motif to portray the helplessness, entanglement, and endurance found within love. Eschewing flamboyant language, it struck the heart with the simplest of words, resonating with anyone who had ever experienced unrequited love or regret. If I were to suppress this secret, winter would remain eternally distant. One must miss what buries the secrets of winter. As the final note faded into silence, Xiao Buyi maintained his stance, his gaze still reflecting a lingering depth of feeling. The venue was momentarily hushed, as if everyone was still ensnared by the song's afterglow. Then, thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by shouts and cheers. Is this for real? Even a grown man like me was brought to tears. The emotions in this song are too genuine, exclaimed a young audience member from the front row, his eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. It turns out Xiao Buyi is not only adept at dealing with critics, but his live performances are nothing short of divine. This talent, this emotion, I'm completely hooked. In the live stream, a comment quickly garnered thousands of likes. Help! Secrets of Winter is destined to become a classic. The melody and lyrics are incredible. And Xiao Buyi has shattered my heart. I'm scheduling a repeat play. Another viewer excitedly spammed the commentary. I used to harbor biases against him due to past scandals. But I can only say that someone capable of singing such heartfelt songs must have a character that is equally admirable. In the backstage area, the other contestants displayed expressions of shock, while Chu Feng stood frozen in place, his complexion pale. As a singer, Xiao Buyi's talent was indisputable, and it was precisely this fact that instilled a profound sense of defeat among them. In the lounge, Ji Boda's eyes burned with resentment, wishing he could obliterate Xiao Buyi with his gaze. Previously, he had felt an overwhelming sense of superiority in front of Xiao Buyi, believing that a mere house husband could never compare to a star of his stature. This was also why he felt emboldened to repeatedly provoke and undermine Xiao Buyi. However, now even his pride in music had been ruthlessly eclipsed by Xiao Buyi, and he realized that the true fool was himself. At this moment, he began to understand the drastic shift in Li Qinghan's attitude towards him lately. Perhaps this was the reason behind it. As this thought crossed his mind, a tide of seething hatred surged within Xiao. Xiao Buyi could not be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated. With this resolve, Xiao retrieved his phone, logged onto a foreign darknet, and posted a task. Chapter 36. Xiao's scheme following the conclusion of the second round of performances. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense. The team led by Shenlong sent forth the formidable vocalist Lin Yiting, who donned a flowing ink-wash gown, resembling a figure emerging from a Jiangnan painting. Her rendition of Rainy Journey was enchanting, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, brilliantly showcasing the softness and haziness of Jiangnan. Leaving the audience entranced, the team led by Yi Changfeng introduced the creative talent Memo, who cradled his guitar, performing his original song Time Courier. His warm and healing voice, combined with heartfelt lyrics, seemed to transport everyone back in time, evoking fond memories of the past. With the second round of performances concluded, the most exhilarating and tense voting segment was finally upon them. The host stood at the center of the stage, microphone in hand, voice vibrant and impassioned. Dear audience, the exhilarating moment of voting has arrived. Now, cast your precious votes for the contestant you believe has performed the best in this round. The vote count will be updated in real time. Let us witness who will emerge victorious. The live streaming room erupted with fervor, an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. Xiao Buyi, go for it. His song The Secret of Winter has completely moved me. I must vote for him. Chufeng is also fantastic. Maple leaves and winter represents my youth. Fellow fans, let us vote. Don't let my brother lose. Lin Yiting's boating in rain and mist is so enchanting. It truly captures the essence of Jiangnan's misty rain. I'm voting for her. Supporters divided into factions, fervently rallying for their favored contestants, eager to cast all their votes for those they cherished. The audience was equally engrossed, fixated on their voting devices. Expressions rife with tension and deliberation. In the backstage, Chufeng's palms were clammy with sweat, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest. He had boldly issued a challenge to Xiao Buyi, confident of victory before this moment, yet now, uncertainty clouded his mind. Despite his commendable performance on stage, the impact of Xiao Buyi's The Secret of Winter weighed heavily upon him, instilling a profound sense of anxiety. As the challenger, a loss would render him a laughingstock. He fixated on the ever-changing vote count on the big screen, his eyes filled with trepidation. I cannot afford to lose. I have prepared for so long. I must not be defeated by that scandal-ridden Xiao Buyi. Chufeng repeatedly motivated himself internally, yet reality remained unmoved by his resolve. As time progressed, the voting intensified. The vote counts for Xiao Buyi and Chufeng oscillated in a fierce competition, the atmosphere thick with tension, akin to a taut string ready to snap. Each update stirred the hearts of all present, with gasps and cheers echoing through the venue. However, at the crucial moment before the voting concluded, Xiao Buyi's votes surged dramatically, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable and overwhelming. Watching Xiao Buyi's numbers climb, Chufeng's legs began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His complexion paled as anxiety morphed into fear. This is impossible. He has so many scandals. Why does he still have such support? His hands hung limply at his sides, as if his spirit had been siphoned away, standing in a daze. When the bell signaling the end of voting rang, the final numbers on the big screen crystallized. Xiao Buyi claimed victory with an overwhelming 3,228,654 votes, while Chufeng lagged far behind with only 1,596,231 votes. A thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the venue, the comments section of the live stream brimming with excitement. Chufeng gazed at the scene before him, his mind blank, unable to comprehend the outcome. He was bewildered as to why Xiao Buyi, whom he perceived to be burdened with scandals, garnered such widespread support. What was wrong with the world? Did people no longer value character, merely the superficial performance? His heart brimmed with resentment and confusion. One could easily envision how tomorrow's entertainment headlines would portray his dismal defeat. Chufeng falls to Xiao Buyi. Xiao Buyi triumphs over Chufeng, the challenger's utter collapse. The very rankings of trending topics flashed in his mind. At this moment, dissatisfaction and regret intertwined within him, questioning why he had chosen to act so arrogantly. Now facing the consequences. Yet, regret held no place in this world. The more boastful he had been, the greater his current anxiety. Chufeng failed to recognize that in this era of information overload, netizens were no longer a group swayed by blind trends and easily manipulated by public opinion. They possessed their own judgment and analytical abilities, unwilling to dismiss a person's talent and effort based solely on unsubstantiated rumors. Particularly among music enthusiasts, their affection often lay with the music itself rather than the artist. Such individuals were typically referred to as music lovers, not fans, indicating their thoughtful discernment. As the stage lights dimmed for the third round of performances, the audience's gaze collectively focused on the entrance backstage, accompanied by a soothing yet slightly mournful background score. Xiao emerged slowly in a wheelchair, pushed by an assistant. His left leg, encased in a heavy cast, was elevated and secured in a specially designed brace, presenting a fragile yet resilient figure. "Oh my! Teacher Xiao has truly arrived in a wheelchair," gasped a female audience member, her voice trembling with emotion. "What dedication! Competing despite injury, this is a true idol." Fans in the front row rose to their feet, waving their lightboards and vociferously cheering for Xiao. The comments section of the live stream erupted. "Teacher G is so dedicated, it breaks my heart. Salute to the hardworking Xiao. This is the true model of the entertainment industry. Competing while unwell, such spirit deserves admiration. I'm now a fan. Xiao, you are the best. You must win the championship." The four mentors quietly discussed among themselves. Indeed, Xiao is admirable, persevering through such injury to compete. Diyu sighed softly, admiration evident in his eyes. Fei Wenqing nodded slightly, adjusting his glasses. Such dedication to music is rare among young artists today. It seems we are in for an exciting round. Shenlong crossed her arms, a smile of approval gracing her face, maintaining such composure despite injury. That courage alone warrants acknowledgement. Under the gaze of the audience, Xiao was wheeled to the center of the stage. He lifted his head, gazing steadfastly at the audience. His voice slightly hoarse, yet filled with strength. "Thank you all for your support. Though I am injured, music is the most important aspect of my life, and I do not wish to miss this stage. Today, I will prove myself through song." As his words resonated, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, nearly drowning out the entire studio. After his performance, Xiao took a moment to catch his breath and bowed deeply in gratitude. The applause continued to swell, with some audience members rising to offer their warmest cheers. Soon, the voting segment for the third round commenced. As the votes continued to update, Xiao maintained a leading position, ultimately securing victory with 587,321 votes. While this number surpassed Chufeng's second round total, it still lagged nearly 700,000 votes behind Xiao Buyi's 228,654. As the final numbers appeared on the big screen, Xiao, seated in his wheelchair, displayed a fleeting glimmer of pride, quickly overshadowed by a sense of dissatisfaction. He felt triumphant for being first among the four contestants in the third round, yet frustrated that he was not the overall winner of the evening. The individual surpassing him was none other than the very Xiao Buyi he despised. He glared at Xiao Buyi's vote count, his heart swirling with boundless jealousy and resentment. In the next moment, a smirk began to creep across Xiao's lips. "Enjoy your triumph while you can. Your time is limited." Chapter 37. The lecherous hand securing the title of tomorrow's Song King for the second time elevated Xiao Buyi's popularity to new heights, gradually expanding his online presence. Under Zhuang Jie's guidance, several of Xiao Buyi's songs, having been reworked, were set to debut on major music platforms. It must be said that Shenhuang Entertainment knows how to seize the moment. Capitalizing on Xiao Buyi's rising popularity, they have released The Wind Rises, Dissipation of Sorrow, and Brilliant Years, and the data is bound to be remarkable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Buyi, ever since his tumultuous upheaval at the Xiao family, the atmosphere within the household has been laden with despair. Today, Xiao Yunxian concluded a long day of work, declined social engagements, and instructed his daughters to be home by 7 o'clock. With only half a month remaining before the deadline set by Xiao Buyi regarding the shares, the matter must be resolved swiftly. As a conglomerate valued at hundreds of billions, the available cash, at best, amounts to 30 billion. It is inconceivable that all of it could be utilized to acquire the shares held by Xiao Buyi. Thus, Xiao Yunxian intended to gather his family in hopes of persuading Xiao Buyi to reconsider his stance. Having been in this world for half a month without properly appreciating its beauty, Xiao Buyi opted to take public transport home after the competition, eager to take in the city's nightscape. As he approached the bus stop, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a striking figure. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned to gaze, his expression betraying a sense of astonishment. Among those he knew, Li Qinghan was undoubtedly the most beautiful, yet the woman before him radiated an allure that rivaled her. The woman appeared to be in her mid to late 20s, tall and possessing an ethereal beauty, her figure undeniably alluring. If beauty were to be graded, this woman would be at the pinnacle. However, she exuded an air of nobility, and her attire suggested she hailed from a wealthy background. Xiao Buyi pondered whether someone of her stature would indeed wait for a bus. Yet, reflecting on his own status as a billionaire, he found solace in the thought that even he could be seen waiting for public transport. After a moment of admiration, he decided to avert his gaze, conscious of the potential misinterpretations that could arise from such open scrutiny. Just as he prepared to look away, the woman unexpectedly turned her head, her eyes flashing with disdain. It seemed his lingering gaze had been perceived as intrusive, prompting her reaction. Understanding this, Xiao Buyi shrugged off the moment and redirected his attention. As someone who had garnered a degree of fame, he recognized the potential consequences of causing a scene with a woman in public. Despite it being 10 o'clock, the bus stop in the bustling metropolis was teeming with people. After a 20-minute wait, the bus finally arrived. However, as the doors opened, he was taken aback to find the passengers inside reluctant to disembark, causing a rush at the entrance as the crowd pressed forward. Caught in the throng, Xiao Buyi found himself moving towards the entrance, and in that instant, he glanced once more at the exquisite woman. She hesitated, seemingly contemplating whether to board the bus. Meanwhile, Qin Jieyu felt utterly unfortunate today. Originally scheduled to meet a client for business, she was dismayed to find that the client had canceled at the last moment. To add insult to injury, her car had broken down en route, forcing her to send it for repairs and take a taxi instead. As the majority of passengers boarded, Xiao Buyi prepared to step onto the bus, only to find that Qin Jiyu's foot had also landed on the step at the same moment. Wearing high heels, she found it inconvenient to navigate the crowded bus, and when Xiao Buyi inadvertently nudged her, she lost her balance. Reacting swiftly, he grasped her wrist to steady her. Shameless. Let go, she exclaimed angrily. Xiao Buyi was taken aback. He was merely attempting to assist her, yet she accused him of wrongdoing. Unbeknownst to him, she had already branded him a lecher for having glanced at her earlier. In her eyes, his actions seemed deliberate, an attempt to take advantage of her misfortune. Without further thought, Xiao Buyi released her wrist, stepping aside as she glared at him before boarding the bus herself. The interior of the bus was packed, and as the crowd jostled him, he was inadvertently pushed closer to Qin Jieyu. A foul odor of sweat mixed with cheap cigarettes assaulted him, making him recoil. Turning away, he noticed a burly man leering at Qin Jieyu with a predatory gaze, his eyes filled with greed as he shamelessly eyed her figure. Just as Xiao Buyi sought to distance himself from this uncomfortable situation, he caught a glimpse of the man's coarse hand inching toward Qin Jieyu's backside. Before he could warn her, she suddenly spun around, her face contorted with anger as she aimed a slap at Xiao Buyi. Reacting instinctively, he seized her wrist to prevent her from striking him. Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? He protested. You still dare to argue? It was you who touched me, she shouted, her accusation drawing the attention of other passengers, who began to cast judgmental glances in their direction. Xiao Buyi could hardly believe it. He had intended to help, only to find himself unjustly accused of being a pervert. Fixing his gaze on Qin Jieyu, he declared, Madam, are you certain it was me who touched you? The surrounding passengers began to murmur amongst themselves, commenting on the audacity of young people today. As Xiao Buyi scanned the crowd, he quickly identified the man who had been retreating into the background, his demeanor betraying his guilt. Anger surged within Xiao Buyi. Such situations were difficult to clarify without solid evidence. In today's societal climate, a mere woman's word could tarnish a man's reputation irreparably, even if the truth were eventually revealed. Having only witnessed similar incidents online, he never anticipated finding himself embroiled in one. Qin Jieyu, feeling both humiliated and enraged, threatened, if you dare to do anything shameless again, I will call the police. Damn it, Xiao Buyi thought, distancing himself from her. Discreetly, he retrieved his phone and activated the recording function. Moments later, the man's hand emerged from his tote bag, landing squarely on Qin Jiyu's shapely backside, grasping it forcefully. Xiao Buyi recognized him as a habitual offender, his actions concealed by the guise of a briefcase. As Qin Jiyu realized what had occurred, she turned back to glare at Xiao Buyi, while the true perpetrator feigned innocence, as if nothing had occurred. Yet, Qin Jiyu's anger was now mingled with confusion, having seen Xiao Buyi deliberately create distance. She questioned whether he could truly have been the assailant. However, her preconceived notions led her to shout, You lecher! I will find out who really touched me. Before she could continue, Xiao Buyi pointed toward the burly man, whose face drained of color as he stammered, Don't slander me. You're trying to pin your actions on me. Swiftly, Xiao Buyi retrieved the video from his phone, pressing play to reveal the damning evidence of the man's earlier misconduct. In the video, the furtive actions of the burly man and the oblivious demeanor of Qin Jiyu rendered the truth unmistakably clear. It was indeed him. We must report this beast to the authorities. The atmosphere within the carriage instantly erupted with a chorus of furious denunciations, as the passengers, incensed, converged upon the man. Unfazed by the exposure of his misdeeds, the man bellowed, "Stand back. I want to get off this bus. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill them." His deranged bravado sent the crowd recoiling in fear, plunging the carriage into chaos. Qin Jiyu, pale and trembling, hid behind the throng, her heart heavy with dread and guilt as she beheld the man's menacing visage. She had never imagined that she had misjudged Xiao Buyi, while the true villain lurked so close. "With such meager skills, you think you can escape?" The burly man, incensed at Xiao Buyi's audacity to approach, transformed his fear into madness, swinging his fists violently at Xiao. However, Xiao, agile and swift, evaded effortlessly. "Receive my unscathed 18 palms." As he spoke, Xiao's palm struck like lightning. The sharp sound of impact echoed as his hand landed solidly against the man's face, the force causing the latter's head to snap sideways. Stumbling back, yet still swinging his fists in retaliation, the man found no opportunity to counter, as Xiao unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. "You dare to harass, and still wish to harm others?" The bus soon resonated with the sound of slapping palms, the man retreating under the barrage, his face swelling rapidly, yet miraculously free of any wounds. Initially frightened by the man's ferocity, the passengers began to replace their fear with admiration and rage at Xiao's valor. "Let us all join forces and apprehend this pervert," exclaimed a burly uncle, leading the charge. "Indeed, he must not escape. Such a person belongs in prison." Amidst the collective uproar, several robust young men and the uncle surged forward, coordinating with Xiao to encircle the man. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, he soon lost the will to resist and was pinned down. Meanwhile, the bus driver had pulled over and called the police. Before long, the authorities arrived and took the man away. Xiao Buyi and Qin Jiyu, as key witnesses, were escorted by security personnel to provide their statements. As they left, the man glared menacingly at Xiao, cursing under his breath, but was silenced by the police's reprimands. Exiting the police station, the clock approached midnight. With reddened eyes, Qin Jiyu stepped up to Xiao Buyi, her head bowed in shame, and softly murmured, "I am sorry for misjudging you." Xiao waved dismissively, his tone irritable. Such apologies should be minimized in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiyu felt her remorse dissipate. What did he mean? After all, she had apologized, yet he spoke so harshly. Confident in her beauty, she was accustomed to men treating her with utmost politeness, eager to leave positive impressions. The masked man before her, however, had the audacity to speak in such a manner, igniting both her anger and curiosity. Regaining her composure, Qin Jiyu retrieved a golden embossed business card from her bag. "I am Qin Jiyu. I acknowledge my misunderstanding. Should you need assistance, feel free to call me. I am willing to help, provided it is not excessive." Upon receiving the card, Xiao glanced down, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "You are the president of the Qin Group?" At that moment, a sleek black business car pulled up to the police station, and soon, a professionally dressed woman emerged, hastening towards Qin Jiyu. "President Qin, I apologize for my tardiness," she said respectfully. Qin Jiyu nodded. "Has the young lady retired for the night?" "Yes. The housekeeper informed me she has already gone to bed," the woman replied respectfully. Qin Jiyu then turned to Xiao Buyi, offering a slight nod before heading towards the car and departing. Watching the taillights fade, Xiao felt a sense of astonishment. After all, she was the president of one of the three prominent families in the city, the most enigmatic among them. The three prominent families are the Qin, Li, and Gu families. With only the presidents of the Li and Gu families, Li Qinghan and Gu Fifan respectively, having made public appearances. In contrast, the president of the Qin Group, Qin Jiyu, remained a mysterious figure, known only by name. Initially intending to take in the nightscape of the city, the events had left him without the heart to do so. Meanwhile, the family meeting at the Xiao residence continued unabated. In the conference room of the Xiao villa, a crystalline chandelier cast a stark light upon the deep brown conference table. Xiao Yunshan's fingers drummed impatiently against the surface, the wooden chair creaking under his agitation. "Speak up. What are we to do now?" "In half a month, that ungrateful son intends to sell his shares. If he truly sells them to outsiders, the Xiao family shall be left vulnerable to the board's machinations." Xiao Qingling, huddled in a corner with her arms crossed, bore red-rimmed eyes. Since the bullying video had surfaced, her school life had plummeted into despair. Although the Xiao family had managed to suppress the news through their financial clout, it had nonetheless tarnished the reputations of Xiao Buyi and Xiao Tianxi. Both were currently absent from school, awaiting the opportune moment for the heat to die down before returning. Suddenly, Wang Guifeng burst into tears, lamenting, "Had I known, I would never have raised that ingrate. Have you not been diluting his shares all these years? Why has nothing been resolved?" "Enough. You come from a prestigious family. Is it so easy to dilute 30% of the shares? Xiao Yunshin retorted, his irritation mounting over his wife's foolishness. Stung by his harsh words, Wang Guifeng fell silent, tears streaming down her face. Will crying solve anything? The priority is to stabilize our shares. Qingge, you are the eldest sister. He still respects you. Is there no way to change his mind? Xiao Qingge, the eldest sister and current president of the Xiao Group, was known for her decisive measures and was the only one capable of subduing Xiao Buyi. At this moment, she twirled a pen thoughtfully, her gaze behind her golden-rimmed glasses steely. Father, are you suggesting I act as a mediator? Indeed. You are likely the only one who can sway him, Xiao Yunshin conceded. He always listened to you as a child. If you tell him the family cannot do without him, perhaps. The family cannot do without him, Xiao Qingge scoffed, jabbing the pen into the reports with force. How have we treated him over the years? Now, when we are at risk of losing shares and facing business collapse. You remember his worth? Xiao Yunshin swallowed hard, ultimately grinding his teeth as he declared, Qingge, you must return tomorrow, no matter the means. You must persuade him to abandon the severance and ensure he does not sell his shares. In the corner, Xiao Tianxi clenched his fists, watching as the family's hopes rested on Xiao Buyi's return, feeling his temples throb with anxiety. If Xiao Buyi were to return, the position he had painstakingly cultivated over the past decade would crumble entirely. Perhaps, only with Xiao Buyi's demise could he secure his status forever. Chapter 39. The Li family banquet. The following morning, Xiao Buyi was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone, groggily reaching for the device. He answered without glancing at the screen. Darling, have you awakened? The voice of Li Qinghan resonated through the line. Li Qinghan, what brings you to call so early? Instantly alert, Xiao sensed a shift in her demeanor lately, yet it did not waver his resolve to divorce. Speak if you have something to say. If not, do not hinder my rest, he replied, impatience lacing his tone. Darling, this evening is the family banquet. Grandfather wishes for you to accompany me home for dinner. Li Qinghan spoke gently. Li Qinghan undeniably harbors a certain pride within her. In an effort to mend her relationship with Xiao Buyi, she resorted to inviting him through her grandfather's influence. However, this family banquet was not merely an excuse. Prestigious families like the Li clan hold such gatherings monthly to nurture familial bonds. Li Qinghan, do you truly believe I would find it appropriate to attend this banquet given that we are in the midst of divorce proceedings? Xiao Buyi questioned, his tone sharp. We are still in the cooling-off period, which means we are not officially divorced. How could that be inappropriate? Li Qinghan felt a twinge of grievance. She had already humbled herself, yet he seemed relentless. She was acutely aware that the Xiao Buyi of today was not the same as before, when he had always been tender and compliant. Now, however, he treated her with cold indifference, perpetually opposing her. Husband, I acknowledge my past mistakes, but I have changed. Can you not grant me another chance? Let us not proceed with the divorce, she implored. Xiao Buyi felt his fatigue vanish in an instant. How had she become so clingy? Li Qinghan, do not think you can toy with me as if this were a game. I am here to inform you that this matter is non-negotiable. He continued, you must think me a fool to believe I am unaware of your photographs with Jiboda. They were sent to me by him. If you had not indulged him, would he dare provoke me so brazenly? Let me make myself perfectly clear. I was the one who disseminated your previous photographs, and I possess far more damaging evidence. If you push me to my limits, I will release it all, and then we shall see how you, Li Qinghan, will face the world. Xiao Buyi was genuinely infuriated. Not only had she disturbed his peaceful morning, but she also dared to speak such nonsense. In the office, Li Qinghan's face reflected her inner turmoil, her heart aching. Xiao Buyi's words cut like sharp blades into her heart, and she could hardly fathom the depths of his animosity toward her. In that moment, she realized his resolve to divorce was as unyielding as stone. Yet, she also came to understand that her love for him ran deeper than she had previously acknowledged. This marriage could not end. Xiao Buyi had always respected her grandfather, Li Tianhe. Perhaps only Li Tianhe's direct intervention could sway Xiao Buyi's heart. Li Qinghan resolved that she must, by all means, bring Xiao Buyi back to the old residence tonight. With newfound determination, she declared, Husband, you must accompany me to the old residence tonight, or I will refuse to proceed with the divorce. As they were still within the cooling-off period, legally. As long as one party retracted their decision, the divorce could not be finalized. Xiao Buyi gritted his teeth. Li Qinghan, when did you become so shameless? Oh, I am merely playing a little hardball with my husband. What can you do about it? Li Qinghan replied confidently, seizing the initiative. You really think I won't expose that damaging evidence? If you force my hand, I cannot help it. But rest assured, while the shares of the Li Group may plummet, I will recover from it, she retorted, her prowess in negotiation evident as she had risen to the position of CEO at the family business. Previously, guilt had clouded her judgment, and she had not fully recognized her own feelings. Upon hearing Xiao Buyi's insistence on divorce, she had momentarily faltered. Now, having realized how crucial he was to her, she deemed Ji Boda and any potential scandals irrelevant. At that moment, Xiao Buyi fell silent. His aim was simply to end the marriage. If Li Qinghan was truly resolute in her stance, he would have no choice but to pursue a legal separation. However, given the Li group's influence in the city, if she insisted on remaining married, this matter could indeed drag on indefinitely. Will you uphold your word? If I accompany you to the banquet, you will not go back on your promise? Yes, as long as you return home for the feast, I will not renege. He affirmed. Very well, I accept your terms. Ultimately, Xiao Buyi chose to return. Over the years, his relationship with Li Qinghan had generally been positive, marked by moments of sweetness, which had only soured after Ji Boda's return. Li Tianhe had always treated him with kindness. When Xiao Buyi first became involved with Li Qinghan, the entire Li family had opposed the union, except for Li Tianhe, who had supported him, thus enabling their marriage. Out of respect for Li Tianhe, he felt it was only right to return and pay his respects. Seeing Xiao Buyi agree, Li Qinghan felt a surge of joy and stated, I will come to pick you up tonight, so we can go together. No need. I will go on my own, he replied curtly, ending the call before she could protest. The Li family's ancestral home was nestled at the foot of the Tsangyun Mountains in the western suburbs of the city. The entire estate encircled by walls of white marble, with vermilion doors adorned with golden beast head knockers, glimmering with an air of regal elegance in the morning light. The main building exhibited a typical new Chinese architectural style, its flying eaves and bracketed rafters interspersed with smart glass curtain walls, creating a breathtaking contrast between tradition and modernity. The banquet was set to take place in the Yunk Banquet Hall on the basement level, its dome draped with a constellation of 360 glass lamps. With 2 hours remaining before the feast commenced, the prominent members of the Li family began to arrive. Li Qinghan's uncle, Li Xinghua, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of red wine, surveying the meticulously pruned pine trees in the courtyard. Qinghan has been behaving increasingly inappropriately, associating closely with an actor and stirring up scandal, he remarked. His wife, Song Wanning, who was arranging the dining table, scoffed. Perhaps Qinghan simply has a fondness for actors. As the discussion unfolded, Li Qinghan's cousin, Li Qingru, entered, flaunting her diamond bracelet. I saw Ji Boda lingering in Qinghan's office late last night, she chimed in. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from outside. Xiao Buyi parked his car in front of the ancestral home, clad in casual athletic wear. As he crossed the threshold, an enticing fragrance enveloped him. Li Qingxian, donned in the latest Bulgari dress, with her chestnut curls tied up in a high ponytail, approached him, her pear-shaped diamond earrings shimmering. Xiao Buyi, she exclaimed, blocking his path in her 10-centimeter heels, her fiery red lips nearly brushing his face. I heard that 7 sponsors for tomorrow's Song King are affiliated with the Li family. Are you coercing my sister into giving you favors? Xiao Buyi raised an eyebrow and took a step back, his gaze sweeping over her ample bosom. Miss Li, do you truly believe your sister would sacrifice resources for me? He replied, exasperated. Li Qingxian nodded, then declared with certainty, it seems those resources were given to Ji Boda. But when will my brother-in-law learn to sing? He is merely a plagiarist, unworthy of the stage. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qingru had stepped forward, disdain evident in her gaze. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Xiao Buyi, how dare you hit me? Li Qingru exclaimed, clutching her stinging cheek, a mix of anger and shock in her eyes. The audacity of this parasite, who lived off the Li family, to strike her was utterly unacceptable. Under the crystal chandelier, the diamond studs in her ears refracted shards of cold light, intertwining with the hatred blazing in her eyes, sending out a dangerous signal. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the trembling of the wine glass in Li Jinghua's hand. Dark red liquid dripped down the glass's edge, leaving gruesome stains on the ivory marble floor. This is outrageous, Li Jinghua bellowed, slamming his wine glass onto the intricately carved coffee table, shattering it to pieces. For 3 years, you have been living in our Li family's home, consuming our resources, and now you dare to lay a hand on one of us? He stormed forward, his eyes nearly igniting with fury behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Rushing forward, he raised his hand and struck Xiao Buyi across the face. A sharp crack echoed, causing Li Jinghua to stumble back. In that moment, everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. What was happening? The third son of the Li family had been struck. While Li Qingru's assault could be dismissed as a mere conflict among peers, Xiao Buyi's actions were clearly an affront to his superiors. who in the entire city of magic knew that despite his lackluster business acumen, the third son of the Li family was a ruthless character, one who repaid grievances tenfold. Old Bai, you've taken my kindness for granted, haven't you? Do you truly believe I am just a son-in-law without any pride? I, Xiao Buyi, am here to marry, not to be subjugated. This slap serves as a lesson for you. Xiao Buyi showed no mercy to this family. He also harbored the thought that having treated Li Qinghan's family in such a manner, perhaps this would finally lead to his divorce. You insolent fool. Li Zhenghua clutched his reddened cheek, his gold-rimmed glasses askew on his nose, his eyes bloodshot behind the lenses. What do you think you are? Causing havoc in the Li family? Without the Li family, you aren't even worthy to serve as a footman. Xiao Buyi, you are a scoundrel. Feeding off our family, while daring to lay a hand on your elders? Such an uncultured wretch deserves to be thrown out to feed the dogs. Song Waning's sharp voice pierced through the tension. Li Qingxian was taken aback by the scene before her, her vibrant face drained of color. She had never imagined that her normally submissive brother-in-law could exhibit such ferocity. At that moment, Li Qingru had risen from the ground. Her hair in disarray like a vengeful spirit, her nails nearly scratching Xiao Buyi's face. You dare strike my father? I will see you dead. Her scream was laced with tears, filled with venom. Li Zhenghua ripped off his tie, the veins in his forehead throbbing. Someone, beat this bastard to a pulp. If we don't skin him alive today, I will write my name in reverse. With his command, 6 security guards in black suits rushed in like wolves, brandishing electric batons. Xiao Buyi's expression turned icy, an aura of deadly intent surrounding him. The first guard swung his baton, but Xiao Buyi sidestepped, countering with a palm strike to the guard's chest. The guard let out a muffled grunt, flying back like a broken kite, crashing into an ornate screen. The remaining guards quickly surrounded him in a fan formation, their batons striking in unison. Xiao Buyi moved lightly, weaving through the onslaught, his hands fluttering like butterflies. Yet each seemingly gentle strike contained tremendous force. Thud! Ah! The sounds of muffled impacts and anguished cries reverberated through the banquet hall. In mere moments, the 6 guards lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their chests and moaning in pain, electric batons scattered around them. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of this seemingly refined man displaying such brutality. How could he have dispatched them, trained professionals, with just a few strikes? The banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Li Zhenghua gaped, speechless, while Song Waning staggered back, her face pale. Li Qingruo's eyes were filled with fear and shock, her heart churning like a tempest. As a daughter of the Li family, she always viewed Li Qinghan as her rival, harboring resentment over Li Qinghan's ascension to the presidency of the Li group. Yet, whether in intelligence or beauty, Li Qinghan had overshadowed her, leading her to seek revenge. For years, she had sought to satisfy her twisted vanity by belittling and insulting Xiao Buyi, who had endured her mistreatment without retaliation. However, today, she had miscalculated. Xiao Buyi was no longer the submissive figure he once was. He chose to fight back, with a direct and violent response. How is this possible? Li Qingru murmured, her voice trembling with disbelief. On the other side, Li Zhenghua was equally dumbfounded. In his mind, Xiao Buyi was merely a worthless man surviving on the Li family's goodwill. Yet this scene shattered his expectations entirely. Xiao Buyi slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone. His eyes were as cold as steel, seemingly piercing through the fear and shock within each heart. Remember this. I, Xiao Buyi, have never been a soft persimmon for you to manipulate. If you wish to control me, you are sorely mistaken. His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the spacious banquet hall. At that moment, the grand doors swung open abruptly. Li Qinghan entered, supporting Li Tianhe as they hurried in. Upon seeing the guards in agony on the ground and the terrified expressions of the guests, both were momentarily stunned. The sound of Li Tianhe's cane striking the floor resonated with undeniable authority. What has transpired here? In the midst of chaos, Xiao Buyi stood, exuding a different aura than usual. He was no longer the meek son-in-law but a true man, one who unleashed incredible power when provoked. This scene would forever be etched in the hearts of the Li family, a lasting memory of shock and fear. Li Qinghan furrowed her brows at the disarray, casting a glance at Li Zhenghua and the others before finally resting her eyes on her younger sister, Li Qingxian. Qingxian, what exactly happened here? Li Qingxian recounted the events truthfully, not daring to embellish in any way. Yet, even so, Song Waning was incensed, exclaiming, Qingxian, are you still a member of the Li family? How could you betray us? Aunt, I did not. Li Qingxian protested softly, her eyes filled with indignation. Li Tianhe's expression had darkened, yet Song Waning seemed oblivious to his change in demeanor. Father, you don't understand. Xiao Buyi is a beast beyond control. He not only struck Qingru, but also attacked Zhenghua. He clearly has no regard for us elders, nor for you. We must have Qinghan divorce him. Song Waning's frantic outburst was met with a furrowed brow from Li Qinghan. Aunt, whether I divorce I is not your decision to make. Qinghan, what do you mean? Are you still protecting this scoundrel? Are you no longer a member of the Li family? Song Waning retorted angrily. The jade necklace around her neck swayed violently as she gasped for breath, the cold light of the gems casting a sinister glow on her face. Do you still have any respect for your elders? Xiao Buyi has caused chaos, and you still defend him. Suddenly, she lunged towards Li Tianhe, imploring, Father, you must bring justice to this matter. Zhenghua has been struck, and Qingru has suffered as well. If this gets out, what face will the Li family have? Li Zhenghua clutched his face, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Xiao Buyi, a low growl escaping his throat like a beast. He must pay for this today. Otherwise Li Zhenghua, enough. Li Qinghan stepped forward, her black haute couture dress accentuating her commanding presence, silencing the room with the slightest parting of her lips. She turned to face Xiao Buyi, who stood with arms crossed, a look of amusement on his face, as if he were merely observing the Li family's performance. I trust you would not strike without reason. Li Qinghan spoke softly. Her words fell like a heavy bomb in the stillness. Li Qingru screamed as she scrambled to her feet. Li Qinghan, are you mad? He is nothing but a useless man living off our family. And now he dares to cause a scene in our home. Slap. Li Qinghan retaliated with a swift slap, the sharp sound resonating through the banquet hall. She fixed her gaze upon her sister's contorted face, each word icy. I shall repeat, he is my husband, not an object for your arbitrary humiliation. Qinghan, how dare you strike my daughter, you traitor? Song Wanning's eyes were filled with fury, and she screamed, ready to lunge at Li Qinghan. Silence. Li Tianhe's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, the collision of sandalwood and marble creating a dull echo that caused the crystal chandeliers to tremble slightly. The old man's murky eyes blazed with anger, his silver hair quivering with each labored breath. What a disgrace. This is a family banquet of the Li clan, not a marketplace. Leaning on his cane, Li Tianhe approached Xiao Buyi with measured steps. Did you strike her? His voice was unexpectedly calm. Xiao Buyi straightened his back, his gaze unwavering. I did. The simplicity of his words offered no defense. After a lengthy silence, Li Tianhe suddenly placed a hand on Xiao Buyi's shoulder, a gesture that left everyone stunned. The elder was not punishing him, but seemingly offering comfort. This matter is settled, he declared, surveying the room with an authority that brooked no dissent. None shall speak of today's events outside these walls, or I shall not hesitate to invoke family discipline. Father, Song Wanning cried out in protest. Zhenghua and Qingru have been so brutally treated. And you dismiss it with a mere statement? Are you not being too biased? Had it not been for your influence, how could we have agreed to Qinghan marrying this good-for-nothing? Song Wanning's sharp voice reverberated through the banquet hall, each word cutting like a knife. It was you who insisted Qinghan marry this pauper, and now he dares to trample over us. Her words dripped with unending grievance. Completely forgetting how they had once treated Xiao Buyi, Li Tianhe's expression darkened as he shot her a warning glance, causing Song Wanning to flinch. Those familiar with the elder knew that this expression signaled a final ultimatum. Although Li Zhenghua was known for his vindictiveness, he dared not defy his father. Hastily silencing his wife. Elder, the family banquet may commence, the butler interjected. Li Tianhe nodded gently, taking Xiao Buyi's hand in one and Li Qinghan's in the other as he led them to the dining table. After the banquet concluded, Li Tianhe retained Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan in his study. Seated in his grand armchair, he regarded them with a scrutinizing gaze. Speak to your grandfather. What exactly transpired between you? His voice was low and steady. Li Qinghan hesitated, her expression revealing both regret and a hint of grievance. Ultimately, it was Xiao Buyi who broke the silence. Grandfather, you have seen the news online. The photos of Qinghan and Jibo, their clandestine meetings at night. He paused, swallowing hard. Two individuals who do not love one another are merely tormenting each other. Li Qinghan's eyes widened, red-rimmed with distress. Those are all false. Jibo is merely a friend. A friend? Xiao Buyi scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision. What man could tolerate his wife being summoned by another man with just a phone call? What man could bear to watch his wife spend the night with another? With the memories of his past life merging with his emotions, Xiao Buyi found it difficult to maintain the calm demeanor of an uninvolved outsider. Li Qinghan's lips trembled, yet she could not voice a response. Grandfather, I have said all I need to. With that, he turned and left, his back resolute. Li Tianhe observed his granddaughter's despondent demeanor and sighed. Qinghan, tell your grandfather, what feelings do you harbor for Buyi? Suddenly, Li Qinghan sank into a chair. Tears streaming down her face, Grandfather, I love him. Only now do I realize how deeply I love him. Perhaps it was from the moment she saw the absence of love in Xiao Buyi's eyes that she recognized her own feelings for him. She choked on her words, recounting the torment and regret of recent days. Jibo to save my life during the car accident. He pushed me away. I merely wished to repay him. After a long silence, Li Tianhe finally spoke. Qinghan, do you know why the entire family opposed your marriage to Xiao Yi, yet I insisted you wed him? Grandfather, is there some hidden truth? Li Qinghan gazed at her grandfather's wrinkled hands, the lines etched upon them telling tales of the Li family's rise and fall over the years. Suddenly, she realized that this often stern and decisive elder harbored an almost reverent expectation in his gaze towards Xiao Buyi. The old man slowly turned the rosary of rosewood in his hands and began to speak. Chapter 42. A call from the eldest sister 20 winters ago. I encountered a wandering Taoist on Putuan Mountain. His voice seemed to drift from afar. The Taoist proclaimed that I bore a foreboding sign, and the Li family would face bloodshed within 3 years. At the time, I dismissed it as the ramblings of a charlatan, yet 3 months later, Li Tianhe's throat tightened. Your third uncle was ambushed in Myanmar while investigating jade mines. 7 bodyguards perished, and he himself sustained 3 gunshot wounds. Li Qinghan's breath quickened. She had heard this tale since childhood, but the family had always claimed it was a commercial dispute, never imagining such a secret lay behind it. From that day forth, I began to seek that wandering Taoist, Li Tianhe continued, his aged fingers caressing the prayer beads. Until a decade ago, I learned of him. He told me that the tribulations of the Li family had not yet passed, and only by encountering our family's benefactor could they be averted. This person is Ai. The first time I brought Xiao Buyi to meet my grandfather, the elder held his hand for an unusually long time, and when he finally released it, his palm bore an unusual flush. At the time, I thought it was merely an elder's fondness for a junior, but reflecting on it now sends chills down my spine. The moment I laid eyes on Xiao Yi, I knew he was the one, Li Tianhe asserted, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his murky eyes. Over the years, I discreetly had people investigate his birth date. He was born on the night of the celestial alignment. In Taoism, such celestial phenomena portend significant occurrences, and this rare alignment is destined to stir the winds of fate. Li Qinghan felt a throbbing in her temples. She had thought their union was born of love, but it was instead a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Yet, recalling the moments when Xiao Buyi clumsily prepared ginger tea for her in the kitchen, or the rain-soaked night he braved the storm to deliver documents, how could she reconcile those warm memories? Grandfather, have you never considered the possibility that this is all a deception? What if he is not the person you seek? Her voice trembled. As someone with a higher education, it was difficult for her to believe in such ethereal and intangible matters. Qinghan, do you think the Li family has remained steadfast in both political and business spheres for these years by mere chance? Li Tianhe's cane struck the ground with a heavy thump. 3 years ago, during the Southeast Asian financial crisis, how many families collapsed overnight, yet we remained unscathed? Could this also be related to Ai? This was yet another shock for Li Qinghan that night. That night, Xiao Yi stayed alone in the study until 3 in the morning. The following day, I received a business proposal and risk assessment that even Wall Street investment bankers praised. Li Qinghan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She had always believed Xiao Buyi's presence in the Li family was due to her protection, only to realize he had been supporting her silently all along. The wind outside suddenly howled, swirling dry leaves against the window, as if mocking her self-righteousness over the years. Then why did he never tell me? Why has he never mentioned it in my presence? Li Tianhe sighed deeply, his heart aching. As his wife, you do not understand your husband as well as this old man does. No wonder Xiao Yi is so upset. Grandfather, Li Tianhe raised his hand to stop her. Xiao Yi has never cared for fame or fortune. What he values most are family and love. His parents and family, as you are aware, have shown him love and care. Even the slightest display of concern and affection from them brings him immense joy, to the extent that he would willingly sacrifice his life for it. The same sentiment applies to his romantic affections. He cherishes the bond between you and him, willing to dedicate himself silently to your happiness, believing that nothing else holds significance in his heart. Li Tianhe's words struck him like a heavy hammer, draining the color from her face in an instant. Li Qinghan's nails dug deeply into her palm, yet the pain in her heart was far more profound. She finally comprehended why Xiao Buyi often smoked alone in the deep of night, and why a lingering sorrow always shone in his eyes when confronted with the humiliation from the Li family. What she had mistaken for weakness and restraint was, in fact, a person starved of love, meticulously guarding the last remnants of warmth. 3 years prior, when she was bedridden with a high fever, It was Xiao Buyi who stayed by her side throughout the night, gently wiping her feverish forehead with warm water. He even remembered the breakfast flavors she casually mentioned, discreetly noting them in his phone's memo. Yet, how had she reciprocated such profound affection? By taking his efforts for granted, allowing the Li family to trample upon his dignity, and repeatedly dismissing his feelings in front of Boda. It dawned on her that he had long laid his entire heart at her feet. Li Qinghan murmured to herself, tears staining her knees with dark streaks. Yet now, she began to grasp the true meaning behind Xiao Buyi's assertion that the former him had perished, his heart had died. The moonlight outside bathed her pale face, casting deeper shadows beneath her lashes. She finally recognized that her attempts to repay kindness were mere pretexts. While Boda had indeed saved her life, it was Xiao Buyi, the husband she had scorned, who had quietly stood by her side all these years. The warm milk left on her desk during late-night work sessions and the soothing soup he prepared for her during her menstrual cycle were far more deserving of her gratitude than any grand gesture of life-saving heroism. I have lost the best person in the world, Li Qinghan whispered to herself. At this moment, regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She finally understood that what Xiao Buyi desired was never the power or status of the Li family. All he sought was mutual respect, a shelter from life's storms, and a heart that loved him wholeheartedly. Yet, she had shattered all of this, cruelly pushing that tender-hearted man into the thorny demeanor he now wore. "Ai!" she softly called out to the empty room, her throat thick with emotion. Under the moonlight, she finally recognized that, through their daily interactions, she had long regarded his presence as an integral part of her existence. It was only when the fear of loss truly struck that her love erupted like a volcano, scorching her very soul. Li Qinghan trembled as she rose, her gaze gradually firming. No matter how dead Xiao Buyi's heart seemed, she was determined to reclaim his love. This time, it would be her turn to stand before him, shielding him from the storms, and to use the rest of her life to compensate for the tenderness she had overlooked. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi, having exited the Li family's old residence, remained oblivious to the secret hidden behind Li Tianhe's seemingly benevolent actions. He was equally unaware that Li Qinghan had added so much drama to her own narrative, becoming emotionally moved in the process. However, even if he were to discover the truth, it would not affect him in the slightest. At that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. As he drove at a brisk pace, he hummed a tune about indecision, pondering how difficult it was to achieve one's dreams. Suddenly, the phone rang. A glance at the caller ID revealed the name Xiao Qingge. Chapter 43. Xiao Qingge's vulnerability in the luxurious dining establishment of Yunding Tiangong, one of Shanghai's finest restaurants. The golden revolving door slowly swung open. The light refracted by the crystal chandeliers cascaded like a starry river, illuminating the marble floor in a dazzling display. Seated at a VIP table by the window was Xiao Qingge, adorned in a custom pearl-white mermaid gown, delicately tapping her slender fingers against a fine bone china cup. The rose-gold watch on her wrist gleamed coolly, perfectly complementing her detached aura. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling nightscape of Shanghai unfolded. The neon lights along the riverside danced in harmony with the shimmering waves of the Huangpu River. Yet they paled in comparison to the chill in her gaze. She leisurely swirled the red wine in her glass, the amber liquid tracing sinuous paths along the bowl, mirroring her elusive thoughts. Before long, Xiao Buyi stepped into the restaurant, scanning the expansive space until his eyes landed on the familiar yet foreign figure by the window. Noticing his arrival, Xiao Qingge slowly turned her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You're late," she remarked, her voice cool and melodious with a hint of teasing, though it faltered slightly upon meeting the weariness in Xiao Buyi's eyes. Xiao Buyi adjusted his collar and casually took a seat across from her, his gaze sweeping over the array of exquisite dishes on the table. "Mr. Xiao, have you ordered just this? It hardly seems sufficient for me." Upon hearing Xiao Buyi refer to her with that title, Xiao Qingge's expression darkened instantly. "What's wrong? Now you can't even bring yourself to call me sister?" Xiao Buyi shrugged nonchalantly, slicing a piece of steak and placing it in his mouth. "Isn't Mr. Xiao always busy with important matters? Why waste time on pleasantries?" Xiao Qingge's fingers tightened around the wine glass, droplets of condensation sliding down to stain the tablecloth. Before her sat a Xiao Buyi who was methodically cutting his steak, his sleeves casually rolled up to reveal his wrist bone, exuding an effortless ease. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the image of the boy she remembered, who had always worn faded shirts and sought to please his family. She had learned from family members about Xiao Buyi's actions at the Xiao family villa half a month ago. Initially, she had thought that his severance from the family was merely a ploy to garner their attention, but her perspective had shifted now. The current Xiao Buyi no longer bore the warmth and eagerness of the past. Instead, he displayed a detachment and indifference akin to that of a stranger. Once, a mere glance of encouragement from her could render him blushing and ecstatic for days. Yet now, as he addressed her as Mr. Xiao with those indifferent eyes, she realized that an insurmountable chasm had formed between them. Would you like some soup? Xiao Qingge attempted to maintain her elegance, pushing a silver bowl of truffle soup towards him, the sound of her emerald bracelet clinking against the bone china resonating softly. Xiao Buyi leisurely dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, the metallic clink of his knife and fork against the plate creating a sharp sound. Mr. Xiao, if you have something to say, please get straight to the point. No need for any preamble. I have a busy schedule. He leaned back against the chair, the light casting sharp shadows on his jawline, his eyes as cold as ice. Did that old man send you to find me? Xiao Qingge frowned. After all, we are family. Must we reach this point? Enough with the nonsense. If you continue with this, I won't have time to entertain you. Observing Xiao Buyi's readiness to leave, Xiao Qingge finally spoke up. What can I do to ensure you won't sell your shares? Xiao Buyi had anticipated her intentions and was unsurprised by her mention of the shares. In the entire Xiao family, if anyone cared most about the Xiao group, it would be Xiao Qingge, even more so than Xiao Yunqing. Currently, the Xiao group was chaired by Xiao Yunqing, while Xiao Qingge served as the president. In reality, Xiao Yunqing, as chairman, acted more like a figurehead, while it was Xiao Qingge who executed the real work. Since graduating, she had devoted herself entirely to the Xiao group, which was a significant reason why, at 32 years of age, she remained unmarried. Shanghai was home to 3 prominent female CEOs, alongside Li Qinghan and Qin Jiu. The third was Xiao Qingge. Although the Xiao group could at best be considered a third-rate family business, its overall strength was far inferior to that of the Qin and Li families. Yet Xiao Qingge's ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other two was a testament to her formidable business acumen, earning her the reputation of surpassing her predecessors. My stance has become exceedingly clear. Having signed the severance agreement, I am unequivocally resolved to divest my shares in the Xiao group, as I desire no further association with the Xiao family. Moreover, I have afforded you a month to exercise your right of first refusal on my shares. Should you fail to complete the acquisition by the deadline, I shall have no choice but to sell to another party. Xiao Qingge regarded Xiao Buyi with a sense of irritation at his nonchalant demeanor, a surge of anger bubbling within her. Are you aware that if the Xiao family loses this 30% stake, they will forfeit their position as the largest shareholder? Can you bear witness to the Xiao group changing hands? Xiao Buyi cast a sidelong glance, his eyes conveying the impression of gazing upon a fool. He then lightly tapped his temple with his right index finger and remarked, President Xiao, I believe your intellect may be somewhat lacking. What do you mean? Xiao Qingge retorted, her anger palpable. The implication is quite straightforward. If I no longer wish to be associated with the Xiao family, do you genuinely believe I would care whether the Xiao group changes ownership? Such a rudimentary concept eludes your understanding, and I am left wondering how you managed to lead the Xiao group. Xiao Qingge's complexion turned a shade of iron, her chest rising and falling with unrestrained intensity, genuinely incensed by Xiao Buyi's words. Throughout her life, no one had ever suggested she lacked intelligence, nor had her managerial capabilities been questioned. Today, however, this younger brother, whom she had always looked down upon, had subjected her to such humiliation, a reality she found intolerable. Suddenly, she rose with fervor, her pearl-white mermaid gown billowing gracefully behind her, yet failing to conceal the fury igniting in her eyes. However, having spent years in the business world, she had cultivated the ability to mask her emotions. Although she felt on the verge of a breakdown, she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as she spoke. Xiao Yi, the Xiao family raised you, provided for your education, and offered you a life of comfort. And now, you wish to destroy the family legacy with your own hands? Is this how you repay the kindness of your upbringing? Repay? He echoed softly, each word sharp as a blade. Are you certain that the Xiao family has shown me kindness rather than treating me as a pawn to be discarded at will? Xiao Qingge, search your conscience. What genuine familial affection has the Xiao family ever extended toward me? Xiao Qingge's face paled, and she struggled to refute him. You enjoy wealth and luxury within the Li family, and now you dare to turn around and criticize the Xiao family? Wealth and luxury? Xiao Buyi suddenly erupted in laughter, his mirth laced with derision. President Xiao, do you recall that winter when I was 18? I used the pocket money I'd saved for half a year to buy you a scarf, only for you to throw it into the trash in front of everyone, declaring that you had no use for such a cheap item. Xiao Qingge's pupils constricted sharply as the memory of that snowy night flooded back. Vivid and haunting, the boy with tear-stained eyes trembling as he retrieved the discarded scarf from the snow, while she had only felt disdain. Countless moments of neglect rushed back to her. The umbrella he had brought on a rainy day, discarded at the company reception. The birthday gift he had stayed up all night preparing, carelessly set aside. She could scarcely recall the number of times she had trampled on his earnest attempts to please her with the cruelest words. Who was it that secretly left you sweetened red sugar water during your painful days? Who stayed up all night organizing your materials when you were schemed against by competitors? Xiao Buyi stood, advancing step by step, his voice resonating like an echo from the abyss. But what of you? You refuse to even glance my way, forever deeming me an embarrassment, a burden. Now that the Xiao family is in trouble, you suddenly think of your brother? Xiao Qingge staggered back a step, colliding with the dining table, the porcelain cups emitting a crisp clatter. I have often wondered why I have never wronged you, yet you treat me thus. Setting aside the fact that we are bound by blood, even in the case of a stranger extending goodwill, it is unnecessary to treat them as an enemy. Xiao Buyi let out a cold laugh, continuing, but then I realized, you are an exceedingly selfish individual, a self-serving opportunist who values power and wealth above familial bonds. You are well aware of how the family has treated me. You know full well how Xiao Tianxi has conspired against me, yet you consistently side with him. Not out of loyalty, but because you relish the prospect of our mutual destruction. No, you speak nonsense. Xiao Qingge stammered, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. Chapter 44. I wish to witness your infighting. Do not be so quick to deny. You understand that the Xiao family's legacy can only be passed on to male heirs, while you have always aspired to inherit the Xiao group. Thus, you perceive me as an obstacle, having begun your verbal and psychological assaults on me since high school, though back then you lacked the audacity to be so blatant. When Xiao Tianxi was taken in by the family, you witnessed his hostility and schemes against me, leading you to align yourself with him, unwittingly making him the vanguard in your battle, while you sit back to reap the rewards. My dear sister, do you agree with my assessment? Xiao Buyi wore a smile. But to Xiao Qingge, it appeared as a devilish grimace. In that moment, she felt as though Xiao Buyi had stripped her bare, exposing her flaws before him, igniting a profound sense of humiliation. She suddenly recognized that the man before her, with his cold gaze, was a far cry from the boy who had always followed in her footsteps. Once filled with hope and dependence, now his eyes bore only an icy chill. Xiao Qingge's shoulders trembled slightly as her psychological defenses threatened to crumble. She endeavored to regain her composure, even forcing herself to meet Xiao Buyi's frigid gaze. So everything you do now is an act of revenge against me? Indeed, you may interpret it that way, and this is merely the beginning. Are you and the others in the Xiao family prepared to face my retribution? Xiao Qingge stared intently into Xiao Buyi's eyes, seeking any sign of remorse or pain within them. Yet, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Fueled by love, hatred burgeoned within her. She believed that Xiao Buyi's current actions stemmed from a history of injustice, motivating his desire for revenge. If he harbored such vengeful intent, there should be traces of suffering and excitement in his gaze. However, all she found was an unsettling indifference that chilled her to the core. I am the favored daughter of the heavens. I cannot afford to show weakness before Xiao Buyi, nor can I allow myself to lose composure and become the subject of his ridicule. Xiao Qingge inhaled deeply, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the intricate patterns on the tablecloth, her nails creating delicate creases upon the silk fabric. After 30 seconds, she returned to her leather seat, spine straight, the cold light reflecting off her rose gold watch illuminating her eyes, sharpening her emotions into the keen edge of a businesswoman. Setting aside familial ties, what must I do for you to refrain from selling your shares? Xiao Buyi appeared to have anticipated her question, replying with a chuckle, Xiao Qingge, I almost feel pity for you. Pity me? I am the president of the Xiao Group, overseeing the livelihoods of thousands. On what grounds do you feel pity for me? Xiao Qingge retorted with steely resolve. TSK, 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 someone as astute as you must surely grasp the implications of my words. Why deceive yourself? Even if I were to leave the Xiao family, do you think the foolish Xiao Yunqing, who has been utterly deceived, would truly allow you to inherit the Xiao Group? He has forsaken even his own son for that deceitful woman. Do you believe they would entrust the Xiao Group to you, or to Xiao Tianxi? Xiao Qingge's gaze turned sharp, a fire igniting within her as she tightened her grip on the wine glass. Xiao Buyi's words struck a nerve. Although she now held the title of president, she possessed no shares in the company. Given the adoration bestowed upon Xiao Tianxi by Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng, along with the family's patriarchal traditions, it was clear that Xiao Tianxi was the most likely heir to the Xiao Group. If Xiao Tianxi was willing to resort to underhanded tactics to usurp power from Xiao Buyi, it was not difficult to envision how he would treat her once he gained control of the company. While she currently exuded an air of success, the reality was that when the time came, Without shares, she would be left with nothing but the prospect of being cast aside. So, you are attempting to sow discord? Xiao Buyi smiled and said, just consider me as such. To put it another way, whether it is true or not, you must admit that what I say is indeed a fact. With that, Xiao Buyi deliberately paused, fixing his gaze intently upon the other party. After a lengthy silence, he slowly continued, 10 billion. I will transfer the shares to you. Transfer to me? Xiao Qing's eyes brightened. Indeed, based on the current market value, the shares I hold are worth at least 30 billion. Yet, I only require 10 billion, and the shares will be yours. Xiao Qing's expression shifted as she began to speak. What's the reason? Transferring shares valued at 30 billion for merely 10 billion seemed implausible. She could not believe Xiao Buyi would undertake such a foolish act. Were she in his position, it would be utterly impossible. Do not look at me with such skepticism. The reason is quite simple. I desire to witness your internal strife, rather than let that scoundrel Xiao Tianxi benefit from it. I would prefer to transfer the shares to you, allowing me to enjoy the spectacle. Humph, you are so blunt in stating your reasoning. Are you not afraid that I might refuse? Xiao Buyi shook his head with a smile, as if he had already seen through Xiao Qing, confidently asserting, you will agree. I assure you. Xiao Qing stared into Xiao Buyi's eyes, remaining silent for an extended period. Xiao Buyi naturally picked up the red wine on the table and savored it, unhurried as Xiao Qing remained quiet. After a long while, Xiao Qing finally spoke. All right, it's a deal. However, I cannot provide 10 billion at this moment. Stop right there. Xiao Buyi interrupted her. Mr. Xiao, while 30 billion in cash may pose a challenge for you, I find it hard to believe that 10 billion is a problem. Once a formidable figure in the business realm, Xiao Qing felt a headache coming on at this moment. The reason was that she sensed Xiao Buyi had seen through her completely, as if her every thought and action were anticipated by him. What made it all the more pressing was that he was her own younger brother. Even the last vestige of familial affection held no sway over him. Perhaps, in the past, jealousy had blinded her to the true nature of her brother. Finally, all the complicated emotions coalesced into a deep sigh. Very well. I have 300 million in my personal account. I will transfer it to your card by tomorrow morning. The remaining 700 million will be paid within 3 days. Mr. Xiao, may our collaboration be fruitful. Xiao Buyi smiled as he raised his wine glass towards Xiao Qing. Seeing this, she reciprocated the gesture and took a gentle sip. Setting down the glass, Xiao Buyi stood up. Prepare the contract. We shall sign it tomorrow at 10 in the morning. And, most importantly, ensure the funds are ready. With that, Xiao Buyi departed casually. Xiao Qing watched his receding figure, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. It was not until Xiao Buyi's silhouette vanished completely that she redirected her gaze. Brother, you are truly different now. What has brought about such a profound transformation in you? Outside, the night in the Magic City remained dazzling, the shimmering waves of the Pujiang River reflecting off the glass facade of the cloud-top heavenly palace. Xiao Qing adjusted her skirt before the floor-to-ceiling window, locking away all her emotions once more. Regardless of the situation, she had temporarily secured her shares, which now belonged solely to her. Yet, she understood that this war had only just begun. Chapter 45. Boda's further mischief. 30 billion worth of shares priced at 10 billion is, at face value, an unwise transaction, yet Xiao Buyi had his own plans. Primarily, he sought to delineate himself from the Xiao family, ensuring that any future turmoil within the Xiao group would bear no relation to him. Additionally, the idea had only emerged after he met with Xiao Qing. He was determined to exact revenge on Xiao Tianxi, and rather than transferring the conflict away, he preferred to incite their internal discord. Lastly, the simplest reason was his need for liquidity. Shares, after all, could not guarantee the same security as hard cash. In the Magic City, there were few who could produce 30 billion at once, making it challenging to liquidate. Otherwise, given how long Xiao Yunqing had coveted his shares, it would not make sense for him to shy away from even this sum. In the premier hospital of the Magic City, Boda lay in a state of agitation. Just as his manager had sent over the data from the second episode of Tomorrow's Song King, Xiao Buyi continued to dominate the rankings. According to statistics from various platforms, the download count for Xiao Buyi's Secrets of Winter had already surpassed 2 million. This was only 2 days after the song's release, averaging 1 million downloads per day, an achievement that placed him at the level of top-tier artists. The fervor of the online world surged like a tidal wave. Xiao Buyi's performance on the Tomorrow's Song King stage was akin to a heavy bomb dropped into a placid lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. Across social media platforms, forums, and video sites, praise for him was abundant. Help! Xiao Buyi is just too handsome. On stage, he radiated a captivating glow, his gaze both resolute and enchanting, with an irresistible charm in every gesture. Xiao Buyi was undoubtedly a hidden gem in the music industry. His looks more than capable of captivating an audience, yet he was equally talented. Netizens did not hold back in their admiration for his appearance, with countless screenshots and gifs of him circulating wildly online, making his handsome visage the new obsession of many. His vocal talents and songwriting skills garnered accolades as well. Listening to Xiao Buyi sing feels like a revelation. His voice was unique and moving, each note seemingly flowing from the depths of his soul, striking a chord within the listener. Secrets of Winter was nothing short of extraordinary. The lyrics were intricate and narrative-driven, while the melody was catchy, truly a treasure of a song that one could loop endlessly. Xiao Buyi was a musical genius. His music possessed an enchanting quality, capable of immersing listeners instantly, as if narrating deeply touching stories. This was music that truly reached the soul. Music critics also took to their platforms to commend his innovative style and mature vocal techniques, deeming him an exceptional talent in the Chinese music scene. In stark contrast, the public's perception of Buyi was less than flattering. Buyi's performance this time was merely adequate. He sang competently, but lacked any standout moments. And his voice was not particularly distinctive. His singing felt quite ordinary. Aside from a somewhat touching memory, there was nothing praiseworthy. It seemed like his songs would leave no lasting impression after just one listen, even when some mentioned his dedication in performing despite his injuries from a car accident. The prevailing sentiment was that while his commitment was commendable, it could not compensate for his musical shortcomings. At this moment, Buyi, lying in the premier hospital of the Magic City, stared at the comments on his phone screen, his expression growing increasingly grim as he gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Is this the kind of praise I desired? He suddenly screamed in a fit of hysteria. I do not need your empty flattery. I want to overshadow Xiao Buyi with my professional abilities. I must defeat him. He roared in anger, his eyes reddened, filled with resentment and jealousy. Once, he had believed himself to possess an undeniable advantage in music, the center of attention. But now, Xiao Buyi's emergence had shattered that illusion, eclipsing his brilliance entirely, and he found it unbearable. As he reflected on how Li Qinghan had not visited him in days, a wave of grievance and unease surged within Buyi. Without Li Qinghan's support, he felt utterly insignificant. Ultimately, he could not resist picking up his phone, trembling fingers dialing Li Qinghan's number. The phone rang for several seconds, and just as he thought it would not connect, a voice finally came through. Qinghan. Buyi's voice was tinged with hurt and emotion. You haven't come to see me in a long time. Could you please come visit? I truly miss you. A brief silence enveloped the conversation, and those 2 to 3 seconds felt agonizingly long to Buyi. Finally, Li Qinghan slowly spoke. All right. I will come to see you tomorrow morning. Before Buyi could utter another word, the call was abruptly disconnected. Listening to the busy tone emanating from the phone, Buyi felt as if he had been invigorated by a powerful stimulant, a jubilant smile spreading across his face. She still cares for me, he thought to himself. I knew that a single phone call could summon her. His mind began to race with wild fantasies, envisioning the scene when Li Qinghan would visit him the following day. She would gently sit by his bedside, inquiring with concern about his injuries, tenderly caressing his face, and showing warmth and care. Perhaps she would even feel guilty for not coming to see him sooner, and then resolutely stand by his side, supporting him in his battle against Xiao Buyi. The more he contemplated these scenarios, the more he felt the thrill of reclaiming his former glory and trampling Xiao Buyi underfoot. Overcome with excitement, Buyi once again took out his phone to call his agent. Tomorrow, arrange for some familiar media to come to the hospital. He instructed Zhang He before hanging up the phone, satisfied. Upon returning home, Xiao Buyi promptly activated his interface. Host, Xiao Buyi. Age, 25. Popularity, 2, 785. 961. Skill 1. Supreme Hacker. Skill 2. Invulnerable 18 palms. Skill 3. Heavenly Eye. Low tier. Upgradable. Warehouse. None. In just 2 days, he had amassed 3 million in popularity points. At this rate, reaching 10 million would soon be within reach, and an upgrade for the Heavenly Eye was imminent. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Buyi arrived punctually at the Xiao Corporation building. The edifice stood tall in the financial heart of the metropolis, resembling a colossal bronze sword piercing the heavens. The entire structure, adorned with dark glass, reflected a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, while the gilded logo at its pinnacle shimmered brightly from 100 meters above. With his hands in his pockets, Xiao Buyi strolled towards the building, his casual attire contrasting sharply with the hurried professionals around him, yet he appeared completely at ease, exuding an air of unhurried confidence. Just as he was about to step through the revolving door, a black Maybach screeched to a halt at the steps. The door swung open, revealing Xiao Tianzi, donned in sunglasses and a tailored Armani suit, his Patek Philippe watch glinting in the sunlight as he strode confidently from the car. Chapter 46. The sky falls for Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Buyi did not notice Xiao Tianzi and continued towards the revolving door. Upon entering the lobby, he approached the front desk and stated, "Hello, I am here to see your chairman, Xiao Qingge." At that moment, he wore a black mask, revealing only his deep-set eyes. The two receptionists, dressed in professional attire, scrutinized him from head to toe. Although his demeanor was striking, his casual clothing seemed rather out of place in the elite environment of the Xiao Corporation. The receptionist on the left raised an eyebrow, her expression filled with disdain. Convinced that he was yet another interloper seeking to win over their president, she coldly inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" Xiao Buyi replied calmly, "I made an appointment directly with your president last night." Upon hearing this, the receptionist frowned, recognizing the familiar line. Previously, a wealthy heir had claimed to have an appointment with their president, only for the front desk to let him through, only to discover it was a ruse, resulting in the receptionist's dismissal. From that point on, the president's office issued strict orders that anyone wishing to visit must register in advance, regardless of their status. "Do you honestly think you could have an appointment with our president?" The left receptionist scoffed, her face radiating contempt. "We see many like you." The other receptionist chimed in. "What is your name? I'll check for you." "Xiao Buyi," he answered succinctly. After searching the system, the receptionist found no record of an appointment, and their attitudes grew increasingly hostile, their eyes filled with condescension. "I told you, there's no appointment record. Our Xiao Corporation is not a place where just anyone can enter." The left receptionist retorted, arms crossed, her tone sharp. "Leave now, don't waste our time. Take a good look at your own status." Xiao Buyi was amused by their disdainful demeanor and asked again, "Are you certain you want to let me in?" "Absolutely not." Both receptionists insisted, their expressions haughty. "Our Xiao Corporation has high standards. Not just anyone can come in." Xiao Buyi chose not to prolong the argument and pulled out his phone to call Xiao Qingge. The call connected swiftly. "President Xiao, I have arrived at your company on time to sign the contract, but your receptionists are preventing me from entering. It seems you have no intention of proceeding with the agreement, in which case, I shall take my leave." Xiao Qingge's voice on the other end turned icy with anger. This share transfer was critical to her, allowing for no errors. "Give me 3 minutes, and I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation," she replied firmly before hanging up. Xiao Buyi set his phone down, standing to the side and waiting. The receptionists, still oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, continued their mocking jibes. "What are you pretending for? Do you think we'll believe you're really on the phone with our president? This trick is old. Leave now before security arrives." At that moment, Xiao Tianzi strode confidently into the lobby. He had seen Xiao Buyi and thus approached, having witnessed the entire scene. A sly smile crept onto his lips. He had long harbored disdain for Xiao Buyi, and now, seeing him thwarted by the receptionists, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Since the last encounter where Xiao Buyi had struck him, a peculiar fear had taken root in Xiao Tianzi. Though he found it humiliating, he could not help but feel his eyelids twitch upon seeing Xiao Buyi. Yet, he quickly masked it with a radiant smile, as though no animosity existed between them. Eagerly approaching, "Brother, it's truly you. I didn't expect to run into you here." Xiao Buyi regarded the insincere smile before him, filled with derision. He knew Xiao Tianzi all too well. Beneath the facade of friendliness lay treachery and manipulation. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief sparked in Xiao Buyi's eyes, as he noted the red lace underwear Xiao Tianzi was wearing. However, he chose not to expose him, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Feigning concern, Xiao Tianzi asked, "Brother, are you here to see our sister?" Xiao Buyi nodded again, offering a succinct reply. Xiao Tianzi seized the opportunity to showcase his goodwill, stepping closer with a feigned benevolence. "I'm also here to see our sister. Let me take you upstairs. The management at Xiao Corporation is quite strict. Outsiders generally aren't allowed." He emphasized the term outsiders, subtly highlighting Xiao Buyi's estrangement from the Xiao family while elevating his own status as an adopted son, exuding an air of superiority. Xiao Buyi saw through this ploy and remained unperturbed. Xiao Tianzi, contemplating how to further humiliate him, waited as the 3 minutes passed. The elevator doors opened, and Xiao Qingge emerged, clad in a sharp professional outfit, her expression dark and stormy. Her gaze swept over Xiao Buyi, then fell upon the two receptionists and Xiao Tianzi, her heart already comprehending the situation. "Sister," Xiao Tianzi rushed up as soon as he saw Xiao Qingge's arrival. "Don't say anything yet. I have matters to attend to." Xiao Qingge glanced at him and walked directly toward Xiao Buyi. When she reached him, the latter merely smiled silently in response. Suddenly, Xiao Qingge turned her attention to the two receptionists. Just as one of them was about to speak, Xiao Qingga's icy glare interrupted her. You two need not come to work tomorrow. Her tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The two receptionists' eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, at this point, they could hardly fathom where the problem lay. They simply had not anticipated that Xiao Buyi could summon the president with just a phone call. President Xiao, we were only thinking of the company, preventing unauthorized individuals from entering, they explained in a fluster, their voices trembling. Thinking of the company? Xiao Qingga scoffed. You dare to make things difficult for my own brother, and this is what you call thinking of the company? What? He is your biological brother? The two receptionists were bewildered. Although employees of the Xiao group were aware that there were two young masters in the Xiao family, many had only ever seen Xiao Tianxi. This was due to the fact that previous company annual meetings had only featured Xiao Tianxi, while the other son of the Xiao family had never appeared at significant events. Had they known that this young man was a member of the Xiao family, they would not have dared to look down upon him even with 100 times their courage. Xiao Qingga ignored them further and turned to her assistant, Wen Ning, saying, Keep an eye on this matter. I don't want to see them again tomorrow. Yes, President, Wen Ning replied. Xiao Qingga approached Xiao Buyi, saying, Let us go to the office to talk. Xiao Buyi followed her as they made their way to the exclusive elevator for the president. Once the elevator opened, Xiao Qingga stepped in first, with Xiao Buyi following closely behind. At this moment, Xiao Tianxi also trailed behind them, ready to enter the elevator. Turning around suddenly, Xiao Qingga said, Tianxi, you should take the employee elevator. Sister, Xiao Tianxi was left in disbelief, struggling to articulate his thoughts. How could his sister, who had always been so affectionate toward him, treat him this way? The company has regulations. As a member of the Xiao family, one must lead by example and cannot allow employees to gossip, Xiao Qingga casually explained and offered no further comments. Just before the elevator doors closed, he caught sight of the smile on Xiao Buyi's face, igniting a fire of rage within him. Damn, what kind of ridiculous company regulations are these? Why can Xiao Buyi do it, and I cannot? You wretched woman, wait until I inherit the Xiao group. You will see. Chapter 47, 300 million received. Xiao Tianxi stood rooted to the spot, watching the elevator doors close, his expression shifting from shock to malice. His hands clenched into fists, his mind racing with thoughts about why Xiao Buyi had suddenly sought out Xiao Qingga. Their relationship had always been distant, even antagonistic, with Xiao Buyi determined to sever ties with the Xiao family. Yet now, he had chosen to appear at the Xiao group, and Xiao Qingga had personally come down to greet him, which must conceal some unspeakable secret. Xiao Tianxi pondered. Xiao Qingga had always looked down upon Xiao Buyi. Yet today her demeanor had undergone a significant change. Not only did she not reject Xiao Buyi, but she also dismissed the front desk employees for him and allowed him to ride in the president's exclusive elevator. All these changes filled him with unease, as if an invisible net was quietly unfurling around him, while he remained blissfully unaware. What was even harder for him to accept was the coldness with which his sister, who had always doted on him, treated him in front of everyone. You should take the employee elevator, felt like a resounding slap across his face. The stark contrast leaving him momentarily disoriented. The more he thought about it, the more he sensed something was amiss. Over the years, he had solidified his position within the Xiao family through various means, successfully forcing Xiao Buyi out. But now, he felt that some circumstances were slipping beyond his control. After much contemplation, he surmised that Xiao Buyi likely had a change of heart, regretting his departure from the Xiao family. After all, while the Xiao group was not a top-tier family in the city, it did possess a certain level of strength and status, and the shares in Xiao Buyi's hands were undoubtedly valuable. Perhaps he had realized that establishing himself in this ruthless business world was no easy feat after leaving the Xiao family, thus humbling himself to seek Xiao Qingga's favor, hoping to return to the fold. This realization stirred a deep sense of crisis within Xiao Tianxi. If Xiao Buyi truly returned to the Xiao family, with his shares, he would forever be a ticking time bomb. He could not allow Xiao Buyi to return, or else all his years of effort would be in vain. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi and Xiao Qingga had arrived at the president's office. The office was lavishly decorated, with a large floor-to-ceiling window showcasing the bustling scenery of the city. Xiao Qingga gestured for Xiao Buyi to sit on the sofa in the reception area, then instructed her assistant to bring 2 cups of coffee. I have prepared the contract. Please review it for any issues, she said, pushing a document toward Xiao Buyi, her gaze scrutinizing. Xiao Buyi took the contract and perused it leisurely, examining each clause with great care. After a moment, he set the contract down, a mocking smile curving his lips. President Xiao, your methods are quite clever. The contract is flawless. If there is a problem, it is only this. The contract clearly states that the shares are to be transferred to Xiao Qingga personally and have no relation to the other members of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingga took a sip of her coffee, her tone calm as she replied, "Business is business. I must naturally consider my own interests." Xiao Buyi picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. "From this moment on, I have no further ties to the Xiao family." Xiao Qingge also signed the contract and handed one copy to Xiao Buyi. "This is yours. I will transfer the funds to your account as agreed. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrange for the money to be transferred," Xiao Buyi said irritably. Xiao Qingge remained silent, inserting a key into her computer and swiftly performing the necessary operations. Soon, Xiao Buyi received a notification on his phone regarding the deposit of 300 million in cash. Having previously been swindled out of 300 million by Xiao Yunqing, he now found himself with another 300 million, making him the proud owner of 600 million. With the promise of another 700 million arriving in a week, he would possess a total of 1,300 million, enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life without lifting a finger. Were it not for the need to build his reputation, he could already afford to relax. After the funds were confirmed, Xiao Buyi exited the office without a backward glance, leaving Xiao Qingge alone, lost in thought. The current Xiao Buyi was somewhat inscrutable to her. Perhaps she had never wanted to acknowledge his brilliance. Yet, these two encounters, along with reflections on past interactions, made it clear that her brother was far more formidable than she had imagined. A tumultuous mix of emotions surged within Xiao Qingge: regret for losing such an exceptional brother and exhilaration at the absence of a rival for the inheritance. However, she soon emerged from this complex sentiment. Now holding 30% of the Xiao Group shares, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. She opened her contacts and found a long-forgotten number. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pressed the dial button. As the call connected, she reverted to her usual icy demeanor. "It's me. Prepare yourself. The plan has been moved forward." At that moment, Xiao Tianxi lurked in a corner, watching as Xiao Buyi exited the office, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment. In the hospital room of the first hospital of the city, the pungent odor of disinfectant was overwhelming. Ji Boda leaned against the hospital bed, his fingers nervously tapping on the bedside table, his eyes filled with anxiety. "Zhang He, have you managed to get in touch with the reliable media reporters I asked you to contact?" Ji Boda inquired as he saw the agent walk in. Zhang He quickly nodded, a fawning smile spreading across his face. "Everything is arranged. Those reporters have been our long-term collaborators and are quite discreet." Ji Boda nodded in satisfaction, a smug smile gracing his lips. However, a hint of concern flickered across Zhang He's face. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Ji Go, the key issue is that if President Li finds out, the consequences would be beyond our capacity to bear. The Li Group's influence in the Magic City is immense. If she gets angry, fear not." Ji Boda interrupted Zhang He, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Li Qinghan has always been responsive to my requests. Over the years, she has harbored feelings for me. Even if she discovers this, she wouldn't take any action against me, considering I once saved her life. Besides, if neither of us mentions it, how would she ever know?" Zhang He listened to Ji Boda's words, his heart still uneasy, but he could only nod in acquiescence, not daring to voice further concerns. Ji Boda waved his hand, instructing, "All right, you may leave for now and wait for my notification outside. Once you receive my message, have the reporters rush in immediately." Zhang He complied and exited the ward. Shortly after, Li Qinghan entered, dressed in professional attire, holding a bouquet of flowers. Her steps were graceful and composed, yet her eyes betrayed a tinge of complex emotions. Upon seeing Li Qinghan, Ji Boda quickly donned a pitiful expression, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Qinghan, you finally arrived. I have missed you greatly and have so much to discuss." Li Qinghan nodded, just in time, "for I have something to convey to you as well." Chapter 48. Miscalculation. Ji Boda, however, remained oblivious to Li Qinghan's unusual demeanor. He reached for her hand, only to have her subtly evade his grasp. Ji Boda paused, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. "Qinghan, have you been particularly busy lately? You rarely answer my calls or come to visit me in the hospital." Li Qinghan took a seat on the nearby chair, her gaze steady as she regarded Ji Boda. "There have been numerous matters at the company that have kept me occupied." She hesitated before continuing. "However, since I am here today, I wish to discuss something with you." A tightness gripped Ji Boda's heart. His intuition warned him that it was not good news. Yet he forced a calm smile. "What is it, Qinghan? Speak freely. Whatever it is, I shall assist you." Li Qinghan locked eyes with Ji Boda, her tone earnest. "From today onward, whether in public or in private, please address me as President Xiao. Do not refer to me as Qinghan any longer." Ji Boda's complexion paled instantly. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Li Qinghan. "Qinghan, what are you saying? Do you wish to sever ties with me?" Li Qinghan replied with a serious demeanor. I do not intend to sever ties, but rather to encourage you to acknowledge our relationship. From now on, we shall be merely ordinary friends and superior and subordinate. Ji Boda suppressed the fury rising within him, his voice trembling. Qinghan, have you forgotten how I saved you back then? My feelings for you. Do you not perceive them at all? I have not forgotten. I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. Li Qinghan's voice remained calm. But that is merely gratitude. The resources invested in you over the years serve as repayment and nothing more. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, Li Qinghan's inner turmoil was palpable. Once, she naively believed her feelings for Ji Boda were solely about gratitude and repaying a debt. However, she had failed to maintain the proper boundaries, leading to her current predicament with Xiao Buyi. As the president of the Li Group, Li Qinghan was not lacking in intelligence. She had simply underestimated Xiao Buyi's significance. Now that she had come to understand the intricacies of the situation, she was determined not to repeat past mistakes. In recent days, I have come to truly realize that the one I love is Xiao Buyi. I had overlooked him before and hurt him, but I do not wish to err any longer. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Ji Boda's eyes, quickly masked by a facade of vulnerability. His eyes glistening with unshed tears. Qinghan, you cannot treat me this way. For you, I have refrained from seeking a girlfriend all these years, holding only you in my heart. Now, you speak of maintaining distance, and I truly do not know what to do. Li Qinghan regarded Ji Boda's expression, her heart remaining undisturbed. In the past, she might have been swayed by his emotional appeals, but now she had gained clarity about her own heart and Ji Boda's true nature. Everything has been made clear. Focus on your recovery, Li Qinghan stated decisively. Rising to leave. Qinghan, please don't go, Ji Boda urged anxiously. Just then, the ward door swung open abruptly, and several reporters burst in, cameras raised, illuminating the room with flashing lights. Upon seeing the intruding reporters, Li Qinghan's expression hardened, her brows knitting together in cold fury. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure, embodying the poised and formidable presence of a CEO. Beneath her meticulously applied makeup, her gaze was as sharp as a cold star, exuding an aura that discouraged any from daring to offend her. The reporters, cameras clicking like a barrage of gunfire on a battlefield, bombarded her with a flurry of pointed questions. Presently, as the busy CEO of the Li Group, what brings you here to visit Mr. Ji Boda? Earlier, rumors suggested an inappropriate relationship between you two. What are your thoughts on this? A bespectacled male reporter asked first, his tone aggressive. Ji Boda interjected, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, adopting an innocent yet helpless demeanor, his voice soft and slightly choked. Please don't misunderstand. She is a very important friend and my most respected superior. He shot a furtive glance at Li Qinghan, his gaze seemingly conveying endless grievances and deep affection. Another female reporter quickly followed up, Mr. Ji Boda, it is said online that you and President Li are childhood sweethearts. Do you have feelings for her? Ji Boda lowered his gaze, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I am indeed grateful for Qinghan's care and support over the years. She has always held a special place in my heart. However, I know she already has a family. I only wish for her happiness. So my feelings shall remain quietly within, without causing her any distress. Moreover, regarding the recent revelations, it has been said that the photographs were leaked by President Li's mysterious husband. What are your thoughts on this? Another reporter pressed loudly. Ji Boda let out a gentle sigh, his tone gentle. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. I think President Li's husband cannot be the type to harbor such pettiness. His words, seemingly a defense for Li Qinghan, subtly hinted at a complex relationship, allowing those unaware of the truth to speculate further. At that moment, a reporter turned to Li Qinghan, disdain evident in their tone. President Li, as a married woman, do you not fear your husband's jealousy when visiting a male colleague alone? Furthermore, rumors suggest your husband is a worthless leech living off the Li family. How do you respond to such claims? Li Qinghan raised her chin slightly, her voice cold yet resolute. Firstly, my visit to Mr. Ji Boda is solely out of concern as a superior for a company artist. Those malicious speculations regarding my relationship with Mr. Ji are entirely unfounded. She paused, her gaze sweeping across every reporter present, continuing. Secondly, my husband is the love of my life and my strongest support. The assertions labeling him as a leech are merely malevolent slanders. Should I discover that you dare to fabricate rumors to tarnish his reputation, Li Qinghan's eyes turned sharp, intimidating the reporters who had intended to press further into silence. I implore all journalists to uphold their professional integrity and refrain from spreading baseless rumors and misinformation. Should you persist in defaming my husband, I shall not hesitate to pursue legal action against you all, compelling you to bear the consequences of your actions." After delivering her stern admonition, Li Qinghan cast a chilling glance at the reporters, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing through to their very souls, exuding an aura of intimidation. Ji Boda, observing Li Qinghan's unwavering demeanor, felt a twinge of unease within, yet maintained a facade of gentleness and sympathy. Qinghan is right. I hope no one is harmed due to unfounded rumors. Li Qinghan chose to disregard Ji Boda and the reporters, turning on her heel and departing the hospital room. Inside, the journalists exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for how to proceed. Wasn't the plan to capture the tender moments between Li Qinghan and Ji Boda? This script was certainly amiss. Could it even be published now? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Zhang He rushed in, shooing the reporters away. "You all should leave. I will be in touch with you," he instructed. Having witnessed the debacle unfold from outside, and fearing Ji Boda might utter something outrageous in his fury. Soon, the reporters departed, leaving only Ji Boda and his manager in the hospital room. "Young Master Ji, what shall we do now?" "President Li seems genuinely furious," the manager inquired. "That wretched woman," Ji Boda shouted in anger. "She was so submissive before, catering to my every whim, and now she treats me this way. Li Qinghan, you are despicable. Young master, tread carefully. If those words reach President Li's ears, it would spell disaster," Zhang He urgently cautioned, fearing the ramifications should Ji Boda's connection to this incident be revealed. After venting his frustration, Ji Boda regained his composure, fully aware that everything he possessed was granted by Li Qinghan. He could not afford to offend her or lose her support. "Shall we still release the footage we filmed earlier?" he asked, his expression darkening as he glared at his manager. "Of course, why not? Just have them edit the footage before release." "I refuse to believe that Xiao Buyi can tolerate this," Zhang He replied, nodding in agreement. Shortly thereafter, an article emerged online. Boldly titled "President of Li Corporation visits Ji Boda with flowers. Their relationship remains a mystery." The accompanying images, taken from a covert angle, depicted Li Qinghan entering the hospital with flowers and being interviewed by reporters. This was Ji Boda's brilliance. He had orchestrated everything in advance, ensuring that even if discovered, he could feign ignorance. Moreover, the content was disseminated not by professional media but by an amateur account, complicating any attempts to trace it back to him. Once published, the news swiftly gained traction online, igniting a flurry of speculation in the comments section. Their relationship is undoubtedly complex. Li Qinghan's personal visit to the hospital raises questions. Earlier rumors of their entanglement seem credible now. What might Li Qinghan's husband think of his wife with another man? Is Ji Boda attempting to usurp his position? That evening, the third live broadcast of Tomorrow's Singing King was about to commence. Xiao Buyi was quietly preparing in the dressing room when a sudden knock interrupted his concentration. Before he could respond, the door swung open, revealing Ji Boda in a wheelchair, pushed in by his manager. A triumphant smile adorned Ji Boda's face, his eyes brimming with provocation, as if he held the winning hand. "Xiao Buyi, have you heard about the news online?" Ji Boda taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. "Your wife visited me in the hospital, and now the entire internet is buzzing about our relationship. How amusing, don't you think?" "Xiao Buyi, give it up. Qinghan does not love you. She loves me." Xiao Buyi glanced around the room, noting that the cameras had yet to activate. "Come in, and we shall discuss this further." Without waiting for Ji Boda's response, he moved forward and ushered him into his private room. Zhang He attempted to intervene, but was firmly pushed aside. "You wait outside," Xiao Buyi commanded, locking the door behind them, ignoring Zhang He's frantic calls. Within the room, Ji Boda stammered, "What do you intend to do?" The response was a sharp slap across Ji Boda's face. "You pathetic fool. I've longed to strike you, and the audience has waited for this moment. Today, I shall fulfill their desire." Another resounding slap landed, igniting a fiery pain on Ji Boda's cheek. His eyes widened in shock and fury. "Xiao Buyi, you madman. Do you dare strike me? You will face the consequences. Li Qinghan will not spare you." With a sardonic laugh, Xiao Buyi's hands moved with lightning speed, delivering a series of precise strikes. Ji Boda felt waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if countless needles were stabbing him simultaneously, akin to being seared by flames. Helpless in his wheelchair, he writhed in agony, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. "Ah, Xiao Buyi, you will meet a dire fate. Shout louder." Xiao Buyi's eyes glinted with cold determination, his strikes growing more ferocious. Each blow landed on Ji Boda's most sensitive and painful spots. Outside, Zhang He was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan, incessantly pounding on the door. "Xiao Buyi, open the door. You cannot treat young Master Ji this way." Settle your grievances calmly. His voice trembled with urgency and fear, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his expression frantic. As Ji Boda's anguished cries echoed, more staff members were drawn to the scene. They gathered at the door, inquiring about the commotion. Zhang He, flustered, attempted to explain, but stumbled over his words in his haste. The director soon arrived, his brow furrowed. What is happening? Causing a scene during a live show is unacceptable. We must open this door immediately. As he spoke, he directed the crew to search for a spare key. Meanwhile, despite being battered and barely conscious, Ji Boda did not relent in issuing threats. Xiao Buyi, just wait. Once Li Qinghan learns of your violence, she will divorce you and expel you from the Li family. You will never find peace. Xiao Buyi, hearing this, smirked derisively. Oh, Ji Boda, how pitiable you are. Even if I were to divorce Li Qinghan and marry you, she still bore my child, and we shared 5 years together. Just imagine, your wife has been with me for 5 years. What do you have to feel proud of? At these words, Ji Boda's face drained of color, his eyes filled with disgust and rage. A surge of blood rushed to his head, and he was so incensed that he fainted, collapsing in his wheelchair. Just then, the staff finally located the spare key and swiftly unlocked the door. As the crowd poured into the room, they found Ji Boda unconscious, his face contorted in pain, though there were no visible injuries. Xiao Buyi stood by calmly, arms crossed. The director's face turned pale, and he bellowed, Xiao Buyi, what are you doing? Causing trouble during the show, what if someone dies? Can you bear that responsibility? Xiao Buyi shrugged, his tone unruffled. Director, do not speak foolishly. I did not strike him. Do you see any injuries on him? At this moment, everyone noticed that although Ji Boda had fainted, aside from his somewhat disheveled hair, there were no visible injuries on his body. The manager, Zhang He, hurried forward to examine him. He had clearly heard Ji Boda's anguished cries just moments ago. How could there be no signs of harm? What on earth did you do to young Master Ji? Chapter 50. Mr. Li, who is your husband? Zhang He fixed his gaze on Xiao Buyi, his eyes brimming with suspicion and anger. Xiao Buyi, with so many people present who heard young Master Ji's cries, do you still wish to argue? Xiao Buyi, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a nonchalant smile on his face, spoke in a tone as cold as ice. One must speak with evidence. You accuse me of assault, but where are the injuries? Did the surveillance capture me in the act? Without evidence, baseless accusations could lead to a defamation suit. The staff exchanged glances. Indeed, there were no obvious injuries on Ji Boda, and his disheveled hair could easily be attributed to other factors. Zhang He, anxious and with veins bulging on his forehead, searched Ji Boda thoroughly, but found nothing. He understood well that Xiao Buyi was the husband of Li Qinghan. Although Li Qinghan appeared indifferent to her husband, Zhang He dared not take any chances. Even the slightest hint of affection from Li Qinghan toward Xiao Buyi was enough to make him wary. Don't push your luck. Zhang He's voice trembled. Yet he lacked the courage to confront Xiao Buyi directly, resorting instead to gritting his teeth. Regardless, young Master Ji is injured and unconscious. He must be sent to the hospital immediately. The director's brow furrowed deeply, with the third live broadcast of tomorrow's Song King about to commence. The absence of such a key contestant necessitated adjustments to the program. However, Ji Boda had Li Qinghan's backing, and the production team could not afford to offend them, especially since a life was at stake, leaving them with no other options. All right, let us send him to the hospital. The director gritted his teeth and instructed the staff to immediately contact an ambulance to transport Ji Boda. Soon, the sound of the ambulance siren echoed outside the venue. Zhang He and several staff members hurriedly lifted Ji Boda onto the ambulance. Just as the ambulance departed, the director began urgently convening the core team for a meeting. With less than 20 minutes until the live broadcast, they needed to swiftly rearrange the program. What should we do now? Ji Boda's performance segment must be cancelled, and the subsequent schedule needs to be restructured. The assistant director said anxiously. What else can we do? We can only extend the performance times of other contestants or temporarily add some interactive segments. The director rubbed his temples in frustration. But if Li Qinghan were to blame us for Ji Boda's situation, we wouldn't know how to account for it. After a moment of silence, the producer spoke up. Regardless, we must ensure tonight's broadcast goes smoothly. As for Ji Boda's situation, we will address it once he regains consciousness and assess Li Qinghan's stance at that time. The director nodded and began arranging for the staff to inform the other contestants, adjusting their performance order and timings. When Ji Boda was howling in distress in the room, not only did it alarm the staff on site, but it also stirred the other participants. The contestants' WeChat group exploded with messages, notifications chiming incessantly. My goodness, what exactly happened in the lounge? Xiao Buyi and Ji Boda actually got into a fight. One contestant queried first, accompanied by a shocked emoji. I heard G Boda went to provoke Xiao Buyi in his lounge and ended up getting beaten. G Boda's cries were something else. Another contestant replied, sending multiple thumbs up emojis. The key point is G Boda fainted, but there's not a single mark on him. That's incredible. This incident certainly added intrigue to the show. It remained to be seen how the production team would handle the situation and whether it would affect the broadcast. I believe Xiao Buyi won't be intimidated. His popularity is soaring, and his fans could flood the production team with complaints. Yet, G Boda had the backing of the Li group, which might complicate matters for Xiao Buyi. One couldn't help but feel concerned for him. Meanwhile, Zhang He, gazing at the unconscious G Boda, took out his phone and dialed Li Qinghan. Sitting before her computer, preparing to watch the third episode of tomorrow's Song King on time. Li Qinghan frowned upon seeing the incoming call. Shouldn't Zhang He be with G Boda at the venue? Why was he calling her at this moment? Despite her impatience, she answered the call. Mr. Li, it's bad news. Young Master G has been struck by Xiao Buyi and has fainted. We're on our way to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghan tightened her grip on the phone. Is my husband all right? If he is harmed, I won't let Xiao Buyi off easily. Zhang He was momentarily stunned. The accusations he had planned to level against Xiao Buyi suddenly caught in his throat. However, he realized that he and G Boda were inextricably linked. If G Boda lost Li Qinghan's support, his own livelihood would be at stake. Mr. Li, young Master G is currently unconscious. You must take charge of this matter. After a brief silence, Li Qinghan replied solemnly, first, take him to the hospital. We can discuss the rest once I've gathered the facts. With that, she ended the call. She contemplated reaching out to Xiao Buyi, but hesitated, recalling his attitude toward her. However, still feeling uneasy, she decided to call Li Qian instead, asking her to find the contact information for the director, Ning Tao, of tomorrow's Song King. In less than 3 minutes, Li Qian sent over Ning Tao's phone number. At the program site, Ning Tao had just completed adjusting the performance order when his phone rang. Upon answering, a cold voice echoed from the other end. Hello, this is Li Qinghan. Ning Tao's heart raced. He knew Li Qinghan would not be pleased, but he hadn't anticipated her contacting him so soon. Before he could even begin to deflect blame onto Xiao Buyi, Ning Tao quickly attempted to shift all responsibility onto him. Mr. Li, I genuinely had no prior knowledge of this situation. When I arrived, the incident had already occurred. It was Xiao Buyi who locked G Boda in the lounge and even double-locked the door. We had no time to intervene. Rest assured, I will remove him from the program and terminate his contract. I will not tolerate such deplorable behavior. He spoke rapidly, his voice filled with urgency and a touch of panic, fearing that if Li Qinghan were displeased, his career in the entertainment industry would be irreparably damaged. However, Li Qinghan coldly interrupted him. How is my husband? Is he injured? Ning Tao was momentarily taken aback, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. Husband? He repeated in his mind, frantically contemplating. Previously, it had been clarified online that Li Qinghan and G Boda only shared a superior-subordinate relationship. Thus, it was evident that the husband Li Qinghan referred to could not be G Boda. At that moment, Li Qinghan's voice came again, tinged with urgency. Quickly tell me. Is my husband hurt? Ning Tao finally snapped back to reality and cautiously asked, Mr. Li, your husband is Xiao Buyi, isn't he? Li Qinghan's succinct and resolute response caused Ning Tao's phone to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. He felt as if the sky had fallen. He could never have imagined that Xiao Buyi was, in fact, Li Qinghan's mysterious husband. Damn it, had I known you had such a powerful background. You should have said so earlier. In his fluster, he quickly crouched down, scrambling to pick up his phone, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. Mr. Li, Xiao Buyi is unharmed. He appears to be perfectly fine. Upon hearing this response, Li Qinghan's tense nerves finally began to relax, her tone softening slightly. That's good. She then added sternly, do not inform my husband that I called. Let him focus on the competition. Also, is it true that you mentioned wanting to terminate his contract? Chapter 51. This song makes me want to kneel before you. Ning Tao felt an overwhelming desire to disappear, realizing that he had prematurely shifted the blame without comprehending the situation. He raised his hand and slapped himself. Mr. Li, you jest. It was my misunderstanding earlier. Rest assured, I shall never do such a thing. He vowed to treat Xiao Buyi with utmost respect, ensuring he would never endure any grievances. After hanging up, Ning Tao slumped into a chair, his legs weak, as if all vitality had been drained from his body. He murmured to himself, so Xiao Buyi is indeed the mysterious husband of Li Qinghan. He never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Xiao Buyi possessed the most formidable background. Thankfully, Matters had not spiraled out of control, and he felt relieved that he hadn't acted inappropriately toward Xiao Buyi. Otherwise, it would have been irretrievable. Previously, online rumors suggested that Li Qinghan was unkind to her husband, but now he truly understood the perilous influence of the media, spreading baseless claims without knowledge. He resolved not only to refrain from expelling Xiao Buyi from the program, but also to provide him with greater support in the upcoming episodes. However, upon reconsideration, he dismissed this decision. Xiao Buyi had not revealed his identity, and Li Qinghan had expressly instructed him not to divulge their phone conversation to Xiao Buyi. This indicated that Xiao Buyi did not wish to leverage his wife's fame for an advantage. If he were overly kind to Xiao Buyi, it might raise suspicions, and explaining himself later would be difficult. After much contemplation, Ning Tao decided to let things unfold naturally, ensuring that Xiao Buyi would not be bullied, while avoiding unnecessary interference. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi remained oblivious to the recent events. In the lounge, he quietly prepared for his performance, unaffected by the earlier turmoil. As the live broadcast approached, the atmosphere intensified. Viewers eagerly gathered before their televisions, anticipating the third episode of tomorrow's Song King. With the production team having swiftly adjusted the schedule, the live broadcast commenced punctually. The studio glittered with lights, the audience seats filled to capacity, while online viewers eagerly awaited the show. Due to G Boda's unexpected exit, the competitive format shifted to allow all singers to perform in order of their rankings, with the bottom three facing elimination. Singers took the stage one by one. Some performed steadily, while others exceeded expectations, creating an atmosphere that oscillated between excitement and tension. Yet, throughout it all, the audience yearned for the unique presence of Xiao Buyi. Finally, the screen illuminated with Xiao Buyi's name, alongside the title of his song, Fallen White. He was here. The god of song was about to grace the stage. Everyone knew that Xiao Buyi always brought surprises, and this original piece was sure to be a masterpiece. Just seeing the title Fallen White filled everyone with anticipation. The atmosphere charged with excitement. In the midst of the audience's enthusiastic cheers and expectant gazes, Xiao Buyi stepped gracefully onto the stage. Dressed in a sleek black suit, he exuded an air of understated elegance, yet a hint of melancholy enveloped him, harmoniously aligning with the atmosphere of the evening's song. As the stage lights dimmed, a singular beam illuminated Xiao Buyi. The melancholic and husky accompaniment began to play, the melody of Fallen White flowing forth as if drawn from the depths of time, infused with the weight of years and inner solitude, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, enraptured by the performance. Xiao Buyi gently closed his eyes and parted his lips, his voice cascading forth. The parting concealed, yet the pen struggles to write, like frost and snow. The most bitter when it melts, a song of profound solitude, unable to retrieve the past. On this distant road, who truly understands his voice, deep yet clear, resonated with a unique and compelling quality, each word seemingly erupting from the depths of his soul, laden with profound affection and unspeakable pain. Accompanied by the poignant music, it felt as though the audience's hearts were ensnared by an invisible hand. As the camera panned across the audience, many had furrowed brows, their expressions revealing deep emotion and sorrow. A young girl bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt, seemingly recalling lost love. A middle-aged man stared blankly at the stage, his throat constricting as he struggled against his emotions. On stage, Xiao Buyi continued to sing with heartfelt intensity, plucking flowers, inviting the white, under the moon, raising a cup to toast the vast sea. Awaiting the wind, how can one measure longing, in the clouds? Fallen white, the past disperses into dust, a fleeting dream, fearing this life may not reunite. As the song reached its climax, the emotions within the music intensified. The deep strings intertwining with Xiao Buyi's powerful voice, creating a suffocating atmosphere of sorrow. Many in the audience could no longer contain their feelings, tears streaming down silently. It was then that Li Qinghan felt her eyes moisten. It was I who gradually drained his love, leading him to such despair. Images of Xiao Buyi smoking alone in the dead of night flooded her mind, recalling the sorrow in his eyes when faced with the humiliation from her family. The regret in her heart felt like a blade twisting painfully. I truly understand my mistakes. I will reclaim your love, no matter the cost. Xiao Buyi's song persisted, his voice imbued with a sense of fragility yet unwavering determination. Plucking flowers, inviting the white, under the moon, raising a cup to toast the vast sea, treading on moss. The morning rain in the east wind, in the clouds, fallen white. The past disperses into dust, 1,000 cups, fearing this life may not reunite. plucking flowers, inviting the white, under the moon, raising a cup to toast the vast sea. Endless regrets, lifelong laments, water flows east after the journey, beyond the hometown, listening to the wind recounting the melancholic heart. When all is lost, it is but an empty spectacle, as the final note lingered in the air. A profound silence enveloped the venue, as if everyone remained ensnared in the sorrowful emotions that had washed over them. However, the live chat surged with activity. What has Xiao Buyi experienced to compose such a poignant song? I am in tears. This song has penetrated my heart. This is extraordinary. What divine music, what celestial performance. There are no regrets throughout. Yet why do I hear only sorrow? Oh no, my tears have begun to flow without my noticing. At that moment, Xiao Buyi bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude to the audience before descending from the stage. His silhouette, illuminated by the lights, bore an air of solitude, his melancholic eyes appearing even more sorrowful. Bang! The camera caught Yi Chengfeng slamming his palm on the table, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Xiao Buyi, the Prince of Love songs, feel utterly humbled before you. This song makes me want to kneel. Chapter 52 Danger approaches as the stage lights brightened. The lingering resonance of fallen white hung in the air. The host cleared his throat, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His voice tinged with emotion. We thank Xiao Buyi for this moving piece, Fallen White. It has truly left us all deeply touched. I believe the audience, both here and at home, shares in my sentiments, unable to recover from it. He continued, now, let us invite the four mentors to share their professional insights on this song. The first to speak was the Prince of Love songs, Yi Chengfeng. He stood, impeccably dressed, yet unable to conceal his excitement, his eyes sparkling. What I said earlier about wanting to kneel before Xiao Buyi was no exaggeration. The lyrics of this song are sharp as a blade, yet tender as a caress upon the heart. A fleeting dream, akin to the ephemeral bloom of splendor, ultimately culminates in a void. While devoid of overt sorrow, it inscribes deep-seated regret and solitude into one's very essence. After years in the music scene, I have not encountered such soulful lyrics in an age. The rock maestro, Fei Wenqing, expressed his astonishment, stating, in rock, we cherish fervor and impact. Yet this song delivers the most profound shock in the most understated manner. The accompanying music was exquisite. The somber strings harmonized seamlessly with Xiao Buyi's voice, evoking a sorrow that lingers deeper than any fervent rock anthem. The diva, Shenlan, the sole female among the four mentors, felt her eyes misting. Her elegant makeup, slightly marred by tears, did not diminish her allure. Xiao Buyi's vocal prowess can only be described as extraordinary. His breath control and tonal quality, along with his impeccable transitions, were remarkable. Even more impressive was his unreserved infusion of emotion into each note, revealing the stories of his heart. I would deem him a soulful singer. Upon this declaration, the audience erupted into fervent applause. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded, showcasing the viewers' astonishment and agreement. The title of soulful singer was indeed fitting, and Xiao Buyi truly deserved it. Goosebumps crept over me. The diva's professionalism was evident, and Xiao Buyi indeed sang with his soul. I had always felt that Xiao Buyi's singing was particularly evocative, and to hear teacher Shenlan echo this sentiment confirmed my discerning judgment. Help! Xiao Buyi is remarkable. Receiving praise from the diva and being labeled a soulful singer signals his ascent to greatness. The comments section was inundated with affirmations, as people echoed the sentiment that Xiao Buyi's talent was winning him countless admirers. Upon hearing Fallen White, I was reduced to tears. Xiao Buyi articulated the emotions within the song with such precision, truly deserving of the title Soulful Singer. At that moment, the comments section was flooded with the phrase soulful singer, clearly reflecting the widespread recognition of teacher Shenlan's words. The host then took the floor, inviting teacher Du to offer his insights on Xiao Buyi's performance. The evergreen figure of the music world, Du rose slowly, his gaze sharp and filled with admiration. The youth are formidable. I find myself in awe. This song is flawless in composition, performance, and emotional expression. It possesses the delicate feelings of youth and the openness born of experience. Xiao Buyi, you reveal the future of Chinese music. Du paused, furrowing his brow as if contemplating his next words. The host, sensing that Du had more to convey, refrained from rushing him and patiently awaited his continuation. Soon, Du added, in truth, I feel as though I am sitting on needles, as if a thorn is lodged in my throat. Teacher Du, may I inquire why you feel this way? The host adeptly seized the moment. The audience, too, was eager to understand the reasoning behind Du's sentiment. Because I feel unworthy to be Xiao Buyi's mentor, his understanding and mastery of music surpass my own. This statement sent shockwaves through the room, even causing the other three mentors to widen their eyes in disbelief. Is it possible to be so candid? Du Yu's pronouncement effectively elevated Xiao Buyi to new heights, akin to using himself as a stepping stone. The studio was bathed in brilliant light as the other mentors, Yi Chengfeng, Fei Wenqing, and Shenlong, looked at Du Yu with profound respect. Yi Chengfeng gently applauded, admiration gleaming in his eyes, fully aware of the magnitude of humility required to commend a student so openly in such a competitive field. In the livestream, the discussions among viewers erupted as if a pot had boiled over. Teacher Du Yu's perspective is expansive. This is the hallmark of a true artist, devoid of selfish motives, wholly dedicated to discovering talent within the Chinese music scene. I am deeply moved. It is my first encounter with a mentor who voluntarily acknowledges their unworthiness to guide a student. Teacher Du Yu's gesture is truly legendary. Teacher Du Yu is so selfless. Unlike that previous mentor who resorted to undermining students to highlight his own abilities, it's clear who stands above. I suddenly found this program to be profoundly significant. Witnessing such a positive interaction between esteemed predecessors and emerging talents heralds a promising future for Chinese music. The host took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. Having listened to the four mentors' critiques, I am overwhelmed with emotion. Honestly, in all my years of hosting, I have seldom been moved to silent tears in the background as I have today. This song is immensely impactful. Next, we will randomly interview a few audience members to gather their thoughts. Soon after conducting interviews with 3 attendees, the program entered the most tense voting segment. The voting process commenced, and the audience eagerly retrieved their phones, prepared to cast their invaluable votes for the contestants of the evening. The voting results displayed on the large screen revealed that, as time progressed, Xiao Buyi's votes soared like a rocket, far surpassing those of his competitors, confidently claiming the top position. While voting was ongoing, the outcome seemed inevitable, drawing attention to the final tally. On stage, Xiao Buyi remained focused on his attributes instead of glancing at the voting results. In that moment, his popularity surged, swiftly exceeding 450,000. Xiao Buyi noticed that the rate of increase was ongoing, and surpassing 500,000 was all but guaranteed. Following the conclusion of the show, the release of the song and clips from the live stream would also be crucial in garnering attention, potentially reaching 1 million in popularity. At this moment, the camera focused on Xiao Buyi, who was caught in a moment of blissful laughter, his head bowed. No one found anything amiss. After all, winning first place by such a commanding margin warranted such excitement. Yet many felt that his smile seemed a bit silly, contrasting with his strikingly handsome demeanor. In a hospital room, Ji Boda had just regained consciousness, his complexion pale, yet his gaze fixated on the television screen, witnessing the audience's cheers and support for Xiao Buyi. Along with the flood of admiration in the live stream, jealousy gnawed at him like a venomous serpent. His hands clenched the bedsheet tightly, knuckles widening, and his teeth ground together audibly. At that moment, his phone lit up, displaying a new message. Ji Boda picked up his phone, and upon reading its contents, a sinister smile crept onto his lips, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He glared at the screen, and, through gritted teeth, hissed a few words. Xiao Buyi, your demise is imminent. Meanwhile, outside the recording venue of tomorrow's Song King, a jeep was parked across the street. In the driver's seat, a man with a hawkish nose was intently staring at a photograph, the subject of which was none other than Xiao Buyi. Chapter 53. The Assassin. After concluding the recording, Xiao Buyi hastened toward the underground parking garage. As the vehicle exited, a sense of wariness enveloped him, as if he could feel a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated on him. Xiao Buyi's expression sharpened, utilizing his heightened perception. He slowly turned his neck to follow the instinct. In the distance, a black jeep sat quietly, capturing his attention. The vehicle was shielded with privacy film, obscuring the interior from view. Yet through his heightened senses, the film seemed inconsequential. Xiao Buyi could clearly discern a man with a hawkish nose seated inside. His gaze fixed on him, a smirk playing on his lips. Assassin, a term flickered through Xiao Buyi's mind. Although his low-tier perception lacked the ability to read the atmosphere, it was sufficient to capture the finer details of the situation. The occupants of the car wore smiles, yet their eyes concealed a murderous intent. The hawk-eyed individual fixated on Xiao Buyi, reinforcing his suspicions that this person was indeed after him. With a cold smirk inwardly, Xiao Buyi started the vehicle and calmly drove away. He chose not to rush home, but headed directly toward the outskirts. As the car ascended the highway, Xiao Buyi noticed through the rearview mirror that the jeep was indeed following closely behind. As they distanced themselves from the city, the number of vehicles dwindled, buildings became sparse, and the surroundings opened up into vast emptiness. Suddenly, Xiao Buyi slammed on the accelerator. The car surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, its speed rapidly increasing. His hands firmly gripped the steering wheel, gaze unwavering, always alert to the movements behind him. The Jeep, refusing to be outdone, also accelerated, relentlessly pursuing him. The two vehicles raced along the highway, their speeds escalating, the engine's roars reverberating through the stillness of the night. Upon entering the suburban area, the streetlights diminished, leaving only the beams from their vehicles amidst the enveloping darkness. The Jeep suddenly surged forward, attempting to ram Xiao Buyi's car off the road. Xiao Buyi reacted swiftly, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to narrowly evade the impact. Almost immediately, the Jeep launched another assault, this time approaching from the side. Intent on forcing Xiao Buyi's car to the roadside, Xiao Buyi expertly controlled his vehicle, thwarting the Jeep's attempts time and again. The man with the hawk-like nose, frustrated by his repeated failures to corner Xiao Buyi, seemed enraged and slammed the accelerator, producing a deafening roar. The car charged at Xiao Buyi like a rampaging bull. Xiao Buyi's eyes narrowed, calculating the moment, and just as the two cars were about to collide, he abruptly turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator. The car executed a swift maneuver. The Jeep grazed past, crashing violently into a large tree by the roadside. A tremendous crash echoed, the front of the Jeep crumpling, its airbags deploying. Xiao Buyi parked a short distance away and slowly exited the vehicle, his expression frosty, exuding a chilling aura. The hawk-nosed man hastily emerged from the Jeep, shaking his head, evidently dazed from the earlier collision. You figured it out early on, didn't you? Not too dull, after all, Xiao Buyi replied coolly, arms crossed as he regarded him with a frigid stare. Are you an assassin? His earlier suspicion had now solidified. The man's gaze and the aura he exuded unmistakably suggested he was no stranger to bloodshed. Not too dull, the assassin echoed, returning Xiao Buyi's words verbatim. Tell me, who sent you? The man sneered. In this profession, we have our ethics. Do you really think I would divulge that? He drew a dagger from his waist and charged at Xiao Buyi. Xiao Buyi's eyes sharpened, his form flickering as he effortlessly dodged the man's attack. The assassin, taken aback by the unexpected agility, exclaimed, Didn't he expect you to be a martial artist? No wonder the bounty is so high. Yet, he continued his assault, swinging the dagger with ferocity. The assassin lunged at Xiao Buyi like a rabid dog. A smirk played on Xiao Buyi's lips as he suddenly shouted, Behold my technique. Celestial being plucking grapes. As the words fell, he closed the distance to the assassin like a wraith, his hands darting swiftly over the assassin's body. Each strike precisely targeted the two grapes on the upper body, squeezing, twisting, and yanking. The piercing screams echoed in the dark countryside, causing distant lights to flicker on in a village that had long since gone dark. The assassin grimaced in pain, nearly dropping the dagger from his grasp. With his face flushed, he swung the knife towards Xiao Buyi's wrist, but Xiao Buyi had already retreated, creating distance between them. You successfully provoked me, the assassin snarled, drawing another knife from his waist, taking a deep breath before launching another attack, this time aiming for Xiao Buyi's throat. Xiao Buyi had previously observed the assassin closely with his keen vision and was acutely aware that another dagger was concealed on him. His expression hardened, a chilling aura emanating from him. The assassin, wielding dual daggers, lunged at him like a wolf, the glint of cold steel aimed at his throat and heart. Instead of retreating, Xiao Buyi advanced, his form akin to a flowing dragon. Just as the daggers were about to pierce his body, he swiftly sidestepped, his right hand striking like lightning, seizing the assassin's wrist with pinpoint precision. With a sharp crack, the assassin's wrist dislocated, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Startled, the assassin attempted to counter with his left dagger, but Xiao Buyi leveraged the grip on his wrist, executing a spin, his left leg sweeping out like a steel whip. The sound of impact reverberated as his leg struck the outer side of the assassin's knee, eliciting a sickening crunch as the joint dislocated, causing the assassin to crash to the ground on one knee. Before the assassin could recover, Xiao Buyi, like a panther, lunged forward, seizing the assassin's arms with a grip like iron, forcefully bending them backward. With two sharp cracks, the assassin's elbow joints dislocated. Who sent you? Xiao Buyi's voice was as cold as frost, carrying an undeniable pressure. The assassin, pinned to the ground, groaned in pain, yet stubbornly remained silent, clenching his teeth. Xiao Buyi's eyes glinted with a frigid light as he raised his hand, the edge of his palm slicing down towards the assassin's neck. The assassin felt a wave of agony surge through his neck, his vision darkening as he fainted. Observing the assassin sprawled on the ground, Xiao Buyi bent down to search him, retrieving a mobile phone and two photographs from his pocket. One depicted himself, while the other was of Qin Jiyu, the renowned president of the Qin Group. Chapter 54. Counted on Boda's head. Could it be that he was also planning to target Qin Jiyu? Xiao Buyi pondered logically. Had it not been for their previous fateful encounter, he would not have recognized the individual in the photograph as the illustrious president of the Qin group. For someone of Qin Jiyu's stature, it was challenging for an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse of her. Even now, there was no publicly circulated image of her online. The mere presence of her photograph on the assassin suggested that these individuals were preparing to harm Qin Jiyu. With this thought, Xiao Buyi cast a scornful glance at the assassin on the ground. Such a caliber of assassin, attempting to deal with Qin Jiyu, seemed rather presumptuous. If she were truly that easy to handle, she would have long since been consumed by the very world she navigated as president of the Qin group. However, these matters were beyond his concern. He could not interfere and would leave it all to the police in due course. Had they not traveled together from the city, Xiao Buyi might have considered disposing of the body, but now he had no choice but to call the authorities. Soon, a police car sped toward the scene. The red and blue lights of the vehicle whirled in the night, shattering the silence of the outskirts. The blaring siren grew louder as it approached. Halting beside Xiao Buyi's car, the doors swung open, and several officers emerged swiftly, led by a female police officer. Her uniform accentuated her commanding presence, the insignia on her shoulder gleaming with authority under the lights. She sported a chic short haircut, her dark hair glistening as it swayed gently with her movements. Her brows resembled distant mountains, subtly shaded, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an incisive brightness, as if they could see through all deception. She exuded an air of competence and vigor. The female officer scanned the scene with a swift glance, absorbing all details: the severely mangled jeep that had collided with a tree, alongside the figure of Xiao Buyi, and the unconscious man sprawled on the ground. With measured steps, she approached Xiao Buyi, her voice crisp and authoritative. "Did you call the police?" Although directed at him, she had already crouched down to assess the assailant's condition. Upon confirming that the assailant was merely unconscious, she let out a sigh of relief. "What transpired here?" she inquired, rising to scrutinize Xiao Buyi closely. Xiao Buyi recounted the sequence of events succinctly and clearly, from realizing he was being followed, to the collision, and finally the ensuing struggle. "I suspect he is a professional assassin, hired by someone." As he spoke, he presented a mobile phone and 2 photographs to the officer. She barely glanced at the photo of Xiao Buyi, but upon seeing the image of Qin Jiyu, her brows furrowed slightly. From her expression, Xiao Buyi surmised that she might be acquainted with Qin Jiyu. Before long, the officer summoned her colleagues to collect the relevant items from the scene for secure storage. "This case involves a hired killing and is of significant importance. We kindly request you accompany us to the police station for a detailed account of the situation." What more could Xiao Buyi say? He could only comply and follow her to the Public Security Bureau, an outcome he had anticipated. By the time he emerged from the bureau, it was already 1 in the morning. His vehicle had only sustained minor scratches at the rear, but was still drivable. As he navigated the road home, his anger simmered. The audacity of someone wanting his life was infuriating. Though the assassin had not revealed their employer, he suspected Boda, who had been increasingly antagonistic and provocative toward him, bore a significant degree of culpability. The more he pondered, the more his indignation grew. "Damn it, I'll pin it all on Boda." As the saying goes, vengeance should not be delayed. Grievances must be addressed promptly. Clenching his jaw, he stomped his foot and swiftly retrieved his phone, utilizing his extraordinary hacking skills to trace Boda's whereabouts online. Before long, he discovered Boda was currently at the First Hospital of Modu. A steely glint sparked in Xiao Buyi's eyes, and a cruel smile curved his lips as he resolutely made his way to the First People's Hospital of Modu. The hospital was enveloped in silence. Most patient rooms darkened, save for the faint glow of emergency lights in the corridors. With keen perception and agile movements, Xiao Buyi deftly evaded all surveillance cameras, akin to a panther prowling in the night, silently traversing the hospital's shadows. At last, he reached Boda's hospital room. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently for sounds within. Confirming that only one person's breathing could be heard, Xiao Buyi cautiously twisted the doorknob, entering the room stealthily. As he stepped into the ward, moonlight filtered through the blinds, casting silvery shadows on the floor. Boda lay on the hospital bed, eyes shut and breathing steady, seemingly in deep slumber. The leg that had been encased in plaster mere hours ago now lay unencumbered atop the blanket, showing no signs of distress. Xiao Buyi approached the bedside with deliberate quietness, lowering his gaze upon Boda's familiar yet loathsome visage. Memories of Boda's provocations and actions over recent days ignited a desire to strike him. Focusing on Boda's injured leg, he gently lifted a corner of the blanket, his movements so subtle they barely stirred the air. Boda's leg lay exposed, vulnerable to the elements. Xiao Buyi's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the condition of the limb, ensuring the position of the bones was intact. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he acted. His left hand clamped down on Boda's knee like a vice, while his right fist, imbued with all his might, struck with precision toward the shin bone. This blow harnessed the full force of his being, yet was carefully controlled to prevent any excessive noise from escaping Boda's lips. A crisp crack echoed through the stillness of the ward as Boda's body convulsed, his eyes widening in terror and agony. Yet before he could emit a scream, Xiao Buyi anticipated his reaction, swiftly covering his mouth with one hand while leaning in close, whispering chillingly, "If you dare to make a sound, next time, it won't be merely a broken leg." The pain radiating from his shattered shin was excruciating, but with his mouth muffled, Boda could utter not a single sound. After a few tense seconds, Boda ceased his struggles. Xiao Buyi continued, his voice low and menacing, "Surprised to see me alive, are you?" Suddenly, a pungent odor filled the air. "Oh, you wet your bed?" Xiao Buyi remarked, his tone laced with disdain. Boda, terrified, had indeed lost control of his bladder. Having received a message from the assassin earlier that day, warning him of an impending strike against Xiao Buyi that night, he believed Xiao Buyi to be dead, unaware that he stood alive before him, having personally broken his leg. In the dim light, Boda's eyes reflected sheer terror and desperation, staring at Xiao Buyi as though he were a demon. Xiao Buyi, witnessing Boda's suffering, felt no pity. Instead, a sense of vindication washed over him. He released his grip on Boda's knee and carefully recovered the leg with the blanket, concealing the true extent of the injury as if nothing had transpired. He then meticulously scanned the room to ensure no trace of his presence remained. Initially, he had intended to inquire whether Boda had indeed hired someone to kill him, but it was now unnecessary. Boda's expression had already provided the answer. He was indeed guilty. A condemned man needed no further words. Finally, Xiao Buyi cast Boda a cryptic smirk before turning to exit the room. Behind him, Boda clenched his teeth. Even though his body and mouth were once again free, he dared not cry out, his eyes brimming with dread. In that moment, the agony of his broken leg paled in comparison to the terror engulfing his heart. Boda watched Xiao Buyi's departing silhouette, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear, his teeth chattering audibly. He could hardly believe that the man who was supposed to be dead at the hands of an assassin now stood before him, having personally inflicted his leg's injury. The chilling memory of Xiao Buyi's icy gaze and fierce words replayed in his mind, akin to a devil's whisper, sending shivers through his very soul. He dared not cry out, his throat constricted by pain, and his mind clouded with fear and trepidation. He understood Xiao Buyi's ruthlessness. He was a madman, terrified that the moment he spoke, retribution would descend upon him once more. Moreover, Xiao Buyi was now the son-in-law of the Li family. Should he report this incident, even if Li Qinghan spared him, the Li family patriarch would not. Additionally, Boda's leg had already made headlines, attributed to a car accident. Claiming it was Xiao Buyi who had caused the injury would likely be dismissed as baseless jealousy on his part. Boda even suspected that Xiao Buyi might be lurking in the shadows, silently observing his every move. The moment he made a sound, Xiao Buyi would inevitably return, delivering a fatal blow. Boda was engulfed by remorse and despair, regretting his entanglement with Xiao Buyi and his ill-fated attempt to hire a hitman. He had believed everything was under his control, yet he never anticipated the situation would spiral to such an extent. Now, all he could do was endure the excruciating pain in silence, praying that Xiao Buyi would cease to trouble him. Perhaps he could appeal to Li Qinghan to arrange for his departure abroad. However, the thought of leaving without having experienced Li Qinghan or having secured the Li group was unbearable. The following day, the third episode of Tomorrow's Song King exploded in popularity across the internet, with an overwhelming amount of coverage flooding online platforms. Discussions among netizens reached fever pitch, with the trending topics dominated by Xiao Buyi and his song Fallen White. For the first time, Xiao Buyi's name appeared as a trending search term. Major media outlets published articles, lavishly praising him. Music Pioneer Journal remarked that Xiao Buyi's performance on the Tomorrow's Song King stage was nothing short of breathtaking, describing his original song Fallen White as a brilliant meteor cutting through the night sky of the Chinese music scene. The depth of the lyrics, the beauty of the melody, and the emotional delivery of the performance reached exceptional heights, evoking sentiments that a true musical genius had finally emerged in the Chinese music world. On various social media platforms, the engagement surrounding relevant topics soared, shattering previous records. The discussion surrounding Fallen White surpassed 100 million reads and 5 million comments within mere hours. Enthusiastic netizens flooded the comments section, expressing their admiration for Xiao Buyi and his music. Xiao Buyi is like a celestial being descended to earth. I've played this song 100 times, and each time it evokes a new emotional experience. It's simply extraordinary. Another commented, the lyrics of Fallen White resonate deeply, as if every line narrates my own story. Xiao Buyi truly understands us. Yet another praised, Xiao Buyi's vocal prowess is astonishing. His voice possesses an enchanting quality that immerses listeners in the song's emotional landscape. With the fervent support of numerous media outlets and music enthusiasts, Xiao Buyi's popularity skyrocketed along with the astonishing download figures for Fallen White. Within 12 hours of its release, the song amassed over 5 million downloads, averaging more than 3,500 downloads per minute. This figure not only set a new record for song downloads in the Chinese music industry, but also far surpassed the download numbers of contemporaneous artists. On various music platforms' new song charts, Fallen White effortlessly claimed the top position, creating a significant gap between itself and the second-place contender. As the song surged in popularity, Xiao Buyi's fame also escalated dramatically. His social media following grew exponentially, surpassing 6 million followers, all of whom were undoubtedly genuine fans without any fraudulent practices. While Xiao Buyi reveled in this dreamlike state, a sudden, crisp mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your popularity value has surpassed 10 million for the first time. This sound struck him like thunder, abruptly pulling him from his slumber. Xiao Buyi sprang upright, his eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. My popularity has exceeded 10 million. This means my heavenly eye can be upgraded. He eagerly accessed the system's attribute panel, fixating on the popularity value, which displayed 10,238, 754. The real data quickened his heartbeat. He swiftly navigated to the skills section, his fingers trembling slightly as he selected Heavenly Eye. The next moment, the mechanical voice resonated again. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Buyi decisively clicked the upgrade button. As he pressed the button, he gazed upward, arms outstretched, awaiting the miraculous occurrence. 1 second. 2 seconds. An entire minute passed without the wondrous sensation he had anticipated. It felt utterly mundane. System, what is happening? Has the upgrade completed? Heavenly Eye has been successfully upgraded. Still unconvinced, Xiao Buyi summoned the attribute panel to verify for himself. Host, Xiao Buyi. Age, 25. Popularity, 258. 596. Skill 1. Divine Level Hacker. Skill 2. Invulnerable 18 palms. Skill 3. Heavenly Eye. Intermediate, upgradable. Storage, none. It was evident that 1 million popularity points had been deducted, and the Heavenly Eye had ascended to an intermediate form. The intermediate version of the Heavenly Eye retained both the X-ray and remote viewing capabilities while additionally introducing 4 new functions: Multi-Eye, Analysis Eye, Tracking Eye, and Foreseeing Eye. Multi-Eye allowed for a 3-dimensional view of objects from various angles. Analysis Eye could identify and interpret the objects seen. Tracking Eye could investigate past states and developments. Foreseeing Eye could predict future changes and trends. Overcome with excitement, Xiao Buyi felt an urgent need to find someone to test the extraordinary capabilities of his intermediate Heavenly Eye. Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Answering the call, he was met with a sharp female voice that sounded somewhat familiar. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Buyi? Yes, who is this? I am Li Yunxiao. There has been new progress regarding last night's case. Please come to the station to cooperate with the investigation. 40 minutes later, Xiao Buyi arrived at the Public Security Bureau. He pushed open the door to the inquiry room, where the glaring fluorescent lights illuminated the space. Li Yunxiao sat behind the desk with a stern expression, accompanied by an older security officer with a serious demeanor and piercing gaze. The older officer gestured for Xiao Buyi to sit. Thank you, Xiao Buyi replied, taking a seat across from them. Li Yunxiao adjusted her police cap and opened the documents in front of her. Xiao Buyi, the legitimate heir of the Xiao family, age 25, husband of Li Qinghan, president of the Li Group. As Xiao Buyi lounged casually in his chair, a faint smile graced his lips upon hearing this information, his gaze calm and unperturbed. While others might be astonished by such revelations, obtaining a person's basic information was remarkably easy for law enforcement within the borders of Huaxia. Isn't this meeting to discuss the progress of the case, Officer Li? You seem quite interested in my private life, Xiao Buyi remarked coolly. Li Yunxiao maintained her composure, closing the documents and fixing her gaze on Xiao Buyi's eyes. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I want to understand why someone of your esteemed background would attract the attention of a hitman organization. A hitman organization? Li Yunxiao continued. The individual who targeted you last night is an assassin certified by the notorious Blood Hand organization on the dark web. Xiao Buyi raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity bubbling within him, yet he remained composed. He reflected on how Boda had indeed gone to great lengths to eliminate him, even hiring a professional killer. The Blood Hand organization was infamous internationally, instilling fear wherever it was mentioned. They held a prominent position in the dark web, with members subjected to brutal training, possessing terrifying skills. This organization had no fixed base, moving like phantoms across the globe. As long as the employer's price was high enough, they would undertake any task, be it the assassination of political figures or the elimination of business tycoons. At this moment, the older security officer interjected. In the Middle East, the Blood Hand organization was once contracted by local warlords, assassinating 7 key figures opposing the warlords' rule within just 3 months. Each operation was executed with precision, leaving almost no trace, rendering police investigations futile. This series of assassination incidents has directly exacerbated the turmoil in the Middle East, plunging the populace into deeper panic. Li Yunxiao continued, stating that in Southeast Asia, the Blood Hand organization has unleashed a torrent of violence. They are employed by a colossal multinational crime syndicate, engaging in frenzied assassination campaigns against their rivals. Over the course of 6 months, dozens of business elites and gang leaders have met with mysterious deaths, each case bearing the shadow of the Blood Hand organization. Their methods are exceedingly brutal. Some victims have been tortured beyond recognition, while others have succumbed to sudden deaths without warning, leaving the business and underworld communities of Southeast Asia in a state of dread. Xiao Buyi has essentially confirmed that the assassin was indeed hired by Boda, and it appears that this assassin's target also includes Qin Jiyu, the president of the Qin Group. Given Boda's twisted psyche, it is within reason that he would resort to murder in an attempt to usurp Li Qinghan. But the involvement of the president of the Qin Group complicates matters significantly. Xiao Buyi furrowed his brow, his gaze revealing confusion. Isn't the assassin already captured? What progress has been made? Li Yunxiao's expression turned grave, and his tone became somber as he replied, "He is dead. It was suicide." Xiao Buyi's pupils constricted sharply, a look of shock crossing his face, inwardly mocking the perilous nature of those in the assassin profession. Observing Xiao Buyi's astonishment, Li Yunxiao continued, "Now that the assassin is dead, our lead has been severed. I called you here to inquire if you have offended anyone recently, or if you might know who might want you dead." As Xiao Buyi fell into contemplation, Li Yunxiao ventured a hypothesis. "This time, you are merely collateral damage. Their true target is Qin Jiyu." She paused momentarily, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Xiao Buyi. "2 photographs, one of you and another of Qin Jiyu. Is it possible that the assassin's primary aim is her, and you were drawn into this for some reason?" Xiao Buyi felt a jolt in his heart. Recalling the moment he discovered the assassin, such a possibility indeed existed. Yet, he was also acutely aware that his conflict with Boda was escalating. And Boda certainly had the motive to hire someone to kill him. "I have some grievances with Boda. He has been targeting me lately and has the motive to hire a hitman." Xiao Buyi decided to divulge some information. However, regarding whether the assassin's main target was Qin Jiyu, he could not be certain. The older security officer nodded thoughtfully. "Boda? Is he the celebrity recently gaining traction in the entertainment industry?" Xiao Buyi nodded slightly. "Exactly." Li Yunxiao concurred. "You are correct. The Blood Hand organization would not act lightly unless there are sufficiently enticing benefits behind the scenes. We will investigate Boda while closely monitoring Qin Jiyu's safety. I hope you remain cautious during this time and avoid acting alone." Xiao Buyi's expression turned resolute. "I will. If any new leads arise, I will contact you immediately." Just as Xiao Buyi stood to leave, his gaze fell upon the older security officer's face, and a fleeting image flashed before him. In the image, an elderly woman with graying hair collapsed to the ground. "Officer Zhou, does your home have a widowed mother?" "How do you know?" Zhou Heng looked at Xiao Buyi in astonishment. "It would be best for you to call your mother now. That scene I just witnessed may very well be a prediction of future events." Xiao Buyi initially did not wish to meddle, but he had just observed a glimmer of golden threads weaving between Zhou Heng's brows. Though he did not understand its significance, it emanated a sense of the sacred. "Brother Tongzi, why does this man possess golden threads?" "What is that?" "That is the light of virtue. This person serves the nation and its people diligently, thus carrying the merit with him. Does the eye of heaven possess such a function?" Xiao Buyi was elated. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng, upon Xiao Buyi's advice, felt a surge of confusion, yet regarding his mother, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Soon, the call connected, but there was no answer. He dialed twice more, still receiving no response. Xiao Buyi interjected, "Do not call your mother now. Call a neighbor instead. preferably one who frequently visits your home. A flustered Zhou Heng managed to calm himself slightly, but felt an increased urgency as he hastily made another call. Aunt Wang, my mother may be in trouble. Could you please check if she is at home? Aunt Wang, Zhou Heng's neighbor, often accompanied his mother to buy groceries and was also a teammate in square dancing. To avoid being locked out, they had both kept spare keys at each other's homes. Aunt Wang held the phone in one hand and the key in the other, unlocking Zhou Heng's front door. Elder sister? Aunt Wang called hesitantly, her voice echoing in the empty house, but received no reply. Gathering her courage, she stepped inside, only to let out a sudden scream. Zhou Heng's mother lay collapsed on the floor, her face as pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, devoid of life. On the other end of the line, Zhou Heng's heart constricted at the sound of her scream, his voice trembling. Aunt Wang, what happened to my mother? Is she in trouble? Aunt Wang, flustered, picked up the phone, her voice tinged with tears. Your mother has fainted and is now unconscious. Li Yunxiao, quick to react, immediately pulled out her phone to dial for an ambulance. Her tone was urgent yet composed. Hello, this is the Security Bureau. Apartment 201, Building X, Community XX. An elderly woman has collapsed and is unconscious. It's an emergency. Please dispatch an ambulance immediately. After hanging up, she turned to Zhou Heng, her gaze resolute. Uncle Zhou, don't panic. Hurry back home. Zhou Heng paid no heed to whether he was on duty, turning and sprinting out the door. After he left, only Xiao Buyi and Li Yunxiao remained in the office. The air seemed to freeze instantly as Li Yunxiao scrutinized Xiao Buyi with a peculiar and probing gaze. Her beautiful eyes appeared to pierce through him, searching for any hint of a flaw or hidden secret. After a prolonged silence, Li Yunxiao finally broke the quiet, her voice laced with deep suspicion and scrutiny. How did you know that Uncle Zhou's mother was in trouble? Her tone was serious and tinged with disbelief, each word seemingly weighed with careful consideration. Xiao Buyi could not reveal the entirety of the secrets surrounding the system in the eye of heaven. That would be utterly ludicrous, and no one would believe him. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, falling into a ravine and washing away my divine skills allows me to foresee the future. He spoke with a grave demeanor, his face adorned with an air of mystique. Li Yunxiao, being well-educated and scientifically inclined, could hardly accept such an absurd claim. Her brows furrowed tightly, her expression brimming with discontent. Do you think I would believe that? This is the stuff of fantasy. Do you think you can deceive me with it? Xiao Buyi maintained a nonchalant demeanor, shrugging his shoulders. The issue is that you asked, and I have provided an answer. Whether you believe it is up to you. His words were succinct and resolute, showing no sign of fluster at Li Yunxiao's skepticism. Such matters were inherently fantastical. Prior to this, he had not known Zhou Heng, much less his mother. There was no way to explain it clearly, so he opted for a jesting response. May I leave now? Xiao Buyi inquired. Li Yunxiao felt a surge of anger rise to her head. Had she not been mindful of her public servant role, she would have wanted to rush forward and give Xiao Buyi a thorough beating. Her lips twitched as she contemplated retorting or further questioning, but ultimately, she restrained herself. Suppressing her anger, Li Yunxiao replied curtly, You may go. Xiao Buyi promptly exited. Watching him leave, Li Yunxiao's curiosity and doubt about him only intensified. She could hardly believe that there existed the ability to foresee the future. However, when Xiao Buyi accurately predicted the incident involving Zhou Heng's mother, it compelled her to reconsider her stance. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng drove swiftly to the hospital, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Mom, you must be all right. You must be all right, he murmured anxiously. Soon, he arrived at the hospital and encountered Aunt Wang, who informed him that his mother had already been taken into the emergency room. Zhou Heng paced back and forth outside the emergency room, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. He occasionally glanced at the closed doors, as if that would somehow reveal his mother's condition. Time dragged on, each second feeling interminably long for Zhou Heng. At last, the emergency room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. Zhou Heng rushed forward, grabbing the doctor's arm. His voice urgent. Doctor, how is my mother? The doctor removed his mask, his expression grave. The patient's condition is critical. She is currently in a coma. The preliminary diagnosis indicates a ruptured blood vessel in the brain. We have taken emergency measures, and fortunately, she was brought in just in time. Her condition has stabilized. A weight lifted slightly from Zhou Heng's heart as he realized that if Xiao Buyi had not given that timely warning, his mother might not have pulled through. Filled with gratitude towards Xiao Buyi, Zhou Heng leaned against the hospital corridor wall, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. If it weren't for Xiao Buyi, he murmured to himself, a wave of dread washing over him. Had it not been for that seemingly casual remark, he might have lost his dearest one. He had never anticipated that a routine inquiry at the security office would lead to such a life-and-death situation. Waves of gratitude surged within Zhou Hang, along with an intensified curiosity about Xiao Buyi. He endeavored to recall every detail of their brief encounters. He had never mentioned his mother to him, nor disclosed her status as a widow, yet Xiao Buyi had spoken with such unsettling precision, as if he had witnessed the incident firsthand. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Zhou Hang shook his head, dismissing the notion. After years in law enforcement, he had encountered numerous cases that defied logic, and he had heard tales of extraordinary individuals. Though these occurrences could not be explained by science, the evidence was undeniable. He gradually straightened his posture, his gaze growing resolute. Regardless of the means by which he possessed such abilities, he was a savior for his mother. Zhou Hang silently vowed to repay this debt of gratitude. The world was far more complex than it appeared. Taking a deep breath, he gazed out the hospital window towards the sky. Inside the hospital, Boda lay in a hospital bed, with his leg, broken by Xiao Buyi, now encased in a cast. His eyes were filled with resentment. Memories of Xiao Buyi's gaze from the previous night haunting him. It had been the look one would give a corpse. He understood that this time, Xiao Buyi was genuinely intent on revenge. Boda's fingers unconsciously clawed at the bedsheet. The pain from his bandaged leg paled in comparison to the fury churning within him. The smell of disinfectant in the room grew increasingly pungent, and he stared at the flickering light on the ceiling, calculating how to strike first. Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, the door to his room was flung open. Li Yunxiao, clad in a crisp uniform, strode in with two security officers. Boda, you are suspected of involvement in a contract murder case. Please cooperate with our investigation. Li Yunxiao's tone was frigid, her gaze sharp as a blade, sending a chill down Boda's spine. Chapter 58, The Shares Are Mine. Li Yunxiao approached the bedside, her piercing gaze scrutinizing Boda, while the two officers swiftly positioned themselves at the sides of the room, effectively sealing it off. Boda was momentarily startled by the display, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Officers, you must be mistaken. I have been in the hospital. How could I possibly be involved in a contract murder? Mr. G, let's not beat around the bush, Li Yunxiao replied coldly, extracting several photographs from her folder. Boda's eyes darted over the images, a fleeting hint of panic surfacing. He slowly reached for the photographs, feigning confusion as he examined them. Officer Li, I have no grievances with Mr. Xiao. Why would I hire someone to kill him? Besides, I'm stuck in this hospital bed, unable to even walk. Why would I have the time or energy for such schemes? Li Yunxiao remained unfazed, leaning slightly closer, her gaze fixed intensely on Boda's eyes. Mr. G, our information suggests that the conflict between you and Xiao Buyi has existed for quite some time. You have been unwilling to remain merely as Li Qinghan's clandestine lover, yearning for a higher position. Naturally, Xiao Buyi, as Li Qinghan's husband, stands as your greatest obstacle. With such a strong motive, can you truly claim that this matter has nothing to do with you? Boda's heart tightened, his face contorting with anger. Officer Li, your imagination is rather excessive, I assent it. Just because of these baseless allegations, you suspect me? This is absurd. I admit there have been disagreements with Mr. Xiao, but it hardly escalates to the level of hiring a hitman, does it? Moreover, do you have any evidence? Without evidence, you cannot casually accuse an innocent person. Li Yunxiao straightened her posture, arms crossed, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Mr. G, since we have come to you, we naturally possess some leads. It would be wise for you to cooperate. Boda had no intention of confessing, and it was evident that the officers lacked concrete evidence. Otherwise, they would have arrested him outright, instead of merely questioning him in the hospital. Officer Li, despite your lengthy discourse, you still lack evidence, don't you? Without evidence, you cannot intimidate me. If you have nothing substantial, kindly take your leave. I need to recover. Li Yunxiao suppressed her rising anger, taking a deep breath as she continued. Mr. G, we are merely performing our duties. As a citizen of Long Country, you are obliged to cooperate. Boda felt a weight in his heart, steeling himself. Officer Li, investigate as you see fit. I am innocent. Li Yunxiao scrutinized Boda's face, hoping to catch a hint of deception in his subtle expressions, but he maintained a facade of stubborn defiance. She realized that without solid evidence, extracting the truth from Boda would be nearly impossible. Mr. G, I advise you to abandon any notions of luck. The truth will eventually surface. And once we gather sufficient evidence, you shall face the full brunt of the law. Li Yunxiao's tone was serious, her gaze imbued with undeniable authority. Upon finishing, she exchanged a glance with the two officers, and they turned to leave the room. Boda watched their retreating figures, secretly relieved. Damn Xiao Buyi. You truly dared to report me. I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. At the Xiao family villa, what? That beast is willing to sell you the shares for 10 billion? Xiao Yunqing stared incredulously at Xiao Qingge. Ever since signing the transfer contract with Xiao Buyi, Xiao Qingge had been on a business trip to the capital and had only just returned today. Xiao Tianzi furrowed his brows, finally realizing that Xiao Buyi's previous visit to the Xiao Corporation was indeed to finalize the share transfer. Just the thought of Xiao Buyi now possessing billions filled him with resentment. He had severed ties with the Xiao family. Why should she take 10 billion? That money rightfully belonged to him. Hearing that Xiao Qingge had bought back the 30 billion worth of shares from Xiao Buyi for 10 billion, Wang Guifeng felt not joy but fury. Qingge, how could you give that little beast money? You should not have given him a single cent. A creature that dares to strike its own mother should be doomed to disgrace and eternal suffering. At that moment, Wang Guifeng's eyes were filled with vengeful malice, and every thought of Xiao Buyi ignited a desire to see her suffer. Observing the palpable resentment radiating from Wang Guifeng, Xiao Qingge could not help but feel a wave of self-mockery wash over her. It was no wonder that her brother chose to sever ties with their family. Growing up in such an environment was indeed a lamentable fate. Enough of your words. At least the shares have been reclaimed. Xiao Yunqing shot a scathing glare at Wang Guifeng while reflecting on how he ever ended up marrying someone so foolish as to belong in a museum. What once required a staggering sum of 3 billion to resolve was now accomplished with a mere 1 billion, making the transaction undeniably lucrative. For years, he had been fixated on reclaiming the shares from Xiao Buyi, but after Xiao Buyi's marriage to Li Qinghan, he had hesitated out of caution. Now that the shares had returned to him, it alleviated a significant burden from his heart. Qingge, take some time to transfer the shares to Tianzi's name. He will soon graduate from university, and it is time for him to assist in the company. Only with shares can he command respect. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Tianzi leapt from the sofa, brimming with excitement. Dad, is that true? You really intend to transfer the shares to me? He hurried to his father's side, unable to conceal his exhilaration. Dad, you are too good to me. I will not disappoint you. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingge felt her heart plummet at the news of her father's intention to transfer the shares to Xiao Tianzi. Watching her brother's eagerness and her father's nonchalant decision shattered any remaining hope she had for her father's regard. Once, she had believed that despite his favoritism towards Xiao Tianzi, he still harbored a measure of affection for her. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. Quickly regaining her composure, she masked her emotions, returning to her usual calm and aloof demeanor. Father, the funds for this acquisition came from my personal savings, she stated flatly. Xiao Yunqing, oblivious to any underlying tension, replied with a smile. Ah, very well. I shall instruct the finance department to reimburse you and additionally grant you 20 million as a reward. Dad, you may have misunderstood. I meant that the money used to purchase Xiao Buyi's shares was my own, Xiao Qingge reiterated. Finally sensing the dissonance, Xiao Yunqing inquired, Qingge, what do you mean by that? It means the shares are mine. They solely belong to me. Chapter 59. The turmoil of the Xiao family. Xiao Qingge regarded her father with an unflinching gaze, her tone steady yet tinged with an imperceptible chill. Father, I am your biological daughter. He is merely an adopted son. Are you truly certain you wish to bestow the shares upon an outsider? The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere in the living room became suffocating. Xiao Yunqing's expression darkened instantaneously as he stared incredulously at his typically obedient daughter. His eyes filled with shock. Qingge, how could you utter such words? Tianzi has been part of our family for so many years. He is no different from a biological son. How can you regard him as an outsider? Before Xiao Yunqing could continue, Wang Guifeng interjected, her voice sharp and accusatory. Qingge, what do you mean by outsider? Tianzi is your brother. How can you say such hurtful things? Do you realize how much it would sadden him to hear that? She stood protectively by Xiao Tianzi, as if Xiao Qingge had committed an unspeakable offense. As Xiao Qingge observed Wang Guifeng's fierce defense, a wave of sorrow surged within her. She finally grasped the feelings of Xiao Buyi, realizing that the injustices he had faced over the years far surpassed her own. In the opulent living room of the Xiao villa, the air felt as though it had solidified. Wang Guifeng persisted, have you lost your mind? These shares belong to the Xiao family. When did they become yours? Xiao Qingge regarded Wang Guifeng with a cold smile, reflecting on the countless sacrifices she had made for the Xiao family over the years. In their eyes, she was merely an outsider vying for their interests. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a calmness that belied the icy undertone of her words. Father, for years I have worked my way up from the ground level, participating in every significant business negotiation alongside you, securing project after project for the Xiao family. In every crisis the company faced, I was there, sleepless by your side to resolve it. Her voice crescendoed, her eyes blazing with fury. "I dedicated my youth and energy to the Xiao family, yet in your hearts, I will never measure up to that adopted son." Xiao Yunqing's brow furrowed deeply, his expression dark as thunder. "Qingge, how can you say such things? Although Tianzi is adopted, he has always been treated as a biological son. The Xiao family must continue. He is about to graduate, and having shares will enable him to manage the company better." "Biological son?" Xiao Qingge scoffed derisively. "Xiao Buyi is your true son. You drove him away for the sake of appearances. And now you wish to transfer the shares I hold to him. Do you believe that is feasible?" Wang Guifeng, growing impatient, interrupted. "What nonsense are you spouting? You will eventually marry, and the Xiao family's assets will rely on Tianzi. Stop causing a ruckus and transfer the shares. Finding a good husband is the priority." This remark ignited a blaze of fury within Xiao Qingge, and she sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze. "A good husband? In your eyes? Am I merely a tool for marriage alliances?" In that moment, her anger reached its peak, for she had long understood the limitations imposed upon her by being born into a wealthy family. However, hearing such words from her own mother shattered her heart. Xiao Tianzi's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. He had been deceived into believing Xiao Qingge was on his side. But now he realized she had concealed her true intentions all along. For years, he had regarded Xiao Buyi as a rival, scheming time and again to eliminate him. Just as he thought his plan had succeeded, Xiao Qingge emerged as his greatest obstacle to inheriting the Xiao family legacy. With tears welling in his eyes and a quiver in his voice, Xiao Tianzi implored, "Sister, I know you have sacrificed much for the company, and I truly feel for you. I do not wish to fight over shares. I only want to lighten our father's burden as he ages. I know I lack your capabilities, but I have been striving to learn. I do not want our family to be at odds because of me." He wiped his tears, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Xiao Qingge observed the performance with cold disdain, her heart filled with scorn. "Xiao Tianzi, spare me your theatrics. They are nothing but repulsive." The atmosphere in the living room plummeted to an icy silence, with both Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng staring at Xiao Qingge in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianzi's expression of victimhood faltered momentarily, but he quickly attempted to maintain his innocent facade. "Sister, what do you mean by that? I do not understand." "Do not understand?" Xiao Qingge let out a derisive laugh, her eyes brimming with contempt. "For years, you have plotted and schemed against our own brother, seeking to drive him away so you could seize control of the Xiao group. Do you remember when you shattered Father's beloved vase and blamed it on Xiao Buyi? Or when you bullied Xiao Buyi in high school, only to accuse him of tormenting you? And let us not forget when you stole Qingling's undergarments and framed Xiao Buyi for it. You believed your schemes were flawless, but you were unaware that I had long uncovered the truth." Xiao Qingling, who had remained silent until now, suddenly trembled, her face ashen as she stared at Xiao Qingge. "Eldest sister, is what you say true?" Xiao Qingge glanced at her younger sister, regarding her with the eyes of one who pitied a fool. "Fifth sister, how many times have you lost your undergarments over the years? If you had paid even a modicum of attention, you would have discovered the clues long ago. Yet, you have never realized a thing. Each time Xiao Tianzi spoke, you simply took his word for it. Can you not think for yourself?" Upon this, Xiao Qingge let out a sigh, reflecting on her younger sister, who had been pampered since childhood. Although it could not be said that she was entirely uneducated, she certainly embodied the notion of beauty without intellect. Xiao Tianzi knelt on the ground, pleading, "Dad, Mom, it's not true. I have never done such a thing." Xiao Yunqing furrowed his brow, his face etched with skepticism. "Qingge, are you certain about what you are saying?" Xiao Qingge cast a disappointed glance at her father. "Dad, for all these years, you have been deceived by him. The expulsion of Xiao Buyi from the Xiao family, did you truly believe it was merely due to his stubborn temperament and escalating conflicts within the family?" Wang Guifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. How could Tianzi do such a thing? You must be slandering him." "Slander? Humph. Mom, I have already revealed the truth to you. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you." After stating this, Xiao Qingge turned her back on Wang Guifeng. Perceiving her mother and sister as fools worthy of a museum exhibit, Xiao Tianzi's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiao Qingge continued, "Hasn't Xiao Buyi endured enough unfair treatment over the years within the Xiao family? He is the legitimate eldest son. Yet all the affection and resources have been lavished upon Xiao Tianzi. He sought to prove himself, only to be schemed against time and again by Xiao Tianzi. Ultimately, disheartened, he chose to sever ties with the Xiao family." Xiao Yunqing observed his kneeling son and the resolute expression of Xiao Qingge, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had never imagined that so many events would unfold within his family, and that the adopted son he had trusted was the architect of it all. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss, letting out a heavy sigh as he sank onto the sofa. Watching the confrontation between his daughter and his adopted son, Xiao Yunqing felt a sense of unease. He was acutely aware of the contributions Xiao Qingge had made to the company over the years, and the respect she commanded from her colleagues. If he were to truly sever ties with his daughter, not only would it create unrest within the company, but it could also incite external speculation, tarnishing the reputation of the Xiao family. Just as he was about to soothe his daughter's emotions, Xiao Qingge denied him the opportunity. "Dad, Mom, you will come to regret this." With a resolute turn, she walked away, her eyes devoid of any lingering attachment. At this juncture, Xiao Buyi remained unaware of the swift onset of conflict within the Xiao family. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, he drove past the largest antique market in Modu. Considering that his clairvoyance could finally be of use, he pressed down on the accelerator and veered into the market. Upon entering, he observed that antique markets from various worlds shared a remarkable similarity, with stalls displaying nothing more than porcelain, bronze artifacts, jade, and paintings. The clientele predominantly consisted of older individuals, with occasional young couples, evidently there out of curiosity. Xiao Buyi, who had come merely to test his luck, had no specific goal in mind. After inspecting several stalls without discovering any treasures, he continued onward until he reached the 5th row, where he noticed a crowd gathered around a particular stall. Though Xiao Buyi preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, he was about to leave when he caught sight of wisps of purple energy rising through the gaps in the crowd. Purple, a color of nobility. Those who emanated such energy were either of great power or possessed immense virtue. Recognizing this as a phenomenon visible only through an upgraded clairvoyant vision, he activated it to take a closer look. To his surprise, he discerned that amidst the purple energy, a strand of black energy was struggling against it. "Brother Tongzi, what is happening here?" Xiao Buyi inquired, perplexed. Generally, individuals possessing purple energy are difficult to be affected by malevolent forces, yet that black energy is gradually consuming the purple. This situation clearly indicates a setup. Xiao Buyi squeezed through the crowd, his gaze locking onto the elderly man exuding purple energy. The elder, dressed in a dark blue tang suit with meticulously tied buttons, had a wrist adorned with a string of aged sandalwood beads that jingled softly with his movements. Despite the silver in his hair, it was impeccably arranged, and his brows were sharply defined as if drawn with ink. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes hinted at a life steeped in wisdom and authority, exuding an aura that compelled those around him to hold their breath. However, as Xiao Buyi focused his clairvoyance, he noticed that the elder's life palace, which should have been vibrant, now housed a swirling mass of dark malevolence. Seeping into the surrounding purple energy like ink diffusing in water, the once bright purple energy had dimmed significantly, becoming murky, teetering on the brink of collapse. The elder was holding a bronze incense burner, and upon closer examination, Xiao Buyi realized it was anything but an ordinary item. His gaze quickly shifted from the incense burner to the elder's jade ring, which appeared to be the source of the black energy. "Mr. Su, you truly possess remarkable insight. This incense burner is the finest treasure I have here," the stall owner proclaimed, his face adorned with a broad smile. The elder, with impeccable composure, listened patiently to the stall owner's lengthy exposition without a hint of impatience. Once the stall owner concluded, he smiled and inquired, "My dear brother, you have said so much, yet you have not mentioned the price." The stall owner quickly replied, "To have such a discerning eye as yours is the treasure's fortune. I offer it at a fixed price of 1 million. The elder, upon hearing this figure, displayed no change in expression. Xiao Buyi, however, could not suppress a laugh. The crowd turned to stare at him, and the elder appraised him with a curious expression. "Young man, do you have a different opinion?" The stall owner, agitated, retorted, "Go away. Who is this young upstart, so inexperienced?" Ignoring the stall owner's outburst, Xiao Buyi stepped directly before the elder, his gaze flickering between the incense burner and the ring. The items were undoubtedly aged, yet they were modern replicas, certainly not exceeding a century in age. As for the price, he glanced at the stall owner's suddenly ashen face. "At most, 30,000. A murmur of whispers arose from the crowd, and the stall owner's temples throbbed with anger. Where did this wild young man come from? What does he know at such a young age? Before he could finish, the elder raised a hand to halt the stall owner's flailing arm, the sleeve of his tang suit slipping back to reveal a dark red vermilion mole on his wrist, eerily resonating with the encroaching black energy. "Young friend, despite your youth, your insight is remarkably sharp," the elder remarked calmly. He turned the ring, and a peculiar ghostly luminescence flickered across its surface, causing Xiao Buyi to keenly observe the black energy surging along the grooves, as if alive, burrowing into the elder's palm. Xiao Buyi crouched down, his fingertip hovering 3 inches above the base of the incense burner. A genuine Schwanda furnace is crafted from wind-polished copper, producing a sound as clear as a bell. Listen. He tapped lightly, the dull thuds resonating harshly amidst the market's din. Producing his phone, he switched on the flashlight, illuminating the surface of the incense burner, which bubbled with minute gas pockets, evidence of artificial aging. Under the purple light of the flashlight, nothing could hide. Gasps rippled through the crowd as several seasoned antique market-goers approached to inspect, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Buyi's pupils constricted. The black energy at the elder's brow was akin to boiling ink, spreading down his nose to his lips, transforming his once rosy complexion into a pallid hue. Esteemed sir, if you trust the ring in your possession, it would be wise to refrain from wearing it. Best to dispose of it entirely. With that, Xiao Buyi turned and departed swiftly. The elder, perplexed yet sensing that Xiao Buyi was not a frivolous individual, called after him, "Young man, what is wrong with this ring? It is an ominous object. Carrying it close could jeopardize your longevity." After speaking, Xiao Buyi hastily navigated through the crowd and exited. The elder, named Su Jingdong, had once been a soldier, having faced battles throughout his life, earning countless accolades, which were the source of his virtue. This was the primary reason Xiao Buyi felt compelled to warn him. Although his admonition might not be believed, at least he had done what he could. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Though everyone remained seated at the dining table, silence reigned, with no one daring to utter a word. Xiao Tianxi lowered his head, striving to diminish his presence. Ever since Xiao Qingge departed, although Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng ceased to interrogate him about his past actions, it was evident that seeds of doubt had been sown. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingling, who usually sat beside him during meals, this time chose to sit directly across from him. In the past, whenever Xiao Buyi was accused of stealing her underwear, Xiao Tianxi's mere word was enough for her to believe him without a second thought, never considering the possibility of verifying the truth. Even when Xiao Buyi swore on the heavens that he was innocent, she regarded it as a desperate struggle, never contemplating whether she had wronged him. However, today was different. These words came from Xiao Qingge, whose stature in her heart surpassed even that of their mother, Wang Guifeng. In her childhood, with parents preoccupied with corporate matters, it was her elder sister who accompanied her in play, helped with her homework, and sometimes even attended parent-teacher meetings on her behalf. Thus, when Xiao Qingge accused Xiao Tianxi of stealing her underwear, she instinctively believed him, leaving her feeling overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. She could scarcely fathom that her seemingly obedient and understanding brother could commit such a beastly act, and an inexplicable sense of regret gnawed at her. If she had indeed wronged her own brother, how egregious had been her actions over the years. Bang! Wang Guifeng slammed her palm on the table, startling everyone. Xiao Yunqing snapped, "What madness is this?" Chapter 61. Xiao Qingge's transformation was undoubtedly due to the wicked influence of that beast, causing her to disregard us entirely. Moreover, he deceitfully extorted 10 billion from her. This cannot be overlooked. I must retrieve that money. The more Wang Guifeng spoke, the more agitated she became, nearly roaring by the end. The others turned to Wang Guifeng in unison. "What do you plan to do?" Xiao Yunqing regarded her as one might a jester. Yet Wang Guifeng remained oblivious. Wang Guifeng found herself at a loss for words. She didn't even know where Xiao Buyi resided. The fact that he struck her had become a thorn in her heart. The mere mention of him ignited her latent fury. Few throughout history dared strike their own mother. And she, proud as she was, could not accept such a reality. "Xiao Yunqing, this is your fault. You can't even educate your son properly. What kind of father are you? If you don't recover that 10 billion, I will not let this go." Smash! Wang Guifeng's accusations ignited Xiao Yunqing's fury, and he abruptly stood, forcefully slamming his dishes onto the table, the sound of shattering porcelain ringing sharply in the silent dining room. "Wang Guifeng, are you done yet? For so many years, I have toiled outside while you managed the children's education, and now you blame me? Xiao Buyi's situation reached this point without your responsibility?" Wang Guifeng staggered back, startled by his roar, but quickly straightened, hands on her hips, screaming like an enraged lioness. "What responsibility do I have? Xiao Yunqing, don't slander me. I painstakingly raised the children, while you squandered your time in frivolity, ignoring home matters. Now that trouble arises, you push all the blame onto me? That 10 billion must be returned. Xiao Buyi is an ingrate. Why should he have such wealth? Enough." Xiao Yunqing's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. "You only care about money. Look at you now. Where is the demeanor of a noblewoman? You merely throw tantrums. You are nothing but a shrew." Wang Guifeng was utterly incensed by his words and lunged to claw at his face. "Xiao Yunqing, you heartless wretch. I sacrificed so much for the Xiao family. And you dare call me a shrew? Are you seeing someone else? When Xiao Yunqing instinctively stepped back to evade her grasp, Wang Guifeng, blinded by rage, pursued him relentlessly. And soon they were entangled in a scuffle, food and soup spilling across the floor. Sitting nearby, Xiao Qingling watched the chaos with cold indifference, as if the bickering and fighting before her involved strangers rather than her own parents. She bowed her head, mechanically prodding her rice with chopsticks, deaf to their quarrel. At that moment, she felt utterly exhausted and disillusioned. Seeing this, Xiao Tianxi glanced at the silent Xiao Qingling, and upon noticing her apathy, called out, "Sister, please intervene. Mom. Dad, please stop fighting. Let us talk calmly. Dad, how could you strike Mom?" He shouted, casting furtive glances at his parents and Xiao Qingling, only to find her unmoving. Wang Guifeng, unwilling to listen, broke free from Xiao Tianxi's grasp, collapsing onto the floor in a fit, tears streaming down her face. "I won't live anymore. Xiao Yunqing. You scoundrel. After all I've done for you, you dare strike me." Her cries echoed throughout the villa, a piercing sound amidst the chaos. Just then, the villa's door swung open, and second sister Xiao Qingtong entered gracefully. Dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, her makeup immaculate, she exuded confidence and competence. Upon seeing the turmoil, she frowned. She had merely been abroad for a month, yet the household had descended into such disarray that it escalated to physical violence. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qingtong's voice rang out sharply. At her command, Wang Guifeng ceased her wailing and looked up. "Qingtong, you finally returned. You must advocate for me. Your father has someone else. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?" Xiao Yunqing retorted angrily. Xiao Qingtong furrowed her brow, glancing at Xiao Tianxi and then at the now rising Xiao Qingling. Returning her gaze, she asked, "Tianxi, what is going on here?" Xiao Tianxi's eyes brimmed with tears as he knelt once more, his voice trembling with emotion. "Sister, it's all because of ego. This is all his doing." He recounted Xiao Buyi's recent actions, including the incident where he violently confronted their parents over half a month ago. He insinuated that Xiao Qing's rift with the family was incited by Xiao Buyi, and that the 10 billion he acquired was through deceitful persuasion. His justification, that they were family and thus should share the stakes, was flimsy at best. Yet, Wang Guifeng eagerly supported him. "Indeed, this ungrateful child. After raising him for so many years, I never expected him to turn out so treacherous. He must have whispered poison into Qing's ear, otherwise. How could she suddenly become so disobedient, even refusing to share her stake with Tianxi?" Seizing the moment, Xiao Tianxi raised his head, his expression one of profound sorrow as he looked at Xiao Qingtong. "Sister, I truly don't care about the stakes. I just want us to be a happy family together. But this time, ego has gone too far." His voice cracked, and he appeared on the verge of tears. "Wang Guifeng, you are a lawyer. You understand the law better than anyone. Xiao Buyi assaulted our parents and defrauded us. Can he be imprisoned?" Xiao Yunqing's frown deepened, his expression shifting between turmoil and resolve. "No, absolutely not. Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. Your own son assaults his parents, and his biological parents send him to prison. You want the entire city to witness the humiliation of the Xiao family, do you?" Wang Guifeng, upon hearing this outburst, momentarily forgot her tears. Xiao Qingtong approached Xiao Yunqing and said, "Dad, please don't be angry just yet. This matter is indeed Ai's fault, and it cannot simply be overlooked. So, do you also agree that Xiao Buyi should be sent away?" Xiao Qingtong shook her head. "It's not impossible, but he is my brother after all, and I must grant him one more chance. What do you intend to do?" "It's quite simple. I will have him return and kneel before you and mother to apologize. And he will also return the 10 billion he deceived from us." Chapter 62. "Sister, he has blocked you." Xiao Qingtong, brimming with confidence, pulled out her phone and deftly navigated the screen with her slender fingers, bringing up Xiao Buyi's number. A faint smile of assurance lingered at the corners of her lips, as if she could already envision her brother humbly admitting his mistakes. However, the moment the call connected, a cold, mechanical voice doused her hopes. "Sorry. The user you are trying to reach is currently on another call." Her smile froze on her face, disbelief etched across her features as she stared at her phone screen, her brow furrowing deeply. As the esteemed daughter of the Xiao family, known for her formidable presence in the legal field, she had never been treated with such disdain. "How dare he hang up on my call?" She seethed, her teeth clenched, her finger pressing the redial button with determination, her heart ablaze with fury. Moreover, this person was her own brother, who had always catered to her whims, never once daring to ignore her calls. Dialing again, she was met once more with the infuriating message indicating that the line was busy. Xiao Qingtong's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing slightly, radiating a fierce intensity. Taking a deep breath, She attempted a third call, yet the result remained unchanged. At that moment, the air seemed to thicken, a palpable tension enveloping the Xiao family dining room. Finally, Xiao Qingling, who had been silent, slowly lifted her gaze and, observing her sister's increasingly pallid complexion, spoke softly, "He must have blocked you." This statement struck Xiao Qingtong like a hammer, reverberating painfully within her. Xiao Qingling continued, "No, he has likely blocked us all." Previously, when rumors of his bullying classmates surfaced on the school forum, she had suspected Xiao Buyi was involved, prompting her to confront him directly. It was then that she discovered he had blocked her phone number and WeChat entirely. Xiao Qingtong's pupils dilated, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Her expression grotesquely contorted beneath her meticulously applied makeup. Had she not been overcome by rage, her intelligence would have led her to foresee such an outcome. If Xiao Buyi had chosen to sever ties with the Xiao family, how could he possibly heed her words? Yet, having boasted in front of her family moments ago, the stark reality of her humiliation left her wishing to vanish into the ground. Xiao Qingtong's nails nearly pierced her phone's casing, her mind swirling with memories of her brother, who had once been her devoted little follower. In high school, when she casually mentioned wanting candied chestnuts from the school gate, she had found him waiting there in the biting cold, cradling a warm bag of chestnuts after evening study sessions. It was inconceivable. How could he dare? No matter how frosty her demeanor, Xiao Buyi had always found ways to cheer her up, even enduring her scorn only to return the next day with breakfast waiting at her door. Just last year, after winning a crucial case, she had whimsically posted on social media at 3 a.m., expressing a craving for a midnight snack. Within 10 minutes, he had braved the pouring rain to deliver her favorite pan-fried buns, drenched to the skin, leaving the bag at her doorstep before hastily departing. Staring at Xiao Buyi's name on her phone screen, she recalled how he used to sneakily draw little suns in her textbooks, proclaiming that she looked more radiant than the sun when she smiled. Yet she had never smiled at him, not even once. Xiao Qingtong felt a tightness in her throat as her fingers trembled while tapping on the green bubble. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the voice message button. "Xiao Buyi, I don't care where you are or what you're doing right now. You need to come home immediately. Do you think severing ties with the Xiao family will allow you to escape unscathed? Assaulting our parents and embezzling funds. These debts have yet to be settled. Don't think that with Li Qinghan protecting you, you can do as you please. The Xiao family is not to be trifled with. If you have any sense, return promptly to apologize and return the 10 billion, or else I have ways to make you regret it." Having spoken all of this in one breath, she forcefully pressed the send button, as if that action would allow her to vent all her pent-up fury. Yet, in the next moment, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared on her screen, blindingly bright. Xiao Qingtong's fingers gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. She stared wide-eyed at the red exclamation mark, her mind blank. Her expression shifted from anger to shock, then disbelief, ultimately morphing into an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She felt as though she had been stripped bare before an audience, her dignity trampled beneath foot. Indeed, Xiao Buyi had blocked her green bubble as well. How could this be? She murmured, her voice trembling. As the proud daughter of the Xiao family, a powerful attorney commanding respect, she now found herself a laughingstock before her family. A wave of intense shame washed over her, leaving her face flushed with heat. Suddenly, she turned on her heel, her heels clattering sharply against the floor as she hastened towards the staircase. In the living room, beneath her carefully crafted facade, her expression was a blend of ridicule and sorrow, while deep within her, something was quietly crumbling. Xiao Qingtong took a deep breath and dialed Li Qinghan. Earlier, in a fit of anger, she had dared to send Xiao Buyi a voice message, unafraid of offending Li Qinghan, but now, facing him, she found herself hesitant to act recklessly. The call connected swiftly, and Li Qinghan's icy voice emanated from the receiver. "Lawyer Xiao, what is it?" Due to Li Qinghan's status, his manner of speaking had always been detached, especially since Xiao Buyi had severed ties with the family. The term sister seemed unnecessary. Xiao Qingtong struggled to keep her voice steady. "Qinghan, I would like to inquire about Ai's whereabouts." "Where is he now?" Li Qinghan's tone remained distant. "Lawyer Xiao, Ai has cut ties with the Xiao family, and I believe he does not wish to see you." Xiao Qingtong was taken aback by Li Qinghan's directness, her urgency creeping into her voice. "Qinghan, he has taken 10 billion from the Xiao family. That is our money, and he must provide an explanation. Moreover, he has assaulted our parents." "Enough," Li Qinghan interrupted coldly, her demeanor shifting to one of frigid intensity. "Lawyer Xiao, you know well how you have bullied Ai in the past. If you dare to speak disrespectfully about my husband again, do not blame me for being unkind." Xiao Qingtong found herself at a loss for words, struggling for a moment before managing to respond. "Qinghan, What do you mean by that? I am your sister. How can you speak to me this way? Sister? Li Qinghan scoffed. Lawyer Xiao, if you have no further business, I shall end this call. Xiao Qingtong attempted to say more, but the line went dead, replaced by a busy tone. She stared at her phone, trembling with rage, her nails digging into her palm. Li Qinghan's attitude was unmistakably protective of Xiao Buyi, each word striking at her vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Li Qinghan leaned back in her office chair, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. In truth, she had already dispatched someone to locate the apartment complex where Xiao Buyi resided, intending to leave work early to find him. She could not allow him to be harmed any further by the Xiao family. Having chosen to stand by his side, she would always protect him. At that moment, Xiao Buyi was immersed in the vibrant atmosphere of the antique market. Upon departing from Su Jingdong's stall, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Though uncertain whether the elderly gentleman would believe his words, he had done what was necessary. However, after wandering for a while, he found himself disheartened, having failed to uncover a single noteworthy item. Suddenly, Xiao Buyi halted in front of a stone gambling shop. Chapter 63, A Narrow Path for Rivals for Xiao Buyi. The world of stone gambling seemed like an unparalleled opportunity. Upon entering the shop, he was taken aback to discover that a raw stone trading event was currently underway. Dad, do we really need to be here for such a small-scale raw stone trading event? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. Xiao Buyi looked up to see Li Qingru linking arms with Li Zhenghua, approaching him. Seeing them, he cursed his luck silently. What were the odds of this encounter? The president of the Li Group was Li Qinghan, but Li Zhenghua managed the jewelry business under the Li Group. It was hardly surprising for Li Zhenghua to appear at this raw stone trading event, yet Xiao Buyi had not anticipated their chance meeting. He had no desire to greet this father-daughter duo, let alone face Li Qinghan. Soon, as Xiao Buyi was about to enter the main hall, he was abruptly stopped by a staff member. Sir, please present your invitation. Startled, Xiao Buyi replied, I'm here to find someone, not to attend the trading event. The attendant nodded and stepped back a few paces, recognizing that Xiao Buyi likely did not possess an invitation, but deeming it unnecessary to embarrass him. Xiao Buyi. Li Qingru's voice called from behind. Yet, Xiao Buyi refused to turn around, instead heading towards the corridor on his left. Seeing this, Li Qingru hastily released Li Zhenghua's arm and quickened her pace to block Xiao Buyi's path. With her 10-centimeter stilettos, her skirt swayed with each step, resembling a rooster poised for battle. Li Qingru stood before Xiao Buyi, chin raised, her perfume mingling with disdain, prompting him to frown. What are you doing here? Xiao Buyi, hands in pockets, offered her not even a glance. Move aside. With a cold laugh, Li Qingru waved her dark red nails in front of him. The entry fee for this raw stone trading event is in the millions. What right do you have to be here? Li Zhenghua strolled over leisurely, his gaze, like a scalpel, scrutinizing Xiao Buyi, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Since Xiao Buyi had humiliated him in front of significant members of the Li family at their ancestral home, he had marked him for revenge. However, preoccupied with matters concerning jade raw materials, he had not found the time to confront Xiao Buyi, never expecting to encounter him here. Some people overestimate themselves, thinking they can rise by clinging to a woman without weighing their own worth, he thought. At last, Xiao Buyi turned his head, his gaze drifting to the jade bracelet adorning Li Zhenghua's wrist. Oh, isn't this the third young master of the Li family? Your face looks less swollen. It seems you've recovered quite well. The words struck Li Zhenghua like a thorn, darkening his expression instantly. Xiao Buyi, are you seeking death? Seeking death? Xiao Buyi leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Do you think you're worthy? Furious, Li Qingru raised her hand as if to slap Xiao Buyi. He easily seized her wrist. Sneering, you really have a short memory, don't you? Do you wish to provoke me to strike you in front of everyone? At this remark, a flicker of panic crossed Li Qingru's face. The humiliation she had suffered the last time weighed heavily on her. Thankfully, it had occurred at the Li family's ancestral home, and the incident had not spread. Given Xiao Buyi's formidable skills, it was evident that her 2 bodyguards would be no match for him. If a fight broke out, she would not only face injury, but would also find herself in the newspapers the next day, utterly disgraced. Meanwhile, Li Zhenghua's expression shifted as he realized that Xiao Buyi truly dared to confront them publicly. The surrounding crowd had begun to take notice, and he could not afford to lose face. Qingru, don't stoop to his level. Let us go? He huffed coldly. Li Qingru, filled with anger and humiliation, yanked her hand away. I'll let you off today, but this isn't over. Xiao Buyi chuckled softly. Li Qingru's threats were mere expressions of impotent rage in his eyes. Suddenly, Li Qingru raised her voice, pointing at Xiao Buyi as she called to the security guards. I know this person. He isn't scrupulous. You must keep an eye on him. At her words, the crowd fell silent. Several wealthy merchants adorned with jade rings frowned, and the security personnel quickly gathered, the lead guard's eyes narrowing. "Sir, please present your invitation. If you do not have one, we will have to ask you to leave." Just as Xiao Buyi was about to respond, a commotion rippled through the crowd. A clear, cold voice cut through the noise. "Who says he doesn't have an invitation?" The crowd turned to see Qin Jiyu, clad in a black mermaid dress, a diamond necklace glimmering at her collarbone, flanked by two well-dressed bodyguards, striding in red-soled heels. Her presence silenced the room. "This gentleman is a distinguished guest I specifically invited." Qin Jiyu halted beside Xiao Buyi, her gaze sweeping over Li Qingru. "Miss Li, perhaps you should focus on the qualities of your own spokesperson rather than concern yourself with the security of the Yubao Zhai. After all, in my view, slandering others is far more disgraceful than lacking an invitation. Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Li Qingru retorted angrily. Li Jinghua, perspiring, realized that while others might not recognize the enigmatic president of the Qin group, he did. Despite being a woman, her approach was notably assertive, rivaling that of any man. If Li Qingru offended her, the consequences could be dire. He quickly forced a smile, attempting to smooth over the situation. "President Qin, there's been a misunderstanding." Qingru, a single glance from Qin Jiyu silenced him. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed her identity by calling her President Qin, Li Jinghua fell silent. Ignoring him, Qin Jiyu turned to Xiao Buyi. "Come, let us enter together." Xiao Buyi felt a chill run through him. He anticipated that Qin Jiyu would come to his aid. They had only met once, and it seemed unlikely that this mysterious leader of the Qin group would risk offending Li Jinghua for his sake. Yet, the thought of someone standing up for him, while simultaneously putting Li Jinghua and his daughter in a difficult position, was immensely gratifying. Xiao Buyi shrugged. Some people simply cannot see beyond their own noses. They remain obstinate in their ignorance. Li Qingru seethed with rage but was pulled back by Li Jinghua, who advised, "Patience is a virtue. Let us enter first." With that, he produced his invitation and stepped inside, followed closely by Li Qingru. Once in the trading hall, Li Qingru's earlier enthusiasm had vanished, replaced solely by her hatred for Xiao Buyi. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye, and a sly smile crept across her lips. She quickly took out her phone and snapped several pictures of Xiao Buyi and Qin Jiyu before sending them to Li Qinghan. In the midst of a meeting, Li Qinghan's phone buzzed with a notification. He casually opened it, only to be struck with a surge of fury that left those present in stunned silence. "Meeting adjourned," he declared, turning on his heel and leaving the conference room. Chapter 64. Even kings can be jealous. Thank you for earlier. Xiao Buyi murmured softly to Qin Jiyu within the venue. Qin Jiyu smiled mildly. "As the rumors suggest, it appears that you are not favored as the son-in-law of the Li family. President Qin, your influence is indeed far-reaching. You've managed to uncover such details about a mere nobody like me." Given her stature, it was hardly surprising that the leader of the Qin group could easily investigate anyone's background. The two individuals had merely crossed paths once, and Xiao Buyi did not believe he possessed anything worth the other's investigation. As if she sensed his underlying implication, Qin Jiyu offered a slight smile. "Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude." "Gratitude for what?" Xiao Buyi inquired, puzzled. "Officer Li from the Public Security Bureau has informed me that, were it not for you, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that someone was plotting against me." Xiao Buyi nodded, unsurprised. Given that Qin Jiyu was a prominent entrepreneur in the city, her influence was significant, and the Public Security Bureau would undoubtedly notify her as soon as they learned of any threats to her safety, possibly even providing her with personal protection. Glancing around, Xiao Buyi noted that only her assistant, who had come to collect her last time, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair were present. There were no bodyguards in sight. The trading hall was adorned with several crystal chandeliers hanging from a lofty ceiling, while the central circular platform was partially obscured by dark red velvet curtains. Most attendees of the trade fair were merchants involved in the raw stone business, clustering in small groups. Jade bangles adorned their wrists, and brooches glimmered with a cold sheen under the lights. Some held powerful flashlights close to the edge of the red drapery, attempting to penetrate the fabric and capture any elusive clues within. Others, champagne glasses in hand, remained focused on the display, whispering secrets to the appraisers beside them. In a corner, a few Southeast Asian merchants were engaged in a heated discussion in Thai, flanked by impeccably dressed bodyguards. The raw stones were sourced directly from Myanmar. The proprietor of Ubiozai stroked his goatee, his gaze sweeping over the entire venue through the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses. The red cloths were numbered from 1 to 23, with starting prices ranging from 500,000 to 5 million. He raised his hand, signaling for the waiter to unveil the first raw stone. The deep brown surface of the stone was marred by several faint green serpentine stripes, glowing subtly under the intense light. The crowd erupted in excitement, and several appraisers donned in white gloves rushed forward, magnifying glasses in hand, examining the serpentine markings closely. Li Zhenghua also pushed to the front, illuminating the stone's surface with his flashlight. The serpentine markings were continuous, and the texture was delicate. This was promising material for a gambling bet on ice jade with a vibrant green hue. Behind him, Li Qingrou's eyes gleamed with fervor. If this raw stone yielded an imperial green, it would certainly result in a substantial profit. Yet Xiao Buyi remained at the periphery of the crowd, subtly activating his heavenly eye. A faint golden halo suddenly enveloped the 13th raw stone, revealing a dazzling array of emerald veins shimmering within the stone's interior like a starry river. The adjacent 15th stone, however, appeared smooth on the surface but was riddled with dark cracks within, resembling a sinister spider's web. He narrowed his eyes, catching a glimpse of Qin Jiyu observing him intently, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Xiao, which piece piques your interest?" Qin Jiyu suddenly leaned closer, the aroma of rose perfume mingling with the earthy scent of the raw stones, enveloping him. Her assistant promptly presented the auction catalog, densely packed with information about the 23 raw stones, including their venues, weights, and estimated values. It was evident that Qin Jiyu had come well prepared, having instructed her assistant to gather this information in advance. Soon, the trade fair commenced in earnest. The previous moments had merely been an exhibition. Xiao Buyi lowered his gaze, suppressing the golden radiance in his eyes. The heavenly eye revealed the internal structures of the 23 raw stones, unfurling like a scroll in his mind. The surface of the third raw stone was covered in a fine texture, seemingly promising for an ice jade gamble, yet hidden within were spiderweb-like black cracks. The 7th stone's exterior was rough and ordinary, yet it concealed a sizable ice jade with blue floral patterns. The most inconspicuous of all, the 17th stone, pulsated with pure imperial green brilliance under his gaze, flowing like a frozen river within the stone's veins. He strolled casually, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the red cloth on the display, spending nearly the same amount of time before each raw stone. Li Qingru followed closely behind, her high heels echoing loudly in the silent trading hall. "What a charade. Do you even know how to assess these?" She intentionally raised her voice. "I think this 18th stone looks promising. The serpentine markings are quite evident. Why don't you give it a try?" Xiao Buyi's gaze flickered over the 18th raw stone. The heavenly eye revealed its interior to be completely empty, devoid of even a hint of green. He continued onward, pausing before a stone covered in brown skin, its irregular shape riddled with pits, lacking any signs of serpentine markings, priced at 500,000, the lowest bid in the hall. "Has anyone placed a bid on this?" he asked, his tone as flat as ever. The trading hall fell silent, the sound of breathing audible, followed by a wave of murmurs. "Has this fellow lost his mind? This stone has been here for 3 months with no inquiries. It's worth less than scrap." Li Qingru exaggeratedly covered her mouth in laughter. "Xiao Buyi, you can't possibly think you can create a miracle, can you? How about I sponsor you 50,000, just to enjoy the show?" Li Zhenghua adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of malicious delight flickering in his eyes. He was eager to witness this young man humiliate himself before the crowd. Xiao Buyi lightly tapped the surface of the raw stone, producing a dull sound. "I'll take it." The staff member hesitated for a moment. "Sir, are you certain you want to cut it now? There are higher quality stones to come." "Now," Xiao Buyi interjected, striding toward the cutting machine. The crowd instinctively parted, avoiding him as if he were a plague, except for Qin Jiyu, who leaned against the display, a curious smile playing on her lips. The stonecutter donned protective goggles, and the whir of the cutting machine abruptly filled the air. Li Qingru pulled out her phone to record, giggling. "I want to see how you embarrass yourself." As the stone chips flew, the first cut revealed only grayish-white stone flesh, prompting laughter from the crowd. "I told you so. A toad cannot hope to eat swan meat." 50,000 down the drain. Xiao Buyi remained unperturbed, saying, "Cut horizontally from here." The cutting machine roared to life again, and as the blade sliced 3 inches in, a vibrant green emerged like a shooting star, cleaving a river of emerald within the white stone flesh. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. The stonecutter's hands trembled as he carefully peeled away the exterior. The imperial green luster, resembling solidified emerald, glimmered captivatingly under the lights, its texture as translucent as fine jade, devoid of any impurities. The entire trading hall was bathed in this green hue, rendering it dreamlike, even dimming the brilliance of the crystal chandeliers. "This is glass-grade imperial green," A seasoned player exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. How could such a poor skin yield such quality? Li Qingruo's phone slipped from her grasp, shattering upon impact. Li Zhenghua gripped the bidding card tightly, regretting not having placed a bid himself, his gaze nearly devouring Xiao Buyi through his gold-rimmed glasses. Qin Jiyu elegantly applauded. The scent of rose perfume mingling with the crisp aroma of emeralds filling the air. Mr. Xiao, your discerning eye is commendable. I estimate this piece could yield at least 3 top-tier jade bracelets, worth no less than 10 million. She emphasized the figure of 10 million, her eyes scanning the pale faces of the Li family. The crowd erupted in astonishment, the earlier mockery transforming into waves of admiration. What incredible fortune! Could he truly be a hidden master of stone gambling? It's merely luck. It's common for a novice to hit green on their first gamble. Let us see if he can cut another. Indeed, perhaps the next will be worthless. From 500,000 to 10 million, a 20-fold return. Anyone witnessing this would be envious. Xiao Buyi wiped the emerald's cut surface with a handkerchief, speaking leisurely. Since everyone is so eager to see, I shall select another piece. His gaze swept across the hall, finally resting on the unassuming 7th raw stone that had been overlooked by many. I'll take this one too. Li Qingru suddenly burst into a sharp laugh, her voice piercing. Xiao Buyi, do you think luck will always favor you? I bet you 1T even cut out a bean-grade jade. What if I do? He countered, a sly smile playing on his lips. Chapter 65, Coercive Sales. You will definitely not be so fortunate again, Li Qingru stated coldly. Xiao Buyi lightly tapped the surface of the 7th raw stone, covered in rust-colored markings, casting a knowing glance at Li Qingru. Miss Li, are you so certain? Let us wager on this raw stone for 800,000. If it yields a jade of ice quality or above, you shall provide the capital, and the stone will belong to me. Should it fail, I shall publicly apologize to you and offer double the wager. What truly terrifies one is not the opponent's willingness to gamble, but rather their hesitance to engage. Xiao Buyi, confident in her triumph, could still envision the imperial green she had unveiled. Yet, the laughter that erupted around her pierced her ears like thorns. This bet was ruthlessly advantageous. There was no risk involved. If Miss Li refused, her reputation would be utterly tarnished. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder. Let the gamble commence. Li Qingru forcefully unfastened the chain of her designer bag, extracting a black card from her crocodile leather wallet and slapping it onto the table. She had no faith that Xiao Buyi could possess such extraordinary luck. After all, it was merely 800,000. She was in. Excellent. Xiao Buyi accepted the bidding paddle offered by the staff, and with the crowd holding its breath, she pressed the confirmation button. As the stone-cutting machine roared back to life, Li Qingru raised her phone to capture the moment at the operation table. The blade of the cutter had barely penetrated half an inch when a ghostly blue hue suddenly emerged on the gray-white stone flesh, resembling phosphorescence swaying in the deep sea. The crowd stirred, with an expert rushing forward, magnifying glass in hand. It's blue flower jade, a sign of blue flowers floating in ice. Li Qingruo's laughter abruptly ceased, her phone trembling slightly. As the stone's skin was meticulously peeled away, deep blue veins unfurled within the icy jade, akin to a galaxy plunging into a frigid abyss. The stone master's voice quivered with excitement. High ice jade with blue flowers. This quality and color could yield at least 5 collectible bracelets. The trading hall fell into an eerie silence, with only the crackling sound of Li Qingru's live stream punctuating the stillness. Xiao Buyi, with deliberate grace, donned white gloves and lifted the jade, glistening with a cold light, turning it towards the crystal chandelier above. Miss Li, are you prepared to accept the consequences of this wager? Li Qingru stood frozen, her disbelief morphing into jealousy. The silence was first shattered by a middle-aged businessman in the front row, sporting a jade ring. 2 pieces of waste have consecutively produced top-quality jade. I've never witnessed such luck in my lifetime. God must be generous today. An elderly man in the corner pounded his chest in disbelief. Amidst the rising murmurs, Li Zhenghua's gold-rimmed glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, and instinctively, he raised a hand to adjust them, only to feel beads of cold sweat forming. The amusement he had anticipated was now a distant memory, replaced by a fixation on the icy jade with blue flowers in Xiao Buyi's hands, his throat constricting. It must be luck, he suddenly exclaimed, his voice echoing in the expansive trading hall. Gambling on stones is 3 parts vision and 7 parts fate. She is merely a novice who stumbled upon good fortune. Voices of agreement echoed through the crowd, yet many gazed at her with skepticism. Meanwhile, the white-haired elder behind Qin Jiyu, renowned in the jade gambling world as Su Henian, removed his reading glasses and wiped them repeatedly. His wrinkled hand brushed over the waste stones Xiao Buyi had selected, and a storm brewed in his murky eyes. Strange, strange, he murmured, his voice drowned out by the rising discussions. Su Lao, what is your opinion? Qin Jiu inquired softly. Su Henian's throat moved as he focused on the standoff between Xiao Buyi and Li Qingru. Miss Qin, this young man is no ordinary figure. The first imperial green could be attributed to divine favor, but this second piece. He paused, his frail fingers unconsciously stroking the jade ring hidden in his sleeve. Observe how he presses on the stone's skin and the angles he requested before cutting. He clearly avoided all fissures. Such precision cannot merely be explained by luck. A thoughtful smile graced Qin Jiu's lips as her gaze swept over the affluent merchants gradually converging around Xiao Buyi. Some pulled out business cards, eager to engage in conversation, while others, armed with magnifying glasses, attempted to replicate Xiao Buyi's selection techniques. A rotund, middle-aged man inquired, which master did this young brother study under? At such a young age, his discerning eye is commendable. I, Lu Shuang, am impressed. Gasps erupted from the crowd. That is Lu Shuang. This young man is in for trouble. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Shuang, with a broad smile, declared, for this imperial green, I offer 10 million. As for this icy jade with blue flowers. He deliberately paused, surveying the astonished onlookers. I will also offer 10 million. How about you sell me both pieces? His smile held a glint of menace. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Those knowledgeable in the field understood that the icy blue flower jade was translucent and richly colored, capable of yielding at least 5 collectible bracelets. With a conservative market value exceeding 50 million, Lu Shuang's intentions were clear. He was leveraging his influence in the jade gambling realm to force a sale. Sympathy arose among the onlookers for Xiao Buyi, who seemed poised to be bullied yet dared not voice their outrage, murmuring quietly instead. Those familiar with Lu Shuang knew he had once navigated the underworld, a formidable figure in the metropolis, operating in both light and shadow. While publicly he was a businessman in the building materials industry, he clandestinely engaged in various illicit activities, known for his ruthless methods, leaving those who opposed him with dire consequences. Lu Shuang, unfazed by the murmurs, scoffed, crossing his arms with an air of confidence. To him, simply stating his name would compel Xiao Buyi to comply, given his stature in the jade gambling community. In this tense atmosphere, Qin Jiu approached gracefully. Her cold gaze swept over Lu Shuang, a mocking smile curling her lips, though it lacked warmth, radiating the authority of someone in power. Mr. Lu, business is not conducted in this manner. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable force, silencing the room instantly. And who are you to speak on his behalf? Lu Shuang's gaze towards Qin Jiu was laced with greed. Have you forgotten the rules of Ubo's eye, Mr. Lu? Qin Jiu's voice was as smooth as silk, chilled with authority as she gestured for her assistant. He promptly presented a tablet, the screen illuminated with a dense array of transaction records beneath the crystal chandelier's light. The rules, my rules take precedence. Lu Shuang laughed heartily. Do you know why I am called Lu Shuang? Anyone who displeases me shall remain perpetually unsatisfied. At that moment, 4 imposing bodyguards stepped forward. Gasps of alarm reverberated through the crowd, with several timid businessmen retreating hastily. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingru raised her phone to capture the unfolding drama, sending a video to Li Qinghan. If you don't come soon, be prepared to collect Xiao Buyi's remains. As Li Qinghan sped towards the scene, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes upon viewing the video. Lu Shuang, if you dare lay a finger on my husband, I will ensure your demise. Chapter 66. The god of slaps. The pressure in the trading hall plummeted. Lu Shuang's bodyguards tensed, muscles coiled like trained hounds, joints cracking softly. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, fearing collateral damage. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Sell me the jade for 20 million, and you'll be set for life. Lu Shuang sneered, his mouth twisting into a cruel grin. If you refuse, you may not have a future. His tone dripped with arrogance and self-assurance. Li Qingru stood beside Li Zhenghua, exclaiming, Dad, this is going to be entertaining. Her laughter was like a silver bell laced with poison. He didn't learn his lesson at the ancestral home. Today, let Mr. Lu teach him what rules truly mean. Li Zhenghua's gaze flickered back and forth between Xiao Buyi and Lu Shuang, finally curling into a cold smile of schadenfreude. I haven't even had a chance to deal with him, and now he is entangled with someone he shouldn't have crossed. Suddenly, the air in the hall froze. Xiao Buyi's fingers, previously resting by her side, twitched. Before anyone could discern her movement, 3 sharp slaps shattered the silence. Smack, smack, smack. Lu Shuang's massive frame flew backward like a marionette with severed strings. Hiss. As the crowd collectively gasped, they witnessed the astonishing spectacle of Lu Shuang. A man weighing 200 pounds, being sent sprawling by an unseen force. Had it not been for their own eyes, who would dare to believe such a phenomenon? How could this even be possible? The air was thick with incredulity, punctuated by the sound of glass shattering as an elderly gentleman, adorned with a jade ring, dropped his teacup, spilling scalding tea onto the Persian carpet, creating dark stains. Madness. This young man dared to strike Lu Shuang. If Wu Dongwei were to find out, it would spell disaster. Last month, after Zhangji Jade's owner slighted Lu Shuang, his factory was engulfed in flames the very next day. Whispers of terror rippled through the businessmen huddled in the corners. Li Qingru was equally taken aback and could not help but exclaim, "Father, is he trying to court death?" Lu Shuang clumsily rose from the ground, half of his face swollen like a steamed bun, blood and shattered teeth seeping from the corner of his mouth. "What are you standing there for? Dispose of him." His roar tore through the air, and 4 bodyguards sprang into action. The lead bald man swung his fist, as large as a cooking pot, towards Xiao Buyi's temple. Yet, in the next instant, the crowd's pupils constricted in shock. Xiao Buyi stood his ground, an almost imperceptible aura of authority emanating from him. Just as the bald man's fist was about to connect, Xiao Buyi deftly sidestepped, his left hand clamping onto the man's wrist like a vice, twisting it with a sudden force. The burly man fell to the ground with a cry. The remaining 3 bodyguards, their eyes bulging with fury, formed a triangle to encircle him. In mere seconds, all 4 bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground, writhing in confusion, yet devoid of any visible injuries. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi remained calm and composed, his attire untouched, his gaze filled with disdain. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. While Qin Jieyu's eyes sparkled with a flicker of delight, Xiao Buyi seized Lu Shuang by his collar, lifting him as one might a chick. A muted gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd, with some timid merchants stealthily inching toward the exit, fearing the repercussions of this upheaval. In that moment, Xiao Buyi transformed into a deity of slaps, the sound echoing continuously. Before the eyes of all present, Lu Shuang received dozens of slaps. While the physical harm was minimal, the humiliation was profound, especially for someone of Lu Shuang's stature. To be publicly slapped was tantamount to a grave insult. Despite enduring the blows, the ferocity in Lu Shuang's eyes remained undiminished. He glared at Xiao Buyi, his voice hoarse yet menacing. "You better kill me now, or I will ensure that you regret this. No matter who your family is, they should prepare to meet their end." The crowd shuddered at his words. Well aware that Lu Shuang had long been entrenched in the underworld, known for his ruthless methods, his threats were not to be taken lightly. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, the doors to the trading hall swung open, and Li Yunxiao strode in, flanked by a group of law enforcement officers. His eyes scanned the chaotic scene, bodyguards rolling on the floor, Lu Shuang being restrained, and Xiao Buyi standing unfazed, and his brow furrowed in concern. What transpired here? The event organizers, witnessing the brawl, had promptly called the authorities. Qin Jiyu stepped forward and recounted the incident in detail, from Xiao Buyi's lucky jade discovery to Lu Shuang's intimidation tactics, culminating in their altercation. After listening intently, Li Yunxiao's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Lu Shuang and Xiao Buyi. "You, release him." Seeing that law enforcement had arrived and having delivered his share of punishment, Xiao Buyi relinquished Lu Shuang. "Lu Shuang, in broad daylight, you attempted to coerce and harm another. You must accompany us to the law enforcement office to clarify this matter." Rubbing his sore but unblemished face, Lu Shuang protested, "Officer Li, don't listen to their nonsense. I was merely conducting business. If anything, it was a mere disagreement over prices. How could that be considered coercion? In contrast, this young man openly assaulted me and my bodyguards, which is a blatant disregard for the law. Many witnesses can attest. If anyone should be arrested, it is him." At this moment, Lu Shuang felt emboldened. Though he had been struck, he was determined not to let it slide. Li Yunxiao's brows knitted together in skepticism. Just then, an organizer, a middle-aged man, stepped forward. "Officer, here is the surveillance footage. This does not involve us," he said, handing over a USB drive. The man was astute, having swiftly copied the footage to absolve himself of any wrongdoing. "That is not acceptable. He subjected me to brutal assault. I need to go to the hospital for an examination," Lu Shuang insisted. Li Yunxiao regarded him thoughtfully, aware that he might be stalling, but recognizing the request to seek medical attention as reasonable. "Very well, let us proceed to the hospital." Soon enough, Xiao Buyi and his companions were escorted into a police vehicle, with Qin Jiyu volunteering to accompany them as a witness. As they departed, Li Qinghan hurried onto the scene, her expression anxious. Upon entering the trading hall, she spotted Li Qingru and Li Zhenghua, but found no sign of Xiao Buyi. "Where's my husband? Where are they?" she called out, rushing forward. Li Qingru, noticing her frantic demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction. A mocking smile crept across her lips as she retorted. Your pathetic husband may not be able to protect himself. He has offended the wrong person and might end up in jail. Li Qinghan's eyes turned icy, radiating an aura of intimidation. She fixed her gaze on Li Qingru and stated emphatically, you had better explain what happened, and do it clearly. Though Li Qingru felt a pang of fear, she relented and recounted the incident. Li Qinghan stood there, her expression darkening ominously. Chapter 67. The evaluation results in the bustling metropolis. At the first hospital, Lu Shuang and his 4 bodyguards winced as they rubbed their joints, yet their skin remained pristine, devoid of any bruises or marks. Soon, they were escorted to a ward for a medical examination. Xiao Buyi leaned casually against the wall, hands in pockets, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, a stark contrast to the serious countenance of Li Yunxiao beside him. Qin Jiyu sat gracefully in the waiting area, her fingers unconsciously toying with the tassels of her Hermes scarf. She glanced at Xiao Buyi, her lips parting slightly. Mr. Xiao, I am grateful for my presence today, or else the accusations of coercion might have unjustly fallen upon you. Xiao Buyi performed a slight bow, his tone teasing, your timely assistance, Ms. Qin, is not forgotten. However, I am not one to be easily indebted. Qin Jiyu shot him a disapproving glare. It was no wonder he was not favored in the Li family. His tongue was rather sharp. Yet, she found herself intrigued, sensing that Xiao Buyi was unlike any other man she had encountered. Typically, men, upon learning of her status, would treat her with reverence. Even those unaware of her identity often gazed at her with a mix of greed and desire. But Xiao Buyi was different. Though he had been taken aback upon their first meeting, there was no trace of lewdness in his eyes. To be candid, I am quite interested in the 2 jade pieces you possess, the imperial green and the ice blue flower. They are rare treasures. Might I inquire if you would consider parting with them? Xiao Buyi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Certainly. But let me be clear, I will not lower the price simply because you assisted me. Qin Jiyu nodded slightly, retrieving a checkbook from her bag, her pen poised above the paper. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, the imperial green is valued at 50 million, and the ice blue flower at 10 million, totaling 60 million. How does that sound? Ms. Qin, your generosity is commendable. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, payment upon delivery. The 2 swiftly finalized the transaction. Qin Jiyu secured the jade pieces carefully, while Xiao Buyi delicately tucked the check into his inner pocket. At that moment, Li Yunxiao approached with a grim expression, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply against the floor. How could one still find amusement at a time like this? Li Yunxiao shot a glare at Xiao Buyi. I have reviewed the surveillance footage. Lu Shuang threatened you first, yet your actions were also indisputable. Should he be found with any injuries, you would inevitably face imprisonment according to the law. I advise you to find a way to reconcile with him swiftly and obtain a letter of understanding, otherwise. Xiao Buyi shrugged, his demeanor relaxed. Officer Li, rest assured, I guarantee he will not find any injuries. Li Yunxiao furrowed her brow, confusion and skepticism evident in her eyes. What gives you such confidence? There were so many witnesses at the scene. You sent Lu Shuang flying with a slap. How could he have emerged unscathed? And his bodyguards, rolling on the ground after your blows, how could they possibly have no external injuries? Qin Jiyu also bore a look of confusion, having personally witnessed Xiao Buyi's fierce strike. The force was surely not without marks. Mr. Xiao, Officer Li is correct. You should indeed seek a way to reconcile with Lu Shuang. It is not worth serving time for someone like him. Xiao Buyi remained steadfast in his confidence, believing in the efficacy of his skill. 18 unscathed palms, a reward from the system. Although it appeared immensely powerful, it inflicted no substantial harm, only causing physical discomfort and humiliation. You 2 may just wait and see. The outcome will surely defy all expectations. Li Yunxiao suggested they first enter the ward to assess the situation. The trio stepped into the room where Lu Shuang and his entourage had just completed their examinations, awaiting results. Upon seeing Xiao Buyi, Lu Shuang scoffed, declaring with smug satisfaction, boy, just wait to serve your time. Rest assured, even if you die, I will not be imprisoned. As he spoke, the door to the examination room opened, and the doctor entered with the report. Lu Shuang immediately rushed forward, snatching the report from the doctor's hands, his eyes widening as he scrutinized it. When he saw the conclusion indicating no apparent external or internal injuries, his face flushed crimson. Veins bulging. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Your hospital must have taken his money and is deliberately covering for him. I demand a reevaluation immediately. The doctor frowned, visibly displeased. Mr. Lu, please remain calm. Our findings are objective and fair. All examination data is right here. If you contest the results, you may seek a re-examination at another hospital. At that moment, Li Yunxiao stepped forward and seized the report, reviewing it repeatedly, her expression one of shock. Having worked in the field for many years, she had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Qin Jiyu also stood up, taking the report to examine it closely. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Seeing the disbelief among the others, Lu Shuang turned to threaten the doctor. Do you know who I am? Dare to fool me, and I will ensure your hospital cannot continue operating. Today, you must conduct a re-examination, and it must involve the most authoritative experts. Li Yunxiao could no longer stand idly by. She admonished sharply. Lu Shuang, this is a hospital, not a place for your unruly behavior. If you insist on a re-evaluation, it must be done through proper procedures. But I warn you, should you cause any more disturbances, I will arrest you on charges of obstructing justice. Under Li Yunxiao's intimidation, Lu Shuang temporarily subdued his fury, yet his gaze remained fierce, fixated on Xiao Buyi, as if he wished to devour him alive. While Li Yunxiao was grateful for Xiao Buyi's rescue of Zhou Hang's mother, she harbored doubts about whether he had manipulated the hospital through the power of the Li family. As a public servant, she firmly believed in maintaining integrity and would not tolerate deceit before her eyes. Soon, Lu Shuang and his companions were arranged for a re-evaluation, while Li Yunxiao, Qin Jiyu, and Xiao Buyi supervised the proceedings. The doctor quickly employed the most advanced examination equipment to conduct a thorough assessment of Lu Shuang and his bodyguards. Lu Shuang's face was dark, silent as a storm. The results were soon revealed, confirming once again that there were no injuries. Lu Shuang's composure shattered. He roared like a frenzied beast, striking the air with his fists. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. I was thrown away with such force. How could I have no injuries? Lu Shuang screamed in disbelief. Li Yunxiao observed the hysterical Lu Shuang, and then glanced at the calm Xiao Buyi, her suspicions deepening. The current outcome was undoubtedly favorable for Xiao Buyi, and she was somewhat aware of Lu Shuang's identity. She had no intention of aiding such a person. Now that the injuries had been assessed, let us proceed to the station for further investigation. However, Lu Shuang, I must remind you, the footage clearly shows you first threatening others and then coercing them into selling their jade at an inequitable price. Such strong-arm tactics are indisputable. Furthermore, you incited your bodyguards to assault Xiao Buyi, which can be considered inciting intentional harm. It is up to you to decide whether to follow legal procedures or negotiate a settlement. As Li Yunxiao finished speaking, a beautiful figure entered from outside. Darling, are you all right? Are you hurt? Chapter 68. A duel between two women. Xiao Buyi subtly withdrew his arm from Li Qinghan's grasp and replied, What brings you here? Li Qinghan sensed Xiao Buyi's detachment and resistance, a pang of bitterness stirring within her. Surely, she could not confess that she had come to catch him with Qin Jiyu after seeing them together. Li Qinghan and Qin Jiyu were known as the three golden flowers of the business world in Magic City, and they were naturally acquainted. Qin Jiyu frowned slightly. Having heard online rumors that Li Qinghan was deeply involved with the popular singer Ji Boda, seemingly indifferent to her husband. However, the reality appeared to contradict the rumors. Li Qinghan's concern for Xiao Buyi seemed genuine. Miss Li, is he your husband? Lu Shuang stammered, taken aback. He did not recognize Qin Jiyu, but was well aware of Li Qinghan, the president of the Li Corporation, a billion-dollar enterprise. The projects he currently managed were all acquired from the Li Corporation. In other words, Li Qinghan was his client. It's you who struck my husband? Li Qinghan's eyes glinted with menace. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Lu Shuang hastily explained. Although Lu Shuang had some skills, they were effective only against ordinary people. Li Qinghan was clearly not an ordinary individual. Such a prestigious family wielded immense power, and Lu Shuang's limited influence was utterly insignificant in comparison. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the floor, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Presently, I truly did not know he was your husband. I was blind to the greatness before me. Please show mercy and forgive me this once. As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly, his servile demeanor a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Seeing this, Li Yunxiao stepped forward. Presently, I believe it would be best to resolve this matter amicably. Although Lu Shuang and his group provoked first, it is also true that Xiao Buyi's actions were indisputable. Though no injuries have been found, if this continues to escalate, it will benefit neither party. Lawsuits consume time and energy and may provoke unnecessary public opinion backlash, affecting your reputations. Li Qinghan's gaze was frigid, emanating a chilling aura as she fixed her stare on Lu Shuang. Darling, what do you say? I will listen to you. If you do not wish to settle, I will ensure that the best of the Li Corporation will assist you in litigation. Li Qinghan spoke softly. Upon hearing Li Qinghan's words, Lu Shuang wasted no time and knelt before Xiao Buyi with a thud. Mr. Xiao, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I failed to recognize your worth and should not have coveted your jade, nor threatened you. Please forgive me this once. I promise I will never dare again. If I err again, let me meet a dreadful fate. Xiao Buyi regarded Lu Shuang's pitiful state and replied indifferently, Stand up. I shall let this matter pass. Seeing Xiao Buyi relent, Li Yunxiao promptly seized the moment. Since both parties have reached an agreement, we shall consider this matter resolved. Lu Shuang, mind your actions going forward and refrain from breaking the law again. Lu Shuang nodded repeatedly, as if granted a reprieve, and rose from the ground, departing with his bodyguards in a dejected manner. Once the matter was resolved, Li Yunxiao also exited the hospital alongside the security personnel. As Xiao Buyi turned to leave, he was abruptly halted by Li Qinghan, whose eyes reflected a hint of unease and inquiry. She asked, How is it that you are with President Qin? Xiao Buyi, taken aback by her question, felt a surge of exasperation and retorted, What business is it of yours who I associate with? Do I owe you a report? Aren't you quite engrossed in your affair with Ji Boda? How do you find the time to meddle in my affairs? His tone dripped with sarcasm and detachment, each word piercing Li Qinghan's heart like a sharp blade. Li Qinghan was momentarily rendered speechless by Xiao Buyi's words. She had not anticipated such coldness and resistance from him, nor the way his remarks struck at her very core. My relationship with Ji Boda is strictly professional, and I have made it clear to him that I intend to maintain my distance. Can you not forgive me? She fervently explained, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. I came today out of concern for you. After seeing the video from Li Qingru, I was worried you might be in danger. Xiao Buyi let out a derisive laugh. Well, I suppose I should thank you for your concern. However, Li, our relationship has long since ceased to exist. You need not squander your time and energy on me. Realizing Xiao Buyi had yet to forgive her, Li Qinghan turned her gaze toward Qin Jieyu, inquiring, President Qin, how is it that you are with my husband? How did you come to know each other? Qin Jieyu mused that Li Qinghan must have misconstrued her connection with Xiao Buyi. What could have been clarified with a simple explanation, she now felt disinclined to elucidate. As Li Qinghan's accusatory tone irked her, the Qin and Li families, both titans of the business world in the metropolis, held substantial assets and were rivals in certain sectors. Qin Jieyu smirked lazily, gracefully tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed challengingly upon Li Qinghan. What you say, Li, implies that Mr. Xiao and I are mere friends. Is it to be inferred that Mr. Xiao is denied the right to friendship? Shall I assume you permit only certain individuals to shine while forbidding others to light their own paths? As she spoke, Qin Jieyu deliberately inched closer to Xiao Buyi, the delicate fragrance of her perfume enveloping him. The sight made Li Qinghan's face cloud over with a frost. Unfazed, Qin Jieyu found amusement in the realization that the formidable president of the Li Corporation was, in fact, a jealous individual. Men like Mr. Xiao, intelligent, bold, and charismatic, are bound to attract many admirers. If you do not cherish him, others surely will. Li Qinghan's expression darkened, her aura growing increasingly frigid as she glared at Qin Jieyu. Qin Jieyu, as the president of the Qin Corporation, do you truly indulge in the habit of seducing another's husband? Seducing? Presidently, do refrain from making baseless accusations. Qin Jieyu retorted with a light laugh, her eyes glimmering with disdain. My relationship with Mr. Xiao is entirely above board. Meanwhile, it is rather absurd for you to question my connection with him, given the scandalous whispers surrounding your liaison with Ji Boda. Enough. Li Qinghan was at a loss for words, her chest heaving as her anger threatened to consume her. She yearned to counter. Yet the truth of Qin Jiyu's words held her tongue. Qin Jiyu, undeterred, continued to stoke the flames. Moreover, President Li, were you indifferent to Mr. Xiao previously? Now, upon seeing him with someone else, you suddenly become anxious? Where was your concern before? Xiao Buyi observed the escalating tension between the two women, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Li Qinghan glowered at Qin Jiyu. Qin Jiyu, I warn you to keep your distance from my husband. Qin Jiyu met her gaze fearlessly, a cold smile gracing her lips. President Li, you are quite the imposing figure. Others may fear you, but I, Qin Jiyu, do not. Xiao Buyi, wishing to avoid drawing the attention of the medical staff, turned to Qin Jiyu. Thank you for today, President Qin. I have a few words to exchange with President Li. Qin Jiyu nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, she departed with an elegant stride. As soon as Qin Jiyu left, Li Qinghan advanced and grasped Xiao Buyi's arm. Husband, let us return home. Xiao Buyi removed her hand with a calm demeanor. The cooling-off period ends tomorrow. I shall meet you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 in the morning. Chapter 69. A complete break. Having spoken, Xiao Buyi turned on his heel and walked away. leaving Li Qinghan no opportunity to object. She prepared to follow him when a voice called from behind. "Qinghan, are you here to see me?" Turning around, she was confronted by Ji Boda, leaning on a cane in the corridor, which filled her with an inexplicable aversion. Unaware of the disdain on her face, Ji Boda hurried toward her. Li Qinghan hesitated momentarily, but then pursued Xiao Buyi's retreating figure. Just as she took a couple of steps, a loud thud echoed behind her as a heavy object fell. She spun around to find Ji Boda collapsed on the ground, his cane sliding several feet away. His pale face contorted in pain. "Qinghan, help me, it hurts." Li Qinghan froze, her rational mind urging her to chase after Xiao Buyi. Yet years of companionship and past affections bound her like invisible chains. She clenched her fists, her gaze flickering between the direction Xiao Buyi had vanished and the struggling Ji Boda on the floor. Seeing her hesitation, Ji Boda's voice took on a feeble, pleading tone. "Qinghan, I can't get up. Did my bone break again?" Ultimately, Li Qinghan turned and approached Ji Boda. She crouched before him, extending her hands to assist him. But her fingers halted just inches from his shoulder. Xiao Buyi's cold gaze and derisive words flooded her mind. "Aren't you quite engrossed in your affair with Ji Boda?" Her hands trembled in the air for a moment before retracting, as if scalded. Taking a deep breath, her voice quivered with an unrecognized tremor. "Wait a moment. I'll get someone to help you." Ji Boda's hopeful eyes dimmed instantly, replaced by disbelief and fury. He glared at Li Qinghan as she rose to leave, his throat releasing an anguished growl. "Li Qinghan." Li Qinghan hastened to the nurse's station, her voice urgent. "There's a patient who has fallen. Please assist him." Two nurses promptly pushed a wheelchair to accompany her back to the corridor, watching as they carefully lifted Ji Boda into the wheelchair. Li Qinghan, as taught, nerves finally eased slightly. Soon, Ji Boda was returned to his hospital room, and N4 was reattached. Seeing that he was not in grave danger, Li Qinghan prepared to depart. However, just before he was wheeled into the room, Ji Boda's eyes flared with anger. "Qinghan, are you really leaving? Can you be so heartless?" Li Qinghan paused, but did not turn back. "You need to rest. I have matters to attend to." "Matters to attend to, is it? To seek out Xiao Buyi, I presume?" Ji Boda's voice rose sharply, laced with a piercing edge. "Qinghan, do you truly not care for me anymore? Have you really fallen for him?" Li Qinghan slowly turned, her expression colder than before. "The only person I have ever loved is my husband." "You lie!" Ji Boda shouted frantically. "If you truly loved him, would you disregard his feelings? I could summon you with a single phone call, yet you leave at my behest? If you really cared for him, how could you forget your wedding anniversary and choose to be with me instead?" Li Qinghan's heart ached sharply, as if it had been seized with force. It seems that everything changed on the day of their 1-month wedding anniversary. From that moment on, she could no longer see the tenderness that once graced Xiao Buyi's face. She shut her eyes, inhaled deeply, and when she reopened them, her gaze had regained its icy hardness. "Because I was foolish, because I was deceived by you." "Deceived? What have I ever deceived you about?" Ji Boda laughed hysterically, yet his laughter was laced with despair. "Admit it, Li Qinghan, the one you love is me. You have merely grown accustomed to Xiao Buyi. You must understand that habit is not love." Li Qinghan's face turned ashen in an instant, a wave of nausea crashing over her, and she clamped her hand over her mouth, rushing to the restroom nearby. Just moments ago, hearing Ji Boda declare that she loved him had induced a visceral reaction. Soon, she emerged, dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a tissue, her expression frosty enough to freeze. Ji Boda opened his mouth to speak, but was rendered speechless by the sharpness of her stare. "Ji Boda, let me reiterate." Li Qinghan's voice emerged as if from a glacial abyss, each word imbued with chill. "The only person I love is my husband. As for you, I am merely considering our past relationship. I hope you harbor no inappropriate thoughts." Ji Boda's lips quivered uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, feeling as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, leaving him cold all over. The once gentle and considerate Li Qinghan now felt like a stranger, her words piercing his heart with the sharpness of a blade. "No, it's impossible," he murmured, despair evident in his tone. "Qinghan, how can you treat me this way? Were our times together all a lie?" "Together?" Li Qinghan scoffed, her eyes filled with scorn. Yet, this scorn was aimed at herself rather than at Ji Boda. At this moment, she had no desire to say more and turned to leave the ward. "Li Qinghan, you cannot treat me like this. Have you forgotten? I saved you. Without me, you would have perished long ago. How can you be so ungrateful?" He grasped at the last thread of hope, his voice filled with desperate determination. Li Qinghan, however, remained unmoved, quietly observing Ji Boda as if he were a mere jester. "The resources I have provided you over the years are sufficient to repay your life-saving grace." Her tone was as flat, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. If you conduct yourself properly in the future, the film resources you deserve will still be available to you. But from this moment forth, I, Li Qinghan, owe you nothing. Ji Boda's eyes widened in disbelief, his emotions spiraling out of control. Li Qinghan, you cannot be this heartless. Heartless? Perhaps, Li Qinghan replied with a hint of self-mockery. She did not spare him another glance and turned to leave, the sound of her heels striking the ground crisp and resolute. Upon exiting the hospital, memories of Xiao Buyi's cold gaze and his words, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 tomorrow morning," pierced her heart anew. "Husband," she whispered softly, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. The next morning, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Buyi arrived 15 minutes early, while Li Qinghan appeared precisely at 9 o'clock. As she walked in, Xiao Buyi rose to meet her. "Do you have all the documents?" "Yes," Li Qinghan nodded silently. "Then, let us proceed." Xiao Buyi turned to leave, only to be halted by Li Qinghan's grip. "Husband, must we really reach this point? You love me, and I love you. We should not have to come this far." Chapter 70. Li Qinghan's shock. 10 minutes later, Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, each clutching a divorce certificate. Li Qinghan stood at the entrance, the sunlight so glaring that it was hard to look directly at it. Her hand remained tightly grasped around Xiao Buyi's sleeve as she asked, "Husband, do you hate me in your heart?" Xiao Buyi offered a carefree smile, devoid of any lingering attachment. "Honestly, I wouldn't say I hate you. It's just that I cannot bear to witness your actions as a bystander." Li Qinghan stood frozen. "Bystander? What do you mean?" she inquired, confusion etched across her face. But Xiao Buyi had already turned to leave, leaving her with unasked questions lodged in her throat. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, "Will you remarry?" Xiao Buyi paused, looking back at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Of course. Do you expect me to remain celibate for you? There are many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. I want to explore my options." Li Qinghan was momentarily speechless, unsure whether to weep or to laugh, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a long silence, she inhaled deeply and solemnly stated, "Take care of yourself." Xiao Buyi casually nodded, preparing to step away when a sudden image flashed in his mind. His brow furrowed, and he turned to Li Qinghan with a serious tone. "When you pass the first traffic light today, even if it's green, you must stop and wait for the second green light to go." Li Qinghan, bewildered, stared at him. "Why?" Yet Xiao Buyi had no intention of explaining, coldly stating, "I've said what I needed to. Whether you heed it is up to you." With that, he turned and left, leaving Li Qinghan standing there, perplexed. As the president of the Li Group, although the divorce was a significant blow, she quickly composed herself. Regaining her usual poise and assertiveness, she slid into her car, started the engine, and drove toward the company. When she reached the first traffic light, with 10 seconds left on the green, she could easily rush through. Just as she prepared to accelerate, Xiao Buyi's words echoed in her mind. Compelled by an inexplicable instinct, she pressed the brake, halting her vehicle before the stop line. At that moment, a BMW in the adjacent lane surged forward, followed closely by a cement truck speeding from the side. With a deafening crash, the BMW was struck by the cement truck, flipping over and igniting sparks on the ground. Li Qinghan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the chaos before her, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her body trembling. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Had she not heeded Xiao Buyi's warning, it could have been her involved in that accident. Did he foresee this? Doubt swirled in her mind as she replayed his words, filled with confusion. Did he possess some prophetic ability, or was it merely a coincidence? Yet, the coincidence felt too uncanny, too unbelievable. Li Qinghan's thoughts became a tangled mess as she never anticipated Xiao Buyi would utter such words. Nor did she foresee such a terrifying accident occurring. Sitting in her car, she watched the chaotic scene ahead, the police and ambulances arriving one after another. Her doubts about Xiao Buyi deepening. She pulled out her phone, contemplating calling him to inquire about the situation, but her finger hesitated over the dial button. They were already divorced. What right did she have to question him? Moreover, even if she called, would he speak the truth? She set her phone down, taking a deep breath to calm herself. As the vehicles behind her began to honk impatiently, she slowly started her car, heading toward the company. All the while, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Buyi and the horrifying accident. Upon arriving at the office, Li Qinghan sat in her chair. Yet she found it impossible to concentrate on her work. She opened her computer, staring blankly at the documents on the screen, unable to absorb a single word. When her assistant knocked and entered, seeing her distracted state, they asked with concern, "President Li, are you all right?" Li Qinghan forced a smile. "I'm fine. You may leave." Once the assistant departed, Li Qinghan leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. In her mind, the figure of Xiao Buyi continuously emerged, The man who once cared for her deeply and loved her to the core had now transformed into someone so mysterious and unfamiliar. She began to reminisce about the moments shared with Xiao Buyi, from their initial acquaintance, the blossoming of their love, to the subsequent conflicts and estrangements. It struck her that she had never truly understood him, and yet, a single statement from him today had saved her life. After parting ways with Li Qinghan, Xiao Buyi casually stuffed the divorce certificate into his pocket, feeling an unexpected lightness wash over him. 2 days later, the 4th episode of Tomorrow's Song King arrived as scheduled. For several consecutive days, Xiao Buyi had surged in the musical realm, his songs creating waves akin to boulders plunging into the sea. The popularity of his music exceeded all expectations, maintaining a remarkable fervor online. On major music platforms, the download count of his songs reached a staggering milestone, surpassing 10 million within just a week, and this figure continued to grow at an astonishing rate. The comment sections were inundated with messages from fans expressing their admiration for his voice and musical talent. Xiao Buyi is a musical genius. Every song resonates deeply within me. His voice seemed enchanted, unforgettable after just one listen. Such sentiments were ubiquitous, propelling his name to rapid fame on the internet and making him the focal point of countless discussions. Currently, Tomorrow's Song King had become the most popular music variety show, with the most discussions centered around Xiao Buyi and his songs. The enthusiasm of the live audience was palpable, as Xiao Buyi had garnered his own fan base, who waved light sticks and cheered passionately from the stands. Backstage, the chief director, Ning Tao, stood at the entrance of Xiao Buyi's dressing room, beaming as he welcomed him. "Mr. Xiao, you've arrived. Please take a moment to rest in the dressing room. Don't overexert yourself." Noticing the director's eagerness, Xiao Buyi felt somewhat uneasy and replied with a smile. "Director, is there something you need from me?" "Not at all. I merely wanted to inquire if you would like a larger dressing room. This one is rather modest and hardly befitting of your stature," Ning Tao said. "Stature? What stature?" Xiao Buyi retorted. Ning Tao immediately donned an understanding smile. "Mr. Xiao, I see you wish to avoid special treatment. I understand completely." Internally, Xiao Buyi thought to himself, "What do you understand?" Just as he was about to seek clarification, a commotion arose from afar. Chapter 71, Another Coincidence? The entrance backstage began to stir with a throng of people, with waves of gasps mingling with hushed speculations flooding in like a tide. Following the gaze of the crowd, one could see Xiao Buyi, leaning on a cane, flanked by 8 burly bodyguards clad in black suits, striding toward them with an imposing demeanor. The 8 bodyguards formed a circle, resembling an impenetrable wall of steel, ensuring Xiao Buyi was securely protected at the center. The audience first widened their eyes in astonishment, but soon many wore expressions of knowing. What a spectacle! You see, last week, Xiao Buyi was beaten by Xiao Buyi and trapped in a room. Now he brings so many bodyguards, clearly afraid Xiao Buyi might strike again. Indeed, this display suggests he is terrified of being confronted, others chimed in. The murmurs rippled through the crowd like invisible waves, yet several staff members and contestants expressed admiration. Xiao Buyi is remarkably resilient. His leg injury hasn't fully healed, yet he insists on competing despite the previous beating. This dedication is truly commendable. Absolutely. If it were someone else, they would have likely backed down by now. But he, with all these bodyguards, is determined to face it head-on. One must respect such tenacity. Backstage, the staff members watched Xiao Buyi's entourage with a mix of surprise and curiosity as he struggled through the throng, each step accompanied by the rhythmic tap of his cane resonating in the hearts of the onlookers. Finally, his gaze met Xiao Buyi's, and in that instant, it felt as though sparks ignited in the air. Xiao Buyi's eyes burned with a fierce rage, as if he could devour Xiao Buyi whole. He believed that the turmoil surrounding his relationship with Li Qinghan stemmed from Xiao Buyi's machinations. Surely, he must have employed some underhanded tactics. In that moment, he yearned to charge forward and tear Xiao Buyi apart to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Xiao Buyi, however, remained composed, silently meeting Xiao Buyi's hostile gaze. Their eyes clashed like swords drawn, and the atmosphere around them plummeted to a frigid silence. Nearby staff and contestants paused their actions, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Life and work had become rather mundane. They now craved the spectacle of a confrontation, knowing they could discuss it with friends later. Almost every face reflected a desire for entertainment, whispering speculations about the potential conflict ahead, intensifying the tension in the air. Ning Tao, the chief director, felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. One was an artist under Li Qinghan's management, while the other was her husband. Any harm to either would be untenable for him. He hurriedly interjected, stepping between them, waving his hands fervently. "The show is about to begin. Let us all return to our dressing rooms and prepare." This is a live broadcast, and any disruptions would be unacceptable. As he spoke, he signaled to the assistant director to escort Ji-Boda away. Ji-Boda cast one last glance at Xiao Buyi before turning to leave. Ning Tao then turned to Xiao Buyi, urging him gently, "Mr. Xiao, please be magnanimous. Let us prioritize the show." Xiao Buyi shrugged and retreated to his dressing room, allowing the tense atmosphere to ease slightly. Soon, the fourth episode of tomorrow's Song King officially commenced. The stage was ablaze with dazzling lights, weaving a tapestry of a dreamlike sea as the massive LED screen in the background showcased the sponsors' advertisements. The audience was packed to capacity, and the atmosphere was electric. Xiao Buyi's fans waved an array of light sticks and support items, chanting his name in unison, their voices thunderous. "Xiao Buyi! Xiao Buyi!" The fervent cheers seemed poised to lift the very roof of the studio. Other contestants' fans also rallied to support their favorites, creating a vibrant sea of enthusiasm in the studio. Amidst the anticipation, the host, adorned in a splendid gown, gracefully ascended the stage. With a beaming smile and a sweeping gaze across the audience, he proclaimed in a resonant and captivating voice, "Welcome, dear viewers, to the fourth episode of tomorrow's Song King. Thank you for taking the time to join us on this stage brimming with musical charm. First, let us extend a warm round of applause to our title sponsor." As the name of the sponsor was announced, a wave of applause rippled through the audience. Next, please join me in welcoming our first contestant, Xiao Hong, who will dazzle us with his rendition of Meteor Shower. Let us give him a resounding welcome. As the host finished speaking, Xiao Hong stepped onto the stage. Clad in a silver-gray gradient suit, his slicked-back hair complemented by metallic-framed glasses, he exuded an air of sophistication. Among the contestants, Xiao Hong's talent was formidable. Upon completing his song, his deep, magnetic voice elicited a chorus of enthusiastic screams from the audience. Following him, Chu Feng made his entrance, stepping onto the stage amidst swirling smoke effects. Dressed in a black leather jacket paired with ripped jeans, adorned with a studded necklace, he radiated an unmistakable rock star charisma. He brought forth an original rock piece, Untamed Soul, and the fervent rhythm instantly ignited the atmosphere, prompting the audience in the front row to sway their arms in tandem with the beat. Due to a leg injury, Ji-Boda was provided with a high stool, which conveniently suited his need to play the guitar this evening. Dressed in a white turtleneck sweater beneath a camel cashmere coat, his exquisite makeup concealed the shadows lurking beneath his eyes. Ji-Boda's performance tonight featured Love Must Be Steadfast, which, despite his efforts to cultivate an emotional ambience, was delivered in a rather conventional manner, flawless yet devoid of any remarkable flair. Nevertheless, the audience showered him with enthusiastic applause, primarily as encouragement for his brave appearance despite his injury. As the stage lights abruptly dimmed, a momentary silence enveloped the venue. After Ji-Boda was assisted off the stage, the host returned, announcing, "Next, let's welcome our popular singer, Xiao Buyi, who has achieved first place 3 consecutive times. Please give him a warm round of applause." Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated the entrance as Xiao Buyi gracefully strode to the center of the stage. "Xiao Buyi! Xiao Buyi!" The fans' cheers surged like a tidal wave, and the venue was adorned with dazzling light signs resembling a starry river. Before he could utter a word, some audience members leapt to their feet in excitement, with a girl in the front row red-eyed and clasping her hands tightly, fearful of missing a single moment of her idol. On the large screen, the words appeared, "Love Transfer, lyrics by Xiao Buyi, composed by Xiao Buyi, performed by Xiao Buyi." As the title flashed across the screen, everyone widened their eyes. Could this be mere coincidence? The girl in the front row, holding a Xiao Buyi Forever Light sign, froze, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edges of the sign. Meanwhile, fans in the back, waving Ji-Boda's support banners, suddenly sat up straighter, their throats bobbing nervously. In the live stream, viewers flooded the comments. "Dude, how did you make infidelity sound so fresh and sophisticated? Help! Is this song title a bombshell?" Ji-Boda sings Love Must Be Steadfast, and Xiao Buyi counters with Love Transfer. Is this a direct challenge? The previous episode with Secrets of Winter and Maple Leaves of Winter was already enough to provoke laughter. And now this. Are they living in their song titles? Ha ha ha. This generation of singers is so playful with their names. I suggest renaming it tomorrow's Song Title King. It's chilling to think. Last episode, they collided with Winter. This time, they're at odds. Xiao Buyi must be doing this on purpose. Fans of Ji-Boda, come to his defense. Our brother just got struck down, and now he has to endure the implications of the song titles. My heart aches for him. Why am I suddenly looking forward to Xiao Buyi's song? The title carries its own narrative. As the piano prelude flowed gently, the online viewership in the live stream surged at a visible pace. The piano's melody, like babbling brooks, rippled through the silent studio. Xiao Buyi lowered his gaze, caressing the microphone, his throat subtly moving, while the barrage of comments exploded. When the first note escaped from his lips, it felt as if the entire world had been muted. How many shop windows have I wandered through? How many inns have I stayed in? To realize that separation is not unjust. Is love meant for browsing, or meant for cherishing? So that every day becomes unforgettable, his voice enveloped in the mist of late autumn rain. Deep and gravelly, the tremor at the end of his phrases transformed the word unjust into a heartfelt sigh that struck the soul. The venue fell into an immediate hush, and the comments in the live stream came to an eerie standstill for 2 seconds before erupting like a flood. Wait, is this timbre genuinely real? Help! Is this free listening experience for me? Oh my goodness, Xiao Shun, I apologize for my earlier recklessness. On stage, Xiao Buyi gently closed his eyes, his eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath. As the strings gradually joined in, his voice became imbued with a profound sorrow. How many trials have I endured? How many eyes have I moistened? To understand that sadness is the inheritance of love. How many double beds have I drifted through? How many beliefs have I exchanged? To return the ring without hesitation at that moment. In the CEO's office, Li Qinghan gazed at the screen, where Xiao Buyi sang with deep emotion, her eyes slightly reddening. Upon hearing to return the ring without hesitation, she couldn't help but recall the day of their wedding when Xiao Buyi tenderly slipped the wedding ring onto her finger. In that instant, his eyes radiated profound affection, as if they could not bear the existence of anyone else. Xiao Buyi, with his melancholic yet passionate gaze, made her admit that she felt joy and happiness. However, now she had lost the man who once looked at her with such devotion. "I, did you write this song specifically for me? I confess, I regret it. I truly regret it," Li Qinghan murmured to herself. Xiao Buyi's performance continued, the breathy delivery before the chorus reminiscent of a lover's choked farewells, causing many audience members to unconsciously grip their light signs tighter. At the mentor's table, the prince of love songs, Yi Chengfeng, suddenly sat up straight, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the scoring board, an expression of astonishment crossing his features. "It seems my position as the prince of love songs is under threat," Yi Chengfeng thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The lyrics of Love Transfer were heartrending, the melody deeply emotional, and importantly, Xiao Buyi's feelings were so rich that it was hard not to be moved. Transferring one person's warmth to another's embrace, letting past mistakes reflect dreams. Everyone is like this, having enjoyed the thrill of uncertainty, only to refuse to be a scapegoat for love. Memories are like elusive moonlight. Grasping them turns them dark, waiting for the false shadows to disappear in clarity. As sunlight flows over us, may all past grievances be forgiven. Love never stops. How brave must one be to pursue eternal companionship? When these lyrics resonated, the emotions surging in Xiao Buyi's eyes resembled a whirlpool in a deep pool. This was not merely a love transfer. It was the transference of my tears to my eyes. Help! I seem to see my ex in this song. What has Xiao Buyi truly experienced? What trials has this remarkable man faced to compose such a poignant and sorrowful song? At this moment, Li Qinghan could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Were the lyrics not a true reflection of her relationship with Xiao Buyi? He blames me. He still blames me. He is accusing me of giving the warmth that should have been his to someone else, of making him live in uncertainty, which ultimately led to our divorce after countless disappointments and anxieties. Li Qinghan was filled with regret, and Xiao Buyi's voice deepened her hatred for her previous actions. During the interlude, Xiao Buyi slightly leaned forward, resting his forehead against the microphone, his hair cascading down to obscure his brow and eyes. The rhythm of the drums pounded like a heartbeat against eardrums, and he suddenly lifted his head, his voice raspy as if breaking free from a cocoon. Emotions require succession. Closeness brings expectations, which in turn lead to disappointment, creating a vicious cycle. The rawness in his voice elicited gasps from the audience. In the corner of the mentor's table, the rock king, Lu Yi, abruptly removed his sunglasses and rubbed his reddened eyes. Candlelight illuminates the dinner but reveals no answers. Romance is not simply a cozy dinner invitation, with petals strewn across the sheets. Let the embrace flourish. If it becomes too crowded, it must take root elsewhere. Emotions require succession. Closeness brings expectations. Expectations lead to disappointment. A vicious cycle. What is fleeting is always romantic. What is prolonged will always be unsatisfactory. Burning through beautiful youth to exchange for an old companion. As this segment of lyrics unfolded, the stage lights abruptly shifted to a cooler hue, elongating Xiao Buyi's silhouette against the backdrop, embodying solitude and resilience. Among the audience, couples unconsciously clasped each other's hands. Solitary young individuals bowed their heads to wipe away tears. Even the typically composed security guard discreetly turned away. The barrage of comments in the live stream spiraled out of control. I declare this the best love song of the year. Xiao Buyi, you truly comprehend the essence of love. To the brother who just suggested wagering on spicy strips, I now implore you to retract your statement. As the song nears its conclusion, Xiao Buyi's voice gradually diminishes, yet his final line resonates. Do not be disheartened. The stirring emotions are meant for the most beautiful of the ordinary. In the fleeting moment, the last note dissipates. The entire studio succumbs to a profound silence lasting 10 seconds, as if everyone remains ensnared in the entangled love and hate portrayed in the melody. It is not until the host, tremblingly expressing gratitude for Xiao Buyi's performance, that thunderous applause erupts, accompanied by screams and cheers that nearly lift the roof. Among the judges, Shenlan is the first to rise in applause, her voice laced with rare excitement. In my over 20 years of experience, I have never encountered a seemingly frivolous theme rendered with such poignant depth. This is not merely a song, it is an epic of love. Yi Chengfeng also stands, expressing his discontent. Xiao Buyi, it appears the title of King of Love Songs is about to change hands. How begrudging. He then mimics a dramatic gesture, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience. While the audience understands Yi Chengfeng's words are largely jest, there is undoubtedly a thread of genuine emotion woven within. As the audience lingers in the afterglow of the performance, some murmur in awe that love can indeed be sung in such a manner. Others retrieve their phones, silently sending messages to those they dare not contact, inquiring softly, "How have you been lately?" On stage, Xiao Buyi is elated, realizing that this surge of popularity has outpaced all previous experiences. From the moment he began singing until its end, his popularity skyrocketed by over 1 million in mere minutes. Chapter 73. Xiao Qingtong arrives the moment Xiao Buyi steps off the stage. The atmosphere backstage shifts palpably. Other contestants huddle in corners, their gazes intertwined with envy, jealousy, and frustration. Xiao Heng clutches the microphone tightly, believing he performed exceptionally well, his deep, magnetic voice having garnered its fair share of screams. Yet, compared to Xiao Buyi, he feels utterly eclipsed. How is it that he shines so brightly? Xiao Heng grits his teeth, muttering under his breath, his eyes brimming with jealousy. He has always been confident in his musical talent, sacrificing countless hours in pursuit of excellence, meticulously selecting each song. Yet, now, under Xiao Buyi's radiance, all his efforts seem futile. Chu Feng, agitated, tugs at the studded necklace around his neck. Despite his rockstar demeanor, he feels anything but carefree at this moment. He invested heavily in an international award-winning composer to create the rock anthem Unrestrained Soul, believing its rousing rhythm would ignite the stage and capture the spotlight. However, Xiao Buyi's love transfer has drawn all eyes, rendering his performance a mere afterthought. It was merely luck, he declares with feigned calmness. Though the tide of defeat surges within him, Ji Boda sits on a high stool, his face darkened with anger. The more Xiao Buyi shines, the more he seethes with resentment. His leg injury has yet to heal, and competing despite the pain, he had hoped to regain his dignity through heartfelt singing, winning the audience's affection and support. To his dismay, not only did Xiao Buyi's song title directly oppose his, but his performance also struck a chord deep within, propelling the atmosphere to a crescendo. Ji Boda watches Xiao Buyi basking in the limelight, his hatred intensifying. Other contestants gather to discuss, expressing their astonishment at Xiao Buyi's prowess, deeming it professional-level talent, far beyond their reach. Indeed, each of his songs seems custom-tailored to him, overflowing with emotion, irresistibly drawing listeners into its depths. It appears the championship will again slip through their fingers. They are mere participants in this race. As the voting segment begins, the singers are invited back on stage. The audience eagerly retrieves their phones to cast their precious votes for their favorite artists. Xiao Buyi's fans can no longer contain their fervor, fervently clicking the voting buttons, wielding placards and chanting his name to rally support for their idol. Meanwhile, the fans of other contestants, though earnest in their voting efforts, seem rather weak in comparison to Xiao Buyi's fervent supporters. Watching the growing gap in votes, anxiety fills their hearts. Ji Boda's fans, while voting, also flood the screen with messages of encouragement, striving to turn the tide. "Come on, brother, we can do this. Ji Boda is the best. Do not lose to Xiao Buyi." Yet, regardless of their efforts, Xiao Buyi's votes continue to climb at an astonishing pace, far surpassing those of his competitors. As time passes, the voting results gradually unfold. On the big screen, Xiao Buyi's votes soar, firmly securing first place, with a significant margin over the second contestant. When the host announces Xiao Buyi's victory once more, the audience erupts in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Other contestants reveal their disappointment, fully aware of the insurmountable challenge posed by Xiao Buyi's formidable talent. After the program concludes, Xiao Buyi heads to the basement, preparing to enter his car when he unexpectedly spots a familiar figure standing not far away. Xiao Qingtong, clad in a sleek black business suit, her makeup impeccably done. Her eyes radiate a piercing coldness. She strides towards him, her heels clicking sharply against the floor, the fabric of her suit billowing with her assertive steps. Beneath her polished exterior, her eyes blaze with fury, akin to twin flames poised to engulf all in their path. Xiao Buyi. Her voice is sharp and frigid, echoing in the vast emptiness of the basement, laden with palpable pressure. You have quite the audacity. Xiao Buyi raises an eyebrow, silently observing the formidable Xiao Qingtong. She storms up to him, nearly jabbing his nose with her finger. How dare you block my number? Who gave you the audacity? This matter has long weighed on her mind. Should I report my blocking of you? Have you lost your senses? Xiao Buyi replies dismissively. Very well. Return the 10 billion you swindled from my sister immediately. Do not think that being close to Li Qinghan gives you free rein. Not a single penny of the Xiao family's wealth shall be yours. She pauses, a smug expression crossing her face. Furthermore, you will come back with me now and kneel before our parents to apologize. If you are sincere, I might persuade them to allow you back into the Xiao family. In her view, this is a grand favor bestowed upon Xiao Buyi, as given the Xiao family's status and power, he has no reason to refuse. Xiao Buyi remains silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xiao Qingtong, his eyes betraying a mocking disdain, as if observing a ridiculous clown. The scorn within him is unmasked, silently ridiculing her arrogance and folly. Xiao Qingtong feels discomfort under his stare, a surge of unnameable rage rising within her. She had expected Xiao Buyi to be grateful, pleading for a chance to return to the Xiao family, yet the Xiao Buyi before her is cold and dismissive. What kind of look is that? She raises her voice, tinged with indignation. Xiao Buyi curls his lips into a sardonic smile, his tone icy and clear, full. Without hesitation, he turns and walks away, his resolute back conveying to Xiao Qingtong that he harbors no lingering attachment or concern for the Xiao family or her. These two words strike Xiao Qingtong like a heavy hammer, crashing down upon her heart. Her eyes widen, first in shock, then drowning in an overwhelming tide of fury. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner, let alone someone as lowly positioned in the Xiao family as Xiao Buyi. What did you say? Her voice trembled with anger. Dare to repeat that? Watch my lips. She pointed at her mouth, uttering the word Xiao Buyi. Xiao Qingtong was seething with rage. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand and struck fiercely at Xiao Buyi's face. Her manicured nails, painted a vivid crimson, sliced through the dimly lit basement like a blinding arc. However, to Xiao Buyi, her movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, akin to a scene from a film. With the agility of a leopard, he sidestepped her attack and retaliated with a sharp slap. The sound echoed crisply in the silence of the basement. Xiao Qingtong's head was forced to turn from the impact, a sudden, intense pain radiating from her cheek. Yet, she remained silent, as if shock had eclipsed her pain. Covering her face in disbelief, her eyes were filled with astonishment and humiliation. Having been cherished in the Xiao family and respected by all outside, when had she ever endured such disgrace? You dare to hit me? Xiao Buyi looked down at her, devoid of any guilt or panic. Xiao Qingtong, do not overestimate your importance. I no longer covet the Xiao family. I have not forgotten how you treated me in the past. He paused, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Do not trouble me again, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. With that, Xiao Buyi turned away from the stunned Xiao Qingtong, opened the car door, and prepared to leave. Yet, in a frenzy, she lunged forward, seizing his collar. You beast! You dare to hit me? I will not let this go. With that, she opened her mouth and lunged at his neck. Chapter 74. Return to the Xiao family. Xiao Buyi was momentarily taken aback, with such a brazen, unruly display what a legal professional ought to exhibit. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, stepping back and using one hand to press against her forehead. Xiao Qingtong, like a feral lioness, flailed her limbs wildly in the air, her high heels creating a harsh sound against the floor. Let go of me, you ungrateful wretch, she screamed, her exquisite makeup twisted by rage, her hair in disarray across her face. Xiao Buyi raised an eyebrow, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is the esteemed lawyer preparing to put on a show of a shrew? With a gentle twist of his wrist, he destabilized her, causing her to stumble back and fall onto the ground with a thud. Ah, Xiao Qingtong cried out as her rear hit the ground painfully, tears instantly welling in her eyes. Yet, these were not tears of grievance, but rather of furious indignation. Struggling to rise, she nearly toppled over again due to her high heels. Xiao Buyi crossed his arms, looking down at her with a derisive gaze. With such fighting prowess, you wish to confront me? Had I known you were this weak, I would have educated you further while at the Xiao family. His words ignited her fury. She sprang to her feet, disregarding her image, and lunged at him, shouting, I will tear you apart today. Xiao Buyi easily sidestepped, causing her to miss and crash forward, her forehead colliding with the side of a nearby vehicle. Xiao Qingtong clutched her forehead, emitting a pained gasp, tears streaming down her face. She glared at Xiao Buyi, her eyes filled with resentment. As he stepped closer, she instinctively retreated, a flicker of fear crossing her features. What do you intend to do? If you dare touch me, I will call the police. Call the police? Xiao Buyi erupted in laughter. Go ahead, let them adjudicate and see who initiated the altercation first. Besides, I am so terrified of being apprehended by the police. Xiao Qingtong trembled in fury, yet words failed her. Before she could collect her thoughts, Xiao Buyi suddenly seized her wrist and twisted it painfully. Ah, let go of me, she shrieked, her expression contorted in agony. Unperturbed by her screams, he rummaged through the car, soon retrieving a colorful ribbon he had kept from a previous gift purchase, waving it in the air. I never imagined this would prove useful. He returned to her side and skillfully bound her up with the ribbon, as if wrapping a zongzi. Xiao Qingtong's eyes widened in shock and anger. Xiao Buyi, have you lost your mind? Let me go? Do you realize this is kidnapping? It's a crime. Kidnapping? A crime? As he continued to bind her, he replied without lifting his gaze, I am merely helping you recall how you once tormented me. Furthermore, this is not kidnapping. I am taking you back to the Xiao family, so everyone can witness how disgraceful you, the exalted lawyer, have become. Soon, Xiao Qingtong was secured tightly, resembling a zongzi slung over Xiao Buyi's shoulder. She struggled incessantly, cursing him vehemently. Yet, he remained unfazed, striding to the car, opening the back door, and unceremoniously tossing her inside. Ah, be gentle. Xiao Qingtong yelped as she landed on the back seat, wincing in pain. As she attempted to sit up, being bound rendered her movements clumsy and comical. Xiao Buyi shut the door, circled to the driver's seat, entered the car, and started the engine. Through the rearview mirror, he observed her squirming in the back, a mischievous grin on his lips. Buckle up, we're heading back to the Xiao family, where everyone can admire your current predicament. As the car rolled forward, Xiao Qingtong felt a mix of anger and urgency. The thought of her family witnessing her in such a humiliating state was unbearable. Once a formidable queen of the legal realm, she had never endured such indignity. Tears streamed down her face as she contemplated her situation. She loathed Xiao Buyi. Yet bound and immobile, she could only watch helplessly as the car approached the Xiao family villa, her heart heavy with humiliation and helplessness. Throughout the journey, she continued to shout and curse, attempting to intimidate Xiao Buyi into releasing her. However, he hummed a tune leisurely, completely disregarding her. Occasionally glancing at her through the rearview mirror, the mockery in his gaze made her wish she could leap out and bite him. Finally, the car halted at the entrance of the Xiao villa. Xiao Buyi exited, moved to the back seat, and forcefully pulled Xiao Qingtong out. Hoisting her over his shoulder and striding toward the villa, she struggled relentlessly, calling for help, her voice echoing around the villa. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing Xiao Buyi approach, instantly became alert, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Xiao Qingtong bound and slung over his shoulder. The young master has kidnapped the second miss? Soon, Xiao Qingtong's curses attracted the attention of those inside the villa, with Wang Guifang being the first to rush out. What have you done to Qingtong, you little wretch? Wang Guifang charged forward. As she neared Xiao Buyi, he abruptly raised his right hand, causing her to instinctively flinch back. Since the last time Xiao Buyi had slapped her, she had been haunted by nightmares of that encounter. Upon seeing Xiao Qingtong bound and slung over Xiao Buyi's shoulder, their eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Xiao Buyi retracted his hand and delivered a swift slap to Xiao Qingtong's backside, causing her to yelp in pain. Xiao Buyi, how dare you strike me there? I will kill you. Smack. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll make it bleed, Xiao Buyi threatened nonchalantly. At that moment, hearing the commotion from the courtyard, Xiao Yunqing emerged, closely followed by Xiao Tianxi. Xiao Buyi, what are you doing? Xiao Yunqing shouted, his voice filled with authority. Xiao Buyi, unperturbed, casually placed Xiao Qingtong on the ground and brushed off his hands. It's nothing much, just bringing back your beloved daughter for everyone to see how she has fared. Xiao Qingtong lay on the ground, both ashamed and furious, tears streaming down her face. Gazing at her family's astonished expressions, She felt utterly humiliated. She wanted to speak, but her sobs rendered her voice into mere intermittent whimpers. How could you treat Qingtong like this? She is your second sister. Wang Guifeng screamed as she rushed forward, attempting to untie the ribbons binding Xiao Qingtong. Stop. Did I permit you to touch her? Xiao Buyi scoffed, positioning himself in front of Wang Guifeng. Chapter 75. The Identity of Xiao Tianxi. Xiao Buyi's icy gaze swept over the Xiao family, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, radiating an unsettling aura. Having witnessed Xiao Buyi's formidable presence before, even the head of the family, Xiao Yunqing, felt intimidated by him at this moment. If Xiao Buyi truly decided to take action, these bodyguards would be utterly inadequate, and he was indeed reckless enough to confront his biological parents. Xiao Yunqing was filled with rage and frustration, especially since this humiliation stemmed from his own son. Wang Guifeng trembled with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Buyi, her voice dripping with venom. You heartless wretch. After raising you for so many years, how could you commit such an act? Release Qingtong at once, or I swear I shall not spare you. Her face was contorted with rage, eyes ablaze with fury, as if she wished to consume Xiao Buyi whole. Xiao Qingtong, initially seated on the ground, felt emboldened by her family's arrival, and lifted her head, which had been bowed in sorrow and fear, with newfound resolve. Xiao Buyi, I will ensure you rot in prison for life. You shall never escape. Moreover, you deceived the Xiao family out of 10 billion. You must return it. Do not think you can evade justice. Her voice was sharp and piercing, her makeup a chaotic mess from tears and sweat, yet she maintained an air of superiority. Xiao Buyi scoffed at her words, his disdain palpable as he replied coldly, Deceive? Who told you that my money came from deceit? I acquired my wealth through legitimate stock sales. Furthermore, even if it were deception, it was from Xiaoqing, and what concern is it of yours? Mind your own business. Xiao Yunqing's brow furrowed, his expression dark and foreboding. Stepping forward with restrained fury in his voice. Did you sell your shares to your elder sister merely to sow discord among us? He scrutinized Xiao Buyi's face, searching for any trace of guilt. Xiao Buyi, undaunted, met Xiao Yunqing's gaze, a wild grin spreading across his face as he proudly admitted, Are you not clever enough? What benefit do I reap from this? The benefits are abundant. I simply wish to witness the Xiao family engage in a bitter internal struggle until it crumbles and collapses. His words dripped with certainty and derision, as if he could already foresee the Xiao family's grim future. Xiao Yunqing's face paled, his hands trembling slightly. Disbelief etched in his eyes. The Xiao family's legacy has been passed down through generations. Do you truly wish for its downfall? His voice trembled, rage bubbling to the surface. In truth, since the last quarrel between Xiaoqing and the family, she had not returned home, nor had she even made a phone call. Even when encountering her in the office, her address had shifted from father to chairman. Lies cause little harm. It is the truth that strikes like a knife. Xiaoqing's behavior had already demonstrated that events were unfolding as Xiao Buyi had predicted. Having grown accustomed to holding power, he could not permit anyone to surpass his control, nor allow any challenge to his authority within the Xiao family. The discord between Xiaoqing and the family was not her fault, but rather a result of Xiao Buyi's deliberate instigation. Thus, all of this turmoil was due to him. Xiao Yunqing, ablaze with anger, declared fiercely, Xiao Buyi, what advantage do you gain from the Xiao family's bankruptcy? Why are you so intent on sowing discord? Xiao Buyi threw his head back in laughter, his voice laced with derision. The bankruptcy of the Xiao family has nothing to do with me. I am worth over 10 billion now. Even if I never work again, I would live without worry, enjoying my life. What do I have to fear? Wang Guifeng, upon hearing this, was infuriated, her rage boiling over as she shouted, Ungrateful wretch. A wolf raised in kindness. I should have suffocated you at birth. At that moment, Xiao Tianxi's eyes turned red, tears brimming as he choked back his emotions. Brother, please do not provoke Mom and Dad any further, all right? It is all my fault. I have taken the place that should belong to you. He slowly approached Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng, kneeling before them, grasping their hands tightly. His voice thick with tears. If only you and brother could reconcile, I would willingly leave the Xiao family without complaint. All these years, I have been foolish, causing brother distress. I will depart now, as long as you all can be at peace. As he spoke, he bowed his head, his shoulders trembling. A picture of utter despair. Wang Guifeng's heart ached at this sight, and she pulled Xiao Tianxi into her embrace, tears streaming down her face. My son, this is not your fault. How could you say such a thing? You will always be our child. As she spoke, she gently stroked Xiao Tianxi's head, her eyes filled with love and compassion. Xiao Qingtong, too, felt tears sting her eyes as she exclaimed, Tianxi, you are my only brother. He does not deserve you. Xiao Yunqing stepped forward, lifting Xiao Tianxi, and solemnly stated, if only he possessed half your obedience and understanding, we would not treat him this way. Why can you not learn from your brother? Xiao Buyi, observing this scene, felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Unable to suppress a cold laugh. What a touching performance. Xiao Tianxi, your skills in manipulation are truly exceptional. How pitiful it would be if you did not pursue acting. It was this very sweet talk that had allowed Xiao Tianxi to toy with the entire Xiao family, and yet they were all too willing to fall for it. Xiao Tianxi lifted his head from Wang Guifang's embrace, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked at Xiao Buyi, his voice trembling. Brother, I know you hate me, but I truly wish for the good of this family. For the good of the family, is it? As long as I am willing to return, you can leave, right? Then go ahead, leave. Xiao Buyi interrupted sharply, speaking with an icy indifference. Xiao Tianxi was momentarily stunned. The words he had intended to speak caught in his throat. Why are you silent? Surely you are not just saying this for show, are you? Or do you know they will never let you leave, and are merely pretending? Xiao Buyi feigned surprise, observing Xiao Tianxi. Xiao Tianxi's face flushed with embarrassment, his ears burning. Wang Guifang trembled with anger. Pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Buyi, you ungrateful child. How could you be so cruel? On what grounds do you chase Tianxi away? She instinctively shielded Xiao Tianxi. Her eyes filled with disdain for Xiao Buyi. Xiao Tianxi, hidden behind Wang Guifang, wore a triumphant smile. However, Xiao Buyi remained unfazed. A mocking smile playing on his lips as he stated deliberately, you still defend this adopted son? Go investigate. Perhaps he is actually your husband's and the nanny's biological child. These words detonated like a bombshell among the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Buyi disregarded the stunned reactions around him and turned to leave, leaving chaos and astonishment in his wake. Chapter 76. A call from Avenge. Xiao Buyi's words resonated like thunder, echoing through the Xiao family. The air seemingly frozen in place as every pair of eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Wang Guifang stood frozen in place. Her mouth agape yet unable to utter a word, as fragments of past memories surged wildly in her mind. After a prolonged moment, she suddenly turned. Her gaze fiercely fixed on Xiao Yunqing, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her voice, sharp and nearly piercing, cried out, Xiao Yunqing, is what he said true? Is Xiao Tianxi the illegitimate child of you and that nanny? Her hands trembled violently, nails almost digging into her palms. Xiao Yunqing furrowed his brows, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and stammered in defense. You, don't listen to his nonsense. He is sowing discord. Nonsense. Wang Guifang suddenly erupted into hysterical laughter, filled with despair and rage. All these years, how did I not see it? Back then, Xiao Tianxi's father was our family's driver, and his mother the nanny, constantly under your nose. Did you not have the opportunity? Her voice escalated, almost a hoarse roar. Xiao Tianxi stood to the side, an inexplicable thrill surging within him. He lowered his gaze to conceal the ecstasy in his eyes, his fingers curling and then relaxing. If he truly were Xiao Yunqing's biological son, then all that belonged to the Xiao family would inevitably be his. With this thought, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. Wang Guifang seized Xiao Yunqing's collar, shaking him forcefully. Speak. Clarify this for me. All these years, have you been deceiving me? I toiled to raise children for the Xiao family and manage this household. And this is how you repay me? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her makeup in disarray. Xiao Yunqing felt dizzy from the shaking but still struggled to defend himself. I didn't Guifang, calm down. Don't let Xiao Buyi's lies deceive you. He is deliberately trying to provoke our relationship. He attempted to pry Wang Guifang's hands away, but she held on tightly, immovable. Provoke? Wang Guifang laughed in rage. No wonder you took the initiative to adopt Tianxi. It seems you had it all planned. Each of her words struck like a dagger into Xiao Yunqing. Xiao Tianxi observed his parents' escalating quarrel, his scheming becoming ever clearer. As long as they continued this way, the Xiao family would eventually descend into chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingtong was still bound and discarded on the floor like a forgotten doll. She watched her parents argue fiercely, tears brimming without an outlet, oblivious to the fact that another was bound as well. She squirmed, attempting to draw her family's attention, mumbling indistinctly, You need to untie me first. Yet her voice was quickly drowned out by her parents' clamor. Wang Guifang and Xiao Yunqing continued their mutual accusations and vitriol, neither willing to relent. A wave of despair washed over Xiao Qingtong, her eyes turning red. Wang Guifang abruptly released Xiao Yunqing, hands on her hips, her chest heaving. Tomorrow morning, we must do a paternity test. If you dare betray me, Wang Guifang will not let this go. Xiao Yunqing, vexed by her barrage of questions, felt veins pulse in his neck as he shouted back, "Let us do it then. I, Xiao Yinqing, am upright and fear no unfounded suspicions." He kicked over a vase at his feet, shards scattering, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet hall. This turmoil was all due to Xiao Buyi. Ever since he severed ties with the family, peace had eluded the Xiao household. Their shouting reverberated to the point where the crystal chandelier above trembled slightly, while Xiao Tianxi's eyes flickered, a hidden glee rising within him, though he feigned panic. "Dad, Mom, please stop arguing." This time, his attempt to mediate felt insignificant amidst their wrath, until Xiao Qingtong, embarrassed and furious, let out a muffled sound, prompting everyone to realize she was still bound on the ground, her hair in disarray, tears still fresh on her face, utterly disheveled. Xiao Tianxi was the first to react. Stumbling over to her, hurriedly untying the ropes while apologizing profusely, "Second sister, I'm sorry, I overlooked this." Once Xiao Qingtong freed herself, she stood up abruptly, dusting off her clothes in silence, straightening her back as she walked upstairs. The sound of her high heels striking the floor echoed, each step a silent accusation against this chaotic family. Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng watched their daughter's retreating figure, exchanging glances filled with guilt. Wang Guifeng opened her mouth, wanting to call out to her daughter, but instead, she let out a heavy sigh and collapsed onto the sofa, tears streaming anew. Elsewhere, Xiao Buyi returned home, wearily rubbing his temples. He took a quick hot shower and then collapsed onto his bed. At that moment, he was unaware that the online world had erupted because of him. After a night of fermentation, the fervor surrounding love transfer spread like wildfire. Various social media accounts frantically shared the content, and editors worked overnight to create countless video snippets. Many netizens captured moments of Xiao Buyi gazing deeply into the camera while singing, pairing them with sorrowful captions on their platforms. Some even mixed the chorus with tragic love scenes from dramas, amplifying the emotional impact. Within just a few hours, the topic of love transfer surged to the top of Weibo's trending list, with views skyrocketing past 200 million. On Douyin, under the Love Transfer Challenge, cover videos appeared like mushrooms after rain, from innocent children singing their first love to elderly individuals recounting regrets of time. Various versions emerged. On music platforms, Love Transfer saw downloads soar. Within 12 hours, downloads exceeded 5 million. Within 24 hours, it skyrocketed to 12 million, breaking multiple records in the Chinese music scene for daily and weekly downloads. In the comment section, netizens' messages became a large emotional confessional. Upon the first listen, it was delightful. The second brought a twinge to the nose. By the third, tears flowed uncontrollably. "This song hides the regrets of my entire youth." One user's comment garnered over 200,000 likes. "I once thought love should be grand and passionate. It was this song that made me realize the ordinary. Steady flow is the most precious. Unfortunately, I have already lost the one willing to grow old with me." This comment resonated with countless individuals, with shares surpassing 100,000. Moreover, music critics analyzed deeply Xiao Buyi's love transfer, with vividly graphic lyrics and a storytelling voice, vividly conveys the anxieties, helplessness, and acceptance in love. On major music charts, Love Transfer rapidly ascended to the top. The following morning, as Xiao Buyi was still in slumber, a phone call jolted him awake. "Bro, are you still sleeping? The sky has fallen." "Bin." The sleepily blinking Xiao Buyi instantly became alert. "Aren't you traveling with the landlady? What happened?" Zhang Bin's voice bore a hint of urgency. "Bro, you need to check the video I just sent you." Xiao Buyi frowned as he opened the message on his phone. A blurry video coming into view. In the dimly lit underground garage, it depicted him shoving the bound Xiao Qingtong into a car. Although the image was hazy due to distance and lighting, it was unmistakably him. A glimmer of understanding ignited in Xiao Buyi's heart. This video was indeed shot by Boda. It was no surprise to him that Boda would seize such an opportunity to tarnish his reputation. Meanwhile, the online world had already exploded due to this video, evidently designed to draw attention. On Weibo, the topic of a mysterious man violently kidnapping a woman quickly shot to trending status, with views climbing at an astonishing rate, surpassing 10 million in just half an hour. On Douyin, countless marketing accounts edited the video, pairing it with suspenseful music and titles, proclaiming, "Shocking." The sensational headlines claiming that a rising star in the entertainment industry is embroiled in a kidnapping scandal, with a renowned singer's violent behavior exposed at midnight, have captivated numerous internet users. The comment section is abuzz with various opinions. Some speculate this figure bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Buyi. But isn't he always so gentle and refined? How could he commit such an act? It's hard to believe that the person who sang Love Transfer with such passion could resort to kidnapping. It must be a misunderstanding, although the face is obscured. The physique and attire strongly evoke thoughts of Xiao Buyi. Indeed, the entertainment industry is fraught with complexities. We await the truth, hoping it is not Xiao Buyi. His songs have provided me with immense strength. However, while netizens continue to speculate, a swarm of trolls has begun to inundate the comment sections with fervent posts, assertively swaying public opinion. This is definitely Xiao Buyi. Just look at the build and movements. It must be him. Who would have thought he could pretend so well on the surface while being such a person in private? I always felt he was extraordinary. Now his true colors are revealed, a disgrace to the industry. These comments quickly garnered likes and were pinned, gradually shifting the sentiment of those who were initially skeptical. As public opinion intensified, Xiao Buyi's fans could no longer remain silent and rallied to defend their idol. Impossible. Our brother would never do such a thing. This is surely a deliberate frame-up. We urge the authorities to investigate promptly and restore Xiao Buyi's innocence. Yet, amidst the relentless barrage of trolls, the voices of the fans seemed somewhat feeble. Simultaneously, major media outlets began to take an interest in the incident, with entertainment sections reporting sensationally on the matter. Using headlines such as Xiao Buyi suspected of kidnapping, rising singer entangled in violent scandal. In a matter of moments, Xiao Buyi found himself at the center of a media storm. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family villa, the family witnessed the video. In the living room of the villa, Wang Guifeng abruptly rose from the sofa, pointing at the television screen, her face alight with satisfaction. Serves him right. I knew this little beast would eventually cause a great calamity. Now, let us see how he continues to act so arrogantly. Her voice carried years of pent-up resentment, as if she had finally found an outlet for her frustrations. Xiao Qingling, who had been engrossed in her phone, glanced up upon seeing the trending topic, her expression betraying a complex mix of emotions. Xiao Tianxi stood nearby, unable to suppress a smirk. He had waited too long for this moment. Watching Xiao Buyi thrive in the entertainment industry, his jealousy almost consuming him. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he quietly returned to his room and deftly dialed several numbers. I want you to tarnish Xiao Buyi's reputation. Make sure he is thoroughly discredited, he whispered, his eyes glinting with malice. No matter the means, ensure that he is utterly disgraced. Money is no object. I want him to be ruined. After completing this task, he felt it was insufficient and turned to knock on Xiao Qingtong's door. Are you all right, sister? Shortly after, the door opened, revealing Xiao Qingtong's slightly squinted face. And you've been crying? Big brother has gone too far. It was one thing for him to target me, but you are siblings. How could he treat you this way? Xiao Tianxi lamented. Why don't we call the police and have them arrest him to teach him a lesson? Xiao Qingtong was still immersed in the fury of being humiliated by Xiao Buyi. Upon hearing Xiao Tianxi's words, a flicker of rage crossed her eyes. Observing her reaction, Xiao Tianxi worried that it might tarnish his own image of being virtuous and kind. He quickly feigned reluctance, saying, of course, we don't have to imprison him. As long as he apologizes and admits his wrongdoing, we can give him another chance. But this matter cannot just be swept under the rug. Otherwise, who knows what worse deeds he might commit in the future. Xiao Qingtong's expression turned ashen, and she sprang up, grabbing her phone. Yes, it cannot end like this. I will make him kneel before me and apologize. With determination, she dialed the police, her voice cold and resolute. I want to report a crime. Xiao Buyi has illegally detained me. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunqing sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, his expression dark and forbidding. As the head of the family, he was more concerned about the Xiao family's reputation. Should news of a brother kidnapping his sister leak, the Xiao family would surely become the laughingstock of the entire city. He irritably tugged at his tie, pulled out his phone, and began contacting his connections, attempting to minimize the fallout before the situation worsened. Whatever it takes. Get that trending topic down, he shouted into the phone. After all this, Xiao Yunqing rose and headed upstairs. He needed to speak with Xiao Qingtong. This incident must not reach the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, Xiao Buyi was at home, leisurely awaiting his popularity to soar past 10 million. Just then, the doorbell rang. He got up to open the door, greeted by Li Yunxiao and Zhou Hang. Xiao Buyi couldn't help but smile in disbelief. This marked the fourth meeting between him and Li Yunxiao within a few days. Li Yunxiao, however, wore a grim expression, thinking to himself that this person was indeed a troublemaker, having gotten into trouble multiple times. Zhou Hang, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward. While Xiao Buyi was his mother's savior, a debt of gratitude larger than the heavens, as a public servant, he felt it inappropriate to show excessive enthusiasm in this situation. Are you here regarding the alleged kidnapping? Xiao Buyi inquired. Li Yunxiao replied curtly, you're aware of it. Then, so you're admitting to the act? What am I admitting to? I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I commit kidnapping? Xiao Buyi retorted. Then how do you explain this video? Li Yunxiao handed his phone to Xiao Buyi. Do you dare claim that the person in this video isn't you? Chapter 78. The secret of the unyielding Queen. Xiao Buyi stared at the phone screen and confidently nodded. Indeed, the person in the video is me. Li Yunxiao's brows furrowed deeply, her expression turning serious and vigilant. Since you admit it, your actions have already violated the law. Please come with us to the Public Security Bureau for questioning. Her voice was cold and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. Xiao Buyi shrugged. His demeanor relaxed. Cooperating with the investigation is indeed proper. However, I require the presence of another party. There are matters we must clarify face to face. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly, her tone still stern. Naturally, we will arrange for you to meet. Subsequently, Xiao Buyi was taken to the Public Security Bureau. In the interrogation room, the harsh fluorescent lights illuminated the space, permeating the air with a stifling tension. Xiao Buyi sat at the interrogation table, casually crossing his legs, his expression lighthearted, seemingly devoid of any anxiety about the investigation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingtong was in her room at the Xiao family villa, meticulously applying her makeup. The thought of Xiao Buyi facing disgrace brought an involuntary smile to her lips, her eyes shimmering with a mix of anger and a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Xiao Buyi, today is your day of reckoning. Dare to oppose me, and you will learn the consequences of offending the Xiao family and me. As she muttered to herself, she touched up her lipstick, the vibrant red color reflecting the fury she was about to unleash. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from the Public Security Bureau, requesting her presence for the investigation. A triumphant smile crept across Xiao Qingtong's face, her eyes filled with disdain. Finally, that moment has arrived. She stood up, elegantly grabbed her handbag, and walked out of the room, her high heels clicking confidently against the floor. With poise, she envisioned Xiao Buyi kneeling before her, begging for forgiveness. Upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Xiao Qingtong was led into a meeting room by the staff. Upon seeing Xiao Buyi sitting inside, composed and unruffled, a look of triumph spread across her face. Xiao Buyi, are you finally afraid? She relished the feeling of revenge fulfilled. Illegal detention is no small charge. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Xiao Buyi raised her gaze, her eyes filled with disdain. Xiao Qingtong, do not rejoice too early. Shall we have a private conversation? There are matters not meant for others' ears. Xiao Qingtong paused in surprise, then scoffed. You wouldn't be begging for mercy, would you? Humph. Even if you were to kneel before me now, it would be too late. Begging? We shall see who begs whom later. Observing Xiao Buyi's confident demeanor, Xiao Qingtong felt an ominous premonition. What? Do you lack the courage to face me alone? Is this the indomitable queen of the legal realm? Xiao Buyi continued her provocation. Xiao Qingtong retorted angrily. Xiao Buyi, do not be so arrogant. Am I supposed to fear you? I am eager to hear what you have to say. Xiao Buyi turned to Li Yunxiao and Zhou Hang, asking, could you allow us a moment of privacy? The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Once the room was devoid of others, Xiao Buyi's smile vanished, her expression turning cold and piercing. Xiao Qingtong, do you truly not know how to write the word death? What do you mean? Upon meeting Xiao Buyi's gaze, a flicker of fear surged within Xiao Qingtong. I refrain from troubling you, yet you come to provoke me. Do you really think no one knows of your unsavory dealings in your legal career? Threatening opposing counsel with words, bribing clients with money? Xiao Buyi deliberately lowered her voice. Yet Xiao Qingtong heard every word clearly. Xiao Qingtong's complexion paled, her body trembling uncontrollably. What nonsense are you spouting? Though her voice still held a semblance of defiance, the tremor at the end betrayed her inner turmoil. Xiao Buyi snorted disdainfully, pulling out her phone and swiftly scrolling through the screen before pushing it towards her. On the screen, chat logs and transfer screenshots lay bare, irrefutable evidence of her shadowy transactions. Do you still think I am speaking nonsense? She paused deliberately, a fierce glint in her eyes. If these pieces of evidence were to surface, your reputation as the undefeated queen would be utterly destroyed, and you might find yourself imprisoned. Xiao Qingtong stared at the phone screen, feeling as if the world around her was spinning. These actions had always been conducted with the utmost secrecy. She had believed herself undetectable, only to discover that Xiao Buyi had uncovered everything with clarity. A wave of overwhelming fear surged within her, coupled with a deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Buyi. How could you have these? Her voice trembled, nearly breaking. Xiao Buyi rose, looking down at her with a mocking smile. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. You think you've covered your tracks well, but as long as traces remain online, it is not difficult for me to uncover them. Xiao Qingtong gritted her teeth, her mind in turmoil. To reconcile would be to swallow her pride. To refuse reconciliation would mean facing the exposure of these evidences, leading to the ruin of her life and perpetual threat from Xiao Buyi. After a prolonged silence, she finally raised her head, her eyes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. If I were to agree to reconcile, you must ensure that this information remains confidential. You currently possess no leverage to negotiate with me. As for whether these evidences will be made public, that depends on my mood. Xiao Qingtong was infuriated yet helpless, ultimately appearing defeated, her face ashen. 20 minutes later, Xiao Buyi and Xiao Qingtong emerged from the station. Xiao Buyi sat in the car, her fingers rhythmically tapping the steering wheel, her mind racing with plans to eliminate Jiboda. The online world remained engulfed in a frenzied vortex. The topic of a mysterious man violently kidnapping a woman maintaining its fervent momentum. Jiboda and Xiao Tianxi's hired online trolls incessantly propagated sensational headlines, fanning the flames of the chaos. In the trending plaza, voices of condemnation and defense intertwined. Fans brandishing banners of support for Xiao Buyi clashed fiercely with detractors, the clattering of keyboards resonating as if to shatter the screens. Just as public sentiment approached a boiling point, Xiao Qingtong's personal social media account suddenly posted an update. The accompanying image depicted an early family photo of the Xiao family, with a young Xiao Buyi beaming beside Xiao Qingtong while clutching a toy. The caption read succinctly, "The young man in the video is indeed my brother, Xiao Buyi. The incident in the underground garage was purely a misunderstanding. We are siblings by blood, with no malicious intent. I sincerely apologize for the confusion caused to everyone." This post was, of course, a directive from Xiao Buyi. Yet she had not anticipated such a clarification. The update detonated like an underwater bomb, instantly igniting the online sphere. Those previously debating the veracity of the kidnapping turned their collective gaze towards the illustrious Xiao family of Modu. My goodness, Xiao Buyi is actually the young master of the Xiao family? What a plot twist. No wonder. I sensed an air of nobility about him from our first encounter. Hey, do you still read? Mind sharing some insights? Xiao Buyi is not only talented, but also handsome, truly a life winner. On entertainment gossip forums, new threads erupted at lightning speed. Netizens unearthed historical reports on the Xiao family, comparing Xiao Buyi's current achievements and exclaiming in surprise that the entertainment world's dark horse was, in fact, a hidden scion of a wealthy family. Headlines proclaiming young master of the Xiao family pursues dreams in the entertainment industry flooded various platforms. Simultaneously, Xiao Qingtong's clarifying post caught the eye of her sister, Xiao Qingyan, who was also in the entertainment industry. Sister, has she lost her mind? Xiao Qingyan furrowed her brow. In the hospital room, Jiboda was nearly apoplectic upon seeing Xiao Qingtong's post. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianxi, shocked that Xiao Qingtong would defend Xiao Buyi despite her deep-seated hatred, found himself preoccupied with the ongoing paternity test results. Under Wang Guifang's insistence, he accompanied Xiao Yunqing to the hospital for the test, expecting results within half an hour. In truth, he secretly hoped to be revealed as Xiao Yunqing's illegitimate son, yet observing Xiao Yunqing's unflinching demeanor, he knew such hope was exceedingly slim. Wang Guifang remained irate, glaring at Xiao Yunqing. The results will be out soon. I wonder what you will say then. Let us wait for the results, Xiao Yunqing replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had indeed had an affair with Xiao Tianxi's biological mother, a mistake born of drunkenness. At the time, Xiao Yunqing's father was the family's driver, and his mother was the housekeeper. Their relationship began after a banquet and resulted in an unexpected pregnancy. Shortly thereafter, he had undergone a paternity test, confirming that Xiao Tianxi was not his son. They maintained a romantic relationship for several years until Xiao Tianxi's biological mother passed away. After Xiao Tianxi's father died, Xiao Yunqing, feeling guilty towards Xiao Tianxi's mother, adopted him and cared for him deeply. Half an hour later, the paternity test results were handed to Xiao Yunqing. He leisurely unfolded the document, a knowing smile curling at his lips as he tossed the report in front of Wang Guifang. Open your eyes and take a good look. Wang Guifang's hands trembled as she grasped the report, her eyes scanning the clear text. Non-biological relationship. Initially shocked, her expression shifted to one of joy, followed by a deep sense of guilt as she looked at Xiao Yunqing. Xiao Yunqing crossed his arms, gazing down at her. So what now? What more do you have to say? I told you not to listen to that ungrateful child, but you refused to believe me. Now look, the entire family is in disarray. Are you satisfied? Wang Guifang hastily approached and grasped Xiao Yunqing's arm. Yunqing, I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. I was too impulsive at that moment. Please don't be angry. I will make it up to you tonight. Impulsive? Xiao Yunqing scoffed. Now you realize your mistake. After years of diligently working for our future, you constantly create trouble for me. This matter is far from over. Wang Guifang understood her error. Although she felt wronged, She dared not voice her grievances and could only speak in a subdued tone. Yunqing, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again. It's all that scoundrel Xiao Buyi's fault. Xiao Yunqing regarded Wang Guifeng, his anger somewhat subsiding. He recognized that knowing when to relent was the wisest course. Affecting a facade of impatience, he shook off her hand. Fine, fine, let us consider this settled. But if it happens again, we shall divorce. There won't be a next time, absolutely not. I will listen to you from now on and won't act recklessly again. Xiao Yunqing nodded in satisfaction, secretly thinking that after this upheaval, Wang Guifeng would surely become more restrained, allowing him to manage her more easily. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianxi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The results of the paternity test had shattered his dreams. Yet, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, donning a concerned expression as he stepped between Xiao Yunqing and Wang Guifeng. Dad, Mom, it's good that things are clarified. Mom, you must not easily trust others' words anymore. We all see how much Dad has contributed to our family. How could he possibly do such a thing? Wang Guifeng cast a guilty glance at Xiao Tianxi. Tianxi, it's all my fault, making you suffer as well. Xiao Tianxi waved his hands dismissively. It's fine, Mom. As long as our family is well. That's all that matters. Xiao Yunqing observed this scene with a satisfied smile. All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let us go home. The family exited the hospital and got into the car, heading towards the Xiao family villa. On the other side, Xiao Buyi returned home, sitting on the sofa, his gaze cold and piercing. Ji Boda had hired trolls to besmirch his name and leaked videos that stirred public opinion. He must settle this score. Suddenly, he remembered a puppet talisman lying in the warehouse. This talisman, won in a previous lottery, was now perfectly timed for use. The talisman bore strange patterns drawn in vermilion and emitted an air of mystery. It possessed the ability to manipulate others' minds, rendering the victim devoid of self-awareness. Obedient to the commands of the one wielding the talisman, and leaving no trace of memory afterward, truly a stealthy instrument of vengeance. Xiao Buyi carefully cradled the puppet talisman in his hands, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as a scheme formulated in his mind. He desired not merely for Ji Boda to die, but to perish in utter disgrace. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system announced a reminder that his popularity had once again surpassed 10 million. Xiao Buyi's frown relaxed. Although this scandal had impacted him, it had also propelled his fame to unprecedented heights. Before he could revel in this thought, his phone rang abruptly. The screen displayed Li Qinghan's name, causing him to furrow his brow. The moment he pressed the answer button, Li Qinghan's voice, laced with tears, nearly shattered his eardrum. Xiao Gu, my grandfather suddenly collapsed and is now in emergency care at the municipal hospital. He keeps calling your name. I'm on my way. The hospital corridor was harshly illuminated, and the scent of disinfectant stung the nostrils. As Xiao Buyi turned a corner, he overheard the mocking voice of Li's second uncle. An outsider? The person the old man was calling before he fell unconscious should be a blood relative, shouldn't he? Amidst the murmurs of agreement from the crowd, Li Qinghan squeezed through the gathering of Li family members at the emergency room door, her eyes red as she grasped Xiao Buyi's wrist. Xiao Gu, Grandpa kept calling your name before he went in. Before she could finish, the emergency room door was suddenly thrust open, and a doctor in a white coat removed his mask, his expression grave. The old man has regained consciousness, but is still in danger. I'm afraid. Doctor, did my father say anything? Li's third uncle stepped forward, his tie askew. The doctor shook his head, about to speak, when a nurse hurriedly rushed out, her gaze scanning the crowd before fixing on Xiao Buyi. Which one of you is Xiao Yi? The patient woke up and has been calling for Xiao Yi. Nonsense. Li Zhenggua's complexion paled, his palms slamming against the wall. After being unconscious for so long, he wakes up and calls an outsider instead of his own son? Has he lost his mind? The old butler emerged from the ward, speaking up. Miss, young master, the old master wants you to come in. Chapter 80. Poison. The air in the hospital room felt as though it were being compressed by an invisible weight. Amidst the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor, the old master of the Li family lay half reclined in bed, his once commanding visage now drained of color. Deep wrinkles etched into his skin resembled parched riverbeds, while his withered fingers lay limply on the pristine sheets. Upon seeing Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan enter, the old man's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of light, his cracked lips trembling as he struggled to form a faint smile. Li Tianhe weakly raised his hand, trying to grasp Xiao Buyi's, but lacked the strength, ultimately letting it fall helplessly at his side. Xiao Yi, Qinghan. His voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood, each word seemingly draining the last of his energy. You've come. Xiao Buyi hurried forward, gently taking the old man's hand, feeling its icy chill. The veins beneath the skin resembled coiled serpents. "Grandpa, how are you feeling?" Li Qinghan quickly approached. Half squatting at the bedside, gazing at her grandfather, she felt both guilt and sorrow. Guilt for not allowing him to witness her happiness, and sorrow for his current state of illness. However, the old man stubbornly shook his head, taking a few labored breaths before continuing. "I fear these old bones won't last much longer. Xiao, I entrust Qinghan to you. She can be stubborn, but she has a good heart. You both must live well." Li Qinghan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her emotions swirling within. She opened her mouth to inform her grandfather of her divorce from Xiao Buyi, but upon seeing the expectation and trust in his eyes, she swallowed her words. Biting her lip, she fought to keep her composure. The old man's gaze flitted between the two, as if wishing to etch this moment deeply into his memory. "Qinghan is still young. Xiao, you must support her." Xiao Buyi, meeting the old man's earnest gaze, felt a tumult of emotions surging within him, unsure of what to say, and remained silent. Not receiving a satisfactory response, the old man's tense body trembled slightly. In the next moment, his eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and his already weak breaths became even more erratic and labored, the heart monitor emitting a piercing alarm. "Grandpa." Li Qinghan's face turned pale, her voice filled with terror and despair. "Grandpa, wake up. Don't scare me." The old butler reacted swiftly, rushing out to summon a doctor. Xiao Buyi stood to the side, his brow furrowed in concern. Just then, a faint glow emanated from his third eye, a fleeting flash. Yet it instantly illuminated the truth for him. He scrutinized the old man's complexion, noticing that while he appeared gravely ill, beneath the pallor, there lurked a hint of a dark hue, certainly not a condition arising from natural illness. Coupled with the old man's sudden collapse and his ongoing precarious state, Xiao Buyi concluded that the old man was not ill, but poisoned. Who would dare to poison the old master? Before long, a flurry of doctors and nurses burst into the room, pushing Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan aside. With red-rimmed eyes, Li Qinghan stood dazed in the corner. Watching the frantic activity of the medical staff, her heart clouded with confusion. She could hardly believe that her grandfather, who had just been conversing with them, was now plunged into unconsciousness, teetering between life and death. Outside the ward, a cacophony of voices erupted. Li Jing was stormed in with a group, his face contorted in fury, eyes brimming with suspicion and discontent. What on earth is happening? How could the old gentleman suddenly fall gravely ill? There must be something amiss here. Uncle Li San echoed his sentiment, asserting that perhaps someone harbored ill intentions, aiming to usurp the family fortune. Their gazes inadvertently fell upon Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan, as if they had already deemed them the culprits. Li Qinghan, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of anger. In the past, she might have turned a blind eye to the Li family's unreasonable antics, but with her grandfather currently undergoing emergency treatment, the audacity of these individuals to hurl accusations without a shred of genuine concern for his well-being was infuriating. "Second uncle, third uncle, my grandfather is still in critical condition. What are you making such a fuss about? If anything happens to him, do not expect me to be polite." Xiao Buyi reached out to restrain the agitated Li Qinghan, directing his gaze toward the second and third uncles of the Li family. Li Zhengxing, the second uncle, snorted derisively, dressed impeccably in a suit, resembling a wolf sensing blood, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Qinghan, some words must be spoken now. It will be too late once the old man passes." Beside him, Li Jingguo leaned in with a cold chuckle. "Qinghan, today we must clarify the will and the distribution of assets. Do not wait until the old man." The old housekeeper, Fu Bo, trembled with rage, standing resolutely at the ward's entrance. "Second young master, third young master, the old master is still being rescued. Fu Bo, the old gentleman is on the brink of death. The Li Corporation's vast assets require a clear resolution for everyone's sake." Xiao Buyi stood in the corner, communicating with the system. "System, is there a way to save the old master?" A mechanical voice promptly responded, "Detected host's needs. You may exchange 1 million popularity points for the Wan Poison Detox Pill, which will remove toxins immediately. Or exchange 10 million popularity points for the Divine Ghost Gate 13 Needles, which, once mastered, can autonomously dispel any toxin and provide lasting benefits." Xiao Buyi furrowed his brow. The Wan Poison Detox could only be used once, and future poisonings would require further exchanges. The Divine Ghost Gate 13 Needles not only promised to cure the current toxin, but also to elevate the host to a premier medical expert, offering long-term value. Soon, Xiao Buyi made his choice, opting for the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. He felt a surge of images flood his mind, the trajectories of silver needles, the secrets of human acupoints, and various methods to neutralize toxins, as though he had immersed himself in this knowledge for decades. Silence. Xiao Buyi suddenly bellowed, his voice reverberating through the corridor. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, striding toward the Li family members, emanating an aura that compelled them to instinctively step back. Li Jinghua, Li San, he addressed them directly, each word slicing through the air. You wish to discuss the distribution of assets? Let me make myself perfectly clear. While I am here, even if you perish, the old gentleman shall not die. With that, he pointed toward the bed where Li Tianhe lay. Do you see the 3 spots of cyan behind his ear? Do you see the dark purple markings beneath his right pinky nail? These are symptoms of poisoning. The second uncle's face drained of color at his words, though he quickly masked it. Yet, Xiao Buyi caught the subtle shift, convinced that the perpetrator was indeed Li Zhengxing. This revelation was somewhat unexpected among the Li family. The third uncle had always been the most exuberant, driven by an insatiable thirst for power. Conversely, the second uncle had always been the more reserved, managing a family of companies without ever causing Li Qinghan distress. In his view, the most likely suspect for the poisoning was Li Jinghua. Yet it turned out to be Li Zhengxing. What are you saying? Grandfather has been poisoned? Li Qinghan gazed at Xiao Buyi in disbelief. Before he could respond, Li Jinghua retorted, his face a mask of derision. Xiao Buyi, who do you think you are? A medical professor? Merely a performer seeking attention? Daring to discuss medicine and toxins here? Beside him, Li Weining exaggeratedly covered her mouth, feigning shock. You wretched fool will go to any lengths for the spotlight. Saying whatever comes to mind. Li Qingru crossed her arms, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. Xiao Buyi, I truly underestimated you. Poison, you say? Pray tell. Did you administer the poison yourself to showcase your prowess? The Li family members hurled a barrage of scornful remarks at Xiao Buyi, as if intent on drowning him in their vitriol. Yet, Li Qinghan's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Buyi, filled with struggle and hope. Is what you said true? Grandfather truly has been poisoned? Xiao Buyi met her gaze, his tone steady. Life and death are at stake. Do you think I would jest with your grandfather's life? His cold words struck Li Qinghan, causing a pang of distress, but with her grandfather in peril, she could not afford to dwell on Xiao Buyi's demeanor. What poison has grandfather been afflicted with, and how can it be cured? Xiao Buyi nodded. I can use acupuncture to detoxify. Absurd. Li Jinghua interjected sharply. A person without even a medical license intends to use acupuncture to detoxify the old master? Qinghan, if you dare let this fool proceed, it will be a betrayal of the Li family. Indeed, if anything goes awry, who will bear the responsibility? Li Weining chimed in, fanning the flames. Li Qinghan clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms, as she surveyed the hostile faces around her. Casting one last glance at her grandfather, unconscious on the bed, she steeled her resolve and commanded, someone, escort them all out. No one may enter without my permission. At her command, a group of bodyguards clad in black entered. These guards had been trained by Li Tianhe, loyal solely to the head of the Li family, akin to ancient death guards. Since Li Qinghan had assumed the role of CEO, her grandfather had entrusted her with command over these bodyguards. Li Qinghan, do not go too far. Li Jinghua thundered. If you insist on allowing this fool to treat the old master, and he suffers any misfortune, you must relinquish the position of CEO. Yes, you must cede the CEO position. Otherwise, we will never permit you to let this fool act recklessly. The other members of the Li family echoed. Li Qinghan's gaze swept over them, her voice frigid as ice. Very well, I agree, but if grandfather emerges unscathed, you all must leave the Li Corporation. Turning to Xiao Buyi, her eyes brimmed with trust and determination. I believe in you, proceed. Surprised, Xiao Buyi noted that Li Qinghan dared to wager the position of CEO on his abilities. Nodding at her, he turned to the stunned doctor beside him. Please fetch a set of silver needles for acupuncture. Moments later, the doctor, trembling, presented a set of silver needles. Xiao Buyi accepted them, his gaze fierce, the needles glinting coldly under the light. Taking a deep breath, the techniques of the Ghost Gate 13 needles materialized in his mind. With a fluid motion, he expertly pierced Li Tianhe's Baihui acupoint. With a slight tremor in his fingertips, the silver needles penetrated the acupoint with astonishing speed, precise in angle and depth. The old traditional doctor who had delivered the needles could not contain his astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Buyi, seemingly oblivious, deftly maneuvered the needles, fluttering like butterflies as they targeted the Shanzhong, Qihai, and Guanyuan acupoints. His movements appeared gentle, yet contained immeasurable strength, the needles sinking into the skin without drawing a single drop of blood. As the needles continued to be inserted, the once pale face of the old gentleman began to exhibit an unusual flush, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiao Buyi's expression grew serious. his hands moving like shadows across the old man's body. Suddenly, he called out, "Rise." Simultaneously, several needles were withdrawn, accompanied by droplets of dark purple blood. The entire ward fell silent, breaths held, eyes wide in anticipation of the unfolding scene. They had never witnessed such a remarkable acupuncture technique, the fluidity of the movements, the precision of the acupoints, as if Xiao Buyi were not merely inserting needles, but performing an exquisite art form. "This is impossible," Li Zhenghua murmured. His face pale as paper, his eyes filled with terror. Unfazed by the reactions around him, Xiao Buyi continued his work. With the final few needles of the 13 ghostly needles, his technique became increasingly fierce, the silver needles striking like lightning into the Yongquan point at the old man's soul. In an instant, the old man trembled violently, a torrent of dark blood gushing forth, saturating the air with a nauseating metallic scent. Coughing, the old man slowly opened his eyes, weakly clearing his throat. "Grandfather." Li Qinghan could no longer contain herself and rushed to the bedside. Xiao Buyi let out a sigh of relief, completing his task. Not far away, the Li family stood frozen in shock. They could hardly believe that a worthless son-in-law they had scorned had actually revived the old man through acupuncture. Especially Li Zhenxing, whose color drained from his face, swaying slightly as if he might collapse. "How is this possible?" Li Wanning murmured, disbelief written all over her face. Li Zhenghua gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, pondering, when did this boy acquire such formidable medical skills? At that moment, in the hospital room, Li Qinghan held her grandfather's hand tightly, turning to Xiao Buyi with gratitude and admiration in her eyes. Thank you. You saved grandfather." Xiao Buyi smiled gently and replied softly, "Your grandfather is out of danger now. I shall take my leave." Li Qinghan felt a surge of urgency. "You are leaving now?" Xiao Buyi furrowed his brow, contemplating before finally speaking. "Please have them step outside. I have a couple of things to discuss with you." Seeing this, Li Qinghan turned to the black-clad bodyguards. "Take them out, and anyone who resists will have their legs broken and be dragged away." The leading bodyguard stepped forward. "Second master." "Third master, please." Li Zhenghua's anger was palpable, yet the fierce aura emanating from the bodyguard silenced him, and he could only snort coldly as he exited. Soon, the room was left with only Xiao Buyi and Li Qinghan. Do you know who poisoned grandfather?" Xiao Buyi nodded. "Indeed. I can confirm that it was your second uncle, Li Zhenxing. As for the evidence, you may seek it yourself." Li Qinghan nodded, refraining from further questioning. Having learned from past experiences, she understood that Xiao Buyi concealed immense secrets. He had not revealed them before, and even if she asked now, he would likely remain silent. Just the fact that he had warned her was already generous, and she knew not to demand more. Having finished speaking, "I shall take my leave." Xiao Buyi turned to depart, and Li Qinghan did not attempt to stop him. There were many matters awaiting her attention. Upon exiting the hospital room, Xiao Buyi did not leave immediately, instead heading straight to Ji Boda's room, as some issues needed resolution. Chapter 82. The yellow talisman enters the body. The acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the medicinal odor emanating from Ji Boda, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Ji Boda was fixated on his phone screen, about to open a newly pushed marketing article when the door to the room creaked open abruptly. His finger froze on the screen, the phone slipping from his grasp onto the bed. He looked up, meeting Xiao Buyi's enigmatic gaze. Leaning against the doorframe, the hem of his black trench coat swayed gently with his movements. Those typically gentle peach blossom eyes were now icy, piercing into his heart. "Long time no see." Xiao Buyi said leisurely as he closed the door, the sound of his shoes echoing ominously on the floor like the countdown of death. Ji Boda felt a tightening in his throat, cold sweat trickling down his back, the hospital gown clinging to him. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his tongue stiff and unresponsive. The look Xiao Buyi had given him that night, reminiscent of a creature from hell, resurfaced in his mind, engulfing him in fear. Xiao Buyi approached the bed, his long fingers toying with the 4-line on the nightstand, the chilling sound of metal scraping sending shivers through Ji Boda. "It seems the last lesson I imparted to you was insufficient? Assassins, internet trolls, and video leaks. Ji Xiao truly has an array of tactics. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Ji Boda finally regained his voice, though it was hoarse and startled him. Desperately, he recoiled until his back pressed against the cold headboard. "This is a hospital, you cannot act recklessly." Xiao Buyi, hands in his pockets and a faint smile upon his lips, suddenly leaned over and pressed his hand against Ji Boda's pillow, trapping him within his embrace. "Ji Xiao, have you forgotten the taste of having your leg broken?" Ji Boda felt his heart racing violently against his ribs, breath constricting in his throat. Before him stood Xiao Buyi, smiling yet devoid of warmth. resembling a venomous serpent lying in wait to strike. Instinctively, he grasped the call button at the head of the bed, only to have Xiao Buyi seize his wrist with a grip strong enough to crush bone. "Release me," Boda screamed, his voice tinged with desperation. "You dare treat me this way? Qinghan will not let you off easily." "Li Qinghan." Xiao Buyi suddenly burst into laughter, his voice dripping with derision. "Do not delude yourself. Not only will she be unable to protect you, but if she dares to meddle, I shall deal with her as well." Xiao Buyi's tone was flat, yet left no room for dispute. Boda felt the blood drain from his face, icy dread coursing through him. He opened his mouth to speak, but could produce no sound, for one of Xiao Buyi's hands grasped his throat. Last time, Xiao Buyi had merely exerted a slight force to break his leg. Crushing his throat would be trivial. The oppressive presence emanating from Xiao Buyi nearly suffocated him, and the memories of past threats and the agony of his broken leg flooded his mind like a nightmare. "I truly did not," Boda cried out in despair, tears mingling with snot, smearing his face. "Please, spare me. I will not dare again, truly." "You are not afraid. You merely know that death approaches." Xiao Buyi straightened, his gaze sweeping over Boda's wretched form, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Xiao, do you know what I detest most?" Suddenly, he yanked Boda's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. "It is individuals like you, lacking strength, yet reveling in theatrics." Boda screamed in pain, feeling as if his scalp were being torn from his head. Xiao Buyi loomed over Boda, whose face contorted in agony, while his other hand discreetly retrieved a puppet talisman hidden in his sleeve. The yellowed paper glowed with an eerie vermilion hue under the stark hospital lights as he deftly pressed it against Boda's neck, allowing it to seep into his body. Boda, his face turning a deep shade of purple from the grip, failed to notice the cold sensation until the talisman transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and entered his mouth. Just as he attempted to struggle, Xiao Buyi swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face, the force causing his head to collide violently with the headboard, the metallic bars emitting a piercing whine. The world spun before Boda's eyes, a ringing in his ears overwhelming him. When he finally regained focus, the hospital door had slammed shut, leaving only an echoing emptiness behind. Hatred surged within him like a venomous serpent, his grip tightening on the bedsheet, nails digging into his palm. "Xiao Buyi, I will ensure your demise." No sooner had he uttered these words than a warm liquid began to trickle down the inside of his thigh. Boda's pupils constricted as he looked down at the dark stain rapidly spreading across his hospital pants, terror and shame replacing his earlier anger. The mingled sense of disinfectant and the acrid odor of urine invaded his nostrils, and he curled into a ball, teeth clenched against his lip until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Meanwhile, the twilight outside the hospital deepened. As I passed through a bustling urban area, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, with the sound of the crowd's discussions rising and falling like the tide. Someone had collapsed. "Quick, call for an ambulance. This elderly man is ghastly pale." At that moment, a faint glow emanated from Xiao Buyi's celestial eye, and he silently acknowledged the serendipity of the situation. He parked his vehicle by the roadside, opened the door, and stepped out. As he navigated through the throng, he quickly discerned that the elderly man lying on the ground was none other than Su Jingdong, whom he had encountered previously at the antique street. The old man's eyes were tightly shut, and dark, purplish blood froth escaped from the corners of his mouth. Even more alarming was the thick, black mist enveloping him. Through the lens of the celestial eye, it appeared as countless tiny venomous serpents entwined around him, slithering along his meridians toward his heart. A wave of dread washed over Xiao Buyi. Given the rate at which the black mist was spreading, it was evident that the elderly man would succumb within 3 minutes. As he attempted to push through the crowd to assist, a slender figure obstructed his path. A girl clad in a white dress stood protectively in front of the old man, her round almond eyes wide with fear, tears glistening on her cheeks. "Who are you?" "You cannot touch my grandfather." "He is your grandfather?" Xiao Buyi inquired, to which the girl solemnly nodded. "If you do not administer aid within 3 minutes, your grandfather will certainly perish." His gaze was piercing, his voice deep and commanding. The girl trembled, biting her lip as she took a step back. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Buyi crouched down and pressed firmly on the old man's acupoint. A faint groan escaped Su Jingdong's throat, yet he remained unresponsive. The girl observed her grandfather's bluish lips and the bulging veins on his neck, her gaze shifting to Xiao Buyi's calm and composed eyes. Her mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. This stranger's intentions were unclear. What if his reckless intervention harmed her grandfather? But the ambulance would take at least 10 minutes to arrive, and her grandfather's chest had ceased its rhythmic rise and fall, his breathing alarmingly faint. Why should I trust you? Her voice fractured like leaves caught in a tempest.